Father, Wang Shang's dantian has been shattered, rendering him unable to cultivate. Tomorrow is the day of my grand wedding with him, and I refuse to marry this worthless individual. In the grand hall of the Su family, Su Weiner, adorned in a resplendent crimson gown, paced anxiously back and forth. In a world where power reigns supreme, the shattering of one's dantian signifies a lifetime of being relegated to the lowest echelons of society. As the proud daughter of the Su family, how could she possibly consent to wed a lowly individual? Su Jinan, her father, wore a furrowed brow, equally troubled. He had never anticipated that a day before the wedding, the ancient-century genius Wang Shang would suffer such a calamity, leaving him momentarily flabbergasted. Though the Su family had a marriage pact with the Wang family, the latter had long since fallen from grace. Initially, upon recognizing Wang Shang's exceptional talents, they reluctantly agreed to the union. However, now that the betrothed, Wang Shang, had been rendered a waste, Su Jinan found himself wavering. In this merciless realm of spirit and martial arts, the inability to cultivate meant a lifetime of being deemed a useless being. Su Jinan had no desire to marry off his precious daughter to a worthless man, yet the long-standing engagement, arranged by the family patriarch before his departure, posed a dilemma. To suddenly propose an annulment would tarnish the Su family's reputation. At this moment of indecision, his wife, Madame Mao Fong, seemed to discern his plight and suggested, "My dear husband, I have a notion that would preserve our family's reputation while allowing our daughter to avoid marrying that worthless man." "Oh, my dear wife, what brilliant idea do you have?" Su Zenon's eyes sparkled with interest. Even Su Weiner turned her gaze expectantly towards her mother. The engagement, as decreed by the patriarch, only mentions the names of Wang Shang and Su Weiner. Why not change our daughter's name and adopt another girl as our goddaughter, renaming her Su Weiner? This way, it would be a perfect solution, Mao Fong proposed. "Brilliant! A clever subterfuge, my lady. This plan is truly ingenious. It would neither tarnish the Su family's reputation nor force our daughter into a marriage with that waste. Even if the patriarch returns, he cannot reproach me," Su Jinan praised, filled with self-satisfaction. "Mother truly thinks ahead," Su Weiner remarked, unable to suppress her admiration. At that moment, a maid named Xiao Hong entered gracefully. "Master, Madam, Miss, lunch is ready and can be served," she announced. As soon as the maid stepped in, the three of them turned their attention toward her. Dressed in simple, coarse garments, devoid of any embellishments, the maid's modest appearance failed to conceal her extraordinary beauty. Clad in finer attire, she would surely captivate the hearts of all men. Yet, the young girl appeared somewhat unwell, her complexion pale and devoid of color, indicating an affliction, as she occasionally coughed. Su Jinan, Mao Fong, and Su Weiner exchanged glances, each reflecting the same thought. "Xiao Hong, how long have you been with us?" Su Jinan inquired, scrutinizing the maid. Replying to the master, "I have been here for 10 years since being brought to the estate at the age of 6, Xiao Hong answered softly, her head bowed. "Thus, you are already 16, an age suitable for marriage," Su Jinan remarked with an implied meaning. The maid, Xiao Hong, fell silent. As a mere servant, her life was not her own to command. She dared not dream of marriage, content merely to have a meal in the estate. Madame Mao Fong, sensing the moment, stepped forward. "Xiao Hong, you have served us diligently for 10 years. Our master wishes to adopt you as his goddaughter and grant you a new name, while also finding a suitable match for you. Would you accept?" Mao Fong said with a warm smile. This maid, Xiao Hong, was of a suitable age to take Su Weiner's place. "Adopt me as a goddaughter." Xiao Hong was taken aback, astonished by the honor. As a lowly maid, often bullied and mistreated by others in the household, she could hardly fathom such an elevation in status. "Indeed, Xiao Hong, I now formally adopt you as my goddaughter and bestow upon you the name Su Weiner. Tomorrow, you shall wed the young master Wang Shang from the eastern city," Su Jinan declared, offering no chance for her to consider. Upon hearing that she would bear the name of her mistress and marry the young master, Xiao Hong's petite frame trembled slightly. How could she replace her mistress in marrying Wang Shang? Intelligent as she was, she quickly connected the dots regarding Wang Shang's shattered dantian, realizing the true purpose behind her sudden adoption. This was indeed a substitution for the marriage. Yet, as a mere maid, She could not refuse, and with tears in her eyes, she acquiesced. "Thank you, Master." Xiao Hong knelt in gratitude. Seeing her acquiescence, Su Jinan and Mao Fang's faces broke into smiles. Their plan had succeeded. As they watched Xiao Hong's retreating figure, Mao Fang remarked, "Though Xiao Hong is but a maid, she possesses the beauty of a celestial being. Marrying that wasteful Wang Shang is not a disservice to her. Mother, I have heard that every full moon, she is afflicted by dark energies, suffering greatly, and her health deteriorates with each passing day. Will she not perish if she marries him?" Su Weiner expressed her concern, furrowing her brow. "Whether she lives or dies is of no consequence. What matters is that we fulfill the engagement," Su Jinan replied. Indeed, regardless of her fate, as long as the engagement was honored, the Su family's reputation would remain intact. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Wang family estate in the eastern city, Wang Shang sat cross-legged on his bed, attempting to cultivate. However, after hours of effort, he could not gather a single strand of spiritual energy in his dantian, leaving him in a state of despair. "It seems that with my dantian shattered, cultivation is truly impossible." Wang Shang clenched his fists, filled with frustration. Having reincarnated in this realm of spirit and martial arts for 16 years, his exceptional talent granted by his rebirth had earned him the title of an once-in-a-century genius. Only yesterday, he was to partake in the entrance examination for the Tianling Academy. Had there been no interruptions, his innate abilities would have assuredly secured him a place, and with the Academy's backing, the Wang family's resurgence would be imminent. Moreover, his own strength would have advanced significantly. Yet, fate had other plans. An ambush by a mysterious figure had shattered his dantian, obliterating his future in an instant. It must have been the Zhang family's doing. Without my interference, Zhang Feng will surely gain admission to the Tianling Academy, Wang Shang thought, his fists tightening in anger. The Tianling Academy only accepted one disciple from Defeng City, and Zhang Feng's talent and prowess were slightly inferior to Wang Shang's. With Wang Shang's presence, Zhang Feng was destined to fail. Now that Wang Shang had become a waste, Zhang Feng would undoubtedly be selected for the academy. Even a fool could deduce the connection between these events. Despicable! Wang Shang's fury led him to strike a wall with his fist, resulting in a small wound that oozed blood. As the blood flowed over the ring on his finger, it was abruptly absorbed by a white jade stone embedded in the ring. Wang Shang quickly noticed this anomaly. Why did this jade stone absorb my blood? This white jade stone, no larger than a grain of corn, was something he had clutched tightly upon his rebirth, emerging from the womb alongside it. It bore similarities to the fabled Jia Baoyu's accompanying spirit jade, though Wang Shang's was considerably smaller. To facilitate his carrying it, Wang Shang's father had set the small spirit jade into the ring. After absorbing Wang Shang's blood, the jade suddenly transformed into a beam of white light that surged into his body. Wang Shang distinctly felt his shattered dantian being restored by this small spirit stone, enabling him to cultivate once more. Simultaneously, a mysterious ancient cultivation method appeared in his mind. Chaotic refinement technique. Wang Shang rejoiced upon absorbing the information of this cultivation method. This technique can refine all things into spiritual energy for my consumption and can even convert the opponent's spells, divine arts, and innate talents into my own. How extraordinary! Wang Shang had never encountered such a remarkable cultivation method that could transmute the very essence of a universe into personal gain. Let me test the efficacy of this chaotic refinement technique. With that thought, Wang Shang eagerly dashed out of his room and into the courtyard, scanning his surroundings until his gaze settled upon a thorny vine that had overrun half of a wall. This thorny vine had been growing wildly for 5 years, wreaking havoc on the surrounding flora. Wang Shang had long wished to uproot it, but his preoccupation with cultivation had delayed his efforts. Now it served as the perfect specimen to test the chaotic refinement technique. "You're the one," Wang Shang declared, swiftly performing a hand gesture according to the technique, directing his energy towards the thorny vine. Instantly, a faint white flame shot from Wang Shang's hand, landing precisely upon the thorny vine. The thorny vine, struck by the ethereal white flame, ignited instantly. This wondrous flame seemed to target only the thorny vine, sparing all other blossoms and grasses from its wrath. In the span of half a joss stick's burning time, the vine was ultimately reduced to ashes, transforming into a radiant orb of white light that entered Wang Shang's body. Upon absorbing this luminous sphere, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Wang Shang, endowing him with the innate skill of the thorn's entangling technique. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, prompting him to eagerly demonstrate the thorn technique on a nearby stone. In an instant, the spiritual energy took form as a thorny vine, precisely ensnaring the stone. Although this thorn technique was somewhat feeble, Wang Shang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, as I anticipated, this chaos refinement art not only transmutes all things into spiritual energy, but also allows one to assimilate their innate talents. With this chaos refinement art, who needs the so-called Tianling Academy? By refining all things, I can acquire any technique, secret skill, or innate ability I desire. Wang Shang had not expected to gain such fortune from his fortune. Had it not been for the shattering of his dantian, he would never have discovered the extraordinary nature of this accompanying spirit jade. Yet, why did this spirit jade choose to accompany my birth? As Wang Shang pondered this question, a resonant voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. Shang'er, why are you still awake at this late hour? Tomorrow marks your wedding to the young lady of the Su family. At the sound of this voice, a weathered middle-aged man draped in a gray robe emerged. Wang Shang then recalled that tomorrow was indeed the day of his marriage to Miss Su. Understood, father. I shall retire to rest shortly, Wang Shang replied, preparing to head to bed, only to be halted once more by his father, Wang Yong. Wait a moment. Tomorrow you will be entering the bridal chamber, and I wish to discuss matters concerning the relationship between men and women. Of course, father. Feel free to ask me anything you wish to know. I shall share my insights freely, Wang Shang responded with utmost seriousness. Wang Yong was taken aback by his son's earnestness, realizing that the boy seemed to possess a greater understanding than himself, leaving him at a loss for words. Wang Shang, on the other hand, eagerly anticipated the wedding with Su Weiner, for she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the great Feng city, endowed with remarkable talents. To marry her was indeed a stroke of fortune in his life. Chapter 2. Lifting the red veil today marks the day of the marriage for the young lady of the Su family. Ordinarily, the residence would be adorned with festive decorations and an air of celebration. However, the Su household has chosen an exceptionally subdued approach. Even the main entrance displays merely a couple of symbolic double happiness characters, indicating the family's lack of regard for this union. Or perhaps, their outright denial of the marriage contract. Yet, one individual stands apart from this sentiment. The maid, Xiaohong, rose early in the morning, fully aware that she was to marry young Master Wang on behalf of her mistress. Yet she took this role to heart. Orphaned and alone, she understood that today was her wedding day. Once she had exchanged vows, she would belong to young Master Wang. Bound by tradition and her humble station, she believed in the adage, marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog. Lacking the blessings of parents or friends, she felt a profound sense of solitude and melancholy. Mother, today I am to be wed. If you are watching from the afterlife, surely you must be delighted for me, she murmured, gazing at the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, her eyes suddenly misty. After her mother's passing, this bracelet was all that remained of her. In moments of longing or distress, she would confide in it, pouring out her heart. Today, more than ever, her emotions surged. Once she had quelled her sentimental thoughts, Xiaohong began her preparations on her wedding day. She resolved to present herself beautifully. From dawn until noon, she meticulously adorned herself, applying rouge, painting her lips, and fastening flowers to her hair, all accomplished by her own hands. Remarkably, once transformed, Xiaohong became a vision of beauty, surpassing even Su Weiner, the most renowned beauty of the capital. Albeit with a hint of pallor that marred her complexion, with no time to spare for lunch, Xiaohong donned the grand crimson phoenix crown and ceremonial robe, the greatest gift bestowed upon her by the Su family. However, this adornment served merely to obscure the reality of her situation. By evening, Wang Shang, clad in dark ceremonial attire and riding a chestnut steed, led a lively wedding procession to the Su residence. Complete with drums and gongs, despite the Wang family's decline, the procession was still quite grand, featuring a lavish sedan chair. Upon their arrival, the gates of the Su estate swung open, revealing a woman veiled in red. Escorted by Su Jianan and his wife, Mao Fong, father-in-law, mother-in-law, I have come to marry Weiner, Wang Shang exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the bride, dismounting hastily from his horse and striding toward them, caught up in his excitement. He failed to notice the simplicity of the Su household's arrangements. Wang Shang, you have arrived. I entrust my daughter Waner to you. Please take good care of her. Mao Fong feigned reluctance as she spoke. Rest assured, mother-in-law, I shall cherish Waner and ensure she suffers no hardships. Wang Shang pledged earnestly. After all, Su Waner was not only the most beautiful maiden in the capital, but also exceptionally gifted. How could he allow her to endure any form of distress? With the auspicious hour approaching, it was time for the bride to enter the sedan chair. Su Jianan glanced at the sky and urged the proceedings onward. Eager to conclude the marriage arrangement, isn't there a need for any rituals, such as leaping over a fire pit? Wang Shang inquired. Though he was keen to take Waner home, he had familiarized himself with certain wedding customs beforehand. He found the Su family's arrangements rather lacking. There were scarcely any friends or relatives present, which puzzled him. There is no need for those customs that I paid a considerable sum to consult Master Jia from the west side of the city. He stated that your marriage must be understated to endure. Hence we have kept the estate unadorned and refrained from inviting guests, all for the sake of your happiness as a couple. Mao Fong cleverly provided an excuse. One must admit, Mao Fong was quite astute. Since it was recommended by Master Jia, Wang Shang decided to accept it, proceeding to take Waner's hand and lead her to the sedan chair. After placing the bride inside, he eagerly mounted his chestnut steed, setting off with the same festive fanfare. To his surprise, the wedding had gone smoothly, and he hadn't even distributed the red envelopes he had prepared. Xiaohong, veiled throughout the ceremony, managed to keep her true identity hidden from Wang Shang. Seated in the sedan chair, she occasionally coughed, her frail constitution growing weaker by the day. She wondered how much longer she could endure. Yet, at this moment, her heart was filled with anxiety and unease. If young Master Wang were to discover the truth behind this marriage, what would happen? For now, the veil offered some semblance of concealment. But she could not remain hidden when the night fell. With the moon nearing its fullness, she feared her illness would flare up again, potentially alarming young Master Wang. The thought of this filled Xiaohong with dread. Her palms clammy with sweat and her heart racing. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of the Su residence, the Wang household was lively and bustling, although the Wang family had fallen from grace. As the heir, Wang Shang's marriage attracted numerous guests. At the very least, the clan members were all in attendance. Wang Shang, hand in hand with his bride, joyfully led her from the sedan chair amidst the well wishes of the gathered guests. Making their way to the main hall, seated at the high table was Wang Shang's father, Wang Yong. As for Wang Shang's mother, she had vanished shortly after his birth. He had never learned the circumstances of her disappearance, and his father had never shared the details. The auspicious hour has arrived. Bow to heaven and earth, the officiating priest called out loudly. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the assembly, Wang Shang and his bride bowed deeply to the heavens and the earth. Bow to the high hall, the priest prompted again. Wang Shang, holding his bride's hand, turned slowly to bow to Wang Yong, who beamed with joy at witnessing his son's marriage. Bow to each other as husband and wife. The priest continued to announce, with a heart brimming with excitement. Wang Shang turned to his bride, both of them bowing in unison. This bow marked the conclusion of their wedding ceremony. They were truly husband and wife now. Rituals complete. Proceed to the bridal chamber, the priest declared. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Wang Shang escorted his bride into the bridal chamber, while he joined the guests for a drink. It wasn't until late into the night that Wang Shang, slightly inebriated, returned to his new residence. The anticipation of sharing the bridal chamber with the most beautiful woman in the capital left him restless. My lady, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have returned, Wang Shang said, casually grasping a jade ruby from the table as he stepped toward his bride, preparing to unveil the red veil that shrouded her face. According to custom, only by lifting the veil could he be considered the true husband of the bride. Seated on the edge of the bed, Xiaohong felt her heart race as the footsteps drew nearer, her hands instinctively clenching tightly. With eager hands, Wang Shang lifted the veil, but upon seeing the face beneath, he was rendered speechless. Chapter 3. I hope you do not regret. Who are you? You are not Su Waner, Wang Shang exclaimed, stunned to find that the woman beneath the veil was a stranger. Not the renowned beauty he had expected. Though she was undeniably lovely, her beauty rivaled that of Su Waner. He found it impossible to accept. Young master, I am indeed called Su Waner, a name given to me by the master just yesterday, who also took me as his adopted daughter and arranged for me to marry you, Xiaohong explained, her face paling further from anxiety as beads of perspiration formed in her palms. You are a maid of the Su family? So, the name was changed on a whim by Su Jinan, and I am to wed you, Wang Shang murmured in disbelief, suddenly recalling the austere arrangements at the Su residence. Realization dawned upon him. Yet he struggled to accept the truth. This cannot be. There must be some mistake. I must go to the Su residence and clarify this matter. With that, Wang Shang rushed out into the night, determined to find the true Su Wanner, not this unfamiliar woman. Young master, Xiaohong wished to pursue him, but he was too swift, and the others in the Wang household remained oblivious to his hasty exit. In no time, Wang Shang found himself at the gates of the Su residence, calling out loudly, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, there has been a mistake with the bride. Please return my sister Wanner." Under the moonlight, Wang Shang's voice echoed in desperation. As his words faded, the gates slowly opened, revealing Su Jinan and his wife, Mao Fong. What is all this shouting about? Where has the bride gone wrong? Su Jinan frowned, visibly displeased at father-in-law. The woman I have married is not my sister Wanner, but a stranger. Is that not a mistake? Wang Shang replied, frustration evident in his tone. There is no mistake. That girl is my newly adopted daughter, and her name is also Su Wanner. Is that not how the marriage contract reads? Where is the error? Su Jinan insisted, his voice firm. Indeed, nephew. The marriage contract clearly states that it is the Su family's lady, Su Wanner, who is to marry you. The girl who came today is the adopted daughter of our master, and her name is Su Wanner as well. Pray tell, what is incorrect? Mao Fong interjected, producing the marriage contract and thrusting it toward Wang Shang, that if you still doubt it, you may verify the contract for yourself. Wang Shang did not examine the document, for it bore the names of the Su family's lady, Su Wanner, alongside his OW and by their account. He had indeed not married the wrong person. Yet, the Su Wanner he wished to wed was not this unfamiliar woman. The cold response from Su Jinan and Mao Fong solidified Wang Shang's suspicions that it appeared that the shattering of his dantian had compelled the Su family to resort to the strategy of a substitute bride. This maneuver not only circumvented the breach of their engagement, but also preserved their daughter's well-being. A clever calculation indeed, Lord Su. Madam Mao, if that is the case, I would like to meet your esteemed daughter. Su Wanner, I wish to converse with her, Wang Shang stated with a hint of reluctance. He sought one final confirmation from Su Wanner to ascertain whether this decision stemmed from her parents or from her own volition. If it was merely her parents' choice, Wang Shang might have endeavored further. With his current fortuitous encounters, it would not be long before he surpassed his previous self. However, if it was indeed Su Wanner's own decision, he would no longer harbor any longing. Just as Wang Shang finished speaking, a cool voice resonated from the entrance. That I apologize, young Master Wang, but there is no Su Wanner in our residence, only Su Luoli. With this utterance, a familiar silhouette gradually emerged before Wang Shang's eyes, exactly the sister he had just mentioned. Beside her stood a tall youth, sporting a buzz cut and clad in a black cloak, who regarded Wang Shang with an amused gaze. Upon seeing this youth, a surge of anger suddenly welled up within Wang Shang. Zhang Feng, what are you doing here? Wang Shang demanded loudly, utterly astonished that Zhang Feng would be present in the Su household, and in the company of Su Wanner no less. I am here to inform Su Luoli of the delightful news that I have been selected by the Heavenly Spirit Academy. Zhang Feng responded with a mocking smile. Zhang Feng had long harbored feelings for Su Wanner, but alas, she was already betrothed, so he resorted to underhanded tactics, dispatching someone to cripple Wang Shang, thereby smoothly taking his place as a disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. He then hastened to proclaim his affections to Su Luoli. Such a scheme could hardly be deemed anything but cunning, killing two birds with one stone. You were the one who had me crippled, weren't you? Otherwise, with me around, you would never have been chosen by the Heavenly Spirit Academy, Wang Shang retorted, fists clenched and eyes icy. One must not speak of things without evidence. Perhaps you have offended too many people? Zhang Feng laughed heartily. He was no fool. He would never admit to such accusations in front of the Su family. Well done, Zhang Feng. A month from now, I shall challenge you to a life-and-death duel, Wang Shang declared, having discerned from Zhang Feng's expression that it was indeed the Zhang family who had perpetrated this act. The grudge of his shattered dantian would be repaid by his own hand. You, a cripple with a shattered dantian, wish to seek me out for a life-and-death duel. Even if you were given 100 years, you could never hope to defeat me, Zhang Feng scoffed. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Wang Shang taunted with a slight smirk. Had it not been for his Dantian's destruction, rendering him powerless, he would have charged at Zhang Feng for a duel then and there. Fortunately, he now possessed the spirit jade that compensated for his Dantian, alongside the chaotic refinement technique to aid his cultivation. In just a month, surpassing Zhang Feng would be a mere formality, and he would have his revenge. Afraid of you? What a laugh, Zhang Feng retorted disdainfully, unwilling to lose face before Su Luoli. Since you are so eager for death, I shall await you on the life-and-death stage of the Heavenly Spirit Academy a month from now. If you fail to appear, you shall be deemed a coward. Very well. You have courage, Wang Shang replied, inwardly pleased that Zhang Feng had taken the bait. He then turned to Su Luoli and said, Su Luoli, I hope you will not regret your choice made today. Regret? Do not jest. Your Dantian is shattered, destined to become a mere waste, while I am about to study at the Divine Spirit Academy. Do you truly believe you are worthy of me? Su Luoli paused, her gaze resolute as she spoke. If I were to regret, I would twist my head off and toss it to you as a ball. A cripple with a shattered Dantian wishing to rise again. It would not be surprising if he met his end within a month. The idea of a dead man speaking of regret was nothing short of absurd. Su Jianan and Mao Feng regarded Wang Shang with disdain, as if he were a mere clown. Wang Shang etched their disdainful expressions into his memory. It was apparent that their disdain for his shattered Dantian had led them to consider a substitute bride. He should have anticipated such a revelation, which allowed him to see the true faces of the Su family. Su Luoli, I hope you remember the words spoken today and never harbor regret, Wang Shang concluded, turning away without a second glance. Losing him would only be their loss. Chapter 04. From this day forth, she shall be your wife. By the time Wang Shang returned to his chamber, it was nearly midnight. A full moon hanging in the sky. The anxious Xiao Hong rushed to greet him upon his arrival. Husband, you have returned, she said, her face filled with concern. I am not your husband, Wang Shang replied. Irked, he did not recognize this stranger, Su Wanner, as his wife, despite their having performed the wedding ceremony. But we have wed, Xiao Hong said in a voice tinged with grievance. In her understanding, having wed meant she belonged to Wang Shang. Even in death, she would remain his ghost. Yet, Wang Shang felt only irritation towards her. He found no affection for this woman, nor for anyone from the Su family. He turned to the desk, retrieving a piece of paper and a pen. Inscribing the words for a divorce. This is the divorce decree. Take it and leave our household, from now on. Before Wang Shang could finish his sentence, he noticed Xiao Hong's complexion had turned ashen, her body slumping to the ground. Your act of feigned distress is futile, Wang Shang observed, mistakenly believing she was merely acting. However, a moment later, he realized something was amiss as dark energy began to seep from her pores. Absorbed by the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, Xiao Hong curled on the floor, trembling uncontrollably and coughing incessantly. Alarmed, Wang Shang hurriedly lifted her and placed her on the bed. Miss, are you all right? Please do not frighten me, he said, his voice filled with concern. Though he felt a sense of unfamiliarity and indifference towards her, he never wished for her demise. Young Master Wang, could you please refrain from divorcing me? I would serve as a maid if need be. I implore you, do not cast me away. I have nothing left. Only you, Xiao Hong pleaded weakly. In her eyes, marrying Wang Shang meant he was now her closest kin. Wang Shang, seeing the pitiable and frail look in her eyes, felt a twinge of compassion and temporarily tucked the divorce decree away. Even if he wished to divorce her, he could not do so at this moment. Do not speak. I will fetch a doctor, Wang Shang said, not outright refusing her plea for divorce, but hastily departing. Though this girl was a substitute bride, Wang Shang held no affection for her, yet he could not bear to watch her perish. Soon, he summoned a doctor. It was the esteemed old Dr. Zhou Weiyong, a skilled physician with whom the Wang family had a cordial relationship. Whenever a family member fell ill, they would seek his expertise. However, after examining Xiao Hong's pulse, Dr. Zhou frowned and shook his head. How is it, Dr. Zhou? Can this girl be saved? Wang Shang inquired with deep concern. Her condition is quite peculiar. Her limbs are chillingly cold, as if they are on the verge of freezing. I have never encountered such a condition before. I am afraid I am powerless to assist, Dr. Zhou replied, rising to take his leave. What is happening? Dr. Zhou, you cannot leave like this. At least prescribe some medicine, Wang Shang exclaimed anxiously. Without medicine, how could he save her? Young Master Wang, spare yourself the effort. My ailment is beyond the reach of any remedy. It flares up every full moon night, Xiao Hong murmured weakly from her position on the bed. Upon hearing this, Wang Shang felt a surge of anger towards the Su family, who had the audacity to use a sickly maid as a substitute bride. It was likely that this girl would perish within the Wang household tonight, which would be most inauspicious. No, I must consult my father, Wang Shang declared, rushing off to find his father. The thought of a bride dying on their wedding night was utterly ominous. Wang Yong was deep in slumber when Wang Shang forcibly roused him. Father, we are in grave trouble that I have brought home a false bride. A false bride. What do you mean? Wang Yong's drowsiness evaporated instantly. I will explain on the way. We must hurry to my chamber. If we delay, a life may be lost, Wang Shang urged, hastening down the corridor. What could possibly lead to a fatality on a wedding night? Have you been too frivolous? Wang Yong questioned, quickening his pace. No, it is not as you think. The bride is not Su Wanner, but a substitute who is gravely ill, and it seems her condition has flared up. Wang Shang explained as they walked, detailing the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the full account, Wang Yong was filled with indignation. You should have informed me sooner about such a significant matter, he reproached, equally furious at the Su family's shamelessness. They soon arrived at the chamber, where Xiao Hong lay curled weakly on the bed, on the brink of death. Father, this girl is the substitute for Su Wanner. Her body is freezing cold. That I summoned Dr. Zhou, who claimed he has never seen such a strange ailment and believes it is beyond remedy. Wang Shang pointed to Xiao Hong on the bed. As Wang Yong observed the dark energy around her, he suddenly froze. How can this be? This is. He seemed to recognize the dark energy, shock written all over his face. He hurried to the bedside, examining Xiao Hong closely before his gaze settled on the jade bracelet on her wrist. This bracelet? Wang Yong exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features, followed by a dawning realization. Oh, that is it. No wonder it did not dissipate. Truly a twist of fate. Wang Shang listened, utterly perplexed, as he failed to comprehend the nonsensical utterances of his father. Father, what are you rambling about? The young lady is on the brink of death, and there is no remedy in sight. What shall we do now? Wang Shang spoke with a hint of urgency. Were you to enlighten me, what is your true name, and from whence do you hail? Do you have any kin remaining? Wang Yong, ignoring his son's concerns, addressed the young woman. Xiao Hong, with a gentle tone, To answer your lord, my birth name is Shu Tong. After selling myself to bury my mother, I entered the Su residence as a maidservant. As for my origins and remaining relatives, I can scarcely recall. My memories prior to the age of 6 are rather blurred, Shu Tong replied weakly. And who bestowed that jade bracelet upon your wrist? Wang Yong inquired, his gaze once again drawn to the jade ornament adorning Shu Tong's hand. This bracelet was given to me by my mother just before her passing. Shu Tong responded softly. Your mother bestowed it upon you? At this revelation, Wang Yong's body trembled slightly, and his eyes turned even more compassionate as he regarded Shu Tong. Poor child, he sighed silently, before addressing Wang Shang. From now on, Shu Tong shall be regarded as the daughter-in-law of the Wang family. You are to treat her with kindness and never mistreat her. What? Just like that, she becomes my wife? Wang Shang protested. Bewildered, she is merely a sickly maidservant, and with her condition, she may not see through the night. Wang Shang found it difficult to accept that a sickly substitute bride could so easily be designated as his spouse. And he was decidedly reluctant. I declare her your wife, and you shall not disdain her. Furthermore, her illness can be cured by a rare herb known as the nine nether grass, Wang Yong stated with a serious demeanor. Nine nether grass? I have never heard of such a herb. How do you know it can cure her? Wang Shang questioned, his curiosity piqued, for even the renowned physician Zhou Weiyong was unable to treat her affliction. And yet his father, lacking any medical knowledge, seemed to possess this insight. It is an herb that grows in areas saturated with demonic energy, Wang Yong briefly explained. Then, does that classify it as a demonic herb? Wang Shang asked, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the nine nether grass can be found in Fengqi Mountain, located in the eastern outskirts of our Defeng city, Wang Yong affirmed. Fengqi Mountain. Upon hearing this name, Wang Shang's mind sparked with a realization. Father, recently a treasure fell from the heavens, and the entire mountain has been seized by the 3 prominent families nearby. How do you expect us to gain access, let alone seek out such a demonic herb? Wang Shang spoke with reason. For 3 days prior, a luminous treasure had descended from the sky, radiating spiritual energy for 10 kilometers. The location of its fall was precisely Fengqi Mountain, and upon learning of this, the three families had dispatched their men to secure the area, scouring the mountain for the fallen treasure. With the area under such tight control, even a fly would find it nearly impossible to enter, much less a person. Though Fengqi Mountain is under the control of the three families, the northern cliffs remain unguarded. You can ascend from there. Wang Yong analyzed meticulously. Wang Shang was rendered speechless. The cliffs soared over 1,000 meters high, steep and treacherous. Was it feasible for a person to scale them? Are you suggesting that I, a person with a shattered dantian, should venture alone to Fengqi Mountain in search of 9 nethergrass? Not only is the cliff perilously steep, but should I be discovered by the men of the three families, I might very well face death. Moreover, the mountain is home to various beastly creatures. Is this not akin to courting death? Wang Shang exclaimed in frustration. Of course, you shall not go alone. Wang Yong replied with a cryptic tone that I knew you wouldn't send me to my demise. Wang Shang breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Wang Yong continue. You shall take Shu Tong with you. Thus, should you find the 9 nethergrass, you can administer it to her at once. At this, Wang Shang's expression turned blank. How could he, in his weakened state, take along a sickly maidservant? Was this not an invitation to certain doom? Father, am I truly your biological son? Of course, you are my flesh and blood. Otherwise, how could you be so handsome? Wang Yong replied, somewhat exasperated. Then why would you wish to send me to my demise? Wang Shang retorted, discontented. Rest assured, I shall send someone to discreetly protect you, Wang Yong assured after a brief pause. Continuing, moreover, having Shu Tong accompany you to Fengqi Mountain is of great significance. In a critical moment, she may prove invaluable. What could a sickly maidservant possibly do for me? Wang Shang scoffed. She is not merely a sickly maidservant. She is capable of leading you to your mother. Wang Yong's tone shifted to one of gravity. What? Her? Wang Shang gazed at the feeble Shu Tong lying on the bed, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 05. Merely a facade of matrimony. Wang Shang possessed scant memories of his mother. Since his rebirth in this realm, he had never encountered her. He had only seen her portrait in his father's chamber, which depicted a woman of unparalleled beauty, surpassing even celestial beings. Though Wang Yong claimed he resembled his mother, Wang Shang believed he bore a closer resemblance to her, for it was unlikely he would possess such striking handsomeness otherwise. His curiosity and yearning for his mother led Wang Shang to acquiesce to the notion of taking Shu Tong to Fengqi Mountain. After enduring a night of torment from her illness, Shu Tong's delicate visage finally bore a hint of color, though she still appeared pallid, exuding a somewhat sickly beauty. Upon opening her eyes, Shu Tong discovered Wang Shang had kept vigil at her bedside throughout the night, stirring a flicker of gratitude within her heart. No one has ever stayed by my side for an entire night before. Shu Tong had endured a life of hardship in times of illness. No one had ever shown her kindness or concern. Now, with someone treating her with a modicum of care, she felt deeply moved. She then pulled a blanket from the bed, intending to drape it over the slumbering Wang Shang. But as soon as she made a move, he awoke. Young Master Wang, thank you for watching over me all night. Shu Tong expressed her gratitude earnestly. You flatter yourself. Had it not been for my father's insistence, I would have scarcely regarded you, Wang Shang replied, rising and stretching that eye in his eyes. Shu Tong was merely a frail maidservant, and he had not genuinely acknowledged her as his wife. Were it not for his father's insistence, he might have already dismissed her. Regardless, I appreciate that you did not cast me away. Shu Tong reiterated her thanks. I am unsure why my father is so adamant about recognizing you as a daughter-in-law. But let me make one thing clear. I shall never acknowledge you as my wife, Wang Shang declared resolutely. How could he possibly accept a substitute bride as his spouse? He would never harbor feelings for her. Such affection was utterly inconceivable. As long as young master does not dismiss me, that is sufficient, Shu Tong replied humbly. Aware of her lowly status and her past as a substitute bride, she did not dare to aspire to be Wang Shang's wife. Nor could she hope for his affection. She merely wished to remain by his side. Very well, henceforth, when in my father's presence, we shall behave as a married couple. However, in public, you must address me as young master, and our interaction shall be that of master and servant. Wang Shang stipulated, pausing before adding, most importantly, You must not entertain any improper thoughts about me, nor should you develop any feelings for me. Rest assured, young master, I harbor no such thoughts, nor will I ever develop feelings for you. Shu Tong hastily assured, for as a maidservant, she dared not entertain such notions. That is good. Let us proceed to Fengqi Mountain and seek the 9 nether grass, Wang Shang declared, hastily making his way outside. Fengqi Mountain was said to house a plethora of rare flora and formidable beasts, and by refining them, Wang Shang could significantly enhance his cultivation. Thus, he found himself eagerly anticipating this journey, with a month remaining until his life and death duel with Zhang Feng. Training at Fengqi Mountain seemed perfectly timed, yet he struggled to comprehend his father's insistence on bringing along the sickly Shu Tong. Fengqi Mountain lay in the eastern outskirts of Defeng City. While its elevation was not particularly high, it stretched for hundreds of kilometers, teeming with lush vegetation and a vibrant ecosystem of beasts and monsters. Legends spoke of a demonic phoenix residing there, which lent the mountain its name. Typically, few ventured into this area. However, the recent descent of a treasure had drawn the 3 prominent families to dispatch their men to scour the mountain, transforming it into a bustling hive of activity. After traversing for over an hour, Wang Shang and Shu Tong finally reached the northern face of Fengqi Mountain. The southeastern and southwestern perimeters were heavily guarded by members of the 3 families, rendering entry impossible for Wang Shang. Thus, they were left with no choice but to ascend the unguarded northern cliffs. Yet, gazing at the towering cliff, which soared over 1,000 meters, Wang Shang felt a swell of trepidation. Especially with Shu Tong, the sickly maidservant, in TOWIT seemed an insurmountable challenge. He lifted his gaze to the vines that adorned the cliffside, suddenly struck by inspiration. Of course, I can refine these vines. Then, using the thorn technique, I can ascend with ease. With this plan in mind, Wang Shang approached a nearby vine and employed the chaotic refinement technique that a white flame enveloped the vine, swiftly consuming it, transforming it into a white vapor that Wang Shang absorbed. Though the spiritual energy was scant, the refinement had bolstered his thorn technique. Just as I suspected, refining the same species enhances the corresponding innate skills. Having tasted success, Wang Shang continued to apply the chaotic refinement technique to the vines along the cliff. From morning until dusk, he nearly depleted the vines on the northern face of Fengqi Mountain. His cultivation level surged from the first to the second stage of spirit refinement, indicating that in a single afternoon, he had ascended a minor realm. In the spirit martial continent, the cultivation levels ascend from low to high as follows: spirit refinement, spirit building, elemental spirit, spirit body, true spirit body, golden body spirit, spirit avatar, spirit martial manifestation, and celestial spirit manifestation. Each major realm comprises 9 minor realms. The stronger one becomes, the more respect and reverence they command in this world, for it is a realm where strength reigns supreme. Indeed, within the span of a single afternoon, one has ascended a level. Zhang Feng should now be at the 5th tier of spirit building. Judging by my current rate of progress, even if he is cultivating at the Celestial Spirit Academy, it would take no longer than a month for me to catch up with him. Wang Shang felt a renewed sense of confidence in himself in addition to his growing strength, Wang Shang's thorn technique had also advanced from the beginner to the intermediate level. With the thorn technique now at an intermediate stage, it should sufficiently support both of us in our ascent. As Wang Shang pondered this, he unleashed the thorn technique towards a protruding rock face 10 meters high. Instantly, spiritual energy transformed into a white, thorny vine, wrapping itself around the rock with precision. Wang Shang instinctively tugged at the vine formed from spiritual energy. It felt remarkably sturdy, which eased his mind considerably. "Shu, come over and hold me tightly," Wang Shang called out to Shu Tong, who had been seated the entire afternoon. Upon hearing Wang Shang's request, Shu Tong's cheeks flushed crimson, and she glanced around, noting the absence of any onlookers, which led her thoughts to wander. Could it be that young master wishes to? What if he were to force me? Should I refuse? Shu Tong's imagination ran wild. Noticing her blushing and dazed expression, Wang Shang furrowed his brow and urged, "Shu Tong, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and come hold me. If you don't come soon, it will be dark, and it won't be easy then." "Oh, I'll be right there," Shu Tong replied, biting her small white teeth, feeling both shy and anxious as she approached. However, once she stood before Wang Shang, her flushed face hesitated to reach out and embrace him. For she had never hugged a man before. Just as she faltered, Wang Shang pulled her into his embrace. The two were instantly pressed together. Young master, no Shu Tong exclaimed, her heart racing unexpectedly. This sudden event caught her unprepared. And just as she contemplated struggling, Wang Shang activated the thorn technique, securely binding them together. In that moment, Shu Tong found herself unable to escape. What do you mean by no? What are you thinking? I truly do not understand why my father insisted I bring you this burden here, Wang Shang said, a hint of exasperation in his tone. As the words left his lips, he felt two firm masses against his chest, which took him by surprise. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly delicate girl would possess such well-developed attributes. Meanwhile, Shu Tong, nestled against Wang Shang's chest and inhaling his scent, blushed deeply, her heart pounding like a startled deer. Hold on tightly. I'm going up. Wrap your legs around me as well, Wang Shang cautioned before ascending. Shu Tong felt somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Wang Shang leapt into action, scaling the cliff with Shu Tong in tow. Like a Spider-Man, he used the thorn technique to continuously ensnare the protruding rocks, leveraging them to climb swiftly. It was only then that Shu Tong realized her misunderstanding of Wang Shang. As they climbed higher and higher, fear gripped her, and she clung tightly to him, wrapping her legs around his waist. Even after they reached the top of the cliff, she did not loosen her hold. We're here. You can get down from me now, Wang Shang said, patting Shu Tong's shoulder before retracting the thorn technique that had bound them together. I really cannot fathom why my father insisted on bringing you this burden along. It is quite bothersome, Wang Shang complained. But he soon learned the reason. 3 massive, menacing two-fanged demon wolves, emanating a sinister aura, stealthily approached Wang Shang and Shu Tong, intending to make them their evening meal. Wang Shang immediately detected the presence of the 3 two-fanged demon wolves, and his expression changed dramatically. What terrible luck, encountering a 4th-tier spirit beast right upon arrival. And 3 of them at that. He braced himself to flee, for as a 2nd-tier spirit cultivator, he could barely contend with 1 4th-tier two-fanged demon wolf, let alone 3. The trio of two-fanged demon wolves howled in unison, preparing to collaborate in hunting down Wang Shang. However, upon catching sight of Shu Tong beside him, they froze in sheer terror, their fur standing on end. Chapter 06. This lady is not simple. With the 3 two-fanged demon wolves fixated on them, Wang Shang felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Yet, just as he readied to escape, he noticed the wolves exhibiting expressions of fear. What is happening? Wang Shang was taken aback. How could these powerful beasts feel fear? It soon became clear that their gaze was not on him. Following their line of sight, he realized they were afraid of Shu Tong. This revelation astonished him. Meanwhile, the demure and lovely Shu Tong trembled in fear at the sight of the 3 beasts. Her previously pale face now even more ashen. She pressed tightly against Wang Shang, terrified that the wolves might devour her. The scene turned comically absurd. The 3 two-fanged demon wolves were quaking in fear of Shu Tong, while she, in turn, was trembling at the sight of them. The reason for their fear remained a mystery to Wang Shang. A cold wind swept through, and the fragile Shu Tong suddenly sneezed. Achoo! This single sneeze startled the 3 two-fanged demon wolves, causing them to recoil and flee with their tails between their legs, not daring to look back. Both Wang Shang and Shu Tong were left utterly bewildered. Did a sneeze really scare them away? If he had not witnessed it himself, Wang Shang would have found it hard to believe that a seemingly powerless girl had frightened off 3 4th-tier spirit beasts with a mere sneeze. No one would believe such a tale. Although Shu Tong was equally perplexed, she felt immense relief as the wolves retreated. They've finally gone. You nearly scared me to death just now, she exclaimed, pressing her hand against her elevated chest as she gasped for breath. Wang Shang, observing the spot where the 3 wolves had vanished, turned to look at Shu Tong, and suddenly, he began to comprehend why his father had insisted on bringing her to Fengqi Mountain. He certainly did not believe that a little girl could frighten off the wolves with a sneeze. There must be something about her that instilled fear in them. It seemed this young lady was not as simple as she appeared. For the first time, Wang Shang felt a spark of curiosity about Shu Tong. As night fell and the winds on the mountain grew stronger, Wang Shang worried that Shu Tong might not withstand the elements. He sought refuge in a cave near the cliff. Though the conditions were rudimentary, it provided shelter from the wind and rain. Shu Tong quickly tidied up the space, preparing a bed for Wang Shang with some dry grass. Young master, I've made a bed for you. You can sleep here tonight, Shu Tong said sweetly, fully embracing her role as Wang Shang's maid. However, Wang Shang did not intend to sleep, for he needed to seize the time to refine his skills. Time was of the essence, and he had to make the most of every moment. I want to be sleeping. You should rest in the cave. I will cultivate nearby. Call for me if you need anything, Wang Shang stated before exiting the cave, leaving Shu Tong alone inside. He did not stray too far from the cave, concerned for Shu Tong's safety. Under the moonlight, Wang Shang began searching for suitable refining plants in the vicinity. He needed to find trees of considerable age with unique attributes, for the spiritual energy gained from them would be substantial, and he could acquire additional skills as well. After scouring the area around the cave, he finally set his sights on the tallest tree nearby. It was an ironwood tree, towering over 100 meters and measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter. Describing it as a giant would be an understatement. The ironwood tree was as hard as iron. A punch against it left no mark. Wang Shang took out a knife from his storage ring and struck it with all his might. Yet it left no trace, which greatly pleased him. Sturdy enough, this ironwood tree appeared to be 300 or 400 years old. Refining it should yield a significant amount of spiritual energy in the tree's innate abilities. With that thought, Wang Shang swiftly formed the refining hand seal. Instantly, a white flame surged from his hand, precisely igniting the branches of the ironwood tree. Wang Shang was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged and began the refining process. Piece by piece, under his continuous efforts, the branches of the ironwood tree were quickly consumed by the flames, and he proceeded to refine the next branch. Although the tree was tall with lush foliage, it could not withstand Wang Shang's relentless refining. By midnight, nearly all the branches and leaves had been consumed, leaving only a bare trunk. The white light emitted from the refining process was absorbed entirely by Wang Shang, causing a surge of spiritual power within him and granting him the hardened skill, an innate ability of the ironwood tree. With this skill, Wang Shang could harden any part of his body at will, making it difficult for even those stronger than him to inflict harm. Wang Shang was quite satisfied with this development. Excellent. Now to refine the trunk of the ironwood tree. Without pause, he continued his refining efforts. The trunk of the ironwood tree ignited instantly, resembling a towering pillar of white fire from a distance. From midnight until dawn, he continued until the sunlight bathed Fengqi Mountain, finally completing the refining of the trunk. A massive white light burst forth from the trunk, ultimately absorbed by Wang Shang. Once again, his spiritual power surged, and the hardened skill upgraded to the intermediate level. Wang Shang was overjoyed. The spiritual energy gained from refining this ironwood tree exceeded my expectations. He hurriedly circulated the newfound spiritual energy throughout his body, ultimately channeling it into the companion spirit jade residing in his dantian. As the spiritual energy surged continuously, the accompanying spirit jade in Wang Shang's dantian emitted a gentle tremor, and soon his strength ascended to the third level of spirit refinement. Excellent. After just one night's effort, he had leveled up once more. Wang Shang felt an overwhelming excitement within. At this rate of cultivation, in a month, he would easily overpower Zhang Feng. Moreover, his hardening skill had also reached an intermediate level, rendering ordinary swords and blades ineffective against him. Wang Shang marveled at the prowess of the chaotic refinement technique. After refining the ironstone tree, he felt a lingering desire to continue seeking plants for refinement. Just then, Shutong approached, cradling a handful of wild fruits. However, she appeared somewhat dirty, her clothes slightly tattered, as if they had been snagged by branches. "Young master, I found some wild fruits for you to try," Shutong exclaimed joyfully, rushing to Wang Shang and promptly presenting all the fruits in her hands. These wild fruits were personally gathered by Shutong from the fruit trees near the cave. She had fallen many times in the process, resulting in her clothes being torn by branches and her body covered in dirt, giving her a somewhat disheveled appearance. She undertook all this effort simply to avoid being seen as a burden to Wang Shang. However, upon witnessing Shutong in such a pitiful state, Wang Shang could not help but express his concern in a loud reprimand. "I instructed you to stay safely in the cave. Why did you venture out alone to pick wild fruits? Do you not understand how perilous Fengqi Mountain is? Not only are there man-eating beasts, but also members of the three great families. If any of them were to discover you, it would be disastrous." Wang Shang's words were laced with genuine concern. Shutong had no cultivation, and even a minor encounter with a beast could spell her doom. How could he explain her demise to his father? And how would his mother search for her? As Wang Shang scolded her, Shutong's eyes instantly turned red. "Young master, I saw you engrossed in cultivation and did not wish to disturb you. So I thought to gather some wild fruits for you, hoping you wouldn't think of me as a burden," she replied softly, her eyes brimming with tears. Hearing her words, Wang Shang's heart trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that this girl would risk her life simply to gather wild fruits for him. His tone softened. "Let's overlook it this time, but do not engage in such dangerous acts again. Leave the task of foraging for wild fruits to me. Now, allow me to take you to the riverbank to wash up." As he spoke, Wang Shang grasped Shutong's delicate hand and led her toward a nearby mountain stream. Shutong remained silent, feeling the warmth of his hand, which made her cheeks flush. However, just as they reached the stream, they were spotted by two disciples from a family who had come to fetch water. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on Zhang family's territory?" One lean man immediately drew his longsword, The other, a chubby disciple, also took a defensive stance. Trespassing on their territory was tantamount to provocation. Upon realizing they were disciples of the Zhang family, Wang Shang's murderous intent surged within him. The atmosphere became tense and charged. Chapter 07. Young Master, I wish to bathe. The three great families had divided Fengxi Mountain into southeastern and southwestern territories to search for the treasure that had fallen from the heavens. Each family occupying a distinct area to avoid conflict while seeking the treasure. However, trespassing into another's territory was grounds for execution, a mutual agreement among the three families. Which family are you from? How dare you intrude on our Zhang family's domain? The lean man reiterated, attempting to intimidate them. Wang Shang remained silent, his eyes harboring a glint of hostility. Zhang Feng was the heir of the Zhang family, and he had dispatched someone to shatter Wang Shang's dantian. Now, encountering Zhang family's disciples here, he saw an opportunity to collect some interest. Subconsciously, Wang Shang scanned the two, noting that their strengths were both at the third level of spirit refinement, equal to his own. Utilizing his hardening skill, he could potentially eliminate them in a surprise attack. We are new disciples of the Zhang family, sent here to search for the fallen treasure. Wang Shang fabricated a reason to test them. With thousands of disciples in the Zhang family, it was unlikely they would recognize every member. You are new disciples of the Zhang family? I don't recall seeing you before. The chubby disciple expressed skepticism. Indeed, if you claim to be disciples of the Zhang family, why haven't I seen you before? Do you possess identification tokens? The lean disciple chimed in. Identification tokens? Of course, I have them. Allow me to show you. Wang Shang said, reaching into his pocket as if to retrieve the token, all the while slowly approaching them. Before they could react, Wang Shang suddenly propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, unleashing his spiritual energy. And simultaneously, a green long sword appeared in his hand. This sword, the Azure Dragon sword, had been forged by his father and was said to possess the might of the Azure Dragon, though Wang Shang had never activated its power before. Not good. This person is up to no good. The two Zhang family disciples realized the threat too late. Wang Shang had already closed the distance between them. The two disciples hastily drew their weapons and launched a counterattack. Young master, please be careful, Shu Tong cried out anxiously, her palms sweating as she watched Wang Shang face two opponents. Unfazed by their simultaneous assault, Wang Shang activated the hardening skill he had just learned and charged straight toward one of them. If you refuse to dodge, then prepare to die. Both swords struck Wang Shang almost simultaneously, yet his hardened skin rendered their blades utterly ineffective against his defenses. At the same moment, Wang Shang delivered a fatal blow to the chubby disciple, silencing him without a trace of bloodshed, a technique from the Wang family's ultimate art. How is this possible? This guy is impervious to blades and spears. The remaining lean disciples' eyes were filled with disbelief. Why was it that, despite being at the same third level of spirit refinement, they could not breach his defenses, nor even leave a scratch? In his moment of shock, Wang Shang swiftly withdrew his sword and, in a fluid motion, severed the lean disciple's throat, and he collapsed shortly thereafter. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Wang Shang, confident in his hardening skill, had chosen to forego defense in favor of an all-out assault, catching them completely off guard. It was fortunate that he possessed the hardening skill. Otherwise, he might have perished first. Looking down at the two lifeless bodies, Wang Shang exhaled a sigh of relief. Young master, are you all right? Shu Tong rushed over, her expression filled with concern. She had suddenly realized that the rumors outside were misleading. How could someone whose dantian had been shattered annihilate two disciples at the third level of spirit refinement in an instant? I'm fine. Your young master is impervious to blades and spears, Wang Shang replied, sheathing the Azure Dragon sword into his spatial ring. He then performed the refinement technique with both hands, summoning two spheres of white flame that precisely descended upon the bodies of the Zhang family disciples. Not wishing to linger in this place, Wang Shang aimed to depart swiftly, yet he felt reluctant to leave behind the two corpses. Thus, he simultaneously refined them. Moreover, by eliminating the bodies, he could achieve the objective of concealing the evidence. In the span of an incense stick's burning time, Wang Shang completely refined the two Zhang family disciples. The two spheres of white light were absorbed by him. This marked his first experience refining human cultivators. Though regrettably, their strength was somewhat lacking, yielding minimal spiritual energy. Their innate talent was disappointing, but their ultimate skills caught Wang Shang's attention, that he realized that he could indeed refine others' ultimate skills as his own. What a remarkable discovery. In the future, he would also master the Zhang family sword techniques. Unfortunately, the level of these two sword techniques was too low, only of basic caliber. Wang Shang casually executed a move from the Zhang family sword techniques. The falling leaf sword style, unleashing a sword chi that severed a large tree 10 meters away. Satisfied with the outcome, he mused that in the future, he could seek the corpses of powerful experts for refinement. Acquiring all manner of divine abilities, spells, and celestial techniques, Wang Shang speculated that once he attained greater power, he ought to visit the ancient celestial tomb, where many ancient immortals and demons lay buried. Refining their remains would render him invincible across the realm. After refining the two corpses, Wang Shang hastily led Shu Tong away from the site. Upon returning to the cave by the cliff after a morning of hiding and ensuring that no Zhang family members had come searching, Wang Shang finally dared to venture outside in search of food. "Little Shu, wait for me in the cave. I will fetch something to eat," Wang Shang said as he prepared to rise, only to be halted by Shu Tong. "Young master, I wish to accompany you. Also, I would like to take a bath," Shu Tong murmured, though it seemed inappropriate to mention bathing at that moment. She indeed felt quite uncomfortable. Earlier that morning, in her efforts to gather wild fruits for Wang Shang, she had gotten herself dirty, covered in mud. She had intended to wash in the stream, but had encountered the two Zhang family disciples instead. Thus, from morning until now, she had remained caked in dirt, which was certainly uncomfortable for a girl. "Very well, stay close to me," Wang Shang considered and ultimately acquiesced. Given the vastness of Fengqi Mountain, as long as they remained cautious, it would be difficult for members of the three great families to discover them. As dusk approached, Wang Shang and Shu Tong, basking in the golden rays of the setting sun, scoured the area around the cave for quite some time until they finally stumbled upon a secluded pond. The area around the pond was devoid of beasts, tranquil and still, appearing like a stagnant body of water from a distance. "Young master, there's a pond here. We can fetch water and take a bath," Shu Tong exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the pond. After searching for most of the day, they had finally found a suitable place to freshen up. However, Wang Shang remained cautious, picking up a small stone from the ground and tossing it into the pond. In a land rife with magical beasts, he could not be certain that the pond was devoid of danger as the stone was cast into the tranquil pond. A delicate splash and ripples emerged. Yet nothing further transpired. Nonetheless, Wang Shang felt a twinge of concern. "Xiao Shu, you only need to wipe yourself with water. There's no need to leap and dot. I shall guard you from the side." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shang retrieved a set of his own clothes from his spatial ring and handed them to her. "Once you are done washing, wear these." Wang Shang's considerations were indeed thorough. By simply wiping oneself with water at the pond's edge, the danger quotient would diminish significantly. Thank you, young master," Shu Tong replied softly. But as she began to undress, she noticed Wang Shang still watching her, prompting her to blush and remind him, "Young master, shouldn't you turn around?" Wang Shang awkwardly smiled before hastily turning his back, yet he dared not stray too far from Shu Tong, fearing he might be unable to rescue her should danger arise. Seeing that Wang Shang had turned away, Shu Tong slowly began to remove her clothing. However, just as she had undressed halfway, a monstrous creature suddenly emerged from the pond, dragging her into the water. "Ah!" Shu Tong's startled cry jolted Wang Shang awake, and upon witnessing the mysterious creature pulling her under, his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 08 Underwater Intimacy. Xiao Shu. Wang Shang's face paled as he swiftly turned to leap into the pond to rescue Shu Tong. But at that moment, a violent explosion erupted from beneath the water, accompanied by a surge of black spiritual energy. The mysterious creature was blasted to the surface, while Shu Tong flailed helplessly in the water. Wang Shang was momentarily stunned. The creature had been propelled upwards by some force, its body stained with crimson blood, turning the water a deep red. Yet, this allowed Wang Shang to discern what the creature was: a massive black water serpent. Stretching over 10 meters in length, that it was, astonishingly, a 9th-tier spirit-constructing creature, the azure-eyed water serpent. Wang Shang's complexion shifted. The strength of this azure-eyed water serpent far surpassed his own, and in a one-on-one confrontation, he would undoubtedly be no match for it. However, witnessing Shu Tong's desperate struggle in the water, he did not hesitate to dive in and swim towards her. "Xiao Shu, I'm coming to save you." "Hold on." Wang Shang summoned his spiritual energy and swam with all his might towards Shu Tong. Meanwhile, the injured azure-eyed water serpent plunged back into the water, seemingly enraged, and swam towards Wang Shang and Shu Tong with its mouth agape. Wang Shang reached Shu Tong first, but before he could swim back, the azure-eyed water serpent lunged at them. Qinglong's sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Shang aimed the Qinglong sword at the serpent's gaping maw. With a whoosh, the sword sliced through the air, striking true and causing blood to splatter. The already wounded azurite water serpent, in agony, missed its attack, sending a wave of water that propelled Wang Shang and Shu Tong high into the air. As they fell, a massive tail from the serpent swung towards them, but its strength and speed had diminished significantly due to its injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Shang drew a long knife from his spatial ring, cradled Shu Tong in one arm, and with the other, thrust the knife fiercely towards the incoming tail. The blade plunged deep into the serpent's tail, anchoring itself securely. Wang Shang gripped tightly. The azurite water serpent could not shake them off. In its pain, the serpent thrashed wildly in the water, dragging Wang Shang and Shu Tong along in a chaotic swim. While Wang Shang managed to sustain himself with spiritual energy, Shu Tong, lacking any cultivation, began to choke on water. If this continued, she might very well drown. Wang Shang realized they could not prolong this situation. In the water, they could not outlast the azurite water serpent if this goes on. We will perish at the hands of this serpent. The only option is to subdue it. Wang Shang was determined not to die at the serpent's hands, and he promptly initiated the chaotic refinement technique. Instantly, white flames ignited in his right hand, rapidly spreading to engulf the azurite water serpent. The refining flames, a manifestation of chaotic fire, were not ordinary flames. No water could extinguish them. Thus, even submerged, the serpent's body was quickly consumed by the white flames. In agony, the azurite water serpent writhed more violently, thrashing through the water and occasionally surfacing to violently shake its tail in an attempt to dislodge Wang Shang. Despite its injuries, as a ninth-tier spirit-constructing beast, its strength remained formidable. To prevent being thrown off, Wang Shang employed the thorn technique to firmly restrain the azurite water serpent, though he worried about Shu Tong's endurance. Xiao Shu, hold on a little longer. I will soon subdue the azurite water serpent. Young master, I believe in you. Shu Tong clung tightly to Wang Shang, her faith in him unwavering at that moment. She was deeply moved by his unhesitating leap into the river to save her. After a struggle, the serpent's thrashing slowed, and it ultimately floated on the surface, barely alive, as the white flames continued to consume its body. Wang Shang, with Shu Tong in tow, struggled to climb atop the serpent, finally able to breathe freely. Yet, even then, he dared not relax his efforts, continuing to refine the massive azurite water serpent. After an hour, the serpent, over 10 meters long, was finally subdued by Wang Shang. The refined creature transformed into a light orb, which Wang Shang absorbed into his body. Instantly, his spiritual energy surged, granting him the ability to breathe underwater, a trait now his own. Fortuitously, the azurite water serpent had been severely injured by the mysterious force. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapable of defeating it. Wang Shang felt immense gratitude, yet he was also curious about the black energy that had caused such harm. However, now was not the time for contemplation. Returning to the shore was of utmost importance. Xiao Shu, I will take you to the shore, Wang Shang declared, preparing to swim towards the bank when suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and loud shouts reached his ears. It was evident that others were approaching. This is bad. Someone is coming. We must not reveal ourselves yet. Xiao Shu, take a deep breath and hide underwater. In a moment of panic, Wang Shang held his breath and submerged himself. Shu Tong followed suit, inhaling deeply before submerging as well. Not long after they submerged, a group of around 30 to 50 individuals arrived at the pond's edge, led by a stern-faced middle-aged man with a squared jaw, Zhang Tai. The elder of the Zhang family, a formidable figure at the 9th tier of the Yuan spirit realm. In his presence, Wang Shang would be little more than a fleeting shadow. Have we located a bio and a dong? Zhang Tai inquired, furrowing his brow at those beside him. A bio and a dong were the two individuals Wang Shang had slain earlier, and it seemed the Zhang family had realized their disappearance. We searched every corner of our jurisdiction but found nothing. A subordinate reported candidly. How could they suddenly vanish? Could it be that the other two families are covertly scheming against us? Zhang Tai mused, visibly troubled. While the three major families of Dafeng City appeared to coexist peacefully, they were often embroiled in covert conflicts, including this treasure hunt at Fengqi Mountain. Wang Shang and Shu Tong remained concealed beneath the water, wary of making a sound if discovered by the Zhang family. Their fates would be dire. Yet, breathing underwater posed a significant challenge. Wang Shang was fine, as he could breathe freely after absorbing the azurite water serpent's innate ability, but Shu Tong, lacking any cultivation, was in distress. Having held her breath for too long, she began to suffer from suffocation, and if she did not breathe soon, she risked drowning. Wang Shang noticed her plight, yet with the Zhang family present, surfacing was not an option. What to do? We cannot let the Zhang family discover you asked. In his desperation, Wang Shang contemplated transferring breath to Shu Tong. He could breathe freely in the water. Thus, the only way to alleviate her suffering was to share his breath with her. Resolutely, Wang Shang moved closer and pressed his lips to Shu Tong's, delivering air directly into her mouth. Chapter 09. A most embarrassing moment as Shu Tong struggled to contain her breath underwater. She suddenly felt her mouth sealed, and air flowed into her from another. Without thinking, she instinctively began to inhale the precious breath on the verge of suffocation. She had no time to ponder. Survival took precedence. After a brief moment, she realized what had just happened, leaving her stunned in the water, her mind blank. Heavens, it was the young master who had given her breath. As she gazed at Wang Shang, who was providing her with air, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She had never imagined that her first kiss would be bestowed by the young master, and in such a situation. Wang Shang, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His sole concern was to ensure that Shu Tong did not suffocate. While transferring breath to her, he silently prayed that the Zhang family members would soon depart. Yet, the individuals on the shore showed no intention of leaving. Instead, they began a meticulous search around the area. Search thoroughly. Do not overlook a single spot. The treasure that has fallen from the heavens is extraordinary. And whoever finds it will be handsomely rewarded, Zhang Tai commanded loudly, standing at the pond's edge. Although 2 disciples were missing, their primary objective remained the search for the treasure that had descended from above. Should we search the pond as well? What if the treasure fell in there? A disciple suddenly suggested. Zhang Tai instinctively glanced at the placid surface of the water, soon noticing the streaks of crimson blood from the beast. Causing him to furrow his brow. The pond is exceedingly strange, and the blood of demonic beasts floats upon its surface. To recklessly enter would only result in becoming prey for the water spirits. For now, it is prudent to refrain from searching the pond. We shall organize skilled individuals to dive in only if we find nothing elsewhere. Zhang Tai remains quite rational. Such ponds typically harbor high-level demonic beasts within. In the water, human mobility is severely restricted, and even he cannot guarantee his ability to contend with water-type demonic creatures. The Zhang family searched the vicinity for quite some time, and as dusk descended, they departed in disappointment, having found nothing. Once they had all left, Wang Shang and Shu Tong emerged from the water. Phew, the Zhang family has finally gone. Wang Shang sighed in relief, knowing that had they ventured into the water to search, their presence would have been revealed. Young master, thank you for saving me earlier, Shu Tong said. Floating on the surface, her delicate face flushed with gratitude. The memory of their kiss underwater made her cheeks burn even more. And she dared not meet Wang Shang's gaze. I promised your father I would bring you back, so I naturally could not stand by and watch you perish, Wang Shang added after a pause. And regarding our earlier encounter in the water, I was not taking advantage of you. Rather, I was channeling energy to you. Don't overthink it, I understand, Shu Tong murmured shyly, her cheeks still aflame. But regardless, I must thank you. Young master. If it weren't for your presence, I might have met my end in the jaws of that water serpent. Let us not dwell on this. It is too late. We should return to the cave. The area is not safe at night, Wang Shang stated as he pulled Shu Tong toward the shore. Once on land, they had no time to dry their clothes and hurriedly made their way toward the cave. At night, Fengxi Mountain is rife with demonic beasts, including some of a higher caliber, so finding a secure hiding place is imperative. Otherwise, they risk becoming prey at any moment. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers on their way back and safely reached the cave. Wang Shang immediately kindled a fire within, placing a set of his clean clothes before Shu Tong. Change out of your wet clothes and wear mine. Otherwise, you will catch a chill. I will step outside, he instructed, making his way to the entrance. Shu Tong watched Wang Shang's retreating figure. A warm sensation surged within her. No one had ever shown her such concern, and she couldn't help but feel a deeper fondness for this young master, especially when recalling the intimate moment they shared underwater, which made her blush anew. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Wang Shang promptly settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to absorb the spiritual energy he had refined from the azurite water serpent. The 9th-tier azurite water serpent had yielded a significant amount of spiritual power upon refinement. Had it not been for the explosion of black energy he encountered underwater, he would have stood no chance against the creature. What precisely was that black energy in the pond? The azurite water serpent was gravely injured by the explosion. Why was Shu Tong unharmed? Furthermore, this black energy seemed eerily similar to the dark aura that emanated from Shu Tong 2 nights ago. Wang Shang pondered deeply, sensing a vague connection between the underwater explosion and Shu Tong, yet he could not ascertain the specifics. Best to first absorb the spiritual energy from the azurite water serpent. After contemplating for a while without clarity, he began circulating the absorbed energy throughout his body, ultimately directing it into the accompanying spirit jade in his dantian. As the spirit jade trembled gently, Wang Shang felt his strength rise, advancing to the fourth tier of spiritual refinement. Upon opening his eyes, he was filled with exhilaration. The spiritual energy extracted from the azurite water serpent was indeed substantial, allowing him to level up and granting him the ability to breathe underwater. However, his joy was short-lived. As a sudden scream pierced the cave, "It's Shu Tong!" Wang Shang exclaimed, alarmed, and immediately dashed back inside, worried that she had encountered some danger. Yet, upon his return, he found Shu Tong cowering against the cave wall, completely unclothed. Clearly, she had been frightened by something while changing clothes. "Shu Tong, what happened?" Wang Shang asked with concern, his gaze inadvertently falling upon her bare form. He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her figure to be so exquisite. "Young master, there's a scorpion over there," Shu Tong cried out, pointing in terror, oblivious to her own state of undress. "Fear not, I shall take care of it," Wang Shang responded, quickly rushing over and crushing the scorpion underfoot before shaking it off. Only then did Shu Tong exhale in relief, only to realize her nakedness, and she hastily covered herself with her clothes. "All right, you may continue changing," Wang Shang said before hastily stepping outside. Throughout the ordeal, Shu Tong's face remained flushed, too shy to look at Wang Shang. Having been kissed was one thing, but now she had been seen in such a vulnerable state. What a mortifying experience. Later that night, Wang Shang intended to refine plants outside while Shu Tong slept, but after the scare from the scorpion, she was too frightened to sleep alone. "Young master, I can't sleep alone. Please stay with me," she pleaded, tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful expression. Her demeanor was so endearing that it was hard not to feel sympathy. Wang Shang had initially planned to refuse, but seeing her in such a vulnerable state, he relented. "Very well, just this once. Thank you, young master. You are the best," Shu Tong exclaimed excitedly, linking her arm with his as they made their way to the grass bed inside the cave. Wang Shang, somewhat reluctantly, lay down next to her. At first, Shu Tong maintained a distance, but as she drifted off to sleep, she gradually inched closer. Wang Shang found himself enveloped in a warm and fragrant embrace, stirring a sense of unease within him. Was it truly necessary to be so close? He mused inwardly, yet he could not deny that having a woman cuddled against him felt rather pleasant. In the dead of night, Wang Shang, in a daze, succumbed to slumber, feeling her warmth tighten around him further. The next morning, Wang Shang awoke to find Shu Tong wrapped around him like an octopus. Not only were her arms tightly clinging to him, but one of her long legs was draped over him, effectively rendering him immobile, which left him both amused and exasperated. "This girl is indeed quite a handful," he remarked as he gently attempted to extricate himself from her grasp. However, before he could make much progress, Shu Tong stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes, she realized how intimately she was entwined with Wang Shang, and her cheeks turned crimson with embarrassment. "You're awake? Would you like to sleep a little longer?" Wang Shang inquired, raising an eyebrow. "No, that's unnecessary, young master. I am already awake," she replied, flustered and nervous as she withdrew her arms and legs, wishing to disappear into the ground for her earlier actions. How could she have slept so closely with the young master? "It's good that you're awake. Stay here in the cave. I will venture outside to gather some food," Wang Shang said as he prepared to rise, only to be halted by Shu Tong's grip. "Young master, please don't leave me. Let me accompany you," she implored, her eyes wide with trepidation from the previous night's scorpion encounter. "Then stay close to me. Today, we shall seek out the Juyo grass," he decided after a moment's thought, realizing it was time to attend to important matters after their extended stay at Fenqi Mountain. Though first, they needed to fill their bellies. Soon, they exited the cave, and guided by Shu Tong, Wang Shang found the spot where she had previously gathered wild fruits. It was a mere 100 meters from the cave, where a wild jujube tree stood laden with fruit. Wang Shang approached the tree and kicked it, causing it to shake violently. Numerous jujubes fell to the ground, which he skillfully gathered using his spiritual power, collecting them into his storage ring. "Young master, you're amazing." Shu Tong clapped her hands in admiration, her eyes sparkling with reverence. Previously, she had fallen several times while trying to collect the fruit, resulting in a muddy mess. Yet here was Wang Shang effortlessly gathering a bounty with a single kick. "Who do you think your young master is? Stick with me, and you'll be well fed and taken care of," he replied, relishing her admiration, and promptly handed her a handful of jujubes from his storage ring. "Enjoy. These are quite sweet." "Thank you, young master." You are so kind. Shu Tong beamed as she began to eat the jujubes, even sharing the sweeter ones with Wang Shang. Young master, this jujube is incredibly sweet. You must try it. You bit into this one before giving it to me? Wang Shang teased, though his body betrayed him as he eagerly accepted the jujube she offered, praising, "It truly is very sweet, isn't it?" "I told you it was sweet," Shu Tong replied joyfully. The two of them happily munched on jujubes, gradually growing accustomed to each other's presence. Wang Shang suddenly realized that this girl was rather endearing. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Wang Shang led Shu Tong deeper into Fengqi Mountain, intent on finding Geo grass and seeking suitable plants for refinement. However, as they ventured onward, they found no extraordinary plants over a century old until midday, when Wang Shang stumbled upon a rare seven-colored celestial fragrance flower among the trees, filling him with delight. What splendid fortune! He had discovered a blooming seven-colored celestial fragrance flower. This flower, born of the essence of heaven and earth, blooms only once every 100 years, making it exceedingly rare. It possesses the ability to neutralize all poisons and is a crucial ingredient for detoxification pills, enhancing one's cultivation when consumed. Truly, it is a remarkably rare spiritual flower. The seven-colored heavenly fragrance flower is indeed priceless. If refined, it could potentially enhance one's spiritual energy immensely. Wang Shang excitedly advanced, only to hear a voice emerge from the thicket nearby. "Halt. That seven-colored heavenly fragrance flower belongs to us." As the voice faded, two young men clad in azure robes swiftly stepped forth, their features strikingly similar, indicating they were likely brothers. Wang Shang, upon seeing their Lin family attire, furrowed his brow. "We discovered this seven-colored heavenly fragrance flower first. How can it possibly belong to you?" Shu Tong, unwilling to back down, stepped forward. Though lacking in cultivation, she could not tolerate such audacity that a mere girl dares to compete with us for the seven-colored heavenly fragrance flower. One of the taller youths, Lin San, unsheathed his sword, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he glared at Shu Tong. The flower's immense value justified their willingness to kill for it. Wang Shang, recognizing the imminent danger, instinctively shielded Shu Tong behind him and met their gaze. "Gentlemen, we are disciples of the Zhang family from Defeng City. Should you wish to seize this seven-colored heavenly fragrance flower, perhaps you ought to reconsider." He deliberately misrepresented his identity, preparing for a confrontation, laying the groundwork to implicate the Zhang family. "The Zhang family? Humph. You are currently treading upon Lin family territory. Hence that flower rightfully belongs to us." The shorter brother, Lin Si, joined in, his words laced with menace. "Before entering the mountains, our three great families agreed. Any disciple who trespasses onto another's territory shall be dealt with mercilessly. However, if you depart now, we can pretend this encounter never happened," Lin San added. The brother's tone was aggressive, but Wang Shang did not flinch. Instead, he scrutinized them, noting that both were at the fourth level of spirit refining, an equal match for him. With his knowledge of the Zhang family's sword techniques, he planned to use them to avoid suspicion. "What are you, Lin family, to threaten us, the Zhang family? Before us, your family is but a dog," Wang Shang retorted defiantly, lambasting the Lin family. The brothers, incensed, felt their rage boiling. "You insolent brat, I never imagined the new generation of the Zhang family to be so arrogant that in that case, neither of you shall leave here today," Lin San declared, advancing slowly, his sword gripped firmly, emanating an increasingly ominous aura. His brother Lin Si similarly approached from the other side, clearly intent on flanking Wang Shang. "Then let your Lin family's dogs witness the might of the Zhang family's sword techniques." Wang Shang provoked them further while drawing the Qinglong sword from his storage ring, ready to employ the Zhang family's sword techniques and solidify his ruse. "You arrogant brat, you'll pay for your insolence," Lin San roared, charging at Wang Shang, while Lin Si flanked him. The situation grew perilous as they launched their assault. Chapter 11. "Young master, you are so wicked. I like it." Seeing the dual assault, Shu Tong's face turned pale with fear. Yet Wang Shang remained composed. "Come at me," he shouted, simultaneously unleashing the thorn technique at both Lin brothers. Instantly, two tendrils of spiritual energy manifested as thorny vines, swiftly ensnaring them. The brothers, realizing their predicament, shifted to defense, slashing at the vines with their swords. However, the vines entwined around their blades, rendering them ineffective, causing expressions of alarm to flicker across their faces. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Shang lunged at Lin Si with the agility of a hunting leopard. "Dare to kill me. You seek death." Lin Si abandoned his entangled sword, channeling his spiritual energy to strike at Wang Shang. The force behind his palm was formidable, Even before contact, the energy surged forth like raging flames. A technique from the Lin family's unique martial arts, the fiery palm, Wang Shang stood his ground, employing his hardening skill to brace for the impact, while simultaneously executing the Zhang family's leaf fall technique. Leaf fall, he declared coldly, slashing upwards with the Qinglong's sword. At that moment, Lin Si's fiery palm collided with Wang Shang, while Wang Shang's sword struck Lin Si. It was a mutually destructive encounter. Yet, owing to his intermediate hardening skill, Wang Shang withstood Lin Si's novice fiery palm with ease. In contrast, Lin Si could not endure Wang Shang's leaf fall, but a long gash appeared on his chest, crimson blood gushing forth from the wound. How is this possible? My fiery palm struck you, yet you remain unscathed, Lin Si exclaimed in disbelief, coughing up blood. I told you. The Lin family is worthless before the Zhang family. Wang Shang, without hesitation, thrust his sword again, piercing Lin Si's chest. Lin Si fell, unwilling to accept his fate. Lin San, witnessing his brother's demise, let out a roar of anguish. Fourth brother, his eyes widened with rage. Casting aside his entangled sword, he charged at Wang Shang with bare hands. Unleashing a flurry of fiery palms, Wang Shang, undeterred, activated his hardening skill and charged forward, blocking each fiery assault. Upon closing the distance, he executed another leaf fall, severing Lin San's arm in a spray of blood. My arm. Lin San shrieked in agony, clutching the stump. Wang Shang had intentionally on all listen up, expand the search scale for the treasure. If you encounter any solitary disciples from the Zhang family, do not hold back. Yes, Patriarch. The Lin family members responded in unison. If Wang Shang were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. At that moment, he was leading Shu Tong deeper into the Fengqi Mountain. Young master, why are we pretending to be from the Zhang family? Shu Tong asked, puzzled as they walked. Zhang Feng sent someone to ruin my Dantian. Naturally, I must settle the score with the Zhang family. I can kill as many as I want, and it will all fall upon the Zhang family. Let the other families deal with them. We will simply observe, Wang Shang replied with a slight smirk. However, to achieve his desired outcome, he needed to stir up trouble among the three families that I see now. Young master, you're quite cunning. I really like it, Shu Tong said with a smile. Chapter 12. Young master. I will extract the poison for you, Wang Shang, and Shu Tong navigated through the dense forest of Fengqi Mountain, based on the hints his father had given him before entering the mountain. The Jiuyu grass was located at the deepest, most perilous part of Fengqi Mountain. As evening approached, Wang Shang deliberately slowed his pace and found a towering tree, leading Shu Tong up into its branches. At night, fierce beasts roamed Fengqi Mountain, making travel inadvisable, and Shu Tong, having journeyed all day, was feeling fatigued. Xiao Shu, we shall spend the night in this tree. I will construct a treehouse for you, Wang Shang declared. Producing the Qin long sword and beginning to chop branches, securing them with vines to the great tree. Before darkness enveloped the surroundings, he fashioned a rudimentary wooden shelter, though the space was limited, barely accommodating two. It sufficed to shield them from the wind and rain. You should rest early too, young master, Shu Tong said, lying beside him, her cheeks slightly flushed. The small wooden house was cramped. Lying within, they were pressed closely together, and even turning over would lead to contact with one another. You sleep first. I will meditate for a while, Wang Shang replied. Settling into a cross-legged position, he had yet to fully absorb the abundant spiritual energy obtained from refining the seven-colored celestial fragrance flower during the day. And the night was a perfect opportunity for cultivation. All right, young master, then I shall sleep first, Shu Tong said, closing her eyes. Being frail and having traveled all day, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Wang Shang seized the moment to convert the rich spiritual energy within him. After a night of absorbing the energy from the seven-colored celestial fragrance flower, he successfully reached the fifth stage of spirit refinement. The following morning, upon opening his eyes, Wang Shang exhaled a breath of turbid air. Excellent. I've leveled up again in just one day. He was quite pleased. Turning to see Shu Tong still asleep, quietly, he exited the wooden shelter. Eager to refine more energy, the closer he got to the depths of Fengqi Mountain, the greater the danger. Only by enhancing his strength could he protect both himself and Shu Tong. Once he jumped down from the tree, Wang Shang began to scan his surroundings for suitable plants to refine. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, he found no plants over 100 years old or with unique abilities, but he did hear Shu Tong's cries for help. Young master. Upon hearing Shu Tong's distress, Wang Shang immediately turned to look at the small wooden house, only to be horrified to see a gigantic human-faced poison spider slowly crawling toward it. Inside the wooden shelter, Shu Tong had already turned pale with fright, trembling all over. It's a human-faced poison spider, first stage of spirit construction, and it's highly venomous, Wang Shang gasped. With his current strength, he could not possibly contend with the creature. Fortunately, he was now impervious to toxins. Perhaps he could give it a try. Xiao Shu jumped down quickly. Wang Shang ran over urgently. The only way to ensure Shu Tong's safety was for her to leap from the tree. Otherwise, remaining up there would make her a target for the spider. Young master, I'm too scared. Shu Tong's legs quivered in fear, and the wooden house was over 20 meters high. How could a frail girl dare to jump? As they exchanged words, the human-faced poison spider crept closer to the wooden shelter. Wang Shang felt a surge of urgency. Xiao Shu, trust me. I will catch you, he shouted desperately. Hearing this, Shu Tong glanced back at the approaching spider, then bit her lip, closed her eyes, and leaped from the 20-meter-high wooden house, placing her faith in her young master. At that moment, the spider shot a stream of dark green venom toward Shu Tong. Wang Shang's expression changed dramatically. He leaped upward with all his might, catching Shu Tong and embracing her tightly, while turning his back to shield her from the venom with his own body. As Shu Tong was held in Wang Shang's arms, she witnessed the scene unfold, astonished that her young master would risk himself to protect her from the venom. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. No one had ever been willing to sacrifice themselves for her before. Upon landing, Shu Tong anxiously asked, Young master, are you all right? I'm fine. This venom can't harm me. Wang Shang secretly rejoiced that he had refined the 7-colored celestial fragrance flower the day before, granting him immunity to all toxins. Otherwise, that single stream of spider venom could have been lethal. Seeing Wang Shang's complexion stable, Shu Tong felt relieved, only to notice the human-faced poison spider launching several more streams of venom at him. Young master, the spider is coming again. Before Wang Shang could turn around, he leaped several times to evade the venomous sprays, eventually reaching a safe spot, where he set Shu Tong down. Xiao Shu, wait here for me. I will deal with that human-faced poison spider. With that, Wang Shang unsheathed his Qinglong sword and charged toward the spider. Young master, be careful, Shu Tong shouted anxiously. For reasons unknown, in just a few days of being together, she had developed a profound concern for this handsome young man. As Wang Shang reached the base of the tree, the human-faced poison spider descended, attempting to ensnare him with a white silk thread. Do you think you're the only one with tricks? Wang Shang countered, invoking the thorn technique. The mid-level thorn technique matched the spider's silk thread in strength. In midair, the silk and thorns intertwined tightly. Wang Shang immediately pulled downward with all his might, catching the spider off guard and yanking it down from the tree. What a chance, Wang Shang thought as he saw the spider plummeting. He gripped his Qinglong sword and executed a downward strike, slicing through the air. A glint of cold light flashed as the blade carved a long gash into the spider, green blood oozing from the wound. The injured human-faced poison spider hit the ground with a piercing screech, seemingly enraged, and countless smaller spiders emerged from all directions. Wang Shang felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of so many tiny poison spiders. So you can't defeat me and resort to summoning reinforcements? How unsportsmanlike. Wang Shang tightened his grip on the Qinglong sword and surged toward the human-faced poison spider, seizing the opportunity to strike while it was vulnerable. As the smaller spiders swarmed around him, he knew he would have difficulty confronting the human-faced poison spider if he allowed them to surround him. The spider, seeing Wang Shang launch an all-out attack, did not retreat but instead unleashed streams of dark green venom and silk, commanding the smaller spiders to charge. It aimed to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, employing the strategy of ants attacking an elephant. However, Wang Shang was immune to the venom, and when the silk came at him, he ensnared it with the thorn technique. The smaller spiders were easily crushed underfoot, and he disregarded their venom entirely. The human-faced poison spider's true strength lay in its venom and silk, but Wang Shang countered each of its attacks effortlessly. As they closed in, the spider had no choice but to engage in close combat. But it was inexperienced in this form of fighting, and its strength and speed were diminished due to its injuries. In close combat, you are no match for me. Die, Wang Shang declared, engaging in a fierce battle with the human-faced poison spider, ultimately slaying it on the spot. Looking at the pool of green venom on the ground, Wang Shang felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness I refined the 7-colored celestial fragrance flower yesterday. Otherwise, I would have met my demise at the hands of this poison spider today. Just as he began to relax, he heard Shu Tong's startled scream from behind. Alarmed by the sound, Wang Shang turned and rushed toward Shu Tong. Xiao Shu, What happened? Young master, I think a spider bit my neck, Shu Tong said, clutching her neck in pain. A spider bit your neck? Let me see, Wang Shang replied anxiously, while the spider's venom posed no threat to him. It could be fatal for Shu Tong. Carefully, he moved her hand aside and indeed found a small bite mark on her delicate neck, a black wound where the small spider had bitten her. And the toxin was spreading rapidly. If she did not receive timely treatment, the untrained Shu Tong would undoubtedly perish. Xiao Shu, you've been poisoned. Bear with it for a moment. I will extract the toxin. Without waiting for her consent, Wang Shang leaned in to suck the poison from Shu Tong's fair neck. The moment he made contact, Shu Tong trembled slightly, her face flushing crimson, her body growing weak and unsteady, as if she wanted to collapse into Wang Shang's embrace. She couldn't tell if it was due to the spider's poison or something else entirely. Chapter 13. I will never develop feelings for the young master. Not in this lifetime. Wang Shang was indeed earnest in extracting the spider venom from Shu Tong. The dark liquid was drawn from her neck and spat out, followed by a kiss on her delicate neck as he resumed his task. However, midway through this endeavor, Wang Shang noticed that Shu Tong's entire body had gone limp, as if devoid of bones, and she slumped softly into his embrace. Xiao Shu, are you all right? Is the spider venom acting up? Wang Shang asked anxiously as he lifted Shu Tong into his arms and leapt up to the small wooden cabin nestled in the tree. Once he had gently placed her down at the back of the cabin, he reached out to touch her forehead, finding it slightly warm, with her fair face flushed. This caused a wave of concern to wash over him. The spider venom is taking effect far too quickly, he thought. Initially, he believed it was indeed the venom, but upon closer inspection of the wound on her neck, he realized that there was little toxin remaining, leaving him puzzled. You must be feeling unwell. Xiao Shu, where does it hurt? He inquired, his worry palpable. Young master, I feel much better now. After you kissed my neck, I just lost all my strength, Shu Tong responded, calming herself. She too was unsure of what had transpired. After Wang Shang kissed her neck, she felt utterly weak and wanted to collapse into his arms, her body tingling with a peculiar sensation. You lost your strength after the kiss? Is it not due to the spider venom? Wang Shang frowned, perplexed by the situation. I don't know. I just feel much better now, Shu Tong replied, attempting to sit up, the flush on her cheeks gradually fading. Is that so? It seems there might still be some spider venom lingering. Let me help you extract it all, Wang Shang said, still feeling uneasy. Without waiting for her consent, he leaned in again, kissing her soft neck once more. Yes, he did. Shu Tong's face turned a deep crimson. And once again, her strength ebbed away, leaving her feeling weak and yearning to sink back into his embrace. Wang Shang, unaware of her condition, continued to draw the venom from the wound with determination. Confident in his own immunity to toxins and the detoxifying properties of his saliva, Shu Tong's cheeks burned with embarrassment. It seemed she found pleasure in Wang Shang's kisses, even desiring him to continue. The thought made her feel mortified. After a significant moment, Wang Shang finally released her. Seeing that the wound on her neck was entirely free of venom, he felt relieved. All right, I've cleared the toxin completely. Xiao Shu, do you still feel unwell? He asked with genuine concern. No, not at all, Shu Tong replied, her face still flushed and avoiding his gaze. That's good to hear. You should rest in the cabin for a while. I'll go dispose of the corpse of that man-faced spider, Wang Shang stated as he prepared to jump down, but was halted by Shu Tong holding onto his clothing. Young master, please don't stray too far from me, she implored, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Rest assured, I will remain right beneath the tree, not far from you. Call for me if you need anything, Wang Shang reassured her, pulling out a handful of dates from his storage ring and handing them to her. Here, have some dates. I'll return shortly. After placing the dates in her hands, Wang Shang leapt down from the small cabin. As Shu Tong watched his retreating figure, he suddenly recalled the moment he had kissed her neck, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Upon reaching the ground, Wang Shang quickly made his way to the corpse of the man-faced spider. This creature, having cultivated to the first tier of spirit formation, should have amassed a considerable amount of spiritual energy over the years. With anticipation, Wang Shang began to employ the chaos refinement technique. Instantly, a white flame engulfed the corpse, blazing fervently. Sitting nearby, he continuously channeled the chaos refinement technique. After an hour, the body of the man-faced spider was completely refined, and a white orb of light was absorbed into his body. A wave of rich spiritual energy surged through him, filling Wang Shang with immense joy. And he soon realized he had gained the ability to emit poisonous gas to is this the toxic skill acquired from absorbing the man-faced spider? He wondered, experimenting with the release of the toxic energy. Immediately, the plants around him that absorbed the poisonous energy withered rapidly, soon perishing. This sight thrilled Wang Shang immensely. This toxic skill could be quite formidable, infusing toxins into spiritual energy, rendering those who absorbed it poisoned, even making it challenging for cultivators at the spirit formation stage to resist. Wang Shang felt this toxic skill was rather insidious, an excellent choice for both targeted and area attacks. As night fell, Wang Shang returned swiftly to the small cabin. "Young master, you're back," Shu Tong exclaimed upon his return, finding comfort in his presence. "Yes, it's getting late. Xiao Shu, you should rest now," he advised, settling down cross-legged to absorb and convert the spiritual energy within him. Although the man-faced spider was only at the first tier of spirit formation, the energy obtained from refining it was substantial. As he circulated the energy throughout his body, it gradually flowed into the accompanying spiritual jade in his dantian. With the continuous influx of energy, the jade emitted a joyful chime. By morning, Wang Shang's strength had risen a level, breaking through to the 6th stage of spirit refinement, which elated him greatly, gaining a level each day. This pace is quite commendable, he mused, satisfied with his progress. Within a month, he would undoubtedly surpass Zhang Feng. When dawn broke, Shu Tong slowly awakened, noticeably revitalized after a night's rest. "Good morning, young master," she greeted, stretching and flashing him a sweet smile. That smile was like a gentle spring breeze, refreshing and delightful. Wang Shang was momentarily taken aback. Despite her humble background, Shu Tong's beauty was undeniable, deserving of the description that she could outshine even the most exquisite of beauties. "Good morning. Do you wish to rest another day?" he inquired, concerned for her well-being. However, Shu Tong was resolute. "No, we've already delayed a day. Let us hurry on our journey today. I don't want to hold you back." She insisted. "In that case, allow me to carry you down," Wang Shang offered, squatting down. Without hesitation, Shu Tong climbed onto his back, resting against his sturdy frame. She felt too intimidated to leap down from such a height. Wang Shang felt the weight of her body against him, causing a slight stir within him, but he promptly leapt down from the small cabin, landing steadily on the ground. He had no intention of setting Shu Tong down. Determined to carry her forward, concerned that the recently cleared toxins in her weakened state would hinder her ability to endure the journey, with his current strength at the 6th stage of spirit refinement. Carrying a girl weighing over 80 pounds was no challenge at all. However, Shu Tong was reluctant. "Young master, please put me down. I can walk on my own," she protested, twisting her body to free herself. Wang Shang, unable to refuse her, eventually set her down. Yet, after only half a day's travel, Shu Tong began to show signs of fatigue. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her face paled, and her breaths became rapid, while her legs ached from exhaustion. "Let me carry you again. Just stay on my back," Wang Shang insisted, lifting her up without further discussion. Though somewhat domineering, Shu Tong felt warmth in her heart. "Young master, you're so kind that I really don't understand why Miss Su wouldn't want to marry you," she remarked, perplexed. After spending several days together, Shu Tong increasingly believed Wang Shang to be the best person in the world. He would risk his life to save her, and even sucked out the poison from her, without a second thought. Now, seeing her fatigued, he simply carried her without hesitation. Such a wonderful young master was hard to find anywhere else. Do you have feelings for me?" Wang Shang teased, half joking and half serious. His words caused Shu Tong's face to flush with embarrassment, and she retorted defiantly, "I would never fall for young master, not in this lifetime." "That's good to hear. Remember, we are master and maid," Wang Sheng replied, exhaling with relief. He had no intention of genuinely recognizing a substitute bride as his wife, still harboring some resentment towards the Su family. As they walked and chatted, the atmosphere became quite pleasant. Just before noon, Wang Shang suddenly heard the roars of demonic beasts and the sounds of humans engaged in battle. The commotion indicated that humans were clashing with demonic creatures. "Xiao Shu, it seems we have a spectacle to watch," he said. Before Shu Tong could react, Wang Shang leapt up onto a large tree, carrying her with him. From their elevated vantage point, they indeed spotted several individuals engaged in a fierce battle with a 4th-tier blazing leopard. Judging by their sword techniques, these 6 individuals were from the Zhang family of Defeng City. "What a coincidence to encounter you, Zhang family. Even here, since we've crossed paths, don't blame me for taking action," Wang Shang thought, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he prepared to unleash the toxic mist he had just learned. Chapter 14. The young mistress has also learned to be bad. They did not approach the blazing leopard, but instead engaged in a dance of combat around it, entirely denying the fierce creature the opportunity to pounce upon them. However, This blazing leopard was no fool. It suddenly fixed its gaze on the weakest among them and leaped towards him with a surge of speed. The other four, witnessing this, hurriedly drew their swords in an attempt to thwart the leopard's attack. Yet, this time, the leopard disregarded their efforts, determined to sink its fangs into its target, even at the cost of its own wounds. The weakest disciple attempted to retreat, but his speed was evidently no match for the leopard's, and with a horrified scream, he was bitten to death, leaving the leopard with several sword wounds of its own. Damned beast, it has become cunning. Zhang Xiong gritted his teeth, channeling all his spiritual energy to unleash his most powerful move, one sword to the sky. This was a profound technique from the Zhang family's swordsmanship. Comprehensible only to those of exceptional insight, with a single stroke, the sword energy transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting towards the blazing leopard with lightning speed. The leopard, remarkably agile, attempted to evade the attack. Alas, its injuries hindered its reflexes, and the sword energy struck its leg, severing it with a tremendous force. Blood gushed forth, and the leopard, having lost a leg, staggered before collapsing to the ground. You truly are formidable. Elder 6, exclaimed the other three disciples in exhilaration. With a leg amputated, the blazing leopard was left to await its demise, and Zhang Xiong felt a surge of excitement, though he had expended all his spiritual power for this strike. The outcome was undoubtedly rewarding. Excellent. Let us not allow it to escape. This blazing leopard is a treasure trove. Acquiring its demon crystal would yield a tremendous profit. Zhang Xiong's heart raced with anticipation. But just as he prepared to harness more energy for a subsequent attack, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed him, accompanied by a metallic taste in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Zhang Xiong stared in disbelief at the pool of black blood on the ground. What is happening? Why do I feel so lightheaded, and my spiritual energy seems to be in disarray? No sooner had he voiced this thought than he collapsed. Elder 6, the three remaining disciples cried out, rushing to check on him, only to feel a similar wave of dizziness wash over them, followed by their own collapse, each expelling a mouthful of black blood. This is bad. It seems we have been poisoned. Zhang Xiong quickly deduced, though he was perplexed as to how the poisoning had occurred. At that moment, Wang Shang and Shu Tong emerged from the shadows. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. We shall take this blazing leopard. Wang Shang smirked slightly. Who are you? You must be the ones who poisoned us. Zhang Xiong roared in anger from his place on the ground. He never anticipated that he would fall victim to a situation akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Wang Shang was about to respond when Shu Tong interjected. Stepping forward, we are from the Lin family, and we have come to claim what belongs to us, the Zhang family. Wang Shang raised an eyebrow, surprised that this girl had also taken a turn for the worse. After making her declaration, Shu Tong playfully blinked at Wang Shang that he chuckled wryly, as he too had intended to invoke the Lin family name. With this opportunity, he could stoke the flames of animosity between the two families. The Lin family, indeed. Zhang Xiong spat venomously, yet finding himself poisoned, he could do little but concede. We shall forego claiming this blazing leopard. Consider it a gift to you that I hope, for the sake of our past relations. You will spare our lives. Relinquishing to the two young members of the Lin family was disheartening for Zhang Xiong, yet survival necessitated such humility. However, Wang Shang had no intention of letting them off the hook. I am sorry. I want this blazing leopard, and I also want your lives. With that, Wang Shang summoned his spiritual power and struck a palm towards Zhang Xiong. This palm was infused with the Lin family's ultimate technique, the fiery palm, which had grown even more potent with his enhanced strength. Zhang Xiong, already depleted of spiritual energy and weakened by poison, could not muster the strength to resist. Helplessly watching as the fiery palm SD Shu Tong fixated intently on the roasted rabbit meat, her mouth watering incessantly beside her, Wang Shang, observing her, could not help but chuckle. After what felt like an eternity, the rabbit meat was finally ready. Once Wang Shang retrieved the roasted rabbit from the rack, he tore off a leg and handed it to her. Here is a roasted rabbit leg. Do take a bite, but be cautious, it's rather hot. Thank you, young master, Shu Tong responded, accepting the leg and indulging in it rather unrefinedly, albeit scalding her mouth in the process. Yet, her desire for the succulent meat remained unquenched. Eat slowly. No one will snatch it from you. Look, your lips are all greasy, Wang Shang remarked, leaning closer to gently wipe away the oil from the corners of her mouth with his sleeve. As Shu Tong beheld the tenderness in Wang Shang's gaze and his careful actions, tears welled up in her eyes. Since her mother's passing, no one had shown her such kindness. And now, this small gesture from Wang Shang moved her profoundly, bringing forth her tears. Little Shu, Why are tears flowing from your eyes? Are you crying? Wang Shang, initially bewildered, quickly realized the situation. However, he felt somewhat flustered in the presence of a weeping woman. It is merely the smoke from the barbecue irritating my eyes. Shu Tong hastily fabricated an excuse. She was acutely aware of her lowly status and dared not harbor feelings for the young master. Even if she felt deeply touched, she could only bury that emotion within her heart. My apologies. I shall extinguish this smoke immediately, Wang Shang said, promptly dousing the flames. Yet this small act only intensified Shu Tong's tears. Her excuse was merely a pretense, but Wang Shang took it to heart, sincerely striving to alleviate her discomfort. How could such tender concern not move her? Could you please cease your crying? I shall give you all the roasted rabbit meat, Wang Shang suggested, unsure how to comfort her, and offered her the entirety of the roasted rabbit. Upon seeing the whole roasted rabbit, Shu Tong sobbed a few times before abruptly stopping her tears. It seemed she had no resistance against it. Thank you, young master. With tears still glistening in her eyes, she accepted the offering, yet before indulging, she set aside a leg for Wang Shang, seeing Shu Tong no longer in tears. Wang Shang exhaled in relief, while Shu Tong silently cherished her burgeoning fondness for him deep within her heart. Late into the night, as Shu Tong curled up and slumbered in the cave, Wang Shang, noticing her, gently draped his clothing over her. Although Shu Tong was a maid, Wang Shang had gradually grown accustomed to her presence, having initially struggled to accept her. Observing her sweet slumber, he began to meditate in a seated position. Having refined the fiery leopard's essence during the day, the rich spirit energy within him remained unabsorbed, and he took advantage of the night to assimilate it. Closing his eyes, Wang Shang guided the spirit energy to circulate throughout his body before slowly channeling it into the innate spirit jade residing in his dantian. As the energy flowed in, the jade vibrated joyfully, seemingly relishing the influx of spiritual energy. By the early hours, Wang Shang finally transferred all the spirit energy into the innate spirit jade. As it quivered lightly, Wang Shang's strength ascended to the 7th level of spirit refinement. Upon opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Having reached the 7th level of spirit refinement, he was one step closer to the spirit foundation realm. His eyes brimming with confidence. Turning to see Shu Tong still blissfully asleep, he chose not to disturb her and instead stepped outside, intending to procure another wild rabbit for her. However, as he exited the cave, he suddenly noticed a radiant white light illuminating the nearby forest. This light exuded a potent spiritual energy, palpable even from 10 kilometers away. This white light is indeed captivating. How can such rich energy be felt from such a distance? Wang Shang mused, then a thought struck him. Could this white light be emanating from the treasure that fell from the heavens that day? Excitement surged within him. Chapter 16. My dear, I shall charge forth such a dense spiritual energy could only be attributed to a heavenly treasure. With this thought, Wang Shang hurried back into the cave to awaken the slumbering Shu Tong. Little Shu, I have discovered the heavenly treasure. We must hurry to collect it, lest it be snatched away by others. Although their journey to Fengqi Mountain was initially for the Jiuyu grass, acquiring the heavenly treasure would be a splendid bonus. The heavenly treasure has appeared. Shu Tong, still groggy, became alert upon hearing this. Yes, it's only 10 kilometers away. I will carry you there. Quickly, hop on. As Wang Shang crouched down, Shu Tong promptly climbed onto his back, her chest pressed against him, her delicate arms tightly wrapped around his neck, while her slender legs secured themselves around his waist. Hold on tight. I'm about to dash. Wang Shang lifted her slightly, securing her legs around him. Shu Tong gasped in surprise at Wang Shang's newfound speed, instinctively tightening her grip, fearing she might be thrown off. With dawn breaking, Wang Shang sprinted through the forest, his agility and endurance significantly enhanced after absorbing the fiery leopardess essence. Yet, he needed to reach the treasure before anyone else. Hold on. I'm about to accelerate, Wang Shang exclaimed, his heart racing as he focused on the white light ahead, channeling his spirit energy to enhance his speed further. With 3 influential families present at Fengqi Mountain, if he could see the light, so could they. He had to arrive first. Otherwise, the treasure would be lost to others. Shu Tong clung tightly to Wang Shang, feeling as if she were soaring through the air. To ensure she wouldn't hinder him, she gripped him even more firmly, her legs entwined around his waist. The two raced swiftly through the woods, closing the distance to the source of the white light. However, he soon sensed other presences rapidly approaching the light. Clearly, the members of the 3 families had also discovered it. He wondered which family they belonged to. As he pondered this, he quickened his pace. Thanks to refining the fiery leopard, his speed had doubled. Otherwise, he would have been overtaken. In less than half a stick of incense, Wang Shang and Shu Tong arrived first at the source of the white light. At last, we're here, Wang Shang gasped for breath, his recent sprint having drained considerable energy. Thankfully, he had arrived before others. Shu Tong, too, breathed a sigh of relief, nearly overwhelmed by the rapid pace. Upon arrival, Wang Shang immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the blinding light. It emanated from a vast pit, approximately 10 meters in diameter, with the ground cracked like spider silk radiating from its center. The piercing white light of spiritual energy surged forth from within the pit, indicating that the treasure lay at its heart. Indeed, a heavenly treasure. Wang Shang confirmed his suspicions as he observed the scene. Such an occurrence could only result from something descending from the heavens, akin to a meteorite landing. Young master, let us quickly investigate the treasure, Shu Tong urged, curiosity bubbling up inside her at the thought of a precious artifact that had fallen from the sky. Wang Shang nodded and hastened toward the pit. But just as he approached, a fierce sword aura shot toward him from a distance that he felt a chilling sensation at his side and instinctively stepped back, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The sword aura struck a nearby tree, cleaving through its 5-meter trunk with ease, a testament to its formidable power. This treasure belongs to the Chu family. No one else shall lay claim to it. A lithe figure emerged from the thicket. The Chu family? Wang Shang assessed the middle-aged man before him, noting his prowess at the 8th level of Spirit Foundation and his current strength. Wang Shang knew he could not confront him directly. Instead, he would have to resort to cunning. Indeed, I am Chu Lai, the 4th elder of the Chu family. You can leave now and retain your life, but if you dare approach that treasure again, do not blame me for taking your life. Chu Lai tightened his grip on his sword, a dense killing intent radiating from him. Clearly, if Wang Shang dared to take another step closer to the treasure, he would not hesitate to strike. Is that so? I am a disciple of the Zhang family. I spotted this treasure first, so it rightfully belongs to us, Wang Shang countered, attempting to incite animosity while subtly releasing a spirit poison mist. This was his only recourse. He could not match the man before him head-on, especially with more individuals approaching. The Zhang family? This is not your territory. I will count to 3. If you do not depart, I will not hold back. Chu Lai's gaze turned cold as he began his countdown. Point 1. Wang Shang hurriedly accelerated the release of the spirit poison mist. Point 2. Chu Lai tightened his grip on the sword. Shu Tong, too, grew tense, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Point 3. As Chu Lai called out the final number, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he swiftly unleashed his sword, sending a chilling wave of sword energy directly at Wang Shang. The treasure lies within reach. How could Wang Shang possibly give up, just as the sword energy was about to strike him? Wang Shang leaped fiercely into the pit, evading the deadly force while landing deftly inside. Before him gleamed the radiant treasure. Upon witnessing Wang Shang's daring jump into the pit, Chu Lai's heart raced with urgency, and he rushed forward, brandishing his longsword to unleash a flurry of strikes toward Wang Shang. In an instant, 3 sharp waves of sword energy surged toward him with alarming speed. Die! Chu Lai's eyes blazed crimson. He could not allow the treasure to be snatched away by another. Wang Shang, taking a perilous risk, reached out for the glowing treasure, and at that very moment, the 3 sword energies closed in on him. He had no time to react. Yet, in that critical instant, a frail silhouette interposed itself before him. Chapter 17. The lady sacrifices herself to block the sword. The slender figure was none other than Shu Tong. Seeing the young master in imminent danger from the sword energy, she recklessly stepped in front of him without a second thought. The 3 waves of sword energy, however, met her sudden appearance and crashed into her. As Wang Shang turned his head in that fleeting moment, it was already too late. That moment, Wang Shang's heart trembled. He never imagined Shu Tong would shield him from the sword strikes. Given her delicate frame, being hit by the 3 sword energies would surely spell her doom. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a scene drenched in blood, a formidable surge of black energy erupted from Shu Tong's body, shattering the 3 waves of sword energy upon impact. The tremendous rebound force sent Chu Lai, who had charged forward, flying backward, causing him to crash to the ground and spit out blood. The sheer power of the rebound was astonishing. As for Shu Tong, she remained unscathed, even oblivious to what had just transpired. Wang Shang, however, stood there in astonishment. How is this possible? Those were 3 waves of sword energy from the spirit-building realm. Even if they struck me, I would be gravely injured, yet nothing happened to Shu Tong. Instead, she unleashed a counterforce. A sudden memory flashed in Wang Shang's mind. recalling the earlier incident by the pond when Shu Tong had been attacked by the green-eyed water serpent. At that time, a powerful black energy had erupted from beneath the water, propelling the serpent to the surface, mirroring the current situation. Wang Shang suddenly realized that Shu Tong was far from ordinary. Not only was Wang Ting taken aback, but even Chu Lai, who had been knocked back, was equally astonished. How is this possible? Is this young girl truly that powerful? She merely stood there and effortlessly deflected my 3 waves of sword energy, even injuring me in the process. Chu Lai struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His gaze toward Shu Tong now carried a hint of wariness. In stark contrast, Shu Tong appeared utterly innocent and bewildered, unaware of the extraordinary events that had just unfolded. These sword energies seemed rather lackluster. She muttered softly before suddenly recalling something, turning to Wang Shang. Young master, did you obtain the treasure? I have it. We must flee, Wang Shang replied, swiftly grasping Shu Tong and racing ahead. With the treasure secured, there was no time to waste, as he sensed powerful presences converging upon them. Upon spotting Wang Shang escaping, Chu Lai brandished his sword, intent on pursuit. However, after taking only a few steps, he was beset by dizziness, nearly collapsing. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel lightheaded? Chu Lai secretly circulated his spiritual energy to assess his condition. Horrified to discover that his energy had been poisoned. How did my energy become poisoned? Shocked, Chu Lai hastily settled into a meditative posture to purge the toxins. Shortly thereafter, other members of the Chu family arrived at the scene. Elder brother, where is the fallen treasure? A middle-aged man inquired. It was snatched by 2 disciples from the Zhang family. They fled deeper into Fengqi Mountain. We must pursue them. We cannot allow them to abscond with the treasure, Chu Lai urged, still focusing on his detoxification. Understood. The middle-aged man responded, promptly directing the others to follow, while retrieving a signal flare from his storage ring and firing it into the sky. This was a distress signal. Summoning all members of the Chu family to surround and intercept Wang Shang and his companion as the signal flared, nearly 1,000 disciples of the Chu family stationed on Fengqi Mountain sprang into action. Meanwhile, Wang Shang, carrying Shu Tong, sprinted forward, uncertain of their destination, solely focused on distancing themselves from the Chu family's territory. Young master, where are we heading now? Shu Tong weakly inquired from Wang Shang's back. For now, we need to get out of the Chu family's territory, Wang Shang replied, continuing his rapid descent into the depths of Fengqi Mountain. Behind them, countless disciples from the Chu family pursued, including formidable experts from the spirit building and elemental spirit realms, as well as those at the 8th stage of the spiritual body realm. Fortunately, Wang Shang had refined the blazing leopard, granting him a speed that exceeded his usual capabilities. Otherwise, he would have been caught by now. Has the entire Chu family mobilized? So many powerful figures, Wang Shang thought to himself, quickening his pace. Wang Shang's current speed surpassed that of a leopard, rendering him unattainable for those below the spirit-building realm. However, the Chu family boasted experts in that realm, the elemental spirit realm, and the formidable Chu Jintian, the head of the Chu family, at the 8th stage of the spiritual body realm. Such experts moved with far greater speed than ordinary disciples. In no time, Chu Jintian and several elders of the elemental spirit realm closed in on them. This is our Chu family's territory. You cannot escape. Surrender the treasure, and I may spare your lives. Chu Jintian called out from behind. This treasure belongs to the Zhang family. You shall not seize it. As Wang Shang sprinted, he seized the opportunity to incite animosity against the Chu family, since you remain obstinate. Do not blame me for being unmerciful. Chu Jintian's eyes narrowed with cold resolve as he accelerated his pursuit, a green longsword materializing in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung it in Wang Shang's direction. Sensing the chilling intent from behind, Wang Shang knew the sword energy was approaching and summoned the limited spiritual energy within him to hasten his pace. However, this burst of speed would not last long, as his energy was swiftly depleting. Young master, they are catching up, Shu Tong exclaimed, glancing back to see Chu Jintian gaining ground, his sword energy relentlessly attacking them, causing trees to topple in their wake. Wang Shang, despite his bravado, felt a growing sense of unease. He was acutely aware that he could not outrun Chu Jintian, a master of the spiritual body realm. Young master, perhaps you should set me down. That way, you could run faster, Shu Tong suddenly suggested. Although she weighed only about 80 pounds, carrying her hindered Wang Shang's speed. If he were to let her go, he might shake off their pursuers. However, Wang Shang firmly rejected the idea. Even if it costs me my life, I will not abandon you, he declared earnestly, since witnessing Shu Tong sacrifice herself to shield him from the sword energy. His perception of her had irrevocably changed. Though she was a handmaid pledged in marriage, at that moment, Wang Shang regarded her as family. How could he ever forsake a loved one? Wang Shang's words moved Shu Tong deeply. As Chu Jintian's sword energy continued to rain down beside them, uprooting trees, Wang Shang pushed himself to run harder, but his speed was gradually diminishing due to the waning of his spiritual energy. Just as he felt he could no longer continue, he suddenly spotted a massive black phoenix perched atop a colossal tree ahead. Its sharp eyes seemingly locked onto them. A piercing cry echoed from the heavens, followed by the tremendous black phoenix descending before Wang Shang and Shu Tong, blocking their path. Upon seeing this, Wang Shang's expression shifted dramatically. This is it. We're doomed, with a fearsome phoenix in front and the Chu family behind. Even if I surrender the treasure, I fear we may perish here. Chapter 18. Young Master, what if you offer yourself instead? Wang Shang gazed at the enormous magic-feathered phoenix before him, swallowing hard. This creature could effortlessly annihilate 10 of them. Shu Tong, clinging to Wang Shang's back, turned pale at the sight of the colossal phoenix. Its terrifying presence, towering over 20 meters, exuded a dense aura of malevolence, and its piercing eyes seemed ready to devour them whole. In its presence, humanity appeared as mere ants. Why, young master? That seems to be the magic-feathered phoenix. What should we do now? Shu Tong stammered, her voice trembling. I don't know. For now, let's remain still. We can't afford to attract its attention. Wang Shang replied, rooted in place, fearful that even the slightest movement might provoke it. But what about the Chu family behind us? Shu Tong asked, her face etched with anxiety. They fear this magic-feathered phoenix as much as we do. Let's observe the situation for now, Wang Shang suggested after a moment of thought. There was no other option. In fact, Wang Shang's intuition proved correct. The first to catch up, Chu Jintian, initially felt a surge of relief upon seeing Wang Shang and Shu Tong had come to a halt, believing they could no longer flee. Yet, the next moment, his relief evaporated. Before them loomed the gigantic magic-feathered phoenix, the guardian beast of Fengqi Mountain. How could we encounter the magic-feathered phoenix? Chu Jintian furrowed his brow, his mood shifting to one of grave concern. He halted his pursuit, aware that even with his strength at the 8th stage of the spiritual body realm, he was powerless against the phoenix. Wang Shang and Chu Jintian stared at each other, neither daring to make a move, for any action could potentially draw the attention of the feathered phoenix. The two remained in this tense stalemate for a while, until other members of the Chu family arrived, quickly realizing the ominous presence of the feathered phoenix. Patriarch, it is the feathered phoenix. What should we do now? The elder, Chu Changdong, cast a fearful glance at the terrifying creature. The other members of the Chu family displayed similar expressions of dread upon witnessing the formidable feathered phoenix. Everyone refrained from acting recklessly. Any movement could attract the phoenix's attention, Chu Jintian whispered to the group. Even without his warning, none of the pursuing Chu disciples dared to stir. The true extent of the feathered phoenix's power was unknown. All they knew was that 3 years prior, 9 experts of the true spirit body had attempted to hunt it, resulting in 5 fatalities and 4 severely injured who fled in terror. This was a testament to the phoenix's terrifying prowess. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, a silence so profound that no one dared to move, including Wang Shang and his companions, who became acutely cautious with their breathing, fearful of drawing attention. The piercing gaze of the feathered phoenix swept over the gathered crowd, ultimately resting on Shu Tong, who was perched on Wang Shang's back. Its sharp eyes shifted, revealing a flicker of fear, and then it spread its massive wings and soared directly towards the Chu family. The shrill cry of the phoenix sent waves of panic through the crowd, causing their faces to pale. This is bad. The feathered phoenix is flying towards us. Retreat. Chu Jintian commanded immediately upon noticing the phoenix's approach. As the command was issued, he was the first to dash away. It was absurd. How could this group of mere mortals hope to contend with a creature that even 9 experts of the true spirit body could not subdue? In an instant, the Chu family members scattered in all directions. The feathered phoenix unleashed its wrath upon them, spewing forth a torrent of black flames that quickly engulfed the surrounding area in a sea of fire. Those who could not escape swiftly were incinerated in an instant. Witnessing the phoenix charge towards the Chu family, Wang Shang felt a mix of astonishment and elation. Excellent. The feathered phoenix is targeting the Chu family. Now is my chance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wang Shang hurried deeper into the heart of Fengqi Mountain. The chaos caused by the feathered phoenix's attack meant the Chu family could not afford to pursue him, and soon Wang Shang vanished from sight. Hours later, panting heavily, Wang Shang traversed the depths of Fengqi Mountain, glancing back to find no trace of the Chu family, and the surrounding area was devoid of any human presence. Did he last? I've shaken them off. He sighed in relief, reflecting on the harrowing escape. Had it not been for the sudden assault by the feathered phoenix on the Chu family, he might well have met his end. Young master, the Haven Tea followed us. Could you please set me down? Shu Tong implored, concerned for Wang Shang's fatigue. Wang Shang, indeed weary, had exhausted all his spiritual energy in his flight, leaving him drained. As soon as he set Shu Tong down, she tenderly wiped the sweat from his brow with her sleeve. Wang Shang, caught off guard by her attentiveness, found himself momentarily lost in thought, wondering how she had grown more enchanting. Xiao Shu, in any perilous situation henceforth, do not position yourself in front of me. Do you understand? Wang Shang declared with utmost seriousness. A man of stature such as himself could not allow a delicate maiden to bear the brunt of danger. He simply could not bear to see her harmed. Oh, Shu Tong replied softly, though she felt she would still step forward to shield him without hesitation if the need arose. Nevertheless, I must thank you for saving my life. How may I express my gratitude? Wang Shang asked earnestly. Perhaps you could offer your hand in marriage. Shu Tong jested playfully. Her words caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Wang Shang was momentarily at a loss for words, prompting Shu Tong to quickly clarify. I was merely jesting, young master. You've saved my life as well. We are even. Relieved, Wang Shang continued. In that case, I shall catch a rabbit for you to eat later? Yes, please. Shu Tong's eyes sparkled at the thought of roasted rabbit, a flavor she fondly remembered. Wang Shang, witnessing her delight, felt a surge of happiness himself. As night fell, Wang Shang found a cave, set up a cooking spit, and roasted 3 rabbits for Shu Tong, ensuring she had her fill. Delicious, Shu Tong exclaimed, savoring the roasted meat with satisfaction. Take your time. There are still 2 left, Wang Shang chuckled, finding her enthusiasm charming. By the way, young master, what was that treasure you acquired? Shu Tong suddenly recalled and inquired. Yes, I almost forgot about that important item, Wang Shang replied, reaching into his spatial ring to retrieve it. However, halfway through, he hesitated and stood up to cover the cave entrance with branches and leaves. The treasure emitted light, and should it be discovered by members of other families, it could lead to trouble. Thus Wang Shang remained cautious. Once he ensured the entrance was completely concealed, he dared to unveil the treasure. As the treasure emerged, a radiant white light illuminated the entire cave. Upon glimpsing its form, Wang Shang couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. It was a square stone, roughly the size of a man's palm, suffused with rich spiritual energy, adorned with engravings of mountains, rivers, a palace, and 3 divine beasts. This a sculpted stone tablet, Wang Shang mused, examining the spiritual stone closely. It radiated an abundance of spiritual energy, but its precise purpose eluded him. As he continued to ponder, Shu Tong, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned in closer. Young master, may I have a look? Of course, Wang Shang replied, handing the stone tablet to her. She scrutinized it thoroughly but failed to discern its significance. I don't understand. It merely appears to be a sculpted slab of stone depicting mountains and rivers, she remarked, disappointment evident on her face. This is a treasure that has fallen from the heavens. Surely it cannot be just an ordinary stone tablet, Wang Shang retorted, shifting his attention to the engravings. After examining them carefully, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. This spiritual stone tablet seems incomplete. His tone shifted to one of intrigue. Incomplete? Shu Tong blinked curiously, her expression mirroring her confusion. Indeed, the engravings on the upper and right sides are intact, but those on the lower and left sides are fragmented, as if they have been severed, rendering it incomplete, Wang Shang explained, gesturing towards the tablet. Shu Tong nodded in agreement. You're right. The lower and left engravings are indeed lacking. It seems this is a semi-finished sculpted board. It appears so. I wonder what its purpose is. However, given its rich spiritual energy, using it for cultivation may expedite my progress, Wang Shang surmised, contemplating its potential use for refining it. He had no intention of doing so. Considering it a precious treasure from the heavens. I shall take it back for my father to examine. The thought crossed his mind, and he settled into a meditative position, placing the spiritual stone tablet on his lap. He began to cultivate, absorbing the abundant spiritual energy emanating from the tablet. As he drew in the continuous flow of energy, he guided it throughout his body, gradually refining it and directing it into the accompanying spiritual jade in his dantian. With the influx of energy, the jade began to vibrate joyfully, absorbing the incoming spiritual energy like a sponge. Unbeknownst to Wang Shang, his strength was steadily increasing throughout the night. By dawn, he found himself elevated to the 8th level of the spirit refining realm. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. What a relief! I've advanced another level overnight. He gazed down at the spiritual stone tablet resting on his lap, noticing that its radiant white light had dimmed somewhat after a night's use. It seems I've absorbed some of its spiritual energy. I wonder if it will replenish itself, he mused with anticipation. With this spiritual stone tablet, it felt as though he possessed a personal haven. Its rich spiritual energy akin to that of a celestial realm. After placing the stone tablet back into his spatial ring, dawn broke, and Shu Tong rubbed her sleepy eyes, waking up beside him. Young master, have you finished your training? She yawned, having kept vigil by his side throughout the night. Yes, let us continue our search for the Jiuyu grass, Wang Shang replied, rising to his feet. Their quest to find the elusive Jiuyu grass had brought them deep into Fengqi Mountain. It was time to press on. After nodding in agreement, Shu Tong followed Wang Shang out of the cave. Gentle rays of light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. Wang Shang and Shu Tong tread carefully over the dry twigs and leaves, advancing slowly, while the distant roars of wild beasts echoed around them, causing Shu Tong to clutch Wang Shang's sleeve tightly. Young master, it seems there are many ferocious beasts here, she expressed anxiously. Do not fear. I am here, Wang Shang reassured her, gripping his Qin long sword and remaining vigilant. After an entire half-day of searching, Wang Shang and his companions had yet to find the elusive Jiuyu grass. Just as he was about to surrender hope, a patch of dark marshland not far ahead caught his eye. There, amidst the murk, he spotted a substantial expanse of Jiuyu grass. At last, he had found it. Wang Shang's heart brimmed with joy as he retrieved a drawing of the Jiuyu grass that his father had crafted for him. Comparing it from a distance, it was an exact match. Seeing this, Shu Tong was equally elated, for she finally had the medicinal herb that could alleviate her suffering. However, just as she was about to approach and collect it, Wang Shang seized her arm. Little Shu, do not approach. The Jiuyu grass grows in the marsh. Recklessly venturing forth could lead you to be ensnared by its depths, he cautioned. But how can we gather it? Shu Tong queried. Her anxiety palpable, Wang Shang remained silent, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the ominous marshland. That a simple marsh would be manageable. With my spiritual energy, I could traverse its surface. Yet what I fear most is the possibility of high-level demon beasts or magical creatures lurking within. With Wang Shang's current prowess at the 8th stage of spirit refinement and his leopard-like agility, he could navigate the marsh, but the potential presence of formidable foes was a looming concern. Moreover, any beasts capable of thriving in such treacherous terrain would undoubtedly be of a considerable caliber. Upon hearing this, Shu Tong too felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. After a thorough inspection of the marsh, Wang Shang quickly resolved to take action. It was time to test his luck. He hoped that he would not encounter a formidable beast. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to venture into the marsh, only to be halted once more by Shu Tong. Young master, perhaps we should reconsider. This marsh is far too perilous, she implored, worry etched across her features. She did not wish for Wang Shang to meet his demise in this treacherous place on her account. For you, I would brave even the most perilous of abysses, Wang Shang declared, and with that, he summoned his spiritual power, dashing toward the marsh with incredible speed. Having come this far, there was no reason to turn back. Shu Tong's heart swelled with emotion as she witnessed her young master recklessly plunging into the marsh. His striking silhouette indelibly etched in her mind. The marsh's soil was soft, yielding to weight, yet Wang Shang's speed enabled him to lightly skim across its surface, rendering him impervious to its grasp. As he swiftly maneuvered through the marsh, he deftly collected the Jiuyu grass, one by one, into his spatial ring. After several trips back and forth, he had amassed a considerable quantity. If he could gather a bit more, it would expedite Shu Tong's recovery. With this thought in mind, Wang Shang continued to navigate the marsh, and to his delight, he discovered an exceptionally large specimen of Jiuyu grass in full bloom at the center. Overcome with excitement, he raced toward the flowering Jiuyu grass. Yet, just as he reached out to pluck it, a colossal beast erupted from beneath the plant, its gaping maw aimed directly at Wang Shang. Seemingly lying in wait for prey, young master. Shu Tong's face paled at the sight. A 3-meter-long fish-tailed demon sprang from the depths of the marsh, its jaws wide open, ready to devour Wang Shang, who had unwittingly drawn its attention. The creature had patiently observed him, lying in ambush at the heart of the marsh until the opportune moment arose. It was evident that this fish-tailed beast was a skilled predator. its strength at the first stage of spirit construction, significantly surpassing Wang Shang's own. Fortunately, Wang Shang had remained vigilant. The instant the fish-tailed demon lunged, he hurled his Qinglong sword with precision in close quarters. The sword struck the demon's mouth, drawing forth a cascade of crimson blood. Wang Shang deftly retreated, employing his agile movements to narrowly evade the demon's surprise attack, had it not been for his leopard-like swiftness. Even a successful strike would not have spared him from its deadly jaws. Enraged by the wound, the fish-tailed demon retaliated with a swift sweep of its powerful tail, its speed astonishing. Wang Shang, caught unawares, had no choice but to activate his hardening skill. With a resounding crash, Wang Shang was struck by the demon's tail. Although the hardening skill protected him from injury, the force sent him tumbling several meters away, causing him to sink into the marsh. This was the peril of battling within such treacherous terrain. Damn it, I can't muster any strength. Wang Shang's heart raced with anxiety. The marsh's soft soil offered little resistance. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Young master, Shu Tong, witnessing his plight from the shore, was frantic with worry and nearly rushed to his aid, but Wang Shang's voice rang out just in time. Stay back. Remain on the shore. I can handle this. The fish-tailed demon, however, was swiftly approaching, having been born and bred in the marsh, where it faced no obstacles. The only hindrance was the Qinglong sword lodged in its mouth, inflicting considerable pain. As the demon drew nearer, Wang Shang's mind raced, and he unleashed several thorn spells, which manifested as tendrils of spiritual energy that swiftly ensnared the beast. Caught off guard, the fish-tailed demon found itself tightly bound. Seizing the moment, Wang Shang pulled with all his might, freeing himself from the muck, and began to drag the demon towards the shore using his agile movements. In the marsh, he stood no chance against the demon. However, on solid ground, he would have a fighting chance. Realizing Wang Shang's intentions, the demon intensified its struggles, and with its immense strength, it managed to break free from one of the thorn bindings. Nevertheless, Wang Shang had successfully pulled it several meters closer to the shore. With the second thorn binding also severed, the demon was now within mere meters of safety. As the third thorn binding threatened to snap, Wang Shang hastily cast 3 more thorns upon the beast. The fish-tailed demon, having barely escaped 2 bindings, was now ensnared once more, its frustration palpable. Unable to break free, it began to swim in the opposite direction, exerting its strength against Wang Shang. The sudden shift momentarily halted Wang Shang's progress, and he felt his speed diminishing. Damn it, this creature dares to challenge my strength. Panic surged within him, for if he slowed any further, the marsh would claim him. Fortunately, he was close to the shore, with several sturdy trees nearby. Spotting the nearest tree, Wang Shang unleashed another thorn spell, which accurately wrapped around the trunk. With every ounce of strength and spiritual energy, he heaved the fish-tailed demon toward the shore. Akin to throwing a shot put, the demon, initially resisting, was caught off guard by the overwhelming force and was flung through the air, landing with a thunderous crash upon the ground. Once ashore, the fish-tailed demon writhed, attempting to return to the marsh, but Wang Shang was swift to intercept. Die! He bellowed, drawing a large blade from his spatial ring and aiming it at the demon. The creature retaliated with a lash of its tail, desperate to fight back. Yet, on solid ground, its power was greatly diminished. With a nimble leap, Wang Shang evaded the attack and struck down with his blade, cleaving a deep gash into the demon's flesh. Crimson blood gushing forth. In pain, the fish-tailed demon thrashed desperately, but Wang Shang would not grant it reprieve. He unleashed a flurry of strikes with his blade, and after several relentless blows, the demon's struggles waned. Ultimately succumbing to its injuries, exhausted, Wang Shang collapsed to the ground, drained of all energy and spiritual force, but he had succeeded in slaying the fish-tailed demon. Shu Tong rushed to his side. Young master, are you all right? She inquired, her face a mask of concern. I am fine. Your young master is still quite formidable, Wang Shang replied, panting heavily. Yet before he could catch his breath, his pupils dilated in horror as a massive black phoenix descended from the sky. No way. Another encounter with the magical feathered phoenix at such a time. Despair enveloped him. Even at full strength, he was no match for the phoenix. How could he hope to stand against it now? Utterly depleted, little Shu, run. The magical feathered phoenix is coming. He shouted urgently. Though she too had spotted the descending phoenix, fear gripped her heart, yet she remained resolute, steadfastly standing by Wang Shang's side. Young master, I will not flee. If death comes, let it be together, Shu Tong declared, her eyes filled with determination. You foolish girl. Wang Shang let out a bitter laugh. He found himself utterly powerless against her. As he watched the magical feathered phoenix crash down before them. Despair enveloped his heart. Shu Tong, too, had resolved to die alongside her master. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The magical feathered phoenix, upon landing, did not attack them. Instead, it bowed its head towards Shu Tong, much like a subject paying homage to a sovereign. This spectacle left both Wang Shang and Shu Tong momentarily speechless. Chapter 21. A grateful heart, bound by devotion. What on earth is happening? Why is it bowing to us? Wang Shang was profoundly taken aback. He had braced himself for death, yet this magical feathered phoenix was deigning to lower its head to them. What could this possibly mean? Shu Tong, equally astonished, inquired, Master, what does this signify? Is it bowing before us as a sign of respect before consuming us? Her voice trembled. Under normal circumstances, such a remark might have evoked laughter, but now, Wang Shang could not muster a smile. Perhaps so, he replied with a struggle, positioning Shu Tong protectively behind him. If it must feast, then let it feast upon me. This girl possesses little flesh, hardly enough to satisfy your appetite. My muscles, on the other hand, are abundant and would surely provide a satisfying crunch. Wang Shang summoned his courage and addressed the magical feathered phoenix. Even in the face of death, he felt compelled to shield Shu Tong. Yet, to his surprise, Shu Tong stepped forward, interjecting, "It would be better to consume me. My flesh is tender and delectable." Her eyes shone with determination. Seeing Shu Tong step forward caused the magical feathered phoenix to tremble slightly, as if it feared being devoured, and it lowered its head even further. This left both Wang Shang and Shu Tong bewildered. However, Wang Shang noticed this detail and suddenly realized that the magical feathered phoenix did not seem to have come to devour them, but rather to acknowledge a master. To know, the magical feathered phoenix is not here to eat us. It appears to be seeking a master, Wang Shang mused, furrowing his brow as he voiced his thoughts. Recognizing us as its master? Shu Tong asked in confusion. To be precise, it seems to be recognizing you as its master. Observe how it continually bows its head to you. Every time you move closer, it flinches as if in fear, Wang Shang explained, gesturing towards the magical feathered phoenix. This scenario reminded Wang Shang of their arrival at Fengqi Mountain when three formidable fourth-tier spirit-refining giant-toothed wolves had fled upon seeing Shu Tong. If the first instance had been a mere coincidence, then this second occurrence was undoubtedly not. It was evident that Shu Tong was indeed extraordinary. It fears me and seeks to acknowledge me as its master? Shu Tong pointed at herself, incredulous. She possessed no cultivation, unable even to slay a chicken, while this magical feathered phoenix was a powerful beast that even 9 true spirit masters could not contend with. It resembled a supreme master fearing a mere 3-year-old child and desiring to acknowledge that child as its lord. Was that not utterly implausible? Though the situation was indeed remarkable, it was nonetheless the truth. Go ahead and speak to it. Instruct it to fly 3 circles in the sky, Wang Shang suggested, contemplating the magical feathered phoenix. Should it comply, it would confirm that the creature truly sought to acknowledge Shu Tong. Can it really understand me? Shu Tong asked, her face filled with anxiety. Just give it a try. What if it actually follows your command? Wang Shang replied, brimming with anticipation. Very well, I shall give it a try. Shu Tong swallowed hard and stepped forward, nervously commanding the magical feathered phoenix. You, little phoenix, go and fly 3 circles in the sky. Her words bore the audacity akin to a child commanding a master. Yet the moment they left her lips, the magical feathered phoenix flapped its wings, soaring into the sky and indeed completing 3 circles before returning. Wang Shang and Shu Tong were astounded. Their initial doubts were replaced by certainty. Xiao Shu, it seems the magical feathered phoenix genuinely wishes to recognize you as its master, Wang Shang exclaimed, both amazed and delighted. It truly seems to heed my words, Shu Tong remarked, astonished. But why is that? This is a high-level magical beast. With it as your protector, who would dare to bully you in the future? Wang Shang replied excitedly. The strength of the magical feathered phoenix was conservatively estimated to be at least at the golden body spirit realm. If not higher, then no one will be able to bully my master anymore. Whoever dares to bully you shall face its wrath, Shu Tong chimed in, her enthusiasm palpable as she cast a loving glance at the magical feathered phoenix. However, the sheer size and intimidating appearance of the magical feathered phoenix posed a challenge. But it's far too large, and its appearance is quite fearsome. It would be difficult to take it outside. Shu Tong pondered, glancing at the phoenix's towering 20-meter frame, feeling a hint of distress, seemingly understanding Shu Tong's discomfort. The magical feathered phoenix let out a melodious cry, releasing a myriad of black magical energies. Its massive form rapidly diminished until it transformed into a small, black sparrow, no larger than a hand. Wang Shang and Shu Tong stood in awe, their mouths agape at the phoenix's astonishing transformation. It had become a diminutive sparrow, thus avoiding attracting undue attention. Wang Shang nodded approvingly, while Shu Tong expressed satisfaction at the magical feathered phoenix's new form, with the magical feathered phoenix accompanying them. It was akin to having a formidable protector, alleviating their fears of future threats. Capturing the magical feathered phoenix was a delightful surprise, but the true objective for their journey to Fengqi Mountain was to obtain the elusive Jiuyu grass. Turning his gaze back to the magical feathered phoenix, Wang Shang swiftly retrieved a piece of Jiuyu grass from his storage ring and handed it to Shu Tong. Xiao Shu, try this Jiuyu grass and see if it has any effect on your condition. His expression was one of eager anticipation. Their purpose for coming to Fengqi Mountain was to find this Jiuyu grass for Shu Tong's ailment. Now that they had located it, they were keen to test its efficacy. After receiving the black Jiuyu grass, Shu Tong hesitantly placed it in her mouth. It was her first experience consuming such an herb, and it tasted quite unpleasant. But for the sake of her health, she persevered and chewed it down. As soon as the Jiuyu grass entered her stomach, Shu Tong felt a warm current surging through her body, banishing the coldness that had previously enveloped her. Xiao Shu, how do you feel? Is there any improvement? Wang Shang inquired, filled with hope. It works. I feel much warmer now, and my limbs are no longer cold. Shu Tong replied joyfully, extending her delicate, pale hands towards Wang Shang. She yearned to share her joy with him. Wang Shang instinctively grasped Shu Tong's hands, feeling their softness and warmth, which filled him with exhilaration. This is wonderful. The Jiuyu grass is truly effective for you, Xiao Shu. From now on, you need not endure the torment of that ailment every month. His excitement was palpable as he held her hands tightly. Shu Tong, too, shared in the elation. This affliction had plagued her since she could remember, and now, relief was finally within reach. The two of them, hand in hand, basked in their happiness until, after a considerable time, they finally came back to reality. Wang Shang awkwardly released her hands, while Shu Tong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Master, thank you for risking your life to procure the Jiuyu grass for me. Shu Tong suddenly expressed her gratitude. And how do you plan to repay me? Wang Shang teased with a smile that a mere girl has nothing to offer in return but to dedicate myself to you. Shu Tong replied, her face flushed as she uttered those words, startling even herself. Chapter 22. What to do if my wife sees everything? Wang Shang was taken aback by Shu Tong's playful banter. Chuckling as he responded, you little rascal have learned to joke with your master. Such words should not be tossed about lightly. From now on, refrain from making such jesting remarks, seeing that her master had taken it lightly. Shu Tong breathed a sigh of relief, though she felt an unexpected pang of disappointment within, a complex emotion she struggled to comprehend. I understand, master. I shall refrain from such talk in the future. Shu Tong replied, calming her heart. As she observed Wang Shang, who was covered in mud, particularly on his lower half, she expressed her concern. Master, let us not dwell on such matters. You are in dire need of a wash. Having battled the fish-tailed scourge, Wang Shang's lower half was indeed caked in mud, making it imperative for him to clean himself. It is indeed time for a wash, but it seems there are no bathing facilities here, Wang Shang remarked, scanning their surroundings, which consisted solely of marshland and trees. Master, do not forget, we have Xiaohei with us. Shu Tong suddenly pointed towards the transformed black sparrow, the magical feathered phoenix. The magical feathered phoenix seemed to comprehend their conversation, flapping its wings and circling around them before flying off in a particular direction. Wang Shang and Shu Tong exchanged glances and quickly followed. The magical feathered phoenix was the sovereign of Fengqi Mountain. Having inhabited this area for over a century, it was undoubtedly well acquainted with its surroundings. Under the guidance of the magical feathered phoenix, they encountered no obstacles along the way. Whenever they encountered beasts, they were promptly frightened away by the phoenix's call. Soon, they arrived at a picturesque paradise. Here, the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Vibrant flowers adorned the ground, and a refreshing waterfall cascaded from a height. Below the waterfall lay a crystal-clear pool, perfect for bathing. Master, this place is enchanting, Shu Tong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she surveyed the blooming flora, her joy reminiscent of a child. Indeed, the flowers are beautiful, and so is the person, Wang Shang blurted out, and upon hearing this, Shu Tong's cheeks flushed crimson. though her heart swelled with happiness. All right, I am going to bathe now. Xiao Shu, please turn around, Wang Shang requested, needing to undress completely to wash off the mud that had sullied his lower half, naturally not wishing for Shu Tong to witness him in such a state. I will wait for you over there. Shu Tong indicated a stone not far from the pool. With the magical feathered phoenix accompanying her, Wang Shang felt at ease. All right, just don't wander too far. Wang Shang nodded briefly before sprinting towards the pool beneath the waterfall. However, just as he stripped off his clothes, Shu Tong suddenly recalled something and dashed back. Young master, your change of clothes, yes, Shu Tong spoke. She was abruptly taken aback by the scene before her eyes widening in astonishment, unable to blink. Wang Shang quickly reacted, horrified, and hurriedly covered his lower half. Xiao Shu, what are you looking at? Turn around at once. He shouted anxiously. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush with embarrassment. This was disastrous. His lifelong innocence had been completely exposed to this girl. Oh, Shu Tong blushed and turned away, covering her face as she ran off in a flustered hurry. But the shameful image lingered in her mind. Wang Shang felt utterly vexed. He had never anticipated a day when he would be so exposed. The water in the pool was refreshing, but it couldn't wash away the awkwardness of the earlier moment. Meanwhile, Shu Tong sat on a rock, her mind filled with thoughts of the scene involving the young master. She was taken aback by how well-built he was. Upon realizing this, Shu Tong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks turning crimson. Just as she was lost in thought, Wang Shang, having finished bathing and changed his clothes, approached her from behind. Xiao Shu, what did you see just now? Wang Shang asked, his expression darkening. The sudden voice startled Shu Tong, causing her to turn around quickly, her face a mask of nervousness and confusion. I saw nothing. No, I mean, young master, I didn't see anything at all. Her words tumbled out in a jumbled rush due to her anxiety. Upon hearing this, Wang Shang's face darkened further. It was indeed a disaster. She had seen everything. You tell me, how should I punish you? Wang Shang pretended to be angry. Young master, it wasn't intentional. You can punish me however you wish. Shu Tong replied pitifully. Wang Shang couldn't truly be angry with her. Instead, seeing her distressed expression made his heart ache a little. That he then said, in that case, you shall roast a rabbit for me tonight. Roast rabbit? Shu Tong's eyes brightened slightly. You little glutton, Wang Shang replied with a hint of exasperation. Feeling utterly helpless against her, night fell. Under the guidance of the magical feathered phoenix, Wang Shang and Shu Tong went to catch a rabbit, leading them to a concealed cave behind the waterfall. This cave was so hidden that outsiders would never suspect the existence of such a place, had it not been for the magical feathered phoenix. They would have never discovered it. I can't believe there's a cave behind the waterfall, Shu Tong exclaimed in wonder, while Wang Shang felt a sense of curiosity and anticipation, sensing a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from within. Soon, guided by the magical feathered phoenix, they ventured to the innermost part of the cave, where they were met with a shocking sight. A white skeleton leaned against the cave wall, and the spiritual energy they felt was emanating from it. Shu Tong, upon seeing the skeleton, instinctively moved closer to Wang Shang. In contrast, Wang Shang, emboldened, began to scrutinize the skeleton closely. It was of adult size and still adorned with a garment from Tianling Academy, appearing to have been dead for many years, at least over a decade. This is the attire of Tianling Academy. It seems this was a person from there, Wang Shang deduced, having seen such clothing during his previous assessment at the academy, where the words Tianling were embroidered on the chest and sleeves. However, the golden Tianling on the skeleton's garment made it difficult for him to ascertain the identity of the individual, as the disciples and elders he had encountered wore blue and red versions of the same garment. The color distinction in the Tianling symbol denoted different ranks, and Wang Shang was unaware of what the golden designation represented. Young master, was this person from Tianling Academy? Shu Tong asked nervously. It seems so, but I cannot discern their rank within the academy, Wang Shang replied, his gaze falling upon the ring on the skeleton's finger. With the death of the individual, that ring had become an unclaimed item. Approaching cautiously, Wang Shang carefully slid the ring off the finger, directing his consciousness into it. Upon seeing the contents within, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 23, Young Master. Get in the car. The items within the ring left Wang Shang astounded, as they were an array of precious treasures, spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts, weapons, and more, everything one could imagine, including some everyday necessities. Oh, there's also an identity token here, he noted, Pulling out the token.it was a golden plaque, embossed with the words Tianling Academy on one side and Saint Master on the other. Seeing the words Saint Master, Wang Shang furrowed his brow. I don't recall hearing about such a position at Tianling Academy. After some contemplation, he combined this with the golden Tianling on the garment and concluded that this individual must have held considerable status within the academy, though the specifics eluded him. The fact that such a high-ranking person had met their end in this secluded cave struck Wang Shang as peculiar. How could they have died in such an isolated place? Despite racking his brain, he couldn't fathom the circumstances and eventually decided to abandon the thought. Setting aside other concerns, he resolved to refine the remains, as leaving them here would only lead to waste. With that in mind, Wang Shang sat down and began to invoke the chaotic refining technique on the skeleton that a white flame accurately landed upon the remains. Igniting quickly, given Wang Shang's current strength, he anticipated that refining a skeleton would be a swift endeavor. However, after an entire night, he had yet to fully refine it, which left him secretly alarmed and eager for the rewards that awaited him. After 2 days of continuous refining, the skeleton was finally completely refined, and a solid white light orb was absorbed into his body. An immense surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. Wang Shang was astonished. While he had expected a substantial influx of spiritual energy, he had not anticipated it would be this overwhelming. Without pausing to examine the acquired techniques, he immediately began to convert and absorb the torrent of spiritual energy. If he didn't act quickly, he risked being overwhelmed by it. Countless streams of energy surged through his body, but he skillfully guided them to circulate within him. After one complete cycle, he slowly began to channel the refined energy into the spirit jade residing in his dantian. The spirit jade quivered joyfully as it absorbed the pure energy. With each influx of energy, the vibrations grew more pronounced, and after one final surge, Wang Shang's strength successfully ascended to the 9th stage of spirit refinement. Yet, this was just the beginning, for plenty of spiritual energy still remained within him. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Shang continued to meditate, eager to use this vast reservoir of power to break through to the spirit-building realm. Only by reaching that realm would he stand a chance against Zhang Feng. As time passed, Wang Shang's strength rapidly grew. The spirit jade in his dantian, after absorbing the immense energy, gradually shifted from white to a vibrant blue. When the last trace of spiritual energy flowed into the spirit jade, it completed its transformation, and Wang Shang officially broke through to the spirit-building realm. A halo of white light flashed around him, and he opened his eyes in exhilaration. Wonderful! I finally broke through to the spirit-building realm. I can't believe this skeleton provided me with such abundant spiritual energy. Wang Shang felt a surge of excitement, confirming his suspicions that refining the remains of a master would yield a significant amount of energy. Moreover, he was delighted to discover that he had acquired the Saint Master's signature technique, 10,000 swords to slay immortals. This was the renowned skill of the Saint Master, now belonging to Wang Shang. 10,000 swords to slay immortals was classified as a ground-tier technique, one that only true geniuses could comprehend. It was evident that the Saint Master had been an exceptionally formidable individual. Wang Shang couldn't help but reflect on this. In the realm of Lingwu, techniques were categorized by potency, from low to high, yellow, Xin, D, and Tian. Each tier was further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The techniques Wang Shang had previously refined from plants were only considered yellow tier, whereas 10,000 swords to slay immortals was a ground tier technique, highlighting its extraordinary power. This is fantastic. With this technique, I can defeat opponents of higher ranks. However, I must refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary, as doing so could expose the existence of the Saint Master. Wang Shang reminded himself. Currently, he was unaware of how the Saint Master had met his demise, making it crucial to keep this technique concealed. If the Master had been killed by an enemy, then learning this technique might draw unwanted attention. After concluding these matters, Wang Shang dug a pit in the cave and buried the Saint Master's clothing within it. Having reaped so many benefits, it was only fitting to create a proper resting place for him. Young Master, who was this Saint Master? Shu Tong inquired, glancing curiously at the inscription on the wooden tablet. I don't know. Perhaps he was merely a tragic figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died in such a desolate location. Wang Shang sighed, turning his gaze toward the cave entrance. Unbeknownst to them, they had already spent 15 days in Fengqi Mountain, and it was time to return. Jiuyo grass, treasures from the heavens, all have been acquired, along with numerous precious items from the Holy Master. Upon returning, diligent cultivation will surely lead to significant advancements in power. Xiao He, transform into the great phoenix and escort us down the mountain. Shooting has become quite adept at commanding the magic feather phoenix. During Wang Shang's recent days of training, she had already instructed the magic feather phoenix to catch rabbits for their meals, which seemed rather excessive for the dominant ruler of Fengqi Mountain to be hunting mere wild hares. Following her command, the magic feather phoenix outside the cave transformed into a magnificent creature over 20 meters tall. "Young master, please get in," Shooting imitated Wang Shang's tone. Hearing this, Wang Shang couldn't help but chuckle. This girl had learned everything from him. "All right, let us go," Wang Shang said, lifting Shooting into his arms before gracefully leaping onto the phoenix's back. "Xiaohei, take us down the mountain." As soon as the words left his lips, the magic feather phoenix spread its massive wings and soared into the sky. This was the first time both Wang Shang and Shooting experienced flight, and the sudden acceleration nearly caused Shooting to tumble off the phoenix's back, but she clung tightly to Wang Shang. "Hold on tight, acceleration is coming," Wang Shang shouted, gripping the phoenix's feathers. "Understood, young master," Shooting replied, wrapping her arms securely around his waist, her chest pressing firmly against his back. Wang Shang felt the softness of her form against him, stirring something within. This rabbit is quite plump, perched on the back of the magic feather phoenix. Wang Shang finally beheld the full grandeur of Fengqi Mountain, and to his delight, he witnessed a scene that brought him joy. The Zhang family was being besieged by the Lin and Chu families, engaged in a fierce battle, with many casualties, including some formidable warriors from the clans. It seems the fire I set has had quite an effect. The Zhang family is facing a joint assault from the Lin and Chu clans. This time, they shall fall into Feng City. A cold glint flashed in Wang Shang's eyes. "Zhang Feng, you are next." Chapter 24. Father urges for offspring online in the Wang residence of Defeng City. Wang Yong casually flipped through a book in his study, while an elderly man in coarse linen stood before him. "Master, the young master has descended from the mountain aboard the magic feather phoenix." The old man reported with a bow. He rode down on the magic feather phoenix. "Is that girl Shooting the one who tamed it?" Wang Yong appeared unsurprised, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "Indeed, the young mistress is quite remarkable. Not only did she repel the magical beasts, but she also made the magic feather phoenix willingly acknowledge her as its master. Additionally, it seems there is a powerful energy within her that protects her from danger." The old man relayed everything he knew to Wang Yong. This elder had been secretly assigned by Wang Yong to protect his son, Wang Shang. Given the dangers of Fengqi Mountain, Wang Yong could not simply allow his son to venture alone. The intention behind this covert protection was to train Wang Shang. As I suspected, Shooting is truly extraordinary, Wang Yong remarked, a faint smile appearing on his lips, seemingly more pleased with his daughter Law. By the way, has Shanga made any progress? Wang Yong inquired, continuing to leaf through the book in his hands, his gaze never lifting, indicating the book's importance to him. The young master's dantian appears intact, allowing him to continue his cultivation, and he possesses a unique white flame capable of incinerating anything, the old man added after a moment's thought. Furthermore, during this adventure, the young master has rapidly improved, achieving a resurgence to the spirit-building realm in just 15 days. 15 days to return to the spirit-building realm? Faster than before. It seems my son is quite exceptional, Wang Yong expressed with pride. Any father would be proud to have such a talented son. Indeed, when the young master was born, auspicious signs heralded his arrival, accompanied by countless phenomena. The elder felt a swell of pride and admiration as he spoke of the young master, whom he had watched grow up. Do not mention this to him in the future. It may lead to arrogance, making him believe he is some divine being descended from the heavens, Wang Yong warned, glancing at the elder. Cultivation must rely on one's own efforts. Step by step, even the most gifted must work hard. By the way, did they manage to gather the Jiao grass? Wang Yong recalled something and pressed further. The young master has indeed harvested the Jiao grass and acquired treasures from the heavens. Moreover, he instigated a fierce conflict among the three great families. I must commend the young master's ingenuity. The elder praised sincerely. Is that so? That is somewhat unexpected, Wang Yong replied, though his focus remained on the book, which seemed to hold his utmost interest. Just then, a servant knocked and announced, Master, the young mistress has returned. Let them come directly to me, Wang Yong instructed, finally setting the book down. The cover bore the title Secrets of the Bedchamber, revealing its intriguing nature and explaining his engrossed demeanor. Upon returning to the estate, Wang Shang and Shooting hurried to their father's study, eager to report their safety and pose numerous questions. As they approached the door, they encountered the old man coming out. Young master, young mistress, you have returned, he greeted respectfully. Fu Bo. Good, Wang Shang responded politely. with shooting following suit. Once Fu Bo departed, Wang Shang introduced him to shooting. Xiao Shu, this man is our gatekeeper. Fu Bo, he has been with our household since I can remember. He is kind-hearted, though he has a tendency to exaggerate. Exaggerate? Shooting inquired instinctively. Yes. He claims to have single-handedly slain a dragon and taken down a second-rate sect by himself. Do you think a gatekeeper possesses such power? Wang Shang recounted. That is quite the boast, Shooting agreed, noting the old man's flair for embellishment, and she made a mental note of this seemingly ordinary yet boastful elder. Soon, they arrived at Wang Yong's study. Father, I am back, and I have brought you a wonderful item for your examination, Wang Shang exclaimed excitedly, eagerly retrieving the heavenly treasure from his spatial ring to show his father. However, Wang Yong's attention was entirely focused on Shooting as he welcomed her with delight. Xiao Shu, you have returned. Did your journey to Fengqi Mountain tire you? Wang Yong inquired with genuine concern. No, master, with the young master's protection. I did not tire, Shooting replied somewhat timidly. Why do you still call me master? And why refer to your husband as young master? How inappropriate. Wang Yong expressed his discontent. Hearing this, Shooting seemed to recall something and, blushing, corrected herself. Father, I was not tired with my husband protecting me. That is more like it. Please, have a seat, Wang Yong said warmly, gesturing for Shooting to sit and pouring her a cup of tea. Completely sidelining his own son, Wang Shang. Father, I am your biological son, Wang Shang thought, bemused. What do you understand? This is all for you that it's challenging to marry these days, especially to someone as sweet and beautiful as Xiao Shu. Wang Yong lectured. He was keenly aware of Shooting's extraordinary background and wished for her to become part of the Wang family. Just accept it as it is, Wang Shang replied, utterly perplexed and oblivious to the deeper meaning behind his father's words. He then shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, father, during my trip to Fengqi Mountain, I not only found the Jiuyo grass but also acquired the heavenly treasure. Please help me identify what it is. As he spoke, Wang Shang presented the spirit stone tablet to Wang Yong. After several days, the tablet had regained some of its spiritual energy, and the white light emanating from it illuminated the entire study. Upon seeing the spirit stone tablet, Wang Yong's expression changed slightly, as he was all too familiar with the landscape it depicted. Father, can you discern what this treasure is? Wang Shang asked, his curiosity piqued. Shooting, too, was intrigued about the nature of this heavenly treasure. This spirit stone tablet is one of 4 that keep it safe and do not expose it. Revealing it could lead to dire consequences, Wang Yong cautioned gravely. It was the first time Wang Shang had seen his father so serious, and he instinctively nodded. Understood, father, I will keep it safe, but can you tell me what it is? Wang Shang pressed on. This item can save your mother. Just safeguard it. The less you know, the safer you will be, Wang Yong replied mysteriously. This can save my mother. Wang Shang found it hard to believe, but seeing his father's earnest demeanor, he began to accept it. Indeed, safeguard it and remember not to disclose that you possess this spirit stone tablet, Wang Yong reiterated solemnly. Understood, father, Wang Shang acknowledged, placing the spirit stone tablet into his spatial ring. By the way, I have a book here. You two should study it carefully when you return. Wang Yong suddenly recalled something important, turning to retrieve the book from the table and beckoning Shooting over. What book? Wang Shang leaned in curiously. It is certainly a valuable book. It contains methods for conceiving a child. You two should study it thoroughly over the next few nights, as I expect good news within a month. Wang Yong stated earnestly. A book on conceiving children. Both Wang Shang and Shooting stared in astonishment at the cover, which read Secrets of the Bedchamber. Chapter 25. My dear, you don't intend to have a child with me. Do you? In the stillness of the night, Wang Shang and Shooting sat facing each other, the book Secrets of the Bedchamber lying before them on the table. Wang Shang never anticipated that his father would urge him online to have children. After all, he was merely 16 years old, and Shudong was of the same tender age. Was it truly appropriate to contemplate parenthood at such an early stage? At that moment, Shutong's face was flushed with embarrassment. Her gaze fixed firmly on the ground, utterly unable to focus on the book before her, let alone meet Wang Shang's eyes. She found herself at a loss regarding what to do next. Surprisingly, she felt a peculiar lack of resistance to the notion of bearing a child for the young master. However, would he even consent to such a thing? Anxiously, her palms grew slick with sweat. Her heart racing like a startled fawn. Master, what shall we do now? Shudong timidly inquired. What can we do? Certainly not have a child. Life is mine to govern. I cannot simply acquiesce to his whims. Wang Shang declared, resolutely expressing his stance. He had no desire to assume the role of a father at such a young age. particularly since he had not yet acknowledged Shutong as his wife. Upon hearing Wang Shang's declaration, Shutong felt a sudden pang of disappointment. Though she could not fathom why in truth, she was not entirely opposed to the idea of having a child with the young master. From the moment she wed Wang Shang, she had considered herself his, alive or dead as for motherhood. Was that not a duty of a wife? Little Shu, you aren't actually hoping to bear my child, are you? Wang Shang, noticing the odd expression on Shutong's face, could not help but probe. How could that be? I certainly do not wish to have a child with the young master, Shutong hurriedly explained. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them, for in truth, she held no aversion to the thought. Well, that's a relief. Wang Shang silently exhaled, then began to pace the room, contemplating strategies to evade his father's insistence on procreation. We cannot remain here. With my father around, he'll keep a watchful eye on us. We must venture outside. After much deliberation, Wang Shang finally conceived a splendid idea. To Tianling Academy. In just over a week, I must engage in a life and death duel with Zhang Feng. If I emerge victorious, I may regain the Academy's regard, and perhaps then I shall successfully enroll as a disciple. Becoming a disciple at Tianling Academy would allow him to escape home and avoid his father's relentless pressure for grandchildren, an impeccable solution indeed. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Shang felt a surge of joy. Although he had little interest in Tianling Academy, it represented a means to evade his father's demands. Little Shu, I must depart for Tianling Academy ahead of time. Wait for me here in the manor, Wang Shang stated, preparing to leave, but was halted by Shutong's sudden grip. Young master, please take me with you to Tianling Academy, Shutong implored, her eyes brimming with a pleading innocence. The journey to Fengqi Mountain had accustomed Shutong to the young master's company, and she found immense joy in being with him. Most importantly, she dreaded the thought of separation from him, initially reluctant to bring her along. Wang Shang's resolve softened upon witnessing her forlorn expression. He recalled his father's words, that keeping Shutong close would yield information about his mother. Very well, we shall depart under the cover of night. He finally acquiesced. Splendid. Shutong's heart soared at his agreement, and then a thought struck her. Young master, as we leave, should we not leave a note to inform father? Otherwise, he may worry about us. Wang Shang considered this and agreed. Swiftly seizing a pen to compose a message, soon he had penned a letter, leaving it alongside the book Secrets of the Chamber on the desk. He gathered a few changes of clothes and, under the cloak of darkness, quietly slipped out the door. Once outside, Wang Shang and Shutong cautiously made their way toward the entrance. Young master, there's Uncle Fu keeping watch at the gate, Shutong whispered, her eyes catching sight of an elderly man slumped at the guard post. None other than Uncle Fu. Pay him no mind. He sleeps soundly at night and will not notice us, Wang Shang assured as he stealthily opened the door, guiding Shutong outside and securely closing it behind them. See? I told you he wouldn't notice us. Did you think he was as formidable as he boasts? Wang Shang proclaimed with a sense of pride. Indeed, we have escaped, Shutong exclaimed, her spirits lifted, for as long as she was with the young master, she felt elated no matter the destination. Let us hasten to Tianling Academy, Wang Shang declared, sprinting toward their destination, with Shutong joyfully keeping pace beside him. Soon, the two figures vanished into the night. Unbeknownst to them, as Wang Shang and Shutong exited the manor, Uncle Fu opened his eyes, and in the next moment, he appeared before Wang Yong's study. Master, the young master, and the young mistress have stealthily left in the night. It appears they have run away, Uncle Fu reported, bowing respectfully. Understood. Wang Yong set down the book in his hands and stepped out of the study. Truly, I am at my wit's end with them. This must be that wretched boy's idea. Wang Yong rubbed his temples, a hint of frustration evident, before swiftly making his way to Wang Shang's room. There, he discovered the note and the book's Secrets of the Chamber left on the desk. This rascal even thought to leave me a letter before his departure. How thoughtful, Wang Yong mused as he opened the letter with keen interest. Shall I retrieve the young master and young mistress? Uncle Fu inquired respectfully. No need. If they wish to go to Tianling Academy, let them be. The Saint Domain token has emerged, and it is best for them to grow swiftly. Wang Yong replied after reading the letter. The Saint Domain token has appeared. Uncle Fu's expression shifted slightly. This token was the celestial treasure obtained by Wang Shang at Fengqi Mountain. Yet Wang Yong had refrained from explaining its significance to his son. With Wang Shang's current weakness, divulging too much information would only hinder him. Indeed, the Saint Domain, which opens once every 50 years, is on the verge of activation, and a tempest of bloodshed is bound to engulf the spirit martial continent. Wang Yong's gaze flickered with a glimmer of ambition. Excellent, Master, after enduring in silence for 16 years, is it time for us to take action? Uncle Fu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yes. The Saint Domain is filled with extraordinary resources, heavenly materials, miraculous elixirs, and divine artifacts. If we acquire these treasures, we can rapidly amplify our strength. Then we shall stand against those so-called righteous sects, Wang Yong declared, his fists clenched in determination. His wife, Wang Shang's mother, had been taken by these very sects, and he had spent 16 years in secret investigation, yet to no avail. Only by obtaining the treasures of the Saint Domain and strengthening themselves could they compel those sects to return his wife. Marvelous, Master! I shall notify our former allies at once. They await your return to action. Uncle Fu eagerly responded, in a rush. I require you to attend to another urgent matter first. Wang Yong interjected. What is it? Please instruct me, Master. Uncle Fu replied with utmost respect. Make haste to Tianling Academy and inform Master Deng to keep an eye on my son and daughter-in-law. Wang Yong instructed. Although Tianling Academy was an excellent place for learning and growth, it also served as a bastion against malevolent forces. Given Shutong's unique status, should her identity be discovered, it could spell disaster. With someone to watch over them at the academy, Wang Shang and Shutong would be considerably safer. Understood. I shall depart immediately. Uncle Fu affirmed before vanishing from the room. Wang Yong's gaze lingered on the book Secrets of the Chamber resting on the desk, shaking his head in quiet disbelief. This boy truly was foolish, so blessed with a wonderful wife yet unwilling to embrace her. Once Shutong learns of her true identity and background, she may very well decide against him. Wang Yong, as a father, had exerted considerable effort for his son, yet this boy remained oblivious, driving him to the brink of exasperation. Chapter 26, My Dear Wife. It is time for a bath. Tianling Academy lies 200 kilometers northeast of Defeng City. Within the Grand Tiandu City. It is neither too far nor too close, and it ranks among the top 4 elite cultivation academies of the Great Zhou dynasty, serving as the largest of its kind among over 100 eastern cities. Each year, they select gifted youths from these cities to enroll, focusing solely on aptitude rather than background. This policy has resulted in a remarkable gathering of talented elites at Tianling Academy. After a day and night of travel, Wang Shang and Shutong finally arrived in Tiandu City. At last, we have reached Tiandu City. The academy is within, Wang Shang reflected as he gazed upon the towering city gates, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Is this really Tiandu City? The gates are so high, more than 3 times that of Defeng City. Shutong exclaimed in awe. This is one of the top 10 cities in the Great Zhou dynasty. It is naturally grand and impressive. Come, we shall stay here tonight, Wang Shang replied as he approached the city gates. Upon entering Tiandu City, the vibrancy of life was palpable. The streets were lined with an array of shops, and throngs of people bustled about, including numerous cultivators procuring various supplies for their practices. Wang Shang and Shutong felt like country bumpkins amidst the spectacle, their senses overwhelmed. The city truly has everything. Young master, look over there. Grilled meat skewers. Shutong's eyes sparkled as she spotted a nearby food stall. Such a little foodie, Wang Shang chuckled, leading her to the stall as he too felt hunger pangs. After purchasing 50 skewers of grilled meat, they sauntered through the streets, enjoying their meal while indulging in spontaneous purchases of intriguing items. With the inheritance of the sage's wealth, Wang Shang was well off. Feeling fatigued from their exploration, Wang Shang sought out a nearby inn for lodging. I'm utterly exhausted, Shutong exclaimed as she flopped onto the bed, unwilling to move an inch. After a long day of travel, she spent the afternoon wandering around Tiandu City, and it was no surprise that the inexperienced Xiaoshu felt utterly fatigued. Xiaoshu, rise and indulge in a warm bath. It will help to relax your body. I have arranged for hot water to be brought in, Wang Shang said, instructing the inn staff to fill a large wooden tub in the room with steaming water. He then placed a screen beside the tub, ensuring that Xiaoshu could bathe without being seen by him. Shutong was deeply touched by this gesture. Such tasks were typically her responsibility as a maid, yet now it was the young master attending to her needs. Thank you, young master. Please allow me to handle these matters in the future, she said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It makes no difference whether you do it or I do it. Hurry and take your bath. I have placed the screen, so you need not worry about me seeing you, Wang Shang urged her. Surprised by the young master's thoughtfulness in providing a screen, Shutong felt even more grateful, contemplating how she might repay him in the future. While she prepared for her bath, Wang Shang settled cross-legged on the bed, ready to cultivate his skills. The master's storage ring contained numerous spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans, all essential for cultivation. This time, he intended to refine these treasures. starting by retrieving a low-grade spirit stone from the ring. Since the chaos refinement technique could refine all things, it should be effective for this spirit stone as well. With that thought, Wang Shang invoked the technique, and a white flame appeared in his palm, enveloping the low-grade spirit stone in an instant. After a few breaths, the stone was completely refined, allowing him to absorb a pure essence of spiritual energy into his body. Feeling this refined energy, Wang Shang was pleasantly surprised. Refining the spirit stone yielded twice the benefit compared to direct absorption, and the energy was exceptionally pure. Quite remarkable. Satisfied, he proceeded to test several more spirit stones, each yielding excellent results. Next, he retrieved a talisman from the ring. This was a high-quality fire talisman of the yellow grade. He wondered what would happen upon its refinement. Filled with anticipation, he once again utilized the chaos refinement technique. The white flame swiftly enveloped the fire talisman, and after a few breaths, it too was refined. Subsequently, a white sphere of light was absorbed into his body. In addition to the pure spiritual energy, Wang Shang also acquired the basic fire spell, which filled him with immense joy. The fact that refining a talisman could grant him an associated spell was quite promising. Excited, he tested the fire spell, and a small crimson flame ignited in his palm. Though it was the most rudimentary form of the spell, Wang Shang was exhilarated. He resolved to purchase more high-level talismans in the future, as refining them could transform into his own spells. After experimenting with the talisman, Wang Shang took out a golden copper bell from the ring. This magical artifact was a mid-grade defensive bell of the mysterious level, capable of withstanding considerable damage. He decided to attempt refining it as well. With eager anticipation, he employed the chaos refinement technique once more, and the white flame enveloped the golden bell instantly. This refinement took longer than expected, as mid-grade mysterious artifacts were not easily refined. Meanwhile, Shadong was cautiously removing her garments behind the screen. Although separated by the screen, she still felt a sense of shyness. As each piece of clothing slid away, her fair, smooth skin and flawless figure became evident, particularly her long legs and ample bosom, which could easily captivate anyone's attention. Once she had shed all her clothes, Shadong slowly eased herself into the wooden tub, leaving only her head above the water. The warm water provided immense relief for her fatigued body. How delightful, she murmured, closing her eyes and leaning against the side of the tub, completely immersing herself in the comfort of the warm bath. Overcome by exhaustion, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. At this moment, Wang Shang had successfully refined the mid-grade mysterious golden bell. As a white sphere of light entered his body, a surge of rich spiritual energy enveloped him, granting him the defensive skill of the golden bell. Wang Shang was elated. Indeed, the mysterious artifacts offered significantly more energy post-refinement, along with an additional skill. After calming his excitement, he began to absorb and transform the energy within his body. Once it circulated throughout him, it gradually converged into the accompanying spirit jade in his dantian. Following a gentle tremor, Wang Shang's strength ascended to the second level of spirit building. Upon opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of stale air. How refreshing! He hadn't anticipated that refining an artifact would yield such an abundance of energy, nor that it would impart a corresponding skill. It seemed he would need to acquire more artifacts in the future. Wang Shang was thoroughly satisfied with this endeavor. Having completed all this, he shifted his focus back to the room, glancing around and noticing that Shadong had yet to finish her bath, which piqued his curiosity. Why has it taken so long? Xiaoshu is still in the bath? While pondering this, he stepped off the bed and walked toward the screen with concern. Upon witnessing the enchanting scene in the tub, Wang Shang was left utterly speechless, a warm rush flowing from his nose. At that moment, Shadong lay in the tub, utterly exposed and sound asleep, a sight that left Wang Shang flustered. As a normal man, he found it difficult to remain composed in the face of such temptation, and he instinctively wiped his nose, realizing he was bleeding. Oh no, I've actually started to bleed, he exclaimed in alarm, quickly turning away to grab a few tissues to clean himself up. He couldn't allow Shutong to discover that he was bleeding due to seeing her naked form. That would be far too embarrassing. Once he had dealt with the issue, Wang Shang returned to the edge of the tub. Shutong's soft, bare skin was clearly visible beneath the water, and he took several deep breaths before approaching her. Xiaoshu, wake up, it's time to sleep on the bed, he called softly, attempting to rouse her. However, the only response was the gentle sound of her breathing. As she showed no signs of waking. It seemed that Shutong was truly exhausted, sleeping deeply. With no other option, Wang Shang gently nudged her and raised his voice. Xiaoshu, sleeping in the water will make you cold. Wake up. Yet, she remained unresponsive. Seeing that he could not awaken her, Wang Shang felt a sense of helplessness. allowing her to sleep in the water was not good for her health. Moreover, the water in the tub had cooled, and if she were to spend the night in it, she might fall. I cannot let Xiaoshu continue sleeping in this tub. She will catch a cold, Wang Shang thought, deliberating for a moment before deciding to carry her to bed. However, Shutong was currently unclothed, which posed a dilemma, as propriety dictated that men and women should not engage in such intimacy. Regardless, it was better than risking her health. Resolving this in his mind, Wang Shang took a deep breath, leaned down, and gently lifted Shutong's body from the water. As he drew closer, her figure became even clearer, with every detail visible, causing heat to rise once more. Wang Shang swiftly summoned his spiritual power, forcing back the tide of warmth threatening to flow from his nose. This girl possesses an exquisite figure and is so beautiful, it's truly a disaster for the nation, he thought, swallowing hard as he carried Shutong toward the bed. Upon reaching the bedside, he carefully placed her down. Initially intending to cover her with a blanket and leave, he reconsidered upon seeing her damp body that it was necessary to dry her off first. Otherwise, covering her in such a state would not be good for her health. With that in mind, Wang Shang fetched a towel and began to gently dry Shutong's body. His hands trembled slightly as he faced such overwhelming temptation. Even his steadfast resolve wavered. However, midway through, Shutong stirred, sensing something unusual and awakening that as her eyes fluttered open, she groggily saw the young master attending to her. "Young master, what are you doing?" Shutong asked, her voice thick with sleep. This caught Wang Shang off guard. "Xiaoshu, you're awake. I was just drying you off. Do you believe me?" he explained nervously. "Drying me off?" Shutong instinctively glanced at her body, realizing she was completely exposed. Suddenly, all sleepiness vanished, replaced by a rush of embarrassment as she hastily grabbed the blanket beside her to cover herself. "Young master, you," Shutong stammered, her face flushed crimson, unsure how to react. "Xiaoshu, it's not what you think. You fell asleep in the water, and I called you several times without success, so I carried you to bed. Then, seeing your wet body, I thought to help dry you off. I assure you, I harbor no improper thoughts," Wang Shang blurted out, wanting to clarify the situation, not wanting Shutong to think he had taken advantage of her. "Is that so?" Shutong clutched the blanket, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. The fact that the young master had dried her entire body meant that he had seen all of her privacy, which was even more exposing than their previous encounter in the cave. "Of course it's true. If I lie, may lightning strike me," Wang Shang swore earnestly, raising his eyes to the heavens. However, just as he finished his oath, a sudden clap of thunder rang out from above. Wang Shang's heart sank. Was the heavens against him? But Shutong, with her flushed cheeks, decided to trust his words. "Young master, I believe you." Shutong clutched the quilt, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she murmured, "The young master does not wish to bear children with me, so how could he possibly take advantage of me? Just believe." Wang Shang exhaled deeply and then retrieved a women's dress from his spatial ring, handing it to Shutong. "Xiaoshu, please put on your clothes. I will step outside to collect my thoughts." After placing the dress on the bed, Wang Shang hurriedly exited. Shutong's figure and beauty were so enchanting that he feared he might lose control if he lingered any longer. Upon witnessing the young master rush out in a flurry, Shutong couldn't help but stifle a giggle, but the memory of how the young master had touched her moments ago made her cheeks flush anew. As she donned her attire, Wang Shang ascended to the rooftop, seeking the cool night breeze to regain his composure. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Grateful for his resolute nature, taking a deep breath, he began to calm his racing heart when suddenly, a thunderous clap resounded from the sky. That very thunder had nearly cost him his reputation. He looked up, curious about how fate conspired against him. To his astonishment, he beheld two figures battling in midair, the thunder emanating from their magical artifacts. Realizing he was witnessing a confrontation between two formidable experts, Wang Shang was taken aback. "What, the Point Two masters are in combat? I thought the heavens were against me." He quickly processed the situation. The ability to fly indicated that these two were at least at the Golden Body Spirit realm. This was the first time he had witnessed such a powerful duel, and he found himself reluctant to leave. He even retrieved some sunflower seeds from his spatial ring, casually snacking while watching the spectacle unfold, becoming a true bystander. However, the scene shifted abruptly as a graceful figure plummeted from the sky, hurtling directly towards him. "What in the world? Why is it falling towards me? Is it so perilous just to enjoy the show?" Wang Shang quickly attempted to flee, but the falling figure descended upon him with blinding speed. Fortunately, at the last moment, he activated his recently learned defense skill, the golden bell shield, saving him from certain death. Nonetheless, the tremendous force drove him through the rooftop, crashing into Shu Tong's room. Chapter 28. A beauty falls from the sky, just as Shu Tong had finished dressing. A resounding crash echoed as the rooftop collapsed, and two figures tumbled to the ground. Initially startled, she rushed over upon recognizing one of them as her young master. "Young master, are you all right?" With a face full of concern. She hurried to help the fallen Wang Shang to his feet. "I'm fine, just nearly crushed." Wang Shang struggled to stand, only to notice a young woman lying beside him, her beauty apparent but marred by her injuries, bloodied and disheveled. She appeared gravely wounded. As Wang Shang assessed the situation, the young woman struggled to rise, her surprise evident upon seeing that Wang Shang had survived her fall. After a moment of deliberation, she produced a red pearl from her belongings and handed it to him. "Sir, please deliver this pearl to the Tianling Academy. You will both be richly rewarded." Her voice was weak but urgent. "A rich reward? What kind of reward?" Wang Shang hesitated to accept, recalling the black-clad master descending from above. As a practitioner of the golden body spirit realm, he was vastly outmatched at the second tier of the spirit construction realm and had no intention of wagering his life on mere promises. Yet, he noted her attire bore the insignia of Tianling Academy, suggesting she was a high-ranking disciple. "Just deliver this pearl to the Tianling Academy, and you shall receive whatever reward you desire. There is no time to waste. Go." After thrusting the red pearl into Wang Shang's hands, she grabbed the sword that had fallen to the ground and dashed back into the fray, clearly trying to buy him time. Wang Shang glanced at the red pearl in his hand and then at the two battling masters in the sky. A decision swiftly formed in his mind. "Xiao Shu, we must go," he declared, pulling Shu Tong along as they fled towards the Tianling Academy. Though this course of action was fraught with danger, Wang Shang resolved to take the gamble. He had initially set out for the academy, and delivering the pearl could serve as a token of loyalty. The risk was considerable, yet he remembered the presence of Xiao He, with the magical phoenix feather by his side. He felt somewhat reassured. Meanwhile, the young woman fought valiantly against the black-clad master, striving to create an opening for Wang Shang and Shu Tong. However, Shu Tong, lacking any cultivation, soon found herself exhausted. "Young master, I can't run anymore." "You should go ahead," she panted, her complexion growing pale. Wang Shang could not abandon her, swiftly lifting her onto his back and continuing towards the Tianling Academy. Yet, halfway through their escape, the young woman fell from the sky once more, landing heavily before them. This time, the impact rendered her unconscious, blood streaming from her wounds. Without immediate assistance, she was likely to perish. Wang Shang halted in his tracks, realizing she had fallen deliberately in front of them. Clearly a tactic employed by the black-clad master. As anticipated, moments later, the black-clad figure descended before them. "Hand over the red pearl that woman gave you," he demanded, wielding a pair of massive thunder hammers. His expression icy. "What pearl? I don't understand what you mean." Wang Shang attempted to feign ignorance, but the black-clad master was not easily deceived. "Do you think you can play games with me? I saw her give you the pearl that if you are wise, surrender it, and I may spare your lives." The black-clad man's eyes were cold, his intent clear. Wang Shang was taken aback by the man's keen perception. He hadn't anticipated such sharp eyes. However, he realized that a master of the golden body spirit realm possessed eyesight keener than that of an eagle. "Are you certain that if I give you the pearl, you will let us go?" Wang Shang probed cautiously. "This isn't a negotiation. You will give it to me, or you will pay the price for witnessing what you shouldn't have." As he spoke, a palpable aura of menace radiated from him, making it clear that their lives were forfeit regardless of their choices. With that understanding, Wang Shang felt no need to hold back. "Xiao He!" He shouted towards the heavens. And a sharp cry of a phoenix echoed through the air. In the next heartbeat, a small black sparrow appeared before Wang Shang and Shu Tong. The magical phoenix feather had been following them, just not within the room, and now was the moment to call upon it. This magical beast was said to be impervious even to 9 true spirit realm masters, more than capable of handling a golden body spirit master. However, upon seeing the little black sparrow, the black-clad man scoffed dismissively. "A mere little black sparrow dares to obstruct me. How foolish, prepare to die." With that, he swung his thunder hammer towards them. Boom! A flash of lightning erupted from his hammer, surging towards Wang Shang and Shu Tong. Unfazed, Xiao He opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of black phoenix flame. The two forces collided, and in an instant, the lightning was obliterated, the phoenix flame continuing its relentless advance towards the black-clad master. "Impossible!" the black-clad man gasped in shock. bewildered that an ordinary little black sparrow could emit such potent flames, shattering his powerful lightning attack. He stood frozen in disbelief. The phoenix flames surged towards him. In a desperate bid, he summoned his spiritual energy to erect a lightning defense shield, barely managing to withstand the attack. Yet, in the next moment, a massive shadow barreled towards him, and when the black-clad man finally discerned its true form, his face drained of color. Chapter 29. A young woman's gratitude. The looming shadow was none other than the transformed magical phoenix, its vast form revealing the true nature of the little black sparrow. A magical phoenix? How could such a powerful beast exist in Tiandu City? The black-clad man stammered, his voice trembling with fear. This city was renowned for its righteous sects, and he had never anticipated encountering such a formidable magical beast here. As he stood paralyzed in terror, a colossal wave of phoenix flame surged towards him, resembling an enormous black fireball racing with astonishing speed. Even from a distance, he could feel the intense heat radiating from it. Lightning defense. In a desperate act, the black-clad man summoned every ounce of his spiritual energy to unleash his strongest defense. Instantly, a myriad of blue lightning crackled around him, warning any who dared approach that they would be reduced to ashes. However, his ultimate defense faltered under the onslaught of the phoenix flame, crumbling in mere moments. The next second, the black flames enveloped him entirely. He screamed in agony, a cry that resonated from the depths of his soul, illustrating the sheer terror of the phoenix flame's wrath. Soon, he was engulfed in the inferno, and despite his frantic attempts to roll and resist, it was futile. Wang Shang watched in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the spectacle unfolding before him. The demon feather phoenix truly possesses formidable power. It effortlessly incinerated a master at the golden body spirit realm with a single breath of fire. Just how strong must its true capabilities be? Wang Shang swallowed hard, secretly relieved that this magnificent creature had been subdued by Shu Tong. In truth, the demon feather phoenix's ability to vanquish the cloaked figure so easily was also attributed to the latter's prolonged battle with the woman, which had significantly drained his spiritual energy. Otherwise, such an effortless defeat would have been inconceivable. Meanwhile, Shu Tong was filled with delight at the sight. Little Black, you were amazing. I shall reward you with skewers of roasted meat later, she exclaimed with applause. The demon feather phoenix, pleased by Shu Tong's praise, emitted a joyous cry before reverting to its form as the little black sparrow. Wang Shang hurried to the charred remains of the cloaked man, pondering the potential spiritual energy that could be extracted from the body of a master at the golden body spirit realm. However, refining it in the bustling streets would be unwise, though he felt exhilarated. He maintained his composure. Conducting the refinement openly would undoubtedly attract attention, so he promptly stored the charred corpse into his spatial ring, along with the pair of thunder hammers in the ring itself. He then approached the unconscious woman. Young master, this woman still has a pulse. Should we not save her? Shu Tong remarked after checking the woman's breathing. Her injuries are grave. Even transporting her to the Heavenly Spirit Academy now would likely be too late. Wang Shang replied, contemplating the unconscious figure before him. Suddenly, he remembered the medicinal pills left by the sacred master within his spatial ring, which included healing elixirs. With that thought, he hastily retrieved several healing pills and placed tea, having finally restored his strength to what it was before the shattering of his dantian. Complemented by a multitude of martial arts techniques, Wang Shang felt confident that he would prevail in the upcoming life and death duel. After adequately preparing himself, he opened the door, revealing Shu Tong, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Young master, you have finally emerged from your seclusion, she exclaimed, her face radiating delight. The days without seeing him had taken a toll on her appearance. Yes, the time for my duel with Zhang Feng has arrived. Let us set forth. A glint of cold determination flickered in Wang Shang's eyes as he stepped forward. It was time to exact revenge for the destruction of his dantian. Chapter 30. A Battle to Fame, Part 1. The Tianling Academy. Situated in the northeast of Tiandu City was an imposing establishment, nearly occupying a quarter of the city's area. This grand academy attracted countless talented elites, including some exceptional prodigies. Zhang Feng's talent was second only to Wang Shang in Dafeng City, making him a notable figure among the younger generation. However, within the confines of the Tianling Academy, he found himself at the bottom of the hierarchy. Fortunately, he had a relative from the Zhang family. His uncle Zhang Qingye, as a mentor who not only accepted him as a student, but also personally instructed him in martial arts, providing him with additional resources for cultivation. Such unwavering support facilitated Zhang Feng's advancement. Within a month, he successfully ascended to the 6th stage of spirit building, A remarkable pace within the academy to have elevated a stage in just a month is several times faster than my cultivation in Dafeng City. And I have even mastered 2 martial arts techniques. Coming to the Tianling Academy was indeed the right choice, Zhang Feng thought, brimming with excitement and hope for his future. Upon exiting the training square, he encountered his uncle Zhang Xingye. Feng, how has your training progressed? Zhang Xingye inquired with a warm smile. Though gifted, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, forgoing marriage and offspring, thus treating Zhang Feng as his own son. I have reached the 6th stage of spirit building, Zhang Feng replied, elated. Well done. Advancing a stage in a month is commendable, Zhang Xingye acknowledged with a nod, his eyes reflecting pride and anticipation. I owe it all to your guidance. Uncle, without you, I might not have even been able to enter the Tianling Academy, Zhang Feng expressed gratefully, fully aware of his uncle's pivotal role, particularly in the incident where Zhang Xingye had shattered Wang Shang's dantian. Without that, there would have been no chance for Zhang Feng to be selected by the academy. Such matters are trivial. Now that you are in the Tianling Academy, focus on your training and make the most of the resources available to you. Your future is boundless, Zhang Xingye encouraged. Yes, uncle, I will not disappoint your expectations, Zhang Feng responded with abow. As they strolled and conversed, Zhang Feng suddenly recalled something important. By the way, uncle, I have a life and death duel to attend today, so I must take my leave. Let us have lunch together afterward. The life and death duel? With whom? Zhang Xingye asked, unable to suppress his concern. Having no offspring, he regarded Zhang Feng as his own son, and such a significant matter required thorough understanding. Do not worry, it is merely against a worthless opponent. You remember Wang Shang, the one whose dantian you shattered? Zhang Feng replied. Yes, that Wang Shang was once the top talent in Dafeng City. Are you really going to duel him? Zhang Xingye inquired, intrigued. Indeed, this fool harbors resentment for having lost his place at the Tianling Academy and, seeing me with his former fiancée, has challenged me to a duel. He seeks death, and how could I refuse? Zhang Feng said with a smirk. I see. Zhang Xingye felt relieved upon learning that the opponent was a dantian shattered waste and turned curious again. By the way, I heard that the Wang family has taken in a maid from the Su family. Is that true? You are quite well informed, uncle. It is indeed true. The Su family, upon realizing that Wang Shang had become a waste, sent a dying maid as a substitute bride. This scandal has spread throughout the city, turning the Wang family and Wang Shang into a laughingstock. Zhang Feng chuckled. Truly remarkable. The Su family is quite ruthless to send a dying maid in such a manner. Zhang Xingye laughed heartily, his words laced with mockery. Well then, uncle, I shall proceed to the duel. Afterward, we can enjoy lunch together, Zhang Feng declared, attempting to leave, only to be called back by Zhang Xingye. Feng. I will accompany you. I want to see how the once great talent of Dafeng City meets his demise at your hands. Very well. Let us go together. Watch as I swiftly eliminate him, Zhang Feng replied, exuding confidence. Having ascended to the 6th stage of spirit building while Wang Shang was reduced to nothing, he felt assured of an easy victory. The uncle and nephew made their way to the academy with light hearts and jovial banter. The Tianling Academy prohibited outsiders from entering. However, there was a martial arts arena set up outside, primarily serving as a platform for students to compete against outsiders. Talented young individuals with extraordinary combat skills were often discovered here, leading to their admission into the academy. Thus, this arena became a hub for talent scouting, with many youths who had initially been overlooked coming to test their mettle. The life and death duel arena was the most brutal among the competition venues, where at least one participant would often meet their end. Generally, young competitors preferred not to enter this arena, as they sought to engage in friendly contests, not to court death. Students of the academy typically boasted significantly stronger abilities than those from outside. As Zhang Feng quickly exited the academy and approached the life and death duel arena, his uncle Zhang Xingye stood at the edge, observing. Everyone, look, someone is stepping onto the life and death arena. As soon as Zhang Feng made his entrance, he immediately captivated the attention of the surrounding crowd, including numerous students from the Tianling Academy. Who is this? He seems to be a student from the Tianling Academy. The onlookers began to speculate. I don't know. I've never seen him before. Who is he going to duel? Isn't this the Zhang family student who just enrolled last month? I believe his uncle is the mentor Zhang Xingye. Their suspicions were soon confirmed, as Zhang Xingye was indeed standing at the side of the life and death arena. The crowd quickly recognized Zhang Feng's identity. Such a young individual has already reached the 6th stage of spirit building. The students of Tianling Academy are truly formidable. I wonder who will face him in this duel. Before the fight began, the audience was already buzzing with excitement, eager to witness the clash. Unlike the regular martial arts arena, the life and death arena promised to be far more thrilling, with lethal techniques employed by both sides. As the sun rose high in the sky, the other participant in the life and death duel had yet to arrive, causing some impatience among the onlookers. Zhang Feng, noticing the time nearing noon without Wang Shang's appearance, assumed that the waste had been struck by fear. He had spoken so boldly before, yet now it seemed he lacked the courage to show up. What a coward, Zhang Feng scoffed. Just as the audience grew restless, a familiar figure appeared. Zhang Feng, I apologize for the wait. Chapter 31, A Battle to Fame, Part 2. With those words, the crowd turned to locate the source of the voice, including Zhang Feng, who instinctively glanced in that direction. A graceful young man approached with an air of nonchalance, followed by a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Zhang Feng, I've come to personally send you to your demise today, Wang Shang proclaimed as he leaped onto the life and death arena. Upon seeing Wang Shang, Zhang Feng sneered. So the waste has finally decided to show himself. That I thought you were too afraid to come. Rest assured, today is your day to meet your end. I would not miss this for the world, Wang Shang replied with a slight smirk. Zhang Feng, taken aback by Wang Shang's confidence, couldn't help but ridicule him. A worthless fool, where does your confidence stem from? However, he soon sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from Wang Shang, one that was surprisingly robust, leaving him utterly astonished. You have actually regained your cultivation? Uve returned to the 5th stage of spirit building. Zhang Feng was in disbelief. How could a Dantian shattered waste manage to cultivate again? Surprised, are you? Indeed, I have regained my ability to cultivate, and my strength has returned to its former level, Wang Shang declared, a hint of triumph in his voice. How is that possible? A shattered Dantian cannot be repaired, Zhang Feng exclaimed, his mind racing with shock. Not only was he astonished, but Zhang Qingye, standing beside the life and death arena, was even more taken aback. He had personally shattered Wang Shang's Dantian and knew better than anyone that such a feat was extraordinary. Now witnessing Wang Shang's restored power, he couldn't help but wonder how it was achieved. What sorcery has this young man encountered? Could it be some fortuitous event? In his recollection, the shattered Dantian rendered any further cultivation impossible. However, should he encounter some miraculous elixir, restoration might be feasible. Yet, even if the Dantian were to be somewhat restored, it would be implausible to recover from zero cultivation to the 5th stage of spirit establishment within merely a month. If that were the case, such a speed of cultivation would indeed be exceedingly monstrous. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Zhang Qingye's eyes. Wang Shang had become inscrutable to him, and he must seize this opportunity to eliminate him, lest he become a future threat. Subsequently, Zhang Qingye cast a glance at Zhang Feng on the arena, signaling him discreetly. Zhang Feng, upon understanding the unspoken message, immediately grasped the situation. Once on the life and death arena, only one would emerge alive today. Wang Shang, who would have thought your strength had returned to its former glory? Alas, during this month, my power has surged to the 6th stage of spirit establishment, surpassing you by 1 tier. The current me is no longer the one you once crushed. As he spoke, Zhang Feng drew forth a blue longsword from his spatial ring. This was the ancestral weapon of the Zhang family, the Bibo sword, a mid-tier water attribute sword of profound quality. Its might was undeniably formidable. To ascend 1 stage in a month, such rapid cultivation speed is truly commendable for a student of Tianling Academy, Wang Shang remarked calmly. Initially, he had thought that Zhang Feng's enrollment at Tianling Academy would accelerate his growth significantly. Yet, to his surprise, he had only advanced by 1 tier in a month. He had overestimated him. However, this time, Wang Shang intended to use a thunderous technique to swiftly eliminate him, denying his uncle any chance for intervention. The vicinity of the life and death arena was crowded with spectators. Upon seeing that Wang Shang was merely at the 5th stage of spirit establishment, they couldn't help but shake their heads. The 5th stage against the 6th stage offered little hope. Indeed, why hasn't that lad revealed his weapon yet? Zhang Feng's sword is a mid-tier profound weapon. Although there was a tier difference, hope was not entirely lost. The onlookers were rather skeptical of Wang Shang. Given the evident disparity in strength among the crowd, Shu Tong grew increasingly anxious for her young master. Young master, you will surely prevail, she silently encouraged Wang Shang on the arena. On the life and death arena, Zhang Feng, noticing Wang Shang's ostentatious reluctance to draw his weapon, felt a surge of irritation and bellowed, Wang Shang, today I shall demonstrate the fruits of my month-long training at Tianling Academy. With that declaration, Zhang Feng gripped the Bibo sword and charged towards Wang Shang with remarkable speed, yet everything lay within Wang Shang's control. Die. Upon reaching Wang Shang, he thrust his sword forward. The thrust unleashed 7 sword shadows. A signature technique of the Zhang family's swordplay, the fact that Zhang Feng, so young, could manifest 7 sword shadows underscored his impressive talent. Observing this, Zhang Qingye nodded approvingly. However, despite the ferocity of the swordplay, Wang Shang merely leaped backward with ease, evading the attack effortlessly. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Feng, refusing to relent, pursued Wang Shang, executing another of the Zhang family's secret techniques. Sword emerges like a dragon. With the sword drawn, the sword aura transformed into a blue dragon shadow, surging towards the retreating Wang Shang. The spectators gasped in awe at the sight of the sword aura morphing into a dragon. Though the dragon shadow was faint, it was still a dragon shadow. To achieve sword aura transformation at such a young age further highlighted Zhang Feng's exceptional talent. Nevertheless, Wang Shang merely tapped his toes lightly, employing a leopard-like agility to evade this attack as well. Once again, evaded, Zhang Feng, unwilling to yield, charged at Wang Shang anew, unleashing successive slashes with the Bibo sword. Waves of sword aura pursued Wang Shang relentlessly. Yet he continued to evade them with apparent ease. Wang Shang's leopard-like grace and ghostly speed rendered Zhang Feng unable to catch up, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. The onlookers grew increasingly restless, witnessing Wang Shang's incessant evasions. Why does he keep dodging? This is so dull. Indeed, the life and death arena has always been about life and death, yet he merely dodges without engaging. Could it be that he is incapable of fighting back? Hence this perpetual evasion. The spectators expressed their boredom, having come to witness thrilling combat rather than this incessant dodging. Just as their interest waned, Wang Shang abruptly came to a halt, having played enough. It is time to send you to the netherworld. With these words, Wang Shang unleashed a terrestrial-level thunder law spell. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, transforming into bolts of lightning that cascaded down from the heavens with formidable, overwhelming force. With a deafening boom, before Zhang Feng could react, he was struck by the heavenly thunder, meeting his end instantaneously without even a groan. A single strike had obliterated him. As Zhang Feng's lifeless body collapsed onto the life and death arena, the audience was left in shock. Chapter 32, A Battle for Renown, Part 2. The arena fell into an eerie silence as the crowd struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, Zhang Feng had been chasing Wang Shang, and in the next moment, he had been annihilated in a single blow. Even Zhang Qingye, standing nearby, was momentarily at a loss, unable to fathom that his nephew had been killed by a thunder law spell. After a long pause, the crowd finally reacted, erupting into animated discussions. My goodness, that thunder just now was extraordinarily powerful. It actually took out a 6th-stage spirit establishment practitioner in one hit. Indeed, judging by the force of that lightning strike, it must be at least a terrestrial-level spell. What? A terrestrial-level spell? The revelation sent a chill through the onlookers, for terrestrial-level spells were advanced techniques that even senior disciples of Tianling Academy might struggle to master. Even the Academy's prodigies were taken aback upon hearing it was a terrestrial-level spell. Heavens, this lad has been feigning weakness all along. To possess the ability to wield a terrestrial-level thunder law spell at such a young age was a staggering talent. It was rare even among the senior disciples of Tianling Academy. To execute a terrestrial-level thunder law spell at the 5th stage of spirit establishment, such a genius was likely a rarity even within the Academy. It turned out that he had indeed been toying with Zhang Feng all this time. I had underestimated him. Goodness, this lad is destined for fame. Those mentors at Tianling Academy will likely vie for him. Indeed, how I envy him. When will I be this strong? The crowd buzzed with excitement that a young man at the 5th stage of spirit establishment had unleashed a terrestrial-level thunder law spell, a truly astonishing feat. Only the most exceptional talents could wield such powerful spells at such a tender age. Shu Tong, upon witnessing her young master's victory, leaped for joy. I knew young master was the best. Her eyes sparkled with admiration for Wang Shang, tinged with an unacknowledged affection. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingye, witnessing this scene, wore a grim expression. How is this possible? This lad is merely at the 5th stage of spirit establishment, yet he can unleash a terrestrial-level thunder law spell. Zhang Qingye was profoundly shocked, his expression reflecting his inability to accept this revelation. However, the death of Zhang Feng struck him even harder than Wang Shang's extraordinary prowess. Ah Feng, Zhang Qingye cried out in anguish as he rushed onto the arena, cradling Zhang Feng's lifeless body. Wang Shang looked at Zhang Feng's corpse, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. From the outset, he had intended to use the Thunder Law spell to eliminate Zhang Feng, but lacking confidence, he had opted to evade on the life and death arena, gradually exhausting Zhang Feng's spiritual energy. Only when he felt the time was right did he unleash the terrestrial-level Thunder Law spell. His strategy had proven successful. Zhang Feng, having depleted most of his energy, was taken by surprise and swiftly felled by the overwhelming might of the spell. However, that last terrestrial-level Thunder Law spell, while immensely powerful, had drained all of Wang Shang's spiritual energy. He was now at his limits, devoid of any fighting capability that he last. I have avenged myself, but the culprit who shattered my Dantian remains at large. Wang Shang clenched his fists in silence. The mysterious figure who had shattered his Dantian wore a mask, moving like the wind. Their terrifying strength etched into Wang Shang's memory, particularly their height. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly unearth the true perpetrator behind the destruction of his Dantian. After a prolonged lament, Zhang Qingye finally shifted his gaze towards Wang Shang, who stood upon the life and death arena. A murderous aura began to emanate from him. Zhang Qingye, having no children of his own, had raised Zhang Feng as his own son. Now that Zhang Feng was dead, it was akin to losing a son, igniting a firestorm of rage and hatred within him. Wang Shang, you dared to kill my Ah Feng. Zhang Qingye slowly rose, his eyes burning crimson, the murderous intent thickening around him. In the brief span of a month, Wang Shang had risen from a shattered Dantian to the 5th stage of spirit establishment. Even mastering a terrestrial-level Thunder Law spell, such an abnormal rate of growth terrified Zhang Qingye. Should this boy be allowed more time to develop, he feared he might soon be unable to contend with him. Thus, Zhang Qingye resolved to eliminate this threat while he was still vulnerable. This is a life and death duel. Life and death are decreed. If I do not kill him, you will surely kill me. Especially since he was the one who sent someone to shatter my Dantian first. Wang Shang responded, unyielding yet composed. Although he maintained a facade of calm, the murderous intent emanating from Zhang Qingye sparked a sense of unease within him. The man's strength had reached the 5th stage of the golden body spirit realm, a level far beyond his own capacity to confront. Moreover, Wang Shang was currently devoid of any spiritual energy. Should a confrontation arise, he would be swiftly eliminated. Since you have slain my nephew, I am left with no choice but to take your life. Zhang Qingye's murderous intent surged, but just as he was about to strike, a sharp voice echoed from the heavens. Halt. As this chilling command reverberated, a middle-aged man with a square face slowly descended onto the arena of life and death. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment upon seeing this man. Chapter 33. My beloved wife. A peerless beauty. Upon witnessing the arrival of this middle-aged figure, Zhang Qingye's expression shifted subtly, with him present. Even the thought of killing Wang Shang had to be suppressed. Head of the academy, what brings you here? Zhang Qingye, having reigned in his murderous aura, approached respectfully. Indeed, the man who descended from the sky was none other than Chu Hongye, the head of Tianling Academy. Despite his desires, Zhang Qingye dared not act against Wang Shang in the presence of the academy head. If I had not arrived, such an extraordinary talent would have been extinguished by you. Chu Hongye remarked coldly, casting a glance at Zhang Qingye. I would not dare. Zhang Qingye felt a chill run down his spine. With the academy head here today, it seemed unlikely that he could kill Wang Shang. Since this is a battle to the death, should one perish, the blame lies not with the opponent, but rather with your nephew's lack of skill. Chu Hongye's words were decisive as he turned his gaze towards Wang Shang. Young man, what is your name? How old are you? Where do you hail from? Would you be willing to join our Tianling Academy? Chu Hongye's 4 inquiries astonished the crowd, but they quickly came to terms with the situation. Such youth, yet capable of wielding earth-level thunder magic. Indeed, a prodigious talent worthy of the academy head's personal invitation. Zhang Qingye's countenance darkened at the thought of the academy head wanting to recruit Wang Shang. But he could not voice his objections. My name is Wang Shang, a member of the Wang family from Dafeng City, and I am 16 years old. Wang Shang stepped forward, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Before stepping onto the arena, he had anticipated that someone from Tianling Academy would seek to recruit him after the battle, but he had not expected the academy head to come personally. A youth from Dafeng City, possessing the strength of the 5th stage of spirit building at such a young age, and even mastering the earth-level technique of thunder magic. His future prospects were indeed limitless. Chu Hongye's eyes sparkled with admiration for Wang Shang, and he continued to persuade, would you consider joining our Tianling Academy? This proposition left the onlookers envious. To be personally invited by the academy head was a tremendous honor. Even Xu Tong felt elated for her young master. However, Wang Shang spoke up, I would be willing to join Tianling Academy, but I wish to bring someone with me. Bring someone with you? Chu Hongye frowned slightly. He had never encountered such a request before, but instinctively inquired, "Who do you wish to bring?" "I wish to bring my maid along to Tianling Academy." As Wang Shang spoke, he gestured for Shu Tong, standing below the arena, to come forward. Having ventured out together, they ought to remain together, and after a month of companionship, Wang Shang had grown accustomed to Shu Tong's presence. Being with her was joyful and effortless, and he did not wish to part from her. Shu Tong, feeling shy amidst the crowd, hesitated to approach. However, upon hearing her young master's call, she took a deep breath and slowly walked up. Today, she donned a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading down her back, with a fringe that accentuated her fresh and elegant demeanor. Her enchanting beauty and fair skin made her appear as if she had descended from the heavens. As Shu Tong stood on the arena, her breathtaking visage captivated all present. Heavens, this girl is extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed, I have never seen such a stunning woman. She is truly a beauty beyond compare. A genius paired with a beauty. They are a perfect match. The last remark made Shu Tong blush, yet her heart swelled with joy. My lady. Upon reaching the arena, Shu Tong offered a graceful bow to Wang Shang. After he smiled gently at her, he turned to Chu Hongye and said, "Head, this is my maid Shu Tong. I wish to bring her into Tianling Academy. Is that permissible?" Chu Hongye instinctively scrutinized Shu Tong, noting her exquisite beauty, yet regrettably, she exhibited no aura of spiritual energy, indicating her average aptitude. However, he was eager to recruit the extraordinary talent that was Wang Shang, leaving him in a dilemma. Zhang Qingye, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Head, our Tianling Academy only admits talented elites. Ordinary individuals do not qualify for entry. I kindly ask you to uphold our academy standards." Zhang Qingye, harboring animosity towards Wang Shang, sought to thwart him, and his assertion held merit, as Tianling Academy indeed only recruited the exceptionally gifted. Chu Hongye longed to admit Wang Shang to the academy but hesitated to breach its rules. If a precedent were set today, it would invite a flood of talented individuals wishing to bring others along in the future. Yet, should he let this opportunity slip, recruiting such a prodigious talent might never happen again. If Wang Shang were to align with another academy, Tianling Academy would suffer greatly. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, a graceful figure leaped onto the arena. "Head, the individuals I mentioned to you previously, who saved me, are these two." Lin Sihuan glanced at Wang Shang and Shu Tong before addressing Chu Hongye. Had it not been for them, the demon control pearl might have been seized by the Black Evil Palace. Though our Tianling Academy does not admit ordinary individuals, we have provisions for those who have rendered significant service to the academy, allowing them to enter without examination. Her words caused a stir among the gathered crowd. They had all heard of the destruction of the demon control sect by the Black Evil Palace, but they were astonished to learn that their treasured artifact, the demon control pearl, had found its way to Tianling Academy. Even more surprising was that the protectors of this pearl were the very two standing on the arena, who had also rescued a senior disciple of the academy. If this were true, their contributions were monumental. Indeed, upon hearing this, Chu Hongye could not help but reassess Wang Shang and Shu Tong with even greater admiration. Previously, he had heard of these two young saviors from Lin Sihuan, and had initially intended to reward them, but now they had come before him of their own accord. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Since you have contributed to Tianling Academy, you may both enter without examination, and I shall personally prepare a reward for you upon your admission. Chu Hongye proclaimed with a smile. This acknowledgement provided Chu Hongye with a valid reason to allow Wang Shang to bring Shu Tong into the academy. Upon hearing that they could enter Tianling Academy without examination, both Wang Shang and Shu Tong were elated. "Thank you, Head," they exclaimed in unison. Zhang Qingye's expression darkened significantly at this turn of events, and he resolved in his heart to eliminate Wang Shang. The latter's extraordinary talent filled Zhang Qingye with trepidation. Should he gain access to the resources of Tianling Academy, he would soar to unimaginable heights. And it might very well be Zhang Qingye who would perish. "Just wait. I will make you regret entering Tianling Academy." A glint of malice flickered in Zhang Qingye's eyes. Chapter 34. The instructors compete. The news of Wang Shang's recruitment into Tianling Academy swiftly spread throughout the institution. At the tender age of 16, he had achieved the 5th stage of spirit building and mastered the earth-level technique of thunder magic. Such formidable talent was rare even among the academy's other prodigies, and he quickly became a figure of renown within Tianling Academy. Naturally, Shu Tong, who entered alongside him, also garnered attention. Her breathtaking beauty became the talk of the academy, and her lack of talent was the subject of much gossip among students. However, the students' discussions were mere idle chatter, while the instructors took matters more seriously. Rushing to the main hall of Tianling Academy, they hurriedly made their way there, eager to secure the prodigy for themselves. Who wouldn't desire such an extraordinary talent? Moreover, the distribution of training resources within Tianling Academy was contingent upon the strength of the students under each instructor's tutelage. Instructors with formidable students would receive a larger allocation of resources, while those with weaker students would receive less. Given these circumstances, it was only natural for the instructors to compete fiercely over Wang Shang. As for Xu Tong, her lack of talent rendered her insignificant in their eyes. I arrived first. Do not compete with me. Several instructors rushed into the main hall of Tianling Academy, where Wang Shang, Xu Tong, and Xu Hongye were already present. Upon seeing the academy head, the instructors quieted down. Academy head. Upon entering the hall, the instructors bowed respectfully to Xu Hongye. What a disgraceful display, rushing in like this. How do you expect the new students to regard you? Xu Hongye chastised disapprovingly. The instructors accepted the reprimand humbly. Yet their gazes were fixed intently on Wang Shang, akin to wolves eyeing a lamb, their eyes gleaming with hunger. This was a prodigious talent. Such individuals were a rarity within the entire Tianling Academy. Whoever could take him under their wing would undoubtedly bring prestige to themselves and, more practically, acquire additional resources for cultivation. Wang Shang felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny and instinctively tightened his collar. Sensing that the instructors were behaving rather inappropriately, upon reflection, the enchanting Xu Tun is not esteemed by any mentor. Enough of that gaze at Wang Shang. You have frightened him, the head of the academy. Xu Hongye also noticed the fervent gazes of the mentors and could not help but interject. It resembled a lovesick fool gazing at an unparalleled beauty, yearning to leap forward at once, with the head's reminder. The mentors slightly tempered their intense stares. Observing that the mentors had calmed down somewhat, Xu Hongye spoke again. Since you have all arrived, who among you is willing to accept them as students? The newcomers require assigned mentors, typically chosen by the students themselves based on their interests and talents, as each mentor specializes in different fields. No sooner had Xu Hongye finished speaking than a corpulent mentor eagerly stepped forward. Head, I wish to take Wang Shang as my student and will prioritize his training, ensuring he becomes a pillar of our Tianling Academy in the future. Upon his declaration, other mentors scrambled to present their claims. Fearing Wang Shang might be snatched away. Head, I too wish to accept Wang Shang as a student, for my specialty lies in lightning spells, which are perfectly suited for him. If he studies under me, he will undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in the lineage of lightning magic. An emaciated old man eagerly proclaimed. The swordsmanship taught at Tianling Academy is unparalleled. If Wang Shang studies my sword techniques, his strength will surely advance significantly. At the upcoming competition among the 10 academies, he will secure an impressive ranking for us. A middle-aged man, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forward. Mastering talismans surpasses swordsmanship. My talismans are renowned throughout the Lingwu continent, and I am proficient in 36,000 varieties. If Wang Shang joins me, he will become the foremost talisman master in the world. A female mentor also stepped forward, not to be outdone. Mediocre talismans. Still boasting, my puppet arts are invincible. One can summon an army with a mere handful of beans. If Wang Shang studies under me, I shall allocate half of my resources to him. A short, middle-aged female mentor chimed in, eager to recruit Wang Shang. The mentors, in their fervor to secure Wang Shang, began to bicker, each offering increasingly enticing benefits. Wang Shang watched, astonished. The mentors at Tianling Academy were nothing like he had imagined, lacking in pretentiousness and aloofness. In truth, Wang Shang did not particularly care about what he learned, for he possessed the chaos refinement technique, enabling him to study martial arts independently. His primary reason for attending Tianling Academy was to evade his father's incessant pressure to settle down. Moreover, if he had to choose a mentor, he hoped to bring Xu Tun along. Esteemed mentors, should I be chosen, I have but one condition, to include my companion Xu Tun. After a moment's thought, Wang Shang declared. This statement was anticipated by head Xu Hongye, and upon hearing it, the mentors shifted their gaze toward Xu Tun. After scrutinizing the young lady, they all frowned in unison. Though she was indeed beautiful, the absence of any aura signified her as an ordinary individual. Lacking talent even compared to their least capable students, Tianling Academy valued talent and strength above all. Beauty was of no consequence. The mentors hesitated at the prospect of accepting a student with no potential, as it would reflect poorly upon them. Moreover, a student of such limited aptitude would inevitably diminish the resources allocated to them. Just then, a deep, resonant voice echoed from outside that I shall take these two little ones. The mentors and the head turned towards the source of the voice, their faces lighting up with respect upon recognizing the visitor. It was Master Deng, a retired figure of Tianling Academy, whose former students had achieved great renown across the Lingwu continent. His contributions to education had earned him the title of master, garnering tremendous respect even from head Chu Hongya. "What brings you here, Master Deng?" Head Chu Hongya was the first to approach. The other mentors followed suit. Casting admiring glances in his direction, "I have come expressly for these two youngsters," Master Deng said, his clouded gaze fixed upon Wang Shang and Shutan. As Master Deng regarded them, Wang Shang took the opportunity to observe him as well. The old man was entirely white-haired, his face weathered by time, yet he stood upright, clad in immaculate white robes. "You wish to accept these two children. Did you not retire long ago?" Head Chu Hongya could not restrain his curiosity. "Retirement leaves one idle. I thought to take on two students to pass the time," Master Deng replied with a smile. "However, this young lady Shutan lacks any spiritual energy. She may struggle to grasp your teachings." Chu Hongya cautioned, "In no matter. I enjoy their company," Master Deng replied, his words surprising. In his earlier teaching days, he had only accepted exceptional talents, never settling for mediocrity, resulting in his students shining brightly across the Lingwu continent. Yet now, he showed no disdain for a completely ordinary girl devoid of any aura. "If that is the case, as long as Wang Shang and Shutan are willing, I shall not oppose." Chu Hongya nodded in agreement. With the head's approval, Master Deng approached Wang Shang and asked, "Wang Shang, Shutan, do you wish to become my students?" Shutan glanced at Wang Shang. As long as he agreed, she would too. Wang Shang, without hesitation, nodded and declared, "I wish to become Master Deng's student." For him, the presence of a mentor was of little consequence, as he possessed the chaos refinement technique. He only sought to ensure Shutan was included. "If my master is willing, I shall also comply," Shutan affirmed. "Excellent. Henceforth, you two shall be my cherished disciples," Master Deng said, satisfaction evident in his gaze. The other mentors, witnessing Master Deng's claim over Wang Shang, offered no objections. Recognizing his esteemed status, however, they were puzzled as to why the retired Master Deng would return to take on students, especially one with no discernible talent. Upon exiting Tianling Academy, Master Deng casually summoned a colossal celestial crane, which descended gracefully, its wings unfurled to an impressive span of over 10 meters. Wang Shang and Shutan gazed in awe at the majestic creature, swallowing their saliva. "Such a massive celestial crane. I doubt it would fit in a pot for cooking," Shutan whispered to Wang Shang. Wang Shang quickly covered her mouth. "Shoo, we cannot speak of cooking a celestial crane. Grilling would be far more delectable." Master Deng, with exceptional hearing, nearly stumbled upon overhearing their conversation. Momentarily regretting his decision to accept them as students, "Hurry up and mount. I shall take you to your quarters," Master Deng instructed. "Certainly." Wang Shang and Shutan obediently climbed onto the celestial crane. It soared effortlessly into the sky, allowing them a panoramic view of the expansive Tianling Academy. They lay on the crane's back, captivated by the sights below: refining rooms, spirit beast grounds, spirit gathering plazas, demon suppression towers, scripture repositories, treasure halls, and combat arenas. Among others, all the essential facilities for cultivation were present in abundance. Wang Shang marveled inwardly. Tianling Academy exceeded his expectations in both size and completeness. It was no wonder it produced so many renowned experts across the continent. This academy was merely the tip of the iceberg within the entire Tianling Academy lineage. Beyond this institution, there were trial grounds, spirit mines, blessed lands, and 36 affiliated sects, Master Deng explained earnestly. "There are affiliated sects as well?" I had been narrow-minded, Wang Shang reflected, realizing he had underestimated the grandeur of Tianling Academy. Such a formidable institution, if he could leverage its resources for cultivation, would undoubtedly accelerate his progress significantly. Wang Shang felt a wave of gratitude for arriving at Tianling Academy. With the support of the academy, his cultivation would surely advance faster than through solitary efforts. These tangible assets of Tianling Academy were complemented by intangible ones, such as the numerous experts who had emerged from its ranks, many of whom were already famous across the continent. These connections and resources were not easily cultivated overnight. "Master, do any of your students have renown?" Shutan could not help but inquire. "Indeed, many. The leader of the Holy Spirit sect is my first student." The head of the Hahuan sect is my second, the master of the Divine Maiden Peak is my third, and the leader of the Tianxiang sect is also among my third batch of students. Master Deng recounted, pride radiating from him as he mentioned the illustrious names of many well-known figures in the Lingwu continent. However, Wang Shang had heard quite a bit about the affairs of the cultivation world. And upon learning that the renowned sects and their masters were all disciples of Master Deng, he could not help but feel a surge of astonishment that, of course, they are now all your senior brothers and sisters. Deng Yuanda remarked calmly. After hearing this, Wang Shang's heart swelled with joy. He thought to himself, what a fortunate stroke of serendipity. Indeed, coming to the Tianling Academy was the right choice. Master, what can you teach us? Wang Shang instinctively inquired. Whatever you wish to learn, I can teach. Deng Yuanda responded with notable confidence. Having lived for over 3 centuries, he was well versed in various techniques. Otherwise, he could not possibly have produced so many talented students. Can you teach me the dual cultivation method? Wang Shang pondered for a moment before speaking. He intended to cultivate alongside Xu Tong, thereby enabling her to acquire some self-defense capabilities. However, it was certainly not the kind of dual cultivation associated with the bed, but rather a method involving 2 individuals practicing together. Upon hearing this, Deng Yuanda's thoughts took a different turn. This lad truly dared to speak his mind, living up to the reputation of Wang Yang's son. I am, of course, knowledgeable in the dual cultivation method. Your third senior sister is quite proficient in this regard, Deng Yuanda said, as he retrieved a dual cultivation manual from his spatial ring and handed it to Wang Shang. All the teachings of dual cultivation are contained within this book. Forgive me, for I am too old to teach you personally. You young ones should delve into it yourselves. The martial arts competition among the 10 academies is about to commence. So you too should make the most of your time for dual cultivation. Thank you, Master, Wang Shang exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the dual cultivation manual, while Xu Tong, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned in closer. Yet, upon seeing the contents within, both of them were rendered speechless. Chapter 36. Jealousy of the wife. Wang Shang never anticipated that the so-called dual cultivation manual would be this. Presented in a combination of text and illustrations, this manual was exceedingly considerate, seemingly designed to prevent any misunderstanding. Compared to Secrets of the Chamber, it was equally, if not more, explicit. It was truly a case of escaping one calamity only to encounter another. What made it more embarrassing was that it was his own request. After glimpsing the illustrations in the dual cultivation manual, Xu Tong let out a delicate gasp before hurriedly turning her head away. Her fair cheeks flushed with crimson that lingered for some time. Wang Shang, though thick-skinned, could not withstand such overtly explicit dual cultivation. This was not what he had intended. Master, are there no other dual cultivation techniques? This is not what I seek. I am not that kind of person, Wang Shang coughed lightly, attempting to clarify. This is the only dual cultivation method I possess. If you desire other techniques related to dual cultivation, you must consult your third senior sister, Deng Yuanda replied calmly. Very well. Although Wang Shang verbally declined, he nonetheless tucked the illustrated dual cultivation manual into his spatial ring, under the guidance of the celestial crane. Wang Shang and his companions soon arrived at a secluded area in the back courtyard of Tianling Academy. Although the location was remote, the air was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Rich in spiritual energy and perfect for tranquil cultivation, numerous spirit beasts roamed freely within the garden, just as Wang Shang and his companions dismounted from the celestial crane. A portly figure clad in the Academy's robes approached them briskly. Master, you have returned. The plump individual respectfully greeted Deng Yuanda with a bow. Jian Kai, from now on, these two will be your junior brothers and sisters. Make sure to get to know each other well. In this Tianling Academy, you are the only students I have, so take them to rest, Deng Yuanda instructed before turning to retire. Yes, Master, Wang Jiankai replied respectfully, casting a curious glance at his new junior siblings. A hint of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. His teacher had retired long ago, yet today he unexpectedly took in 2 students. How strange. I am Wang Jiankai. You may call me Fat Senior Brother. He greeted warmly. Wang Shang looked at the rotund figure and instantly felt a sense of familiarity. I am Wang Shang, and this is my companion, Xu Tong. Just as Wang Shang finished his introduction, Wang Jiankai suddenly grew excited. Oh, it is you two who have been admitted without examination today. You are now celebrities within the academy, he exclaimed, visibly thrilled. Wang Jiankai seemed quite enthusiastic about gossip. Is the news spreading this fast? Wang Shang was somewhat speechless, never imagining that he and Xu Tong had become prominent figures within Tianling Academy. Of course, At merely 16 years of age, you unleashed a geographical-level thunder technique. In the entire Tianling Academy, there are no more than 5 who can achieve such a feat, Wang Jiankai stated earnestly. Wang Shang remained silent. If they knew he also possessed a more formidable geographical-level sword technique. The 1,000 sword-slaying immortals, would they be even more astonished? Really? So how did little Shu gain her fame? Wang Shang asked curiously. After all, she merely stood there and did not exhibit any remarkable prowess. Why, it is her stunning beauty. You may not realize, but little junior sister has already been ranked among the 4 most beautiful women of Tianling Academy. If her talent were a tad better, she might even contend for the title of the most beautiful. Wang Jiankai spoke with great enthusiasm. Is that so? Who are the other 3 beauties? Wang Shang inquired instinctively, despite feeling somewhat incredulous. It's a man who's curious about the beauties of Tianling Academy. The most universally acknowledged beauty is Xiao Jingyi. She possesses the ice phoenix physique, combining both strength and beauty, yet she is exceedingly aloof. As cold as ice, and no man dares to approach her. The other 2 tied for second place are Lu Fenger and Xia Chun. One is seductive and alluring, while the other is gentle and refined. They embody 2 distinct styles of beauty, both possessing formidable talents. Moreover, there are many other lovely maidens at Tianling Academy. If you get the chance, I shall introduce you to them. Wang Jiankai spoke passionately about the beauties of the academy. Exuding an air of expertise, clearly a connoisseur. All right, I have decided on you as my senior brother. Wang Shang readily agreed. However, before he could finish, Shu Tong coughed lightly and, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "Senior brother. It is getting late. My master and I need to rest." Wang Jiankai glanced at the setting sun and laughed awkwardly. "I almost forgot. We still have little junior sister here. Our Tianling Academy also has many handsome fellows, especially Song Luo, who ranks first on the strength list. He is both dashing and powerful, and no matter how formidable he is, he cannot compare to my master. No matter how handsome he is, he cannot measure up to my master." Shu Tong replied with a hint of irritation. Indeed. With you as my junior brother, there's no need to concern ourselves with Song Luo." Wang Jiankai chuckled, clearly optimistic about Wang Shang's potential. Then, recalling something, he continued, "By the way, junior brother, with your talent and strength, will you be participating in the internal selection for the martial arts competition among the 10 academies in 5 days? The martial arts competition among the 10 academies?" Wang Shang suddenly remembered that Master Deng had mentioned it earlier and urged them to make the most of their time for dual cultivation. However, he knew little about it. Well, you might not be aware yet, but the martial arts competition among the 10 academies is a contest between students of the 10 most prestigious academies in the Great Zhou dynasty. That occurs once every 4 years and serves as a platform to showcase each academy's strength. Aside from substantial rewards, forces from across the spirit martial continent, including royal families and other nations, will come to witness this grand competition. If you are selected by these great forces, it could lead to a promising future. Thus, the competition is exceptionally fierce every time. Wang Jiankai explained succinctly yet comprehensively that, "Oh, I see. It provides an opportunity for students from various academies to display their strength, allowing other forces to select talents, while also showcasing the might of their respective academies. Truly a dual benefit." Wang Shang quickly grasped the significance of the martial arts competition among the 10 academies. Yes, that's essentially the case. However, not every student has the opportunity to participate. Prior to that, we must first pass the academy's internal selection, Wang Jiankai elaborated. Internal selection? What are the rules? Wang Shang instinctively asked. The internal selection requires us to travel to the Demon Suppression Pass on our southeastern frontier, where we will hunt demon beasts and collect demon crystals for a month. The 30 students who collect the most demon crystals will represent Tianling Academy in the capital for the martial arts competition among the 10 academies. Wang Jiankai explained. Hunting demon beasts on the frontier is indeed an excellent contest. It not only alleviates the pressure from demon beasts but also hones the students' practical combat skills, ultimately selecting the most capable disciples to represent the academy in the martial arts competition among the 10 academies. Wang Shang could not help but praise. Indeed, Tianling Academy undertakes this endeavor every 4 years to provide practical combat training. Wang Jiankai nodded in agreement. Wang Shang perceived this competition as quite beneficial and then recalled something, prompting him to question Wang Jiankai. By the way, fat senior brother, will the Divine Spirit Academy also participate in the martial arts competition among the 10 academies? Of course, the Divine Spirit Academy is a prominent academy in the capital, and many royal descendants study there. In terms of strength, they might even surpass us at Tianling Academy, Wang Jiankai replied instinctively. Wang Shang remembered that Su Wanner had gone to the Divine Spirit Academy. If he could participate in the martial arts competition among the 10 academies and secure the championship, how would she feel then? Fat senior brother, please help me register for the internal selection of the martial arts competition among the 10 academies. I wish to participate, Wang Shang declared with unwavering determination. This time, he intended to win. Chapter 37. She is my woman, having made the decision to partake in the martial arts competition among the 10 academies. It was only natural to prepare thoroughly. However, to Wang Shang's surprise, Shu Tong also wished to register. Reluctantly, Wang Shang had no choice but to include Fat Senior Brother in the registration. Upon returning to the room arranged by Fat Senior Brother, Wang Shang immediately sat cross-legged and retrieved the spatial ring he had taken from the black-clad individual. This black-clad figure was likely a member of the Black Shat Hall, possessing strength at the Golden Body Spirit realm, indicating a relatively high status within the organization that he wondered what valuable items might be contained within. Wang Shang, filled with anticipation, immersed his thoughts into the storage ring, which brought him immense joy upon inspection. Unexpectedly, he discovered a plethora of treasures, medicinal pills, magical artifacts, spiritual stones, and numerous secret manuals. After examining the contents of the ring several times, he extracted a black identity token inscribed with the words 10th Elder of the Black Shale Hall. It turned out that this individual was indeed the 10th Elder of the Black Shale Hall, which explained his formidable strength. Regardless, Wang Shang resolved to refine these spiritual stones first. With that thought, he retrieved a heap of spiritual stones from the storage ring, of varying sizes and qualities, enough to fill a basin. Such an abundance of spiritual stones must have taken the cloaked figure considerable time to amass. And now they all belonged to Wang Shang. Let the process begin. He activated the chaotic refinement technique on the pile of spiritual stones before him, and in an instant, they were enveloped in white flames. Due to the sheer volume of stones, the refining process was rather time-consuming, and it wasn't until the witching hour that Wang Shang finally completed the refinement that a solid white orb of light was absorbed into his body, instantly overwhelming him with an immense surge of spiritual energy. Such a vast quantity of energy, it would propel him to the 6th stage of spirit building. Excitedly, he circulated the tumultuous energy throughout his body, gradually guiding it into the accompanying spirit jade in his dantian. With the continuous influx of energy, the spirit jade trembled gently, and Wang Shang's strength successfully ascended to the 6th stage of spirit building. Upon opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, his face alight with exhilaration. Indeed, he had advanced another tier. Now, he wondered what other treasures he could refine. As he mused, he searched once more through the cloaked figure's storage ring, eventually uncovering a mid-tier Xian-grade flame fan. This mid-tier Xian-grade flame fan, what wonders might it yield upon refinement? With a heart full of anticipation, Wang Shang once again employed the chaotic refinement technique. The white flames swiftly engulfed the flame fan, and clearly, the fan was no match for the chaotic-fired By Dawn. The mid-tier Xian-grade flame fan was completely refined, and he absorbed another white orb of light into his body. Beyond the rich spiritual energy, Wang Shang was pleasantly surprised to find that his previous basic fire technique had miraculously advanced to a superior Xian-grade fire technique, significantly enhancing its power, just as I had surmised. Techniques of the same attribute can amalgamate to upgrade. Wang Shang felt a surge of excitement, but it soon waned. Regrettably, there were no more fire attribute treasures left in the storage ring, and the remaining items were rather unimpressive. Just as Wang Shang lamented the lack of treasures to refine, a sudden knocking echoed from outside, followed by the delicate voice of Shu Tong. "Young master, have you risen?" Upon hearing Shu Tong's voice, Wang Shang promptly opened the door. Today, Shu Tong was adorned in a pale yellow long dress, exuding a fresh and ethereal charm, akin to a celestial being. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded loosely behind her, and a gentle breeze stirred them, creating a ripple effect. Wang Shang found himself momentarily entranced, pondering why this girl appeared increasingly beautiful. "Young master, I have prepared a bowl of spirit mushroom porridge for you. Do give it a try." Shu Tong cheerfully offered the large bowl of porridge to Wang Shang. Coming back to his senses, he was instantly captivated by the enticing aroma of the food. How delightful! Wang Shang's mouth watered in anticipation even before tasting it. Of course, my cooking is quite delectable, Shu Tong replied with a hint of pride. After 10 years of serving as a maid, she had indeed mastered the culinary arts, excelling in various delicacies, just as Wang Shang was about to indulge in the porridge. A voice approached. "Junior brother Wang, junior sister Shu, I finally found you." A rather handsome young man, his face adorned with a smile, approached, accompanied by a male and female disciple from the academy, each holding a delicately crafted gift box. All three were clad in the robes of Tianling Academy, with the leading disciple's chest emblazoned in red, indicating his status as a senior disciple, while the others were junior disciples. "Who are you?" Wang Shang instinctively inquired. "I am Mu Linfeng, a senior disciple of the sword cultivators. These two are my junior disciples that we have been sent by the academy head to bestow upon you your merit rewards," he stated, his gaze lingering on Shu Tong, captivated by her exquisite beauty. This caused Wang Shang to furrow his brow slightly. "Since these are rewards from the academy head, please hand them over," Wang Shang replied nonchalantly. As he was in need of treasures to refine, and this was a fortuitous encounter. Very well, Mu Linfeng wasted no time, gesturing for his junior disciples to present the gift boxes to Wang Shang and Shu Tong. The rewards are contained within these two boxes. The one on the left is for junior sister Shu, and the one on the right is for junior brother Wang, Mu Linfeng explained carefully. "Thank you, senior brother Mu," Wang Shang said without hesitation, accepting the box meant for him and placing it into his storage ring. "Thank you, senior brother Mu," Shu Tong added meekly, receiving her own box. However, Mu Linfeng showed no intention of departing. His gaze remained fixed on Shu Tong. "Senior brother Mu, is there something else?" Wang Shang asked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Oh, it's nothing much, since you two are newcomers. I thought I might help junior sister Shu familiarize herself with Tianling Academy." Mu Linfeng replied, feigning a benevolent demeanor, though his eyes betrayed his intentions as they roamed over Shu Tong. Such intentions were glaringly obvious, easily discernible to anyone. "I appreciate your offer, but I shall take Shu Tong on a tour myself." "No need for your assistance," Wang Shang directly declined. "Junior brother Wang, you might be misunderstanding me. I merely wish to help you both get acquainted with Tianling Academy and perhaps make some new friends." Mu Linfeng insisted, unwilling to relent. Seeing that this fellow was intent on lingering, Wang Shang's dissatisfaction grew. "Leave at once. Shu Tong is my woman, and I advise you not to harbor any designs on her." Wang Shang bluntly exposed Mu Linfeng's thoughts, leaving him visibly embarrassed. Hearing this, Shu Tong's face flushed crimson, though her heart felt as sweet as honey. "Junior brother Wang, you may have misinterpreted my intentions. I am a gentleman of honor." Mu Linfeng attempted to defend himself, but Wang Shang had lost all patience. "If you do not leave, I shall resort to using the heavenly thunder technique." This declaration startled Mu Linfeng, causing his complexion to shift. "No, junior brother Wang, I shall take my leave at once." He hurriedly turned and departed. Although a terrestrial-level heavenly thunder technique would not claim his life, it could incapacitate him for quite some time. Especially on Master Deng's territory, Wang Shang watched Mu Linfeng retreat with lingering annoyance. "How dare such a fellow covet my woman?" Shu Tong, however, blushed deeply and tugged at Wang Shang's sleeve, her voice barely a whisper. "Young master, were you serious when you said I was your woman?" Chapter 38. Embracing the consort leads to upgrades. Just moments ago, Wang Shang had instinctively blurted that out to dissuade Mu Linfeng, never expecting Shu Tong to take it to heart. "Did I?" Wang Shang stammered, feeling embarrassed. "Yes, I heard it quite clearly. You distinctly said so." Shu Tong pouted. "Is that so? Perhaps you misheard." Wang Shang replied playfully. "You scoundrel." Shu Tong huffed, her eyes wide with indignation. Truly, her beauty shone even when angered, making her all the more endearing. "You are my maid. Thus you are also my woman. So I suppose I have not lied." Wang Shang casually explained. "Though," Shu Tong replied with a hint of disappointment, though she could not fathom why she felt this way. "Let us first examine the rewards from the academy head," Wang Shang suggested. Taking Shu Tong's hand as they walked back inside, he was fortunate to have received treasures to refine. A serendipitous occurrence indeed. As they discussed the rewards, Shu Tong's curiosity piqued. After placing the two gift boxes on the table, they opened them together. Inside Wang Shang's box lay a crimson orb, while Shu Tong's contained a blue wind chime. "Is this a fire attribute orb?" Wang Shang pondered, lifting the red orb and sensing the rich fire attribute energy emanating from within. Elated, he realized that with this fire orb, he could elevate his fire technique to the terrestrial level upon refinement. This fire orb was perfectly suited to his current needs. "Young master, what does my wind chime do?" Shu Tong inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Upon hearing this, Wang Shang instinctively turned to examine the wind chime. feeling the potent wind attribute spirit energy coursing through it. This should allow control over wind spirit energy, he surmised. Infusing his spirit energy into it, a gentle breeze wafted from the chime. Indeed, if refined, it could grant another wind attribute skill, Wang Shang mused inwardly. However, recognizing it as Shu Tong's possession, he hesitated to claim it for himself. Instead, he retrieved a pair of golden bracelets from his storage ring and offered them to her. Little Shu, this wind chime is not suitable for you. Let me exchange it for these golden bracelets. The wind chime was indeed somewhat ill-suited for Shu Tong, as she lacked spirit energy to utilize it, while the golden bracelets were perfect for a girl to wear. What belongs to me is yours, young master. This wind chime is yours, Shu Tong generously replied, understanding her own limitations. Then allow me to help you put on these golden bracelets, Wang Shang said, uncertain of the bracelets' abilities but knowing they looked pleasing. As he handed them to Shu Tong, with a slight nod, Shu Tong contemplated for a moment, only to realize upon extending her hand that a jade bracelet adorned her right wrist, a cherished keepsake from her mother. After a brief reflection, she suggested, young master, how about I wear one, and you wear the other gold bracelet? Shu Tong envisioned that by donning matching bracelets, they would symbolically become a pair. The gold bracelet appeared somewhat feminine, seemingly more suited for a woman. However, Wang Shang desired to spare Shu Tong further disappointment and promptly acquiesced. Very well, let us each wear one, he said, as he adorned Shu Tong with a gold bracelet before donning the other himself. As the two gold bracelets clasped around their wrists, an extraordinary energy surged forth from the bracelets, enveloping them entirely. In that instant, they became acutely aware of one another's presence. These gold bracelets are truly remarkable. Upon wearing them, we can sense each other's existence, and the closer we draw to one another, the faster the flow of our spiritual energy becomes, Wang Shang mused, pacing around the room. Indeed, as he drew nearer to Shu Tong, the circulation of spiritual energy within him intensified. Is that so? Upon wearing the gold bracelet, I can feel my heart racing the closer I stand to you, young master, Shu Tong noted, taking a few steps towards Wang Shang. Her heartbeat quickening significantly. These gold bracelets are rather peculiar. Observing Shu Tong, who stood merely a chest distance away, Wang Shang impulsively embraced her the moment he held her close. His spiritual energy surged and swirled vigorously, while the surrounding spiritual aura instinctively gravitated towards him. Wang Shang, witnessing this phenomenon, was elated. These gold bracelets are indeed extraordinary. Embracing one another facilitates the absorption of spiritual energy and accelerates its flow. This is akin to aiding my cultivation. As he held Shu Tong, an unexpected desire to maintain the embrace arose within him. Meanwhile, Shu Tong, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, felt her cheeks flush crimson. More importantly, her heart raced. A surge of energy within her seemed poised to escape but was held back by an unseen force. In that moment, she mostly felt the warmth of Wang Shang's embrace and longed for the moment to last indefinitely. After a considerable time, Wang Shang felt a tremor at his dantian, and to his astonishment, his cultivation level rose to the 7th tier of spirit building. Ecstasy washed over him as he thought, goodness, embracing Shu Tong leads to an upgrade. If we were to consummate, would the progress not be even swifter? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, he shook his head vigorously. No, that is absolutely out of the question. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly thrust open, and the voice of the plump senior brother echoed in. Junior brother, your and junior sister's registration application has been approved. The plump senior brother halted mid-sentence upon noticing Wang Shang and Shu Tong locked in an embrace, leading to an immediate and awkward retreat. I saw nothing. You two carry on, he exclaimed, hastily closing the door behind him. With the plump senior brother's interruption, Wang Shang and Shu Tong finally released each other. Shu Tong's face was still flushed. Her gaze lowered in shyness, while Wang Shang couldn't help but feel his own face heat up as he opened the door again, only to find the plump senior brother tumbling in, clearly having been eavesdropping outside. Junior brother, have you finished so soon? The plump senior brother chuckled awkwardly. It's not what you think, Wang Shang replied. Wishing to avoid further explanation, he then remembered something and displayed the gold bracelet in his hand. Senior brother, you are well versed. Could you help me identify the purpose of this gold bracelet? Wang Shang felt the plump senior brother might recognize its significance. A gold bracelet? What business does a man have with a gold bracelet? The plump senior brother teased lightly before glancing at the bracelet. Initially perceiving it as an ordinary piece, he was taken aback when he realized its true nature. Junior brother, where did you acquire this gold bracelet? This is no mere gold bracelet. What do you mean it's not a gold bracelet? Then what is it? Oh, wait, there's another one, Wang Shang said, waving for Shu Tong to join them. The plump senior brother's eyes darted to the bracelet on Shu Tong's wrist, further solidifying his suspicions. What appears to be a gold bracelet is, in fact, known as the Yin-Yang affection brace, said to be crafted by a lovesick celestial craftsman. Once donned, it cannot be removed. The Yin-Yang affection brace? It cannot be taken off once worn. Wang Shang instinctively tugged at the gold bracelet, only to find it constricting tighter with each pull, refusing to budge. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to remove it, nearly drawing blood from his wrist in the process. Indeed, the more one tries to remove it, the tighter it becomes, he panted, having resigned to the notion of leaving the bracelet on. Indeed, this was forged by a lovesick celestial craftsman, and naturally, it cannot be removed. Once worn, the two individuals are bound permanently, unless one party meets their demise, the plump senior brother explained, before pausing to inquire with a hint of curiosity, by the way. Where did you acquire this pair of Yin-Yang affection braces? I found them in a cave, Wang Shang replied, half joking. The truth was that these gold bracelets were relics from the Saint Master, discovered in that spatial ring. And due to the absence of spiritual energy fluctuations, Wang Shang had assumed them to be ordinary accessories, found in a cave. Such treasures can simply be found, the plump senior brother expressed disbelief. But knowing Wang Shang, he refrained from pressing further. By the way, do these Yin-Yang affection braces have any special functions? Wang Shang asked, a sense of anticipation building within him. Shu Tong, too, leaned in with curiosity. I'm not entirely sure of their exact functions, but I have heard that once worn, they enhance the speed of joint cultivation. Furthermore, the plump senior brother's smile took on a rather mischievous quality. Furthermore what? Wang Shang inquired, curiosity piqued. The plump senior brother cleared his throat and turned to Shu Tong, junior sister. Could you step outside for a moment? I need to have a private conversation with junior brother. Shu Tong glanced at Wang Shang, who nodded slightly. All right, but please don't lead my young master astray, she warned, a hint of concern in her voice. Who am I to lead him astray? The plump senior brother teased. After Shu Tong exited, the plump senior brother leaned in closer to Wang Shang, his expression taking on a more suggestive tone. Upon hearing the plump senior brother's words, Wang Shang's heart raced with realization. The Yin-Yang affection brace truly accelerated joint cultivation when the wearers were in close proximity, and if they were to engage intimately, the enhancement would be astronomical. The celestial craftsman must have been quite the romantic. Fixated on the notion of cultivation, the plump senior brother remarked, Junior brother, you've stumbled upon a treasure. Once junior sister experiences a taste of this exhilarating sensation, she'll undoubtedly cling to you daily. That I possess exceptional talent. I should not rely on such devices for cultivation, Wang Shang asserted with mock dignity. Spare me the pretense. I saw the two of you having a delightful time in the room. If I hadn't arrived, who knows what might have transpired? The plump senior brother chuckled. Wang Shang found himself too flustered to argue, as the plump senior brother's observations were undeniably accurate. Junior brother, put forth your best effort. I have high hopes for you, the plump senior brother encouraged before departing. As soon as he left, Shu Tong hurried back inside. Young master, what did the plump senior brother say to you? Her large, curious eyes sparkled with concern that the senior brother might lead her young master astray. Nothing of importance, just matters pertaining to adults. It is best for children not to pry, Wang Shang replied after clearing his throat. In truth, he hesitated to divulge the details to Shu Tong. Matters pertaining to adults? But young master, you are merely 16, the same age as I. Why can you listen? Yet I cannot. Shu Tong pouted, visibly displeased. Well, that is simply because I am older than you, Wang Shang stammered, struggling to find a convincing retort. My birthday is on the second day of the first month. You cannot possibly be older than me. Your birthday is on the second day of the first month. Wang Shang was taken aback, for his own birthday fell on the very same date. What a remarkable coincidence. Well, that should suffice, Shu Tong declared with a hint of pride. Indeed, it is sufficient, but only men are privy to such discussions. Now, please step outside. I must begin my cultivation. Wang Shang sought an excuse to dismiss her. Humph, you insufferable young master, Shu Tong huffed, reluctantly leaving the room. As he watched her adorable yet irate demeanor, a smile crept onto Wang Shang's face. Once Shu Tong departed, Wang Shang gathered the flame pearl and wind chime from the table, settling cross-legged upon his bed, ready to refine them. Meanwhile, in a mentor's chamber at the Tianling Academy, Zhang Xingye was briefing his 8 strongest disciples on a matter of great importance. Do you know why I have summoned you here? Zhang Xingye surveyed the 8 disciples before him, who were his most esteemed pupils. Currently the most powerful, he taught. Their sudden assembly signified a pressing matter to discuss. Teacher, have you called us regarding the upcoming martial arts competition among the 10 academies? One tall disciple stepped forward. Precisely. You are the 8 disciples I hold in the highest regard, and I wish for each of you to succeed in this internal selection at the Tianling Academy. Zhang Qingye stated that we shall not disappoint your expectations. Teacher, the 8 disciples proclaimed in unison, their voices ringing with determination. Indeed, your success in this selection hinges upon the quantity of demon crystals you manage to collect. Zhang Qingye cast a fleeting glance at them before swiftly changing the subject. However, this demon crystal can be obtained from the bodies of demon beasts, or from the hands of others. Do you understand the meaning behind the teacher's words? The 8 disciples exchanged glances and immediately grasped their instructor's intent. I see. Teacher, are you suggesting that this time we must not only battle the demon beasts, but also compete against our peers from the academy? A tall disciple named Chiku spoke up once more. Indeed, Chiku, you possess great insight. Zhang Qingye affirmed, in the internal selections of past 10 academy martial gatherings, conflicts often arise between disciples of the same academy. If the opponent is unwilling to yield, you may resort to lethal force, as exemplified by Wang Shang and Xu Tong, who recently joined us. Zhang Qingye emphasized the last 2 names with a notable intensity. Wang Shang. Teacher, he wields earth-level thunder techniques. Chiku replied, a hint of trepidation in his tone. What is there to fear? He is merely at the 5th stage of spirit building, after casting a thunder technique. He will exhaust his spiritual energy, leaving him vulnerable if all 8 of you confront him together. His demise is inevitable, Zhang Qingye assured them. Upon hearing this, the 8 disciples experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, although the earth-level thunder technique was formidable, its use drained a considerable amount of spiritual energy. With Wang Shang's 5th stage of spirit building, a single cast would deplete his reserves, leaving him defenseless. With this realization, their confidence surged considerably. Rest assured, teacher, we shall eliminate Wang Shang and Xu Tong during the internal selections, Chiku vowed. Aware of their teacher's grudge against Wang Shang, they intended to seize this opportunity to avenge him. Excellent. To enhance your chances of victory, I have prepared a magical artifact for each of you. Choose wisely. Zhang Qingye expressed his satisfaction with their attitude, then waved his hand to produce 8 profound-level treasures from his storage ring. These treasures represented Zhang Qingye's personal collection. However, he unhesitatingly offered them in pursuit of Wang Shang's downfall. Thank you, teacher, the 8 disciples exclaimed with delight as they began their selection. Soon, each chose a magical artifact that appealed to them and bid farewell to Zhang Qingye before departing. Watching his advanced disciples leave, a growing chill emanated from Zhang Qingye's eyes. Fenger, uncle shall avenge you. Lost in thought, a series of knocks interrupted him, jolting Zhang Qingye back to reality. Enter, assuming it was one of his disciples. He called for the visitor. However, upon opening the door, it was not his disciple but an elderly man cloaked in black. Zhang Qingye's expression shifted dramatically. This was Su. How dare you enter our Heavenly Spirit Academy? Zhang Qingye's demeanor became defensive, for this man, Su, was the master of the Black Sha Hall. The Heavenly Spirit Academy was actively pursuing the Black Sha Hall, and the audacity of its master to appear in his chamber was astonishing. I am here to assist you in eliminating those 2 brats, Wang Shang and Xu Tong. Su replied with a sinister smile. No need. I can handle these 2 children myself, Zhang Qingye firmly rejected. As he could never accept assistance from the forces of evil. You truly believe your 8 advanced disciples can defeat Wang Shang and Xu Tong? They have already collaborated to slay our Black Sha Hall's 10th elder. A formidable master at the 1st stage of the Golden Body Spiritual Realm, Su coaxed. They killed a master of the Golden Body Spiritual Realm? Zhang Qingye was taken aback. He was aware that Wang Shang and Xu Tong had saved Lin Sahan. But he was unaware of their deadly prowess. If this were true, then his 8 disciples might indeed struggle against Wang Shang and Xu Tong, and even he himself might not succeed. Of course. If you help me acquire the demon-taming pearl from your academy's treasure pavilion, I can assist you in eliminating the 2 of them. Su laid bare his intentions. You want me to steal the demon-taming pearl? Dream on. Zhang Qingye's anger flared at this suggestion. Deep down, he vehemently opposed cooperating with malevolent forces. You will acquiesce. This is our Black Sha Hall signal talisman. Once you obtain the demon-taming pearl, simply crush this talisman, and I will come to retrieve it. Once I possess the demon-taming pearl, I will assist you in eliminating both Wang Shang and Xu Tong. Additionally, I will ensure a position for you as an elder in our Black Sha Hall. Su declared, tossing a black signal talisman to Zhang Qingye before dissipating into a cloud of black mist that drifted out the window. Zhang Qingye caught the talisman, intending to discard it immediately. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he chose to tuck it away in his storage ring. Chapter 40. Dear brother, you have successfully captured your sister's attention. After several days of refining and absorption, Wang Shang successfully integrated the flame pearl and wind control bell sent by the academy head. Drawing their spiritual energy into his own being. As a result, Wang Shang's strength smoothly ascended to the 8th stage of spirit building. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Wang Shang finally opened his eyes. A glimmer of excitement flashing within them. Splendid. I have finally advanced to the 8th stage of spirit building. The flame pearl has elevated my fire techniques to earth level, and the wind control bell has granted me profound level wind manipulation capabilities. With this thought, Wang Shang extended his hands, channeling spiritual energy, and suddenly, a brilliant crimson flame appeared in his left palm, while a miniature whirlwind manifested in his right. One hand commanded fire, and the other controlled the wind. When it came to spells, no disciple within the entire Heavenly Spirit Academy could rival Wang Shang. His only shortcoming at present was his relatively low realm. A single release of an earth-level spell could deplete all his spiritual energy. Thus, his priority remained focused on elevating his realm. Fortunately, the border town near the Demon Suppression Pass was teeming with demon beasts, which would serve as excellent sources for his refinement and advancement. Wang Shang eagerly anticipated the upcoming internal selections of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. Although the event would be held at the border, the abundance of demon beasts, including some high-level ones, presented a golden opportunity for him to enhance his strength exponentially. As dawn broke, Brother Fat led Wang Shang and Shu Tong towards the largest square of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. Along the way, numerous disciples were also making their way to the square, each face brimming with excitement and anticipation. Today marked the day of their journey to the border town for the Demon Suppression Pass, and many had prepared well in advance, especially those advanced disciples nearing graduation, who felt an overwhelming desire to seize this chance to showcase their abilities for a promising future. At the square, a gathering of 4,000 to 5,000 people could be seen from a distance. The crowd appeared to be a vast sea of humanity. So many people. Brother Fat, how many are participating in the Academy's internal selections this time? Shu Tong could not help but inquire. In previous internal selections, the number has always hovered around 5,000. This time should be no different. Brother Fat estimated 5,000. Only the top 30 will be selected. The competition is fierce, Wang Shang mused internally. Indeed, the internal selections are the most competitive. Not only must you contend with demon beasts, but you must also compete against your fellow disciples. Therefore, from this point onward, remain vigilant against your peers. Brother Fat solemnly warned Do. Brother Fat, have you participated in the internal selections of the 10 Academy Martial Gathering? Shu Tong blinked her large eyes and asked. Of course, I have participated, and twice at that. So, when we arrive at the Demon Suppression Pass, you must stick close to me. Only then will you have a chance at the spoils. Brother Fat proclaimed with pride. Did you make it into the top 30? Wang Shang instinctively pressed for an answer. Well, Brother Fat hesitated, but just then, a sultry voice from the front interjected, answering Wang Shang's question. Junior Brother Wang, your Brother Fat has placed 31st in 2 editions. Upon hearing this alluring voice, Wang Shang instinctively turned to look at a stunning young woman with an alluring figure, accompanied by 4 advanced disciples. Approach them gracefully. This woman was strikingly beautiful, especially with her flowing red hair, which added an extra touch of sensuality. Lu Fenger, Brother Fat exclaimed in surprise. She was ranked 2nd on the Heavenly Spirit Academy's beauty list and possessed formidable strength. Wang Shang discreetly assessed Lu Fenger. Her alluring figure was indeed captivating, particularly her ample bosom, which appeared even more pronounced than Shu Tong's. With every step, her figure swayed enticingly, evoking a sense of thrill. Junior Brother Wang, as this is your first time participating in the internal selections, would you like to join me? Lu Fenger's enchanting gaze locked onto Wang Shang as she enticingly invited him. Shu Tong, noticing Lu Fenger's flirtation, felt a flicker of irritation. How dare she seduce her young master in plain sight? Simultaneously, she harbored concerns that her young master might fall for this vixen's allure. Fortunately, Wang Shang remained unfazed by Lu Fenger's advances. No, thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline, he replied, directly rejecting her invitation. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Fenger, yet in this Tianling Academy, I have yet to fear anyone, Wang Shang declared as he strode forward. Lu Fenger, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. This young man had the audacity to disregard her completely, even putting on airs before her. "Heh, you little brother, you have successfully piqued my interest. If I don't bring you down, I shall take your surname." Lu Feng'er observed Wang Shang's retreating figure, discreetly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. The plump senior brother noticed the glint in Lu Feng'er's eyes and secretly felt a moment of concern for his junior brother. "Junior, it seems Lu Feng'er is intent on making a move against you." The plump senior brother cautioned as he caught up with Wang Shang. "I fear not her charms. Why should I fear her actions?" Wang Shang casually replied. The plump senior brother was momentarily dumbfounded, then chuckled. "Indeed, junior brother, your resolve is commendable, but do exercise caution. Lu Feng'er possesses more than just beauty to ensnare. She has many tactics up her sleeve. Her aim is to make you submit to her will and obediently hand over your demon crystals." "So, does this mean the so-called internal selection competition has already commenced?" Wang Shang exclaimed, startled. "Yes, everyone has already begun to make their moves. Lu Feng'er is employing her allure to select her prey, while others are forming alliances. And some are even scheming against their fellow disciples." The plump senior brother elaborated. Having experienced the internal selection competition twice, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. Wang Shang instinctively surveyed the crowd in the square. And indeed, as the plump senior brother had said, most disciples were seeking to ally with the more skilled among them. With only 30 spots available for the internal selection competition, forming alliances with experts is undoubtedly a prudent choice. Truly, this internal selection competition is growing increasingly intriguing. That a subtle smile crept across Wang Shang's lips. Meanwhile, Shu Tong was quite worried for her young master. Lu Feng'er exuded a distinctly aggressive aura, and she silently resolved to protect her young master, vowing not to let her steal the tower. Upon reaching the square, the academy head, Chu Hongye, and a multitude of mentors had already assembled on the elevated platform. Noticing that most had gathered, Chu Hongye proclaimed loudly from the platform. "Fellow students, before we officially begin the internal selection competition for the 10 Academy Martial Arts, I deem it necessary to explain the rules." Upon hearing the head's announcement, the over 5,000 disciples in the square fell silent. "The rules are quite simple. First, the internal selection competition will last for 1 month. Please manage your time wisely. Second, rankings will be determined by the quantity of demon crystals you ultimately possess, rather than the number of demon beasts you slay, so please keep this in mind. Third, upon entering the demon suppression pass, each of you will receive a life-saving bracelet. Should you find yourself in mortal danger, you may use this bracelet to call for help, and someone will come to your aid. However, it must be emphasized that the use of this bracelet signifies the immediate termination of your participation in the internal selection competition. Therefore, use the life-saving bracelet judiciously. Do not activate it unless absolutely necessary. Fourth, we are all alumni of Tianling Academy. During the internal selection competition, healthy competition is encouraged. Yet killing and stealing demon crystals from one another is strictly prohibited. Any violations will result in severe consequences from the academy. That is all for now. I hope all students can showcase their true abilities during this internal selection competition and wish you all good fortune. Finally, I ask all students to board the flying vessel in an orderly manner. As Chu Hongye's voice faded, a massive flying vessel, nearly half the size of the square, appeared before them. Wang Shang, witnessing such a colossal vessel for the first time, was taken aback. This vessel is truly enormous. Are we to fly to the border's demon suppression pass? Wang Shang instinctively inquired. Indeed, the southeast border is over 400 kilometers from here, making this vessel quite suitable for the journey. The plump senior brother replied as he joined the throng heading towards the vessel. With the crowd being so dense, Wang Shang instinctively grasped Shu Tong's hand, fearful that she might be swept away by the flow of people. Upon feeling her young master hold her hand, Shu Tong's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she obediently followed Wang Shang onto the flying vessel. In that brief moment when their hands clasped, Wang Shang felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body. The surrounding spiritual aura automatically drawn into him. This was akin to a form of unintentional cultivation. Ever since they donned the yin-yang bonding bracelets, any physical contact had significantly enhanced Wang Shang's spiritual power. And the more intimate the contact, the faster the growth. This sensation left Wang Shang quite exhilarated, and Shu Tong's hand, soft and delicate, made it difficult for him to release her grip. Only upon boarding the vessel did Wang Shang reluctantly let go. And Shu Tong too felt a lingering attachment. Soon, all over 5,000 disciples participating in the internal selection competition had boarded the flying vessel. After a brief jolt, the vessel began to ascend slowly, then swiftly soared towards the southeast. Today, 2 chapters equate to 3 in length. Everyone, after reading, please urge for the next update, for the plot is bound to become increasingly thrilling. Chapter 41. The Academy's most beautiful maiden makes a dazzling entrance. Half a day later, the enormous flying vessel officially hovered above the Demon Suppression Pass. Wang Shang stood atop the vessel, leaning over the edge to gaze down, where he beheld an unending, magnificent fortress, stretching so far that it was impossible to see its end from above, thus revealing the vastness of the Demon Suppression Pass. This the Demon Suppression Pass? How grand and splendid! Wang Shang couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, this is the Demon Suppression Pass, extending a total of 20,000 kilometers. It marks the southeastern border of the Great Zhou Dynasty. It is thanks to this pass that the demon beasts beyond have been unable to invade the Great Zhou Dynasty. The plump senior brother explained. Are there indeed many demon beasts beyond the pass that necessitated the construction of such an enormous fortress? Wang Shang instinctively asked. Of course, there are numerous. The area beyond the pass was once the site of a fallen demon emperor. After the death of the demon emperor, his flesh decayed into the earth, and the miasma of demon energy permeated the air, leading to a rampant growth of demon beasts in the region over time. And they have become exceptionally formidable. The same type of demon beast possesses significantly greater combat prowess than those within the pass. After a pause, the plump senior brother continued, 1,000 years ago, the demon beasts beyond the pass reached a critical mass. The forests and plains outside could no longer sustain them, prompting them to advance northward and invade the Great Zhou Dynasty. The Great Zhou Dynasty was caught unprepared, and countless lives were lost to the claws of the demon beasts. Even more terrifying was that in the same realm, humans were no match for the demon beasts. Often several experts were required to contend with just one demon beast of the same level. Had this tide of beasts continued unabated, not only would the Great Zhou Dynasty have faced annihilation, but humanity itself would have been in peril. Fortunately, the emperor of the Great Zhou at the time acted decisively, leading a million-strong army and uniting over 1,000 sects, mobilizing the entire nation to combat the demon beasts. It was only through such efforts that they managed to drive the demon beast out of the Great Zhou Dynasty's territory. To prevent a repeat of such tragedies, this grand and magnificent demon suppression pass was established along the border. The plump senior brother recounted the history of the demon suppression pass in detail to Wang Shang and Shu Tong. This truly is a fortress of heroes. After absorbing this history, Wang Shang felt a surge of emotion. For the sake of future generations, the cultivators of the Great Zhou at that time bravely participated in the war against the demon beasts, laying down their lives. Indeed, since the establishment of this demon suppression pass, the demon beasts beyond have not once invaded the inner realm. However, the number of demon beasts outside remains exceedingly high, and their threat is exceptionally dire. With many advanced demon beasts and even sacred beasts among them, the plump senior brother added, shifting his tone, so once you pass through the demon suppression pass, make sure to stay close to me, lest you become mere fodder for the demon beasts. Understood, plump senior brother, we shall strive to ensure that the demon beasts become our fodder. Wang Shang jested with a smile. Shu Tong, however, took this seriously, eagerly chiming in, my young master is right. I even brought salt, pepper, honey, and other seasonings. When the time comes, we can roast whatever looks delicious. The roasted rabbit meat from Fengxi Mountain was a delightful experience for Shu Tong, and she had specifically packed various seasonings to ensure a sumptuous meal. Wang Shang was taken aback that this girl was indeed serious, and he chuckled. You truly are thoughtful, my dear maid. I shall reward you with a roasted leg of meat. Thank you, young master. You are the best, Shu Tong replied with a smile. The plump senior brother, observing Wang Shang and Shu Tong's carefree demeanor, felt a wave of exasperation, while others were anxiously bracing for the ferocious demon beasts beyond the pass. These two seemed intent on feasting on them, even bringing various seasonings. They might be the first in Tianling Academy to dare do so. However, he remarked, make sure to leave some for plump senior brother as well. Amidst their jovial conversation, the flying vessel gradually descended into the demon suppression pass, and the mentors along with the participating students disembarked in succession. The gatekeeper general, Lin Guang, emerged with his trusted aides to welcome them. This gatekeeper general, Lin Guang, possessing strength at the spiritual aspect realm, had once hailed from Tianling Academy in his youth. Thus he greeted his former mentors and fellow disciples with great warmth. After exchanging pleasantries with several mentors, he got straight to the point. Fellow students, you will enter the demon suppression pass in order. After receiving your safety bracelets, you may venture outside to slay demon beasts. Lin Guang proclaimed loudly to the over 5,000 disciples from the academy below. Everyone listened intently. As the matter concerned life and death, it demanded utmost seriousness. Wang Shang and Xu Tong were equally attentive, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Before entering, let me remind you once more, if you encounter a life-and-death crisis, do not act recklessly. Preserving your life is of utmost importance, Lin Guang solemnly called out. All right, everyone, please enter in an orderly fashion. As soon as the words left his lips, over 5,000 disciples of the academy began to file into the demon suppression gate, including Wang Shang, Xu Tong, and the plump senior brother. With the flow of people surging, they quickly stepped into the gate, where they were assigned safety wristbands by designated personnel. These wristbands were crafted from redwood, engraved with various signal runes for emergency communication. After donning their wristbands, some academy disciples eagerly rushed out of the demon suppression gate to hunt demonic beasts in the forest and desert, while others, including Wang Shang and his companions, remained calm and ascended the city walls. Plump senior brother, when shall we venture outside to slay the demonic beasts? Xu Tong inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as the plump senior brother showed no urgency to leave. No rush. The first batch to go outside will be the novices. Let them scout the way. Those with experience won't be hasty. The plump senior brother replied from atop the city wall. Wang Shang instinctively glanced around at the academy students nearby. And indeed, as the plump senior brother had said, most eager to exit were those who had never done so before, while the experienced ones stood on the walls, gazing into the forest and desert beyond, seemingly observing something. With this realization, Wang Shang too decided to take his time. If you are not in a hurry, then neither am I. He leisurely began to survey the surroundings from the wall. The academy disciples sought the demonic crystals from the beasts, but for Wang Shang, the corpses were equally significant. Thus, it would be advantageous for the academy disciples to engage the beast first, allowing him to simply collect the spoils later. If you are not in a hurry, then I shall not be either. Xu Tong began to take an interest in the splendid scenery outside the gate. Suddenly, a massive avian demonic beast soared overhead, dashing toward the academy disciples who had rushed out ahead with alarming speed. It's the Gale Giant Eagle. Someone on the wall quickly recognized the formidable creature, their expression shifting slightly. It was known that the Gale Giant Eagle possessed second-tier Yuan spirit realm strength, renowned for its ferocity and incredible speed, able to ride the winds. In the blink of an eye, the Gale Giant Eagle snatched a female disciple who was running outside the gate, swiftly ascending into the sky amidst her terrified screams. Just as everyone feared for her fate, a blue sword shot toward the Gale Giant Eagle at an even faster pace, striking the beast with pinpoint accuracy. A piercing cry echoed through the air as the Gale Giant Eagle, in pain, released its grip on the female disciple, who plummeted from the sky. A blue figure leapt from the city wall, soaring through the air, and caught the falling disciple with remarkable speed. As the blue-clad woman saved her, the blue sword erupted with dazzling icy radiance, cleaving the Gale Giant Eagle in two, resulting in a silver-white demonic crystal cascading downwards. The moment it hit the ground, it landed perfectly in the hands of the blue-clad woman. With a swift motion, she had slain the second-tier Gale Giant Eagle, securing the demonic crystal while simultaneously rescuing a fellow disciple. This flawless display left all on the city wall, including Wang Shang, utterly astonished. Who is this blue-clad woman? Her strength is astonishing. Wang Shang felt a wave of humility wash over him. He had previously been overly confident. Within the Heavenly Spirit Academy, true geniuses were in abundance. And even with his chaos refinement technique, he might not match her prowess. The flawless rescue operation was beyond what he could achieve. She is the Academy's #1 beauty, Xiao Jingyi, with an ice phoenix constitution. I never expected that after such a long absence, her strength has reached the golden body spirit realm. Only the top of the strength rankings, Song Luo, could possibly rival her. The plump senior brother marveled inwardly. Not only he, but all the academy disciples witnessing this scene were equally awestruck by Xiao Jingyi's display of strength. Tio performed so remarkably in her first internal selection contest was indeed breathtaking. It was one thing to be beautiful, but to possess such formidable power, rivaling that of instructors, marked her as a true prodigy among prodigies. After saving the female disciple, Xiao Jingyi did not return to the city wall but led her fellow female disciples onward. Intent on commencing their hunt, Wang Shang gazed at the blue figure moving beyond the gate, feeling a stir within him. This was the first time he had remembered someone since joining the Heavenly Spirit Academy. Xiao Jingyi, indeed, I shall remember you. His recollection was not of her beauty, but of her innate talent and strength. Plump senior brother, let us descend. Wang Shang felt a pressing need to act. He must seize every moment to enhance his abilities to succeed in the internal selection contest. The appearance of Xiao Jingyi had made him acutely aware of the wealth of talent within the Heavenly Spirit Academy. If he continued to be arrogant, he might not even pass the internal selection contest. Are you heading down so soon? Isn't that merely paving the way for others? The plump senior brother expressed his surprise. He had participated in 2 internal selection contests before, noting that those who rushed out first often became mere scouts for others or targets for robbery. There are benefits to scouting. Xiaoshu, we should go, Wang Shang declared as he seized Shu Tong and leaped off the 100-meter-high city wall. Seeing this, the plump senior brother sighed in resignation before following suit. Not just them, but many other academy disciples, spurred by Xiao Jingyi's display, also jumped off the city wall and made their way outward. On the watchtower, several instructors and the gatekeeper General Lin Guang exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed this year's internal selection contest would be more interesting and spectacular than ever before. Chapter 42. Obediently submit. Little brother in a forest outside the demon suppression gate. The plump senior brother cautiously scouted ahead, while Wang Shang and Shu Tong followed closely behind. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a red fox wolf charged at Shu Tong at breakneck speed. Clearly, in the eyes of this fox wolf, Shu Tong, lacking any aura fluctuations, was perceived as the weakest among them, making her the prime target for its initial hunt. However, Wang Shang had been vigilant, and as the fox wolf lunged toward Shu Tong, thorns of spirit energy ensnared it, preventing its advance. The ensnared fox wolf tumbled to the ground, struggling violently. Die, Wang Shang shouted. Gripping his Qinglong sword and aiming a strike at the trapped red fox wolf, in the face of imminent death, the creature unleashed an unprecedented surge of potential, breaking free from the thorny bindings and narrowly avoiding Wang Shang's blow as it fled in a frenzy. The fox wolf, while fast among demonic beasts, was not swift enough to escape Wang Shang, who employed the wind control technique coupled with his leopard-like agility to quickly close the distance. Run if you dare, Wang Shang exclaimed, and with a decisive strike, the fox wolf that dared to ambush Shu Tong met its demise, while the fox wolf was merely a minor beast of the spirit-building realm with limited attack power. It compensated with speed. Unfortunately for it, Wang Shang's wind control technique and agile movements outmatched the fox wolf in speed. After slaying the beast, Wang Shang extracted a small demonic crystal from its body and stored it in his spatial ring. He also did not overlook the corpse, using the chaos refinement technique to swiftly refine His current strength. Refining a first-tier spirit-building fox wolf was but a fleeting moment's work. Upon absorbing a faint light orb, he felt an influx of spirit energy within him, further enhancing his agility. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, just as Wang Shang finished with the fox wolf. The plump senior brother and Shu Tong arrived. Junior brother, fox wolves are pack hunters. This one was likely sent out to scout. There must be many more behind it. We should leave quickly, the plump senior brother advised urgently. Agreed, Wang Shang nodded, and the trio continued deeper into the forest. This was their first day venturing outside the gate, and they had encountered a few unwitting demonic beasts along the way, all easily dispatched by Wang Shang and the plump senior brother. As night fell, the forest outside the gate became even more terrifying and perilous than during the day. Awo! Awo! The howling of wolves echoed throughout the forest, causing Shu Tong to instinctively draw closer to Wang Shang. Suddenly, the plump senior brother sensed something amiss, and, with a grave expression, warned, "Stay silent. A large number of demonic beasts are approaching us, the highest ranked among the 3, having reached the 2nd tier of the spirit body realm." His perception was notably sharp that a large number of demonic beasts. Wang Shang furrowed his brow, swiftly leaping up a tall tree to survey the surroundings. His expression changed drastically. "Young master, what do you see?" Shu Tong asked anxiously. Its fox wolves, hundreds of them, at least 400 or 500. It seems they have set their sights on us. Wang Shang replied with a wry smile. He had never anticipated that killing one would attract such a horde of fox wolves. It was utterly outrageous. Such was the nature of fox wolves. Slay one, and they would retaliate en masse. The plump senior brother drew a gray longsword from his spatial ring, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. This was his first encounter with such a multitude of fox wolves. Although the numbers were substantial, most were below 3rd tier of the spirit-building realm, with only a handful at 5th tier, and a select few even reaching the Yuan spirit realm. After jumping down from the tree, Wang Shang spoke that it seems that this wave could be tackled. Perhaps we might even strike it rich. After all, there are 400 to 500 fox wolves here, equivalent to 400 to 500 demon crystals. You are correct, yet you have forgotten about the fox wolf king among them. Its strength is at least at the spirit body realm or higher. Even when I confront the fox wolf king, I can barely achieve a 50-50 chance. The chubby senior brother said with a serious expression once more. I almost forgot about the fox wolf king. Wang Shang realized that this situation required serious attention, for they might truly find themselves in peril. At that moment, a continuous howl of wolves surged towards them, growing ever closer. Wang Shang and the chubby senior brother shielded Shu Tong in the center, positioning themselves on either side, ready for combat. As time went by, the pack of fox wolves began to materialize within their field of vision. The emerald green eyes of the fox wolves were particularly fearsome, and their sharp fangs dripped with the stench of blood. The fox wolves beyond the pass were slightly larger and more ferocious than those within. The 400 to 500 fox wolves appeared simultaneously, encircling Wang Shang and his companions in layers. Young master, can we handle so many fox wolves? Should we call Xiaohe? Shu Tong said nervously. Do not summon Xiaohe. The area outside the pass is filled with people from Tianling Academy. And even more so, there are mentors and Lin Guang at the Demon Suppression Pass. If they discover Xiaohe, it could be a matter of life and death, Wang Shang cautioned. Although Xiaohe possesses formidable strength, it is ultimately a magical beast, and Tianling Academy is an organization dedicated to exterminating demons. If they were to learn of such a powerful beast's existence, they would undoubtedly intervene to suppress it. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Wang Shang would not take the risk of revealing Xiaohe. Upon hearing their conversation, the chubby senior brother couldn't help but ask, "What is Xiaohe?" "I'll tell you later. Right now we must focus entirely on dealing with this pack of fox wolf demons." Wang Shang replied, not yet ready to divulge the truth. As they spoke, dozens of fox wolves began to leap towards them, baring their fangs. "Chubby brother, let us get started." Wang Shang gripped the Qi long sword and began to slash at the incoming fox wolf demons. Waves of indistinct sword energy surged forward relentlessly. The fox wolves moved with remarkable speed, easily evading the sword energy. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even if the fox wolves at the front managed to dodge, those behind would inevitably be struck. Wang Shang, at the 8th stage of the spirit building realm, could eliminate fox wolf demons below the 5th stage with a single strike. However, against those above the 5th stage, he could not guarantee a one-hit kill. The chubby senior brother, on the other hand, was fierce in battle. Sword falls like a galaxy. With a powerful surge of spirit energy, he unleashed a formidable sword technique. Countless sword energies transformed into a meteor shower, bombarding the pack of fox wolf demons. Boom, boom, boom. In an explosive display, dozens of fox wolves were slain on the spot. "Chubby brother, you're impressive. How did you become so powerful?" Wang Shang praised. "Of course, I possess more than just this capability," the chubby senior brother replied, launching into another sword technique. With his strength at the 2nd stage of the spirit body realm, he dealt effortlessly with these fox wolf demons at the spirit building stage. Yet, even with this strength, the fox wolves were undeterred, charging at them in waves. Seeing the increasing number of fox wolves, Wang Shang furrowed his brow. If this continued, they would surely be exhausted. "Chubby brother, at this rate, we will be worn out. I will unleash a powerful technique to cover you. You must kill the fox wolf king. Only by slaying the wolf king will they retreat," Wang Shang declared loudly. "You intend to unleash a powerful technique, the heavenly thunder spell, that targets a single foe. With so many fox wolves, who will you direct it at?" The chubby senior brother responded urgently. "I have another earth-level technique. The fire manipulation technique, which should be effective against these wolves. I will hold off the pack while you seek out the fox wolf king. Only by eliminating the wolf king will these fox wolves settle down." Wang Shang stated again. "You can also use an earth-level fire manipulation technique." The chubby senior brother exclaimed in surprise. "A person who masters 2 earth-level techniques. What kind of genius is this?" Even at the 2nd stage of the spirit body realm, he had yet to grasp a single earth-level technique. "Hurry, there's no time. You go find the fox wolf king while I hold back the pack," Wang Shang urged once more. "All right, but I cannot guarantee I can kill the fox wolf king. I will need your heavenly thunder spell to assist me," the chubby senior brother admitted frankly. Given his current state at the 2nd stage of the spirit body realm, he could barely match the fox wolf king 50-50 when at his peak. Now, with his spirit energy depleted, he stood no chance against the wolf king, especially with more fox wolves likely lurking nearby. At my current level, I can only execute 1 earth level spell, Wang Shang said urgently. The chubby senior brother seemed to have anticipated this. He swiftly retrieved a pristine spirit crystal from his storage ring and pressed it into Wang Shang's hand, declaring loudly, "This is a spirit crystal. Superior to the finest spirit stones. It is my treasured possession. If your spirit energy is insufficient, absorbing this spirit crystal will enable you to cast one more earth-level spell." "Understood," Wang Shang replied, gripping the spirit crystal tightly. Feeling a surge of spirit energy coursing through him, bolstering his confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, the chubby senior brother charged into the fray, intent on locating the Wolf King beyond the pack. Meanwhile, within the encirclement of fox wolves, only Wang Shang and Shu Tong remained. Young master facing the onslaught of countless fox wolves, Shu Tong's face turned pale with fear. "Xiao Shu, do not be afraid. With the young master here, you will be safe," Wang Shang reassured her, channeling his spirit energy to unleash the earth-level fire manipulation technique. Instantly, crimson flames erupted from his palm, engulfing the surrounding fox-wolf demons. As the earth-level flames raged, every fox-wolf caught in their path was incinerated, eliciting a chorus of anguished howls. Many fox-wolves, terrified by the flames, hesitated to advance further. However, a resounding wolf howl rekindled their courage, prompting them to charge forward once more. These fox-wolves truly seemed undeterred by death. Wang Shang, witnessing the rapid depletion of his spirit energy, felt a surge of urgency. Fortunately, the chubby senior brother, having traced the source of the howl, soon spotted the Fox-Wolf King howling at the moon. The Fox-Wolf King stood over 2 meters tall, exuding an aura of ferocity, its white fur glimmering faintly in the moonlight. "Finally found you. Prepare to die," the chubby senior brother shouted, sword in hand, charging through the pack towards the Wolf King. Seeing the approaching figure, the Wolf King did not hesitate to leap forward to meet him. In an instant, man and wolf engaged in a fierce battle beneath the moonlight. The chubby senior brother exerted all his strength, utilizing every treasure he possessed. After an intense struggle, he bore numerous wounds, his crimson blood staining his garments. Fortunately, the Fox-Wolf King was also beginning to tire. Observing this, the chubby senior brother bellowed to Wang Shang from a distance, "Junior brother, the Wolf King is nearly spent. Quickly use the Heavenly Thunder spell." Upon receiving the signal, Wang Shang swiftly absorbed the spirit crystal, rapidly replenishing his previously depleted spirit energy. "Very well, it all hinges on this moment." Wang Shang aimed at the panting Fox-Wolf King, and a bolt of thunder appeared in the sky. In the next instant, a cataclysmic lightning strike descended, and the Fox-Wolf King collapsed, howling a few times before succumbing to death. "Junior brother, you did it!" The chubby senior brother exclaimed with joy upon seeing the Wolf King fall. The remaining fox wolves, witnessing the death of their leader, scattered in panic. With their king slain, remaining here would be tantamount to seeking death. Within the span of a mere incense stick, the entire pack of fox wolves fled. Wang Shang and the chubby senior brother collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. They had narrowly escaped death in this battle. "Junior brother, you're remarkable. At the 8th stage of the spirit building realm, you have mastered 2 earth-level techniques. You rank first in the entire Tianling Academy in terms of spell mastery," the chubby senior brother praised between breaths. "You were impressive as well. Had you not located the Wolf King and exhausted its strength, I would not have been able to strike effectively," Wang Shang replied, lying on the ground, catching his breath. The two exchanged smiles, and through this life and death struggle, their brotherly bond was solidified. "Young master, chubby brother, thank you for your hard work. I will prepare roasted wolf meat for you." Shu Tong approached and said. "Great. I want it seasoned with pepper," Wang Shang shouted. "I prefer it spicy." "The spicier, the better," the chubby senior brother chimed in. All right, both of you," Shu Tong exclaimed as she picked up a fox-wolf demon that had been roasted by the flames and began to prepare it. However, halfway through, she suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar odor. "Young master, chubby brother, do you smell something strange?" Shu Tong turned to ask. "It seems there is an odd scent. Could it be the smell of something burnt?" The chubby senior brother sat up, searching for the source of the unusual aroma. Upon inhaling the scent, Wang Shang's expression changed drastically. "No, this smell is toxic." Having refined the 7-colored celestial fragrant flower, he was well versed in various toxins. Just as he spoke, Shu Tong and the chubby senior brother suddenly collapsed weakly to the ground, yet their awareness remained clear. Though Wang Shang was immune to poisons, he feigned unconsciousness to ascertain who had unleashed this toxin, secretly releasing his spirit energy as a countermeasure. In the next moment, a voluptuous woman emerged from the shadows, accompanied by 5 senior disciples. Stinky little brother, we meet again. I told you, you cannot escape my grasp. Lu Feng'er said, her expression brimming with pride. Lu Feng'er, how dare you launch a surprise attack on us? Wang Shang feigned anger. I have mentioned that my sister's skills extend far beyond mere beauty. The corners of Lu Feng'er's lips curled slightly upward as she knelt beside Wang Shang, her slender fingers caressing his handsome visage. For the moment, Wang Shang could only endure. The toxic mist had yet to be fully released, leaving him with no choice but to buy some time. Stay, dear brother. Only now do I realize how truly handsome you are. You also possess 2 types of earth-level spells. It seems I might be developing a fondness for you. Why not follow your sister? Lu Feng'er wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Upon hearing this, Wang Shang realized that Lu Feng'er had been observing their battle against the foxwolf demon horde from the very beginning. You are like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. With an assault from 400 to 500 foxwolf demons, the commotion was so great that it was nearly impossible for us to remain oblivious. Lu Feng'er continued to exhale sweetly towards Wang Shang, her delicate hands beginning to wander inappropriately over his body. On the ground, Shu Tong felt a surge of panic. Wicked woman, if you have the guts, come at me instead. Do not lay a finger on my young master, Shu Tong shouted angrily. Little girl, it seems you have quite the affection for your young master, don't you? Lu Feng'er suddenly turned her head. A seasoned seductress, Rakagni Wang Shang's lips curled into a slight smile as he crouched down and grasped the exquisite puppet doll of the highest grade in her hand. You are truly impervious to all poisons. Lu Feng'er exclaimed in astonishment, an outcome she had never anticipated. Upon seeing her puppet doll taken away, her anxiety surged. Return the puppet doll to me. That belongs to me. Lu Feng'er was frantic. She had borrowed the doll from her mentor. And if Wang Shang seized it, how could she explain this to her mentor, in whose possession the puppet doll was? It belonged to them. Wang Shang smiled faintly and lifted the puppet incense that had been stuck in the ground. Lu Feng'er's face changed dramatically upon witnessing Wang Shang holding both the puppet incense and the puppet doll. Possessing these 2 items could enable him to control her. If Wang Shang were to gain control over her, it would spell disaster. It would be a grave misfortune for the one who often hunted the geese to be pecked in the eye by them. With this thought, Lu Feng'er attempted to gather her spiritual energy to rise forcefully. But the flow of energy within her was sluggish, akin to a snail's pace, which only heightened her distress. You've been poisoned by my spiritual energy toxin. Expelling it is not so simple. Wang Shang smirked, simultaneously beginning to investigate how to utilize the puppet doll. Since Lu Feng'er sought to use the puppet doll to control him, he would turn the tables and control her instead. Spiritual energy toxin. How could that be? I've been watching you closely. Even if you are impervious to all poisons, there was no time to release poison gas. How did you manage that? Lu Feng'er asked. Her frustration palpable. She could not fathom how Wang Shang had released poison gas right beneath her nose. There were many things she could not comprehend. Did she expect him to explain everything to her? Wang Shang certainly would not divulge the secret of releasing the poison gas, nor would he grant her the time to detoxify. He turned to the chubby senior brother lying on the ground and inquired. Senior brother, how do I use this puppet doll? Wang Shang realized he was unfamiliar with the workings of the puppet doll and the purpose of the puppet incense. Given time, he could indeed study it himself. But the level of his spiritual energy toxin was too low. It could only incapacitate Lu Feng'er for half an hour before she would expel it. Thus, he needed to control her within that half hour. Infuse your spiritual energy into the puppet doll to activate it, then strike it against a person's head. The puppet incense is used to control the puppet, the chubby senior brother explained loudly. Wang Shang finally understood. The puppet doll was for controlling others, while the puppet incense functioned like a remote control for the puppet. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng'er felt a surge of panic. She had never anticipated that this young man would truly attempt to control her. This realization caused her to hasten the flow of her spiritual energy, pushing the toxin out of her body bit by bit. It was now a race against time. Wang Shang was also aware that his window of opportunity was limited and subsequently channeled all the remaining spiritual energy within him into the puppet doll. As the puppet doll accepted the energy, it suddenly emitted a dim red glow, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Senior brother, is this considered activating the puppet doll? Wang Shang turned to the chubby senior brother for confirmation. Yes, quickly strike the puppet doll against Lu Feng'er's head. She is expelling the toxin and cannot be given any time. The chubby senior brother was now anxious. Should Lu Feng'er successfully purge the toxin, Wang Shang, having exhausted his spiritual energy, would be no match for her. With the confirmation from the chubby senior brother, Wang Shang did not hesitate. He firmly struck the activated puppet doll against Lu Fenger's head. As the puppet doll made contact with Lu Fenger's head, its eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened, revealing a crimson glow, followed by a chilling cackle. "You scoundrel! How dare you use a puppet doll to control me?" Lu Fenger was furious. She could not bear the thought of being controlled by a man. Men had always prostrated themselves at her feet. She had never submitted to any man. Lu Fenger let out a defiant roar, causing her internal spiritual energy to surge, expelling the toxin at an accelerated rate. This astonished Wang Shang. Her strength was far greater than he had anticipated. Fortunately, the puppet doll had already burrowed halfway into her head. "You shall not control me," Lu Fenger bellowed once more, and her internal spiritual energy began to overflow, expelling the toxic spiritual energy she had recently absorbed. As the toxic energy was expelled, clarity returned to her mind, and her limbs began to regain their strength. Meanwhile, the puppet doll, amidst its chilling laughter, completely immersed itself within Lu Fenger's head. A peculiar energy enveloped her entire being in an instant. Lu Fenger felt a jolt of realization. She understood that she had been possessed by the puppet doll. The only way to escape this control was to seize the puppet incense. As long as the puppet incense was in her possession, she could evade being controlled. After expelling all the toxic energy, Lu Fenger suddenly stood up with crimson eyes. "You little brother, you've angered your elder sister. The consequences will be dire." As she spoke, a blazing sword of fire appeared in her hand. The blazing sword was a top-grade artifact suitable for practitioners of fire attributes, enhancing their cultivation speed. Perfect for Lu Fenger. With a firm grip on the blazing sword, she lunged towards Wang Shang. Having grown up with the belief that only she could control men, Wang Shang was the first man to attempt to control her, which she could not tolerate. "Junior brother, quickly use the puppet incense to control him," the chubby senior brother shouted in a panic. Though he did not need to say it, Wang Shang already knew what to do. "Dance for me right here," Wang Shang commanded loudly towards the puppet incense. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Fenger, who was charging at him with the sword, suddenly froze in place, her body moving uncontrollably as she began to dance. The blazing sword in her hand transformed into a prop for her dance. Success, Wang Shang thought to himself, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. And no matter how many men she had charmed, today she would fall into his grasp. Chapter 45, Sister, henceforth I shall be your master. Wang Shang, witnessing Lu Fenger obediently following his command, felt a sense of triumph that he had succeeded. For the next month, Lu Fenger would have to heed his every word. Meanwhile, Lu Fenger was engulfed in shame. She had gone from the hunter to being hunted. Now she was forced to dance for this insufferable little brother. As if to please him, this was utterly unacceptable, yet she felt powerless to resist. The top-grade puppet doll was beyond her current capabilities to shake off. The chubby senior brother, observing Lu Fenger's control, also felt a sense of relief. As long as Lu Fenger was under control, her junior disciples would no longer be in danger, ensuring their temporary safety. "You scoundrel, make me stop at once," Lu Fenger cursed vehemently. Although her body was under the puppet's control, her mind remained clear, allowing her to speak freely. "How dare you call me a scoundrel? I am your master now. If you do not behave, I may resort to other measures." Wang Shang replied with a mischievous grin, now relishing the moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Fenger immediately sealed her lips, though the fury in her eyes was about to erupt. "Sister Fenger, I didn't realize you danced so well. From now on, dance for me every day?" Wang Shang teased with a smile. Lu Fenger felt utterly humiliated. She had underestimated him. "You little brother, even though I am under your control now, your little girl and the chubby senior brother are still poisoned. If you do not release me, I will not give you the antidote," Lu Fenger plotted, hoping to leverage the antidote to compel Wang Shang to relinquish the puppet incense as long as the puppet incense was in her possession. Even if controlled by the puppet doll, she would be safe. However, Wang Shang would never acquiesce to her demands. "Sister Fenger, have you forgotten that I am impervious to poisons? Do you think I need your antidote to save them? Just watch." With a slight smirk, Wang Shang approached Shu Tong. Lu Fenger, still dancing, ground her teeth in regret. She should have bound him first to prevent him from secretly releasing poison gas. Upon reaching Shu Tong, Wang Shang cut his finger with the Qing longsword, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto her. "Little Shu, consume this drop of blood, and the poison within you will be cured," Wang Shang stated earnestly. Since he had refined the seven-colored heavenly fragrant flower, he had become immune to all poisons, and his blood naturally possessed detoxifying properties. Shu Tong nodded, swallowing the drop of blood, and indeed, her strength returned. Young master, I can stand again, Shu Tong exclaimed joyfully, but then recalled the earlier incident where Lu Feng'e had teased her young master, prompting her to ask with concern, young master, that Lu Feng'e didn't do anything to you. Did she? I'm fine. She merely touched my face a few times, and now she is under my control, Wang Shang replied instinctively. However, this response infuriated Shu Tong. She had the audacity to touch your face? That infuriates me. Shu Tong clenched her fists, furious that another woman had dared to lay a finger on her young master. This was her young master, and no one else was allowed to touch him. In a fit of rage, she charged towards Lu Feng'e, but Wang Shang quickly pulled her back. Little Shu, don't be angry. We'll get back at her later, Wang Shang reassured her, initially intending to defuse the situation. His words only served to exacerbate Shu Tong's anger. Young master, you still want to touch her back? Shu Tong's fury was mixed with a hint of jealousy, but I meant it casually. You just detoxified. You should rest for now, Wang Shang hastily remarked before darting off to detoxify the chubby senior brother. Junior brother, you're impressive. You've become impervious to poisons and even turned the tables on Lu Feng'e. The chubby senior brother spoke with admiration, expressing his gratitude that she had been careless. Otherwise, I would have had no opportunity to release the poison. Wang Shang, as he spoke, sliced his fingertip and let a single drop of blood fall into the chubby senior brother's mouth. After the chubby senior brother swallowed that drop, the toxins within his body dissipated rapidly, and soon he regained his strength. Junior brother, your blood truly has the power to counteract myriad poisons. It has opened my eyes. He praised once more as he stood up. All right, I must go deal with Lu Feng'e now. You have just detoxified, so take a moment to rest, Wang Shang said as he returned to Lu Feng'e. At that moment, Lu Feng'e was still dancing. Upon seeing Wang Shang's return, she exclaimed indignantly, you wretched brother, hurry and let me stop. At this juncture, do you still not recognize the situation? Call me your master. Wang Shang replied with a slight smirk, with this puppet incense. Let's see if I cannot handle you. You? Lu Feng'e glared fiercely at Wang Shang, her expression filled with resentment. Hurry, call me master, or I shall make you dance here for an entire month. Wang Shang said with a chuckle. You scoundrel, Lu Feng'e, realizing she had no other choice, finally muttered weakly, Master. I didn't hear that. Say it louder, Wang Shang commanded. You? After a moment's thought, Lu Feng'e bit her lip and reluctantly raised her voice. Master, you are my master. This time, Shu Tong, the chubby senior brother, and the 5 advanced disciples behind her all heard. The 5 disciples, who were expelling the poison from their bodies, quickened their pace in anger upon hearing their senior sister being forced to call someone master. Sister, we will come to rescue you. The 5 disciples swiftly expelled the toxic energy from their bodies and rushed forward with their swords drawn. However, Wang Shang remained unperturbed, instructing the puppet incense, stop them. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng'e turned around, brandishing her blazing sword towards the 5 disciples. Sister, you. The 5 disciples suddenly found themselves in a dilemma that I cannot control myself. You all must flee quickly, or this rascal will give me yet another command. Lu Feng'e, fearing that Wang Shang might direct her to attack her own comrades, urged them to leave in order to avoid infighting. Sister, the 5 disciples were reluctant to abandon her. But Lu Feng'e shouted again, leave now. Following Lu Feng'e's order, the nameless disciples finally retreated, albeit begrudgingly. This was precisely the outcome Wang Shang had desired. With the departure of those 5 disciples, their threat was thoroughly neutralized. Wang Shang, what must I do for you to let me go? Lu Feng'e, now under control, had no choice but to concede. Sister Feng'e, as long as you obey my commands for this month, I will not arbitrarily direct you. How does that sound? Given the circumstances, Wang Shang seized this opportunity to recruit Lu Feng'e into his team. After all, Lu Feng'e possessed the strength of a second-tier spiritual body, and having such a powerful senior sister would greatly enhance their ability to acquire demon crystals. I agree, but I cannot give you the demon crystals. This time, I must emerge victorious, Lu Feng'e stated defiantly. This was the last vestige of her stubbornness. She had worked tirelessly for 4 years to participate in the 10 Academy martial arts tournament in the capital. And if she missed it again, she would graduate. Thus, this internal selection was her final opportunity, no problem. As long as you obediently follow my instructions, I assure you will secure a spot in the 10 Academy martial arts tournament. Wang Shang replied with confidence. Lu Feng'e had not anticipated Wang Shang's self-assurance, but if it truly meant gaining entry to the tournament, what harm could there be in listening to him? Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond, Lu Feng'e agreed, realizing that she had little choice but to accept. And this was indeed the best outcome for her at last. Lu Feng'er relented. If the members of the academy were to discover that the flirtatious Lu Feng had been subdued by Wang Shang, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the institution. Chapter 46. I am the man you cannot have. After subduing Lu Feng'er, Wang Shang stored the puppet incense in his spatial ring. Although she verbally declared her submission, he felt the need to keep a safeguard in place. Additionally, the corpses of the foxwolf demons required attention, as they were all valuable cultivation resources in Wang Shang's eyes. Shu Tong, chubby senior brother, let us hasten to extract the demon crystals from the foxwolf demons. As for the corpses, leave that to me, Wang Shang said, his eagerness palpable. With such a multitude of foxwolf demons, once refined, it would be sufficient for him to break through to the Yuan Ling realm. All right, dawn is approaching, so let's move quickly. The chubby senior brother nodded and began to harvest the corpses of the foxwolf demons. There were a total of 203 foxwolf demon corpses, and nearly each possessed a demon crystal, varying in size. Particularly, the crystal from the foxwolf demon king was as large as a fist and carried wind attributes, making it undoubtedly a high-quality demon crystal. If sold, it could fetch at least 1,000,000 taels. Upon receiving it, the chubby senior brother excitedly presented the Foxwolf King's demon crystal to Wang Shang. Junior brother, this Foxwolf King demon crystal is for you. This high-quality demon crystal could be equivalent to many lower-tier crystals when assessed, and the chubby senior brother's decision to give it to Wang Shang demonstrated his care for his junior brother. However, Wang Shang declined. You should keep the Foxwolf King demon crystal. You were instrumental in defeating the Foxwolf King, and you expended your spirit crystal as well, so it rightfully belongs to you. Wang Shang only desired the corpse of the Foxwolf King, leaving the demon crystal for the chubby senior brother. Seeing Wang Shang's insistence, the chubby senior brother did not press the matter further. Then I shall accept this Foxwolf King demon crystal, and next time, any high-quality demon crystals will be reserved for you. He cheerfully accepted the Foxwolf King's demon crystal. Meanwhile, Shu Tong had also collected several demon crystals from the foxwolf corpses, though they were all intended for her young master. The three were busy with their tasks, while Lu Feng'er simply watched them gather the demon crystals, feeling envious and resentful, eventually turning her head away to avoid looking. Just then, Wang Shang approached and handed her 5 demon crystals. What do you mean by this? Lu Feng'er asked, perplexed at the 5 demon crystals presented before her. These are for you. Consider them a welcome gift for joining our team, Wang Shang stated as he tossed the 5 demon crystals into her hands. Lu Feng'er instinctively caught the 5 demon crystals, feeling a surge of emotion. She had not contributed in any way. In fact, she had posed a threat to them, yet here she was receiving 5 demon crystals from Wang Shang. You rotten brother, what if I really do end up liking you? Lu Feng'er said half jokingly, half seriously, I am the man you cannot have. Wang Shang replied with a slight smirk before turning away. Lu Feng'er gazed at Wang Shang's retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile. That a man I cannot have. Is that so? As dawn approached, the ground was cleared of all demon crystals, and Wang Shang had gathered the corpses of the 200 to 300 foxwolf demons, including the foxwolf demon king. Little Shu, chubby senior brother, sister Feng'er, you all should take a rest. I will handle the foxwolf demon corpses, Wang Shang announced before quickly striding towards the pile of corpses. After a night of toil, Shu Tong could no longer hold on and lay down against a tree to sleep. The chubby senior brother and Lu Feng'er also found a spot to sit cross-legged and began to cultivate. Only Wang Shang approached the pile of foxwolf demon corpses, his eyes brimming with excitement. With such a substantial number of corpses, even without the demon crystals, they would provide ample resources for his cultivation. With that thought in mind, Wang Shang began to employ the chaotic refinement technique on the pile of foxwolf demon corpses before him. That a white flame ignited instantly, engulfing the mass of foxwolf demon corpses. As he observed the flames blazing before him, Wang Shang continued to channel the chaotic refinement technique, intensifying the chaotic flames further. Under his relentless refining, the foxwolf demon corpses transformed into numerous white light orbs that flew into his body. Each foxwolf demon contributed only a minuscule amount of spirit energy, but their sheer number made a significant impact. As the quantity of absorbed orbs increased, the spirit energy within Wang Shang surged. And the foxwolf demon's agility traits were also refined and assimilated, enhancing his own abilities. Moreover, the foxwolf demon's agility traits harmoniously merged with the previous leopard traits, greatly augmenting Wang Shang's nimbleness. Not only was his movement speed significantly enhanced, but his attack speed and reaction time also saw substantial improvements. Before Wang Shang could revel in his newfound abilities, a solid light orb shot forth from the corpse of the Foxwolf Demon King. This must be the essence of the Foxwolf Demon King. He wondered what kind of innate abilities it might bestow. Filled with anticipation, Wang Shang absorbed the orb into his body. This time, not only did it greatly increase his spirit energy, but it also elevated his agility and granted him a new skill, Gale. This was the Foxwolf Demon King's innate skill. With the Gale skill, he could accelerate his movement speed. However, as soon as this skill was refined, it fused with Wang Shang's original profound-level wind control skill. When two skills of the same attribute converge, they automatically merge into a lower-tier Earth-level Wind Fury skill. This revelation delighted Wang Shang. The two wind attribute skills had indeed fused into a lower-tier Earth-level Wind Fury skill, which could quintuple his agility. Truly remarkable. Wang Shang was quite pleased with this skill. Now he possessed 3 Earth-level techniques, 2 lower-tier and 1 upper-tier. Following the acquisition of the skill, the spirit energy within Wang Shang had expanded immensely, and if he did not absorb and transform it soon, he feared it might explode. Thus, Wang Shang quickly settled into a cross-legged position to begin the process of absorption and transformation of the abundant spirit energy within him. Countless streams of spiritual energy coursed through Wang Shang's body, gradually converging into the accompanying spirit jade nestled within his dantian. As the influx of spiritual energy persisted, the accompanying spirit jade emitted a gentle tremor, signifying Wang Shang's ascension to the 9th level of spirit establishment. The pace of his advancement was swift, and even after this elevation, a substantial reservoir of spiritual energy remained within him. Resolute, Wang Shang continued to absorb and transform this energy, intent on surging forth to challenge the Yuan spirit realm. Under his guidance, the immense spiritual energy once more flowed steadily into the accompanying spirit jade. As the energy continued to accumulate, the green jade underwent a transformation, gradually shifting to a deep blue hue. Recognizing the critical nature of the moment, Wang Shang intensified the influx and pressure. When the accompanying spirit jade quivered once more, it had fully transformed into blue, and Wang Shang's strength smoothly ascended to the 1st level of the Yuan spirit realm. Upon opening his eyes, he expelled a breath of condensed turbid energy. A sensation of comfort washed over him. He had ascended 2 levels in quick succession and achieved a breakthrough to the Yuan spirit realm. Just as Wang Shang was savoring his triumph, he noticed his rotund senior brother, Shu Tong, and Lu Feng are all gazing at him, particularly the former two, who regarded him as if he were a curiosity, while Shu Tong wore a gentle, amiable expression. "Why do you all look at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Wang Shang awkwardly inquired, touching his face. "Are you some kind of monster? 2 levels in 2 days, directly breaking through to the Yuan spirit realm?" Lu Fenger exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. 2 days? I actually took 2 days. Wang Shang was slightly taken aback. He hadn't realized that his cultivation had spanned such a duration. Given the tone, it seemed he was dissatisfied with the pace. This left his senior brother and Lu Fenger speechless. It was rather ostentatious. "What more do you want? 2 levels in 2 days. Don't be so ostentatious. N01 at Tianling Academy has leveled up this quickly," his senior brother remarked, his expression one of disbelief. This junior of his was undeniably impressive, having broken through 2 levels within a mere 2 days, successfully reaching the Yuan spirit realm. "All right. Thank you for safeguarding me. Let us seize the moment and hunt for demon crystals." Wang Shang felt invigorated, his body brimming with spiritual energy. Even if he unleashed an earth-level spell, he would not exhaust his energy reserves. Meanwhile, Lu Fenger seemed increasingly intrigued by Wang Shang. Chapter 47. Only the wife won't be devoured by demon beasts. Rather, she consumes them. But on the 3rd day of the internal selection competition, the 4 of them traversed the forest beyond the pass, seeking suitable demon beasts to hunt. However, after some time, they only encountered a smattering of demon beasts, failing to find any communal ones, which left them somewhat disheartened. In team combat, hunting communal demon beasts could yield the greatest advantages. Continuing like this feels like a waste of time. Should we head to the Black Birch Forest? His senior brother suddenly proposed. The Black Birch Forest? Wang Shang, being a newcomer to the area beyond the pass, was unfamiliar with it, but Lu Fenger had some knowledge. "Are you sure we can venture to the Black Birch Forest with just the 4 of us?" Lu Fenger replied, her expression grave, yet internally tempted. For the Black Birch Forest was known to harbor many demon beasts. Despite the risks, the rewards were substantial. Only by going to the Black Birch Forest can we amass demon crystals in abundance. "We might not find many here," and we could run into disciples from other academies, his senior brother explained. Can anyone tell me what the Black Birch Forest is? Wang Shang interjected. The Black Birch Forest is a renowned gathering place for demon beasts beyond the pass. Composed entirely of black birch trees, legend has it that the forest was once stained black by the blood of a demon emperor. There, an array of demon beasts thrives, including high-ranking ones and even sacred beasts. His senior brother succinctly elaborated. With such a prime location for harvesting demon crystals, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry, Wang Shang exclaimed, brimming with anticipation, only to be halted by Lu Feng, stinky little brother. Don't rush. While the Black Birch Forest is teeming with demon beasts, it is also fraught with danger. We must be cautious of Shu Tong. She may fall prey to ambushes by the demon beasts. Indeed, our junior sister lacks spiritual energy and would be no match for those demon beasts. Even the weakest of them could easily overpower her. His senior brother expressed his concern. Among the four of them, Shu Tong was entirely untrained, while the Black Birch Forest was rife with various demon beasts, appearing both above and below. Should a confrontation arise, they would undoubtedly be unable to protect Shu Tong. And if she were to be devoured by a demon beast, it would spell disaster. Upon hearing this, Wang Shang couldn't help but chuckle. I thought you were worried about something serious. Among us, anyone could potentially be devoured by a demon beast, but little Shu won't be. Even a legendary sacred beast couldn't consume her. It would be she who feasts upon the sacred beast. Wang Shang spoke with unwavering confidence. He had witnessed Shu Tong's prowess firsthand on Fengqi Mountain. This girl was a classic example of having zero attack power but full defensive capabilities. Anyone daring to harm her would likely find themselves fatally rebuffed by the energy within her. Is that true? Our junior sister is so formidable? His senior brother asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Lu Feng'er dismissed the notion entirely, scoffing. How could a little girl without any spiritual energy possibly be that powerful? Even sacred beasts can't do anything to her. I assure you, you'll see soon enough. Let us hurry to the Black Birch Forest, Wang Shang urged enthusiastically. In that case, let us proceed to the Black Birch Forest. Lu Feng'er concurred, her impatience palpable. Although the Black Birch Forest posed risks, it also offered the potential for abundant demon crystals. To stand out among more than 5,000 participants, one must take some risks. After deciding, they set off with his senior brother leading the way to the Black Birch Forest, Lu Feng'er trailing, while Wang Shang and Shu Tong walked in the middle, having participated in the internal selection competition twice before. His senior brother was quite familiar with the Black Birch Forest, and after 2 hours, they arrived. Wang Shang gazed around, and indeed, black birch trees filled his vision, exuding a somewhat eerie aura. Even before entering, he could see numerous demon beasts moving about, some even engaged in fierce battles, creating a scene of carnage. Strangely, these demon beasts seemed to confine themselves to the Black Birch Forest, rarely venturing beyond its bounds. Here we are. This is the Black Birch Forest. The danger level here exceeds that of the previous forest. Once we enter, do not stray too far apart. Otherwise, we risk being picked off by the demon beasts. His senior brother cautioned, drawing forth his sword from the storage ring. Finally, we're about to embark on a grand adventure. How exhilarating! Lu Feng'er exclaimed as she retrieved her blazing sword from her storage ring. Observing the multitude of demon beasts, Wang Shang felt a surge of excitement. However, he refrained from immediate action. Instead, he surveyed the demon beasts within the Black Birch Forest and said to his senior brother and Lu Feng'er, Senior brother, Sister Feng'er, our efficiency in hunting demon beasts separately is 2LOW. It would be more effective if you two attracted the beasts while I incinerate them all at once with my Earth-level fire manipulation technique. This suggestion sparked a glimmer of excitement in his senior brother and Lu Feng'er. Wang Shang's fire manipulation technique was indeed Earth-level, offering significantly higher damage output, and it was a group attack skill to boot. No problem, but when you unleash your Earth-level fire manipulation, your spiritual energy will be depleted quickly. If we were to be ambushed by other demon beasts, we'd be in trouble. His senior brother voiced his concerns. No worries, I've just leveled up to the Yuan spirit realm. I should be able to sustain it a bit longer, Wang Shang responded instinctively. Don't overexert yourself. Here, take the spirit crystal, it might come in handy. Lu Feng'er said, producing a high-quality spirit crystal from her storage ring and tossing it to Wang Shang. This was indeed a spirit crystal, priceless in value, and Lu Feng'er was generous enough to give it to him. Sister, are you sure you won't regret giving me this spirit crystal? Wang Shang asked, genuinely surprised by her gesture. He understood that such items were exceedingly precious. This crystal might very well be the most valuable thing she possessed. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Stinky brother, you talk too much. Lu Feng'er feigned impatience. That in that case, I shall accept it. Wang Shang was not one to decline. With this spirit crystal, he could sustain his fire manipulation technique for a longer duration. From this moment forward, Lu Feng'er truly regarded Wang Shang and the others as her allies. Otherwise, she wouldn't have offered her most treasured spirit crystal to him. Before long, the group commenced their operation. Upon entering the black birch forest, his senior brother and Lu Feng'er wielded their swords to lure the beasts, while Wang Shang and Shu Tong remained in place, waiting for their signal. Occasionally, an unwitting demon beast would charge at them, and Wang Shang would swiftly dispatch it with a single strike. Being on the periphery of the black birch forest, the demon beasts here were relatively weak. Given Wang Shang's current strength, one sword strike was sufficient to eliminate them. After the duration of a stick of incense, his senior brother and Lu Feng'er successfully attracted a sizable horde of beasts, no less than 40 or 50. Stinky brother, hurry up and use your fire manipulation, Lu Feng'er shouted as she no problem. Wang Shang had been anticipating this moment. As he unleashed his fire manipulation technique, a roaring fire dragon surged forth, crashing into the mass of demon beasts. The earth-level fire manipulation was immensely powerful. The fire dragon tore through the horde, decimating a significant number, while those fortunate enough to survive were swiftly dealt with by his senior brother and Lu Feng. Their first collaboration resulted in the successful annihilation of 40 to 50 demon beasts, with Wang Shang's spiritual energy having only been halved. The outcome was remarkably favorable. Lu Feng'er and his senior brother were elated at the result. This single wave had slain a substantial number of demon beasts. Although they were all low-ranking, it proved one point. Using fire manipulation to incinerate these beasts was indeed far more efficient. All right, let us divide the demon crystals into 4 portions. Wang Shang smirked slightly. Although Shu Tong had not participated in the fighting, she was still part of their team and therefore deserved her share. The plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er expressed no objections, and soon the crystals from the 40 to 50 demon beasts were swiftly distributed. Lu Feng'er, having received a dozen or so crystals, was quite exhilarated. Let us press onward, she declared. With newfound confidence, Lu Feng'er felt she could now charge into the top 30. Wang Shang nodded in agreement, then proceeded to collect the corpses scattered across the ground into another spatial ring. He possessed 2 additional spatial rings, one belonging to a sage, and the other to a cloaked figure. The ring of the cloaked figure was given to Shu Tong, while the sage's ring was designated for storing the demon beast corpses. Although the contents of both rings had been previously transferred to his original spatial ring, once the night grew silent, he planned to refine these demon beast corpses to enhance his cultivation. After a brief rest, the group ventured deeper into the black birch forest. However, not long after they entered, 8 senior disciples from the Tianling Academy appeared at their previous location. I never expected Wang Shang and his companions to collect 40 to 50 demon crystals in such a short span, remarked a slender youth, surveying the bloodstains on the ground. The more crystals they gather, the better for us, right? After all, the rest is ours. Chiku smirked slightly. Indeed, let them battle the demon beasts for a while. Once they are exhausted, we can strike. Not only will all their crystals belong to us, but we can also eliminate them within this black birch forest. The slender youth spoke. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. This black birch forest is seldom traversed. Should we kill them here, no one will ever know. Chiku's lips curled into a chilling smile as he commanded, follow closely, conceal your presence, and do not allow them to notice us. Understood, senior brother Chi, the other 7 replied, hastily trailing behind. These 8 individuals were the favored disciples of Zhang Qingye, and since the internal selection competition commenced, they had been closely monitoring Wang Shang and his group. Seeking the perfect opportunity, entering the black birch forest had provided them with an ideal chance to strike. Chapter 48. A wife's sacrifice to save her husband. As they delved deeper into the black birch forest, the strength of the demon beasts grew increasingly formidable. To ensure their safety, the plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er dared not attract too many demon beasts at once, managing to lure a maximum of 20 to 30. Among these beasts were swift wind leopards, 3-headed wolf packs, giant boars, and even black flame pythons, all ranging from the 1st to 5th tier of the Yuan spirit realm, perfectly within Wang Shang's capabilities. It's your turn, junior brother. The plump senior brother shouted as he ran. Having expended considerable spiritual energy and stamina to lure these demon beasts, he found himself struggling to keep pace if his junior brother did not act soon. He feared he might perish at the hands of these beasts. Lu Fenger was in a similar predicament. Her once enchanting visage now glistened with sweat, her body drenched in fragrant perspiration. "You lazy brother. Hurry up! I can hardly hold on any longer," she cried as a black iron-feathered owl charged toward her, causing her complexion to pale slightly. Having nearly depleted her spiritual energy to attract these beasts, she found herself lacking the strength to retaliate against the swift owl, which was closing in on her. Just at that critical moment, a blazing fire dragon soared above Lu Fenger, striking the iron-feathered owl and instantly reducing it to a charred heap. Following this, the fire dragon surged toward the pursuing demon beasts, incinerating them all. Upon witnessing Wang Shang finally take action, Lu Fenger collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. "You finally made your move, you lazy brother," she exclaimed, feeling both fatigued and exhilarated, for they were about to reap another harvest of demon crystals, and this time, the quality was significantly better than before, after incinerating the demon beasts attracted by Lu Fenger. Wang Shang continued to channel his energy, directing the fire dragon toward the beasts lured by the plump senior brother. In mere moments, those beasts were also consumed by flames. However, this time, Wang Shang found his internal energy completely depleted from employing the fire control technique, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "Phew, it's done. The demon beasts here in the black birch forest are indeed much more challenging to deal with," he panted, though his exhaustion could not conceal the exhilaration in his eyes. With so many Yuan spirit realm demon beasts, refining them would significantly enhance his strength. "It is time for our harvest," the plump senior brother declared eagerly as he prepared to handle the demon beast corpses. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a colossal golden-armored earth dragon erupted from below. This golden-armored dragon resembled a pangolin, but was significantly larger, measuring over 5 meters in length, its entire body encased in impenetrable golden armor. Before the plump senior brother could react, the dragon collided with him, sending him flying several dozen meters away, where he landed and coughed up blood. "Plump senior brother," Wang Shang and Shu Tong shouted in unison. Lu Fenger's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the golden-armored earth dragon. "It's a golden-armored dragon, a golden-armored creature of the spirit realm," she stammered, her voice trembling with fear, her body shaking uncontrollably. The combat power of a demon beast in the spirit realm far surpassed that of a human, especially one from beyond the borders. Such a massive beast was well beyond their capabilities. Roar. After sending the plump senior brother flying, the golden-armored earth dragon swiftly turned its attention toward Lu Fenger, seemingly harboring a deep-seated hatred for the two humans who had attracted it. With astonishing speed, it charged toward her. This moment, Lu Fenger was utterly exhausted. She attempted to flee, but the dragon was too swift. Just as she despaired, believing she would be struck, someone suddenly lifted her up and swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the dragon's charge. Once she regained her composure, Lu Fenger realized it was Wang Shang who had saved her. At that moment, their bodies were pressed closely together, and despite having flirted with countless men, she felt a flicker of emotion. In a life-and-death situation, Wang Shang had come to her rescue, and she suddenly noticed how remarkably handsome her annoying brother had become. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the golden-armored earth dragon charged toward Wang Shang. However, Wang Shang's agility, enhanced by the innate ability of the foxwolf demon, allowed him to evade the dragon's assault with ease. Frustrated that it could not strike Wang Shang, the dragon redirected its charge toward Shu Tong. Wang Shang's face paled as he tossed Lu Fenger aside and dashed to save Shu Tong. "Little Shu," he cried, panic rising within him, while Lu Fenger, discarded on the ground, felt a twinge of indignation at being carelessly cast aside. Shu Tong had already spotted the golden-armored earth dragon barreling toward her and fled in terror. But there was no way she could outrun it. Just as it seemed she would be struck, Wang Shang's urgency surged, and he activated the earth-level skill gale, instantly increasing his speed 5-fold. He narrowly caught up to the golden-armored earth dragon. But as he prepared to embrace Shu Tong and evade the impending collision, the dragon suddenly stomped its feet with tremendous force, causing the ground to crack violently around it. Wang Shang and Shu Tong, positioned closest to the beast, were immediately thrown to the ground, unable to rise. This golden-armored earth dragon's tremor is too powerful. I can barely move. Wang Shang felt as if his bones were about to shatter. His internal energy struggling to coalesce, evidently affected by the dragon's seismic impact. Shu Tong fared no better, disoriented and dazed. While they lay incapacitated, the golden-armored earth dragon seized the opportunity to charge at them once more. Closing in rapidly, its massive body leaped high, intending to crush them beneath its weight. Junior brother, you lazy brother. The plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er paled at the sight, realizing that should the golden-armored earth dragon stomp on them, their demise would be inevitable. Yet, at that crucial moment, Shu Tong, mustering her strength, threw herself onto Wang Shang. Young master. Her selfless spirit evoked a wave of emotion. But what could it matter to Lu Feng'er and the plump senior brother? All seemed futile. The might of the golden-armored earth dragon was far too formidable for Wang Shang and Shu Tong to withstand. Chapter 49. The unmatched power of a wife as the golden-armored earth dragon descended with crushing force. Shu Tong selflessly lay atop Wang Shang, her heart solely focused on him. In that moment, her mind held only one thought. She could perish, but he must survive. Far away, Lu Feng'er and the plump senior brother felt utterly despondent. With Shu Tong and Wang Shang's strength, they could not possibly withstand such a tremendous force. However, just as the golden-armored earth dragon's colossal weight pressed down upon Shu Tong, a surge of immense energy erupted from her, propelling the massive beast several hundred meters away. It soared through the air in a perfect arc before crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Upon landing, the dragon's mouth, eyes, and ears bled crimson, a clear indication of the severe internal injuries it had sustained. Yet, remarkably, Shu Tong remained unscathed, still resting atop Wang Shang. Lu Feng'er and the plump senior brother were utterly astonished at this sight. How is this possible? How could my junior sister possess such incredible power? They gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Shu Tong had managed to repel the golden-armored earth dragon. The plump senior brother was left utterly dumbfounded. Having believed Wang Shang and Shu Tong were destined for death, little did he expect that Shu Tong's mysterious energy could send the dragon flying. Not only was the plump senior brother shocked, but Lu Feng'er, witnessing the scene, was equally speechless. This is indeed the golden-armored earth dragon of the gold body spirit realm. Even my mentor might not prevail against it. Yet, this girl effortlessly repelled it, emerging completely unscathed. How did she accomplish such a feat? Lu Feng'er suddenly realized that she could not see through this girl any longer. At first glance, Shu Tong appeared innocent and adorable, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, leading one to believe she was merely an unremarkable handmaiden. Little did they know that it was this very maid who had sent the formidable golden-armored earth dragon flying. The stark contrast was indeed astonishing. As Wang Shang regained his senses, he noticed that the golden-armored earth dragon had been forcefully repelled. However, his immediate concern was directed at Shu Tong. "Little Shu, are you all right?" he inquired, anxiety etched across his face. Although he was aware of Shu Tong's protective mysterious energy, he could not help but scrutinize her, fearful that she had sustained injuries. "Young master, I'm fine. The golden-armored earth dragon didn't harm me. I'm perfectly well," Shu Tong replied, deliberately standing and twirling in front of Wang Shang. Upon witnessing this, Wang Shang enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly. That moment made him acutely aware of his fear of losing Shu Tong. "Little Shu, please refrain from such recklessness in the future. What if your energy hadn't rebounded? What if the energy within you couldn't withstand that blow?" Wang Shang could not continue, tightening his embrace even more. Feeling the warmth of the young master's concern, Shu Tong felt a surge of emotion. It was evident that he truly cared for her. "Young master, weren't you also risking your life to save me?" Shu Tong countered, wrapping her arms around Wang Shang, genuinely feeling his concern. The memory of him desperately sprinting to her aid still moved her. Wang Shang smiled, realizing how much he actually cared for Shu Tong. Even if he would not verbally admit it, his body instinctively reacted as they held each other. Wang Shang's spiritual energy surged, drawing in the surrounding essence, slightly replenishing his previously depleted reserves. However, before he could rejoice for long, he saw the fallen golden-armored earth dragon struggling to rise again. Although it was now severely injured, its strength remained formidable enough to easily slay them all. "Little Shu, let us celebrate later. I must deliver another strike to the golden-armored earth dragon," Wang Shang declared. Releasing Shu Tong, and retrieving the spirit crystal Lu Feng had given him from his storage ring, to vanquish this golden armored earth dragon. He would need to employ earth-level thunder techniques, but doing so required considerable spiritual power, which Wang Shang currently lacked. Thus, he could only absorb the spirit crystal as the essence from the spirit crystal flowed into him. His energy quickly began to recover. Meanwhile, the wounded golden armored earth dragon, after struggling to rise, shook its dazed head and let out an enraged roar. The previous strike had infuriated it, yet it dared not focus its ire on Shu Tong again. Instead, it turned its attention to the portly senior brother nearby. After a furious roar, the golden armored earth dragon charged towards him. However, this time, its speed was considerably diminished, reduced to half of its previous pace due to its grievous injuries. Nonetheless, it was still far beyond the capability of the current portly senior brother, who was also gravely injured and experiencing chaotic internal energy from the earlier impact as the golden armored earth dragon bore down on him. The portly senior brother formed a sword gesture and hurled his sword control technique. This was his final counterattack. Yet, the technique barely scratched the dragon's resilient scales. Despair washed over him. But at that crucial moment, Wang Shang rushed in, lifting him and deftly evading the dragon's charge. The golden armored earth dragon, having missed its target, quickly pivoted, now fixating on Wang Shang. "Junior brother, don't worry about me. Take the junior sister and flee," the portly senior brother urged, unwilling to drag Wang Shang down. Yet, Wang Shang was not one to abandon his companions lightly. "Senior brother, do not fret. Once I absorb the spirit crystal, I shall unleash a thunder technique upon it," Wang Shang reassured, hastening his absorption of the spirit crystal. "Almost forgot you had a spirit crystal. In that case, I can lend a hand," the portly senior brother recalled, retrieving a mid-grade Xian-level talisman from his storage ring. "This is the mid-grade Xian-level dragon binding talisman my master gave me. It should restrain it for 3 breaths. You can then seize the opportunity to use the thunder technique." "Very well, I will absorb the energy first." Wang Shang nodded, quickening his pace. Without hesitation, the portly senior brother activated the dragon binding talisman as the golden armored earth dragon charged again, sending the talisman soaring towards it. The talisman struck the golden armored earth dragon squarely, enveloping it in a vague yet potent draconic energy that momentarily immobilized it. The dragon thrashed violently against the binding, realizing the Xian-level talisman lacked sufficient strength to hold it. "Junior brother, hurry," the portly senior brother shouted. Just as Wang Shang completed absorbing the essence from the spirit crystal, he did not hesitate to summon the thunder technique that a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the golden armored earth dragon directly. The already severely wounded dragon staggered after the impact, collapsing to the ground, blood pooling around it. Yet it was not entirely vanquished. It still attempted to rise, but its injuries proved too grave that it still hasn't perished. How remarkably tenacious, Wang Shang marveled, and then channeled the remaining essence within him to unleash the earth-level fire control technique that a brilliant crimson flame ignited upon the fallen dragon, quickly engulfing it in a fierce blaze. The golden armored earth dragon writhed for a moment before succumbing to the flames, ultimately perishing. With the dragon finally defeated, Wang Shang exhaled a sigh of relief, though his spiritual energy was once again expended. "At last, it is dead," he said as he and the portly senior brother sat heavily on the ground, while Shu Tong joyfully approached them. "Wonderful, young master, the golden armored earth dragon has finally been slain." Not far off, Lu Fenger also breathed a quiet sigh of relief upon witnessing the dragon's demise. However, before they could revel in their victory, 8 shadows suddenly descended from the sky. "Wang Shang, we have been waiting for you," came the chilling voice of Qi Ku, who had been following them all along. "Thank you all for your efforts in helping us hunt these many beasts," Qi Ku said, leading the way with a slight smirk. Behind him followed 7 senior disciples from the academy, each possessing strength in the spirit body realm. Qi Ku had not anticipated that Wang Shang and his companions could kill the golden armored earth dragon. But this turn of events worked in his favor. The dragon's essence, along with that of other beasts on the ground, would now belong to them. Wang Shang turned to see the 8 individuals he recognized from the Tianling Academy Square. "You are disciples of Zhang Qingya, are you not?" he asked, grasping Shu Tong's delicate hand not out of malice, but to subtly restore his energy through their bond. "Surprisingly, you recognize us? Nevertheless, it matters not. Today, you shall all perish here. Chi-Ku replied coldly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. This, Lu Feng'er and the portly senior brother's expressions shifted in alarm. Chi-Ku, you actually intend to kill? Lu Feng'er exclaimed. The academy head made it clear before we departed. Anyone who dares to kill for the sake of essence will face severe punishment. What of it? I can easily shift the blame for your deaths onto the golden-armored Earth Dragon. Chi-Ku retorted, stepping closer to Wang Shang and his companions, preparing to strike. Chi-Ku, you dare. I will activate the safety wristband. Rescue personnel will arrive swiftly. Lu Feng'er stepped forward, instinctively clutching her safety wristband in an attempt to intimidate Chi-Ku and his group. Yet, they exhibited no fear. Go ahead. The demon suppression pass is 40 to 50 kilometers away. Even if they rushed here, it would take at least a quarter of an hour, ample time for us to eliminate you. Chi-Ku sneered, gesturing for his 7 disciples to encircle Wang Shang, Shu Tong, and the others, drawing their weapons from their storage rings. Lu Feng'er clutched her safety wristband tightly, but hesitated to activate it, knowing that doing so would mean her disqualification from the selection competition. Reluctant to accept such an outcome, she gripped her blazing sword, prepared to fight back. Chi-Ku, it will not be so easy to kill us, she declared, her courage shining through despite her gender. I stand with her, the portly senior brother added, brandishing his sword despite his injuries. Very well, let us end you all together. Chi-Ku sneered, charging forward, only to be interrupted by Wang Shang's thunderous voice. Halt! With that, Wang Shang stepped forward, still holding Shu Tong's hand. You seek to kill me. Let them go. As Wang Shang spoke, the spiritual energy within him was rapidly recovering under the influence of the yin-yang love seal. Yet it remained insufficient. Simultaneously, the spiritual poison mist he unleashed was far from adequate, necessitating a little more time. I apologize, but all 4 of you must perish here today, Chi-Ku declared, his patience wearing thin as he waved his hand and coldly commanded. Attack together and eliminate them. At his command, the 8 assailants surged forward towards Wang Shang and his companions. Wang Shang was taken aback by Chi-Ku's swift decisiveness, which left him no opportunity to react. In the face of the oncoming assault, Lu Feng'er swiftly retrieved a bronze pagoda from her storage ring and hurled it skyward. Heavenly Shield. Activate. Lu Feng'er expended the last vestige of her spiritual energy to activate this defensive artifact. The exquisite, top-grade treasure emitted a cerulean halo, enveloping Wang Shang and Shu Tong within its protective embrace. This was Lu Feng'er's ultimate treasure, designed specifically for defense. Just as the Heavenly Shield was activated, the 8 swordsmen's attacks reached them, and 8 streams of sword energy struck the cerulean barrier. The defensive prowess of the Heavenly Shield was formidable. It effortlessly deflected the assaults, yet Lu Feng'er's expression remained grim. My Heavenly Shield can only hold for a short while. We must devise a counterattack quickly, Lu Feng'er urged anxiously. None of us have any spiritual energy left. Our only hope for survival lies in the safety wristbands. Summoning help from the demon suppression gate, Fat senior brother lamented, his frustration palpable. This might be his last chance to participate in the inner selection, and he was loath to end it in such a manner. Lu Feng'er shared his sentiment, equally unwilling to accept such an outcome. Shu Tong glanced at Wang Shang, unable to restrain herself as she exclaimed, Master, let us call for Xiaohe. No, we still have a chance to win. Once I release enough spiritual poison mist, the initiative will be ours, Wang Shang replied, continuously emitting the poison mist while holding Shu Tong's hand. His spiritual energy was recovering rapidly due to the yin-yang love seal. Yet it still required a bit more time. Spiritual poison mist? Lu Feng'er suddenly recalled something, her eyes lighting up. Is that the poison gas you previously released? Indeed, I am currently unleashing it, but it requires a bit of time. Wang Shang confirmed. There was another aspect he withheld, which was the rapid recovery of his spiritual energy thanks to the yin-yang love seal. His current level of spiritual poison mist was too low. Given Chi-Ku's strength, they would soon be able to dispel it. Therefore, the most crucial task remained restoring his spiritual energy to turn the tide. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lu Feng'er and Fat Senior Brother's eyes. While Chi-Ku and his group grew increasingly anxious, focus your attacks on the heavenly shield above, Chi-Ku bellowed, his resolve firm. He could not believe that they would be unable to eliminate Wang Shang and his companions today. With that command, all 8 individuals directed their assaults towards the heavenly shield. Streams of sword energy rained down upon the protective pagoda. Each strike caused the pagoda to tremble, diminishing the strength of its barrier. Lu Feng'er's face paled as she realized they were targeting the pagoda itself. This is bad. Chi-Ku is no trifling opponent. If they focus their attacks on the pagoda, it won't withstand for long. She exclaimed, anxiety etched across her features. Wang Shang also noted the imminent destruction of the heavenly shield, but at present, he had only regained 1/3 of his spiritual energy, insufficient for even a single earth-grade spell. How could he accelerate the recovery of his spiritual energy? In a moment of desperation, an idea struck him, and he leaned down to kiss Shu Tong. If proximity facilitated faster absorption of spiritual energy, then this was his only option. Chapter 51. A kiss full of spiritual energy. Shu Tong had been worried that Chi-Ku and his group would breach their defenses, but in the next instant, her delicate lips were unexpectedly captured by Wang Shang's kiss. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her body shivered slightly, an overwhelming force stirring within her, only to be suppressed by the jade bracelet on her wrist. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Wang Shang, utterly astonished that he would kiss her at such a moment. Yet, she made no effort to resist or struggle, instead surrendering to the kiss. Even finding a hint of pleasure in it, Lu Feng'er and Fat Senior Brother quickly noticed this scene, their jaws dropping in shock, eye in the face of impending doom. You two are indulging in romance instead of dealing with Chi-Ku? Have you lost your senses? Lu Feng'er scolded furiously, exasperated. With death looming, you dare to flaunt your affection? This is infuriating. However, Fat Senior Brother quickly grasped Wang Shang's intention. Feng'er, the junior brother, is replenishing his spiritual energy. He stated earnestly, replenishing spiritual energy? Kissing your own maidservant is how you replenish energy. Do you think I'm a fool? Lu Feng'er was on the verge of losing her mind, especially as this was happening right before her eyes, which only fueled her anger further. There's no time for explanations now. Once we survive this ordeal, I will clarify everything. For now, let the junior brother kiss as he wishes. We will protect him, Fat Senior Brother declared. Sword in hand, prepared to fight to buy time. Lu Feng'er, hearing this, felt utterly exasperated. Not only was Wang Shang kissing another woman in front of her, but Fat Senior Brother was also intent on protecting that kiss. With no other choice, she had to trust Fat Senior Brother. There was no alternative to tea. The moment Wang Shang kissed Shu Tong, his spiritual energy surged violently, swirling with incredible speed like a vortex, drawing in the spiritual energy from the surrounding air. This allowed his internal spiritual energy to replenish at an astonishing rate, filling him with exhilaration. This method is indeed effective. A bit more, and my energy will be fully restored, he thought, holding Shu Tong tighter and kissing her deeper. Shu Tong felt as though she was melting in Wang Shang's embrace, almost oblivious to the fact that 8 formidable opponents were intent on killing them. At this moment, she experienced a sense of unparalleled bliss. Chi-Ku, witnessing Wang Shang's blatant disregard for their presence as he engaged in intimate acts, felt his murderous intent amplify. Damn it, how dare you ignore us? You shall all perish, Chi-Ku shouted as he unleashed several powerful strikes against the heavenly shield. The other 7 disciples, fueled by rage, followed suit with their own attacks. Dozens of sword energies struck the pagoda, which finally could not withstand the assault. With a resounding crash, the heavenly shield shattered, and the protective cerulean barrier surrounding Wang Shang and his companions dissipated instantly. This is disastrous. The heavenly shield has been destroyed. Lu Feng'er's face paled at the sight. Fat Senior Brother's expression mirrored her concern. Now, let us see how you withstand our onslaught. You shall all die, Chi-Ku proclaimed as he charged towards them, sword in hand. The other 7 disciples followed suit, but midway through their advance, they suddenly felt dizzy. Simultaneously, all 8 halted in their tracks. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel lightheaded? Chi-Ku exclaimed in shock, attempting to circulate his spiritual energy, only to find it flowing sluggishly, with some of it seemingly harming his body, causing him great alarm. This is bad. I'm showing signs of poisoning. Chi-Ku quickly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted to his fellow disciples. Everyone, force out the poison. We've been poisoned. Upon his urgent warning, they all began to exert themselves to dispel the toxins. Meanwhile, Wang Shang had finally replenished his spiritual energy and released Shu Tong. Now it's my turn to eliminate you, he declared, wielding the Qinglong sword as he thrust it forward, striking down the nearest disciple with lethal precision. While killing a disciple from the academy was against the rules, given that they sought his life, Wang Shang showed no mercy. Just as Chiku had stated, they would be blamed for their deaths, attributed to the beasts, not him. That Chiku was taken aback by Wang Shang's swift recovery of spiritual energy. How could you replenish your energy so quickly? You have no idea what else is in store for you. Prepare to die, Wang Shang retorted, flicking his wrist as the Qinglong sword returned to his grasp. Then darted towards Chiku at breakneck speed. Startled, Chiku, while attempting to dispel the poison, retrieved a mysterious earth-grade tortoise-shell artifact from his storage ring, enveloping himself within its protective confines. Wang Shang, if you wish to kill me, it won't be that easy, Chiku shouted, his eyes blazing with fury, resembling a turtle retreating into its shell. Seeing Chiku summon an earth-grade defensive artifact, Wang Shang decided to momentarily abandon his pursuit of him and turned his attention to the others. Given his current strength, breaking through an earth-grade defense was somewhat challenging, and the effect of the spiritual poison mist would not last long. Thus, the best course of action was to eliminate as many opponents as possible while he had the chance. While Chiku possessed an earth-grade defensive artifact, the others were not so fortunate. Although Zhang Qingye had provided each of them with an earth-grade treasure, not every item was a defensive one. As the remaining disciples saw Wang Shang advancing, they attempted to resist, but the effects of the spiritual poison mist rendered them powerless. And lacking earth-grade defensive artifacts, they could only watch helplessly as he dispatched them one by one. Die, Wang Shang cried as he struck down 2 more disciples, continuing his relentless assault on the others. His speed was astounding. Although these foes were of a higher realm, their poisoned state rendered them incapable of reacting in time. In the blink of an eye, Wang Shang swiftly eliminated all but one of them, leaving only Chiku alive. This was solely due to Chiku retreating into his turtle shell. Otherwise, he would have met his demise much earlier. Lu Feng'er and the plump senior brother, witnessing Wang Shang's remarkable prowess, could hardly contain their excitement. Wang Fatty, I now believe what you said earlier. Otherwise, there's no way that your obnoxious brother's spiritual energy could have replenished so swiftly in such a short span. Lu Feng'er exclaimed, her realization dawning upon her. Of course, trusting me was the right choice, the plump senior brother replied, his face brimming with pride. You gluttonous fool, you huff and puff just because I called you fat. Lu Feng'er rolled her eyes at him, though her heart brimmed with joy. The tides of battle had now completely shifted. With only Chiku remaining, there was no longer a need for trepidation. Wang Shang soon stood before Chiku, who remained huddled within his shell, though the poisonous spiritual energy within him had been expelled. Wang Shang, how dare you slay my fellow disciple? I shall see you dead. Chiku's thoughts stirred, causing the turtle shell to shrink and directly attach to his body, akin to donning a mysterious grade treasure that significantly bolstered his defenses. Clad in the turtle shell, Chiku swung his sword fiercely at Wang Shang. With a single strike, the sword's energy transformed into a tempest, hurtling towards Wang Shang. This was Chiku's hurricane sword technique, formidable enough to whip up surrounding leaves and dirt, a testament to its sheer power. In a direct confrontation, Wang Shang might not have bested Chiku, but he was far from foolish enough to engage him head-on. With a swift movement, he vanished from his original position, effortlessly evading Chiku's strike. When he reappeared, he was already at Chiku's back, his speed surpassing Chiku's wildest imagination. How can he move so fast? Chiku's heart sank with astonishment. Despite his superior cultivation, he found it exceedingly difficult to track Wang Shang's movements. I am right here, Wang Shang's voice resonated from behind him. Without hesitation, Chiku lunged with his sword, but a surge of crimson flames preemptively engulfed him. Earth-level fire control technique. Caught off guard by Wang Shang's mastery of fire, Chiku was instantly ignited by the blazing flames. Chiku howled in agony. Despite his possession of the mysterious grade turtle shell, under the relentless searing of the earth-level flames, he was utterly helpless. Soon, he was reduced to a flaming figure, struggling in place for a while before succumbing completely. Chapter 52. Once again, feeding dog food in person with Chiku's demise, the 7 disciples who accompanied him also met their end. In this battle, Wang Shang leveraged the toxic spiritual mist and his wind-like speed to unexpectedly slay 8 disciples of the Tianling Academy, rendering them temporarily safe. Lu Feng'er and the plump senior brother rushed over at once. Junior brother, quickly use your fire to dispose of these corpses, the plump senior brother stated calmly, emphasizing the importance of erasing all traces. Indeed, We must not allow the Academy's mentors to discover that we killed our fellow disciples. Lu Feng'er added anxiously. Though Qi Ke's group had initiated the conflict, their deaths would be difficult to explain, and obliterating the evidence was the best course of action. They could later attribute Qi Ke's demise to the beasts. After all, fatalities were not uncommon during the annual selection competition. Understood. Wang Shang glanced at the 8 corpses, gathering them in a pile before stripping off their spatial rings. Each of these individuals was a senior disciple of the Tianling Academy, and their rings undoubtedly contained valuable treasures. After collecting the rings, Wang Shang did not inspect their contents, but kept 2 for himself and distributed the remaining 6 to Shu Tong, the plump senior brother, and Lu Feng'er, giving each 2 that obnoxious brother. This is all your merit. How can you bear to share 2 spatial rings with us? Lu Feng'er was taken aback by Wang Shang's generosity, knowing the rings contained numerous treasures. Who said it was solely my merit? It is the merit of us all, Wang Shang replied with a smile. His words were laden with double meaning, implying that they too shared in the act of killing, and thus were bound together in the spoils. Lu Feng'er, astute as ever, immediately grasped his implication. Yes, it is the merit of all of us together. Lu Feng'er accepted the 2 rings, and from that moment on, they were united in their endeavors. Should anything go awry, they would all bear the consequences together. Junior brother, you will be responsible for handling these 8 corpses. We will gather the monster crystals, the plump senior brother declared before striding toward the heap of monster corpses. Lu Feng'er and Shu Tong followed suit to assist. Wang Shang observed the 8 cadavers and directly invoked the chaotic refinement technique. This approach would not only erase the evidence, but also yield a substantial amount of spiritual energy, a true twofold benefit. As a stream of white chaotic flames descended, the 8 corpses were instantly enveloped. Watching the blazing white flames, Wang Shang did not cease his efforts, continuously casting the chaotic refinement technique. Soon, one luminous orb after another was refined from the corpses. Once all 8 orbs were absorbed into his being, Wang Shang was rewarded with a surge of potent spiritual energy and 8 advanced sword techniques, albeit all variations of the hurricane sword technique. The hurricane sword technique had been imparted to them by Zhang Qingye, their mentor, and since all 8 disciples had trained under him, their techniques were naturally identical. When these 8 identical techniques merged, the hurricane sword technique was elevated to the level of a high-grade mystery technique. However, Wang Shang did not place much value on this, that high-grade mystery techniques were somewhat lacking in esteem, yet as this was a wind-based sword technique, he wondered if it could merge with the Gale skill. Contemplating this, Wang Shang attempted to fuse them within himself, and to his surprise, the attempt proved successful. The high-grade hurricane sword technique and the low-grade Gale skill successfully merged into the Gale sword technique, resulting in a mid-grade technique. Seeing this, Wang Shang was overjoyed. Wow! I can genuinely merge skills actively. As long as the attributes align, they can be fused and upgraded. Wang Shang felt as if he had unlocked a new realm with the chaotic refinement technique. This is fantastic. In the future, I can infinitely fuse and upgrade my techniques. Attaining celestial level techniques is no longer a distant dream, and even saint level or immortal level techniques may be within reach, as long as my spiritual energy is sufficient. I could dominate the heavens and earth. Wang Shang's heart raced with excitement. After Wang Shang finished refining the 8 corpses, Lu Feng'er and the plump senior brother had also dealt with the multitude of monster corpses, resulting in a total of 28 monster crystals, with each individual receiving 7. Moreover, the largest monster crystal, belonging to the golden armored earth dragon, was given to Shu Tong by the plump senior brother and Lu Feng. Without her, they would have perished at the hands of the golden armored earth dragon. However, this girl, upon receiving the monster crystal, immediately ran over to Wang Shang. Young master, here are your 7 monster crystals. And this is the golden armored earth dragon's crystal as well. Shu Tong presented the 8 monster crystals to Wang Shang, one of which was particularly large and golden. Wang Shang accepted only 7 of the monster crystals, declining the golden armored earth dragon's crystal. That crystal rightfully belongs to you. Without you, we would have all perished at the hands of the golden armored earth dragon, Wang Shang said warmly. His words were sincere. Had it not been for the injury inflicted on the dragon by Shu Tong's energy rebound, he would have had no opportunity to slay it. Indeed, Shu Tong, you should keep the golden armored earth dragon's crystal. This time, your contribution was the greatest, Lu Feng'er chimed in. having altered her address for Shu Tong upon witnessing her prowess. This clearly demonstrated the importance of strength in the realm of lingual. Junior sister, you should keep it. You never know when we might need your assistance again, the plump senior brother added. Shu Tong glanced at Wang Shang once more before accepting the golden-armored Earth Dragon's crystal. Meanwhile, Wang Shang collected the monster corpses into a spatial ring designated for such purposes, including the golden-armored Earth Dragon, saving it for future refinement. However, he kept one massive boar's corpse aside, intending to roast pork. As the four of them were already famished after an entire day of battle, that evening, the four gathered around a campfire, happily roasting skewers of pork at tea. This moment, the seasonings brought by Shu Tong proved invaluable. After finishing a skewer, she sprinkled seasoning over it, enhancing its enticing aroma. Young master, I've cooked this one. You should taste it, Shu Tong said, offering a skewer to Wang Shang's mouth before she indulged herself. Wang Shang, not one to be polite, took a bite and was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor. With the seasoning, it truly tastes better. Little Shu, you should try this one too, Wang Shang said, sprinkling seasoning on his skewer before presenting it to Shu Tong. She opened her mouth to take a bite, but the skewer was too hot, causing her to flinch. Be careful, let me cool it for you, Wang Shang said, tenderly blowing on the skewer before offering it to her again once it had cooled. Shu Tong took another bite, this time unscathed, and exclaimed, delicious. The skewer you roasted is simply fragrant. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. The scene of the two feeding each other skewers did not escape the notice of the plump senior brother and Lu Feng. Obnoxious brother, my skewer is also quite hot. Could you blow on it for me? Lu Fenger teasingly extended her skewer toward Wang Shang. Do it yourself? Wang Shang retorted, somewhat exasperated. Unfazed by the rejection, Lu Fenger responded. Could you two refrain from being so lovey-dovey for a moment? It was one thing to feed each other during life-and-death situations, but now, even while enjoying skewers, you still have to flaunt your affection. I'm not eating anymore. With that, Lu Fenger tossed her skewer into the campfire. Fenger, why aren't you eating? Didn't you just say you were hungry? The plump senior brother asked. Puzzled, I'm full from the dog food. Lu Fenger retorted with annoyance. Upon hearing this, Shu Tong's charming face swiftly flushed a deep crimson, her eyes daring not to meet Wang Shang's gaze. Meanwhile, the latter's lips curled into a faint smile as he glanced at Shu Tong. His heart inexplicably quickening. Could this be the sensation of infatuation? Chapter 53. The first beauty in peril. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the four of them gathered together to rest. Wang Shang, however, settled into a cross-legged position to absorb the spiritual energy refined from 8 corpses. Although the energy obtained from these 8 corpses was limited, it was still substantial. Upon channeling all the energy into his accompanying spiritual jade in the dantian, it did not tremble, indicating that he was still some distance away from an upgrade. Wang Shang was not in a hurry. One of his storage rings contained the corpses of 60 to 70 demon beasts, ample for his refinement needs. After selecting from the storage ring, Wang Shang chose the corpse of the formidable golden-armored Earth Dragon. You shall do, he thought, pondering what skills he might acquire upon refining you. With a sense of anticipation, Wang Shang initiated the chaotic refinement technique on the corpse of the golden-armored Earth Dragon. A white flame descended. The corpse was instantly ignited. The size and strength of the golden-armored Earth Dragon meant that the refining process would take quite some time. It was not until dawn that Wang Shang completely refined the corpse, absorbing a solid essence of spiritual energy into his body that a wave of immense spiritual energy surged within him, filling him with exhilaration. In addition to the rich spiritual energy, he also acquired a superior grade defensive skill, the Golden Armored Defense. This must be the innate ability of the Golden Armored Earth Dragon. No wonder it was so resilient. Suddenly, another thought struck him. Right, I previously possessed the hardening skill, the Golden Bell Shield, and these 2 defensive techniques. Perhaps they can be fused together. Wang Shang was uncertain about this, but since they were all defensive arts, he assumed it was feasible. With this in mind, he immediately sat cross-legged to attempt the fusion. Fortunately, this time he was not disappointed. The 3 defensive skills successfully merged into the Golden Armored Hardening Defense, transforming into a low-grade, Earth-level defensive technique. Seeing the successful fusion brought immense joy to Wang Shang. Splendid. Another successful fusion, the Golden Armored Hardening Defense, low-grade Earth level. Wherever I wish to harden, I can do so. And it is even more resilient than before. Wang Shang opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and, upon circulating his spiritual energy, his hand transformed into a golden hue, remarkably hard, with a metallic texture on the surface. When he struck the ground, he created a half-meter deep crater, which left him elated. This golden armored hardening defense exceeded his expectations. Truly impressive. Content with his progress, Wang Shang now possessed 4 Earth-level techniques. As daylight broke, Fat Senior Brother and Lu Fenger did not hasten to delve deeper into the black birch forest, but continued to meditate in place. Especially Fat Senior Brother, who had sustained serious injuries yesterday and required time to recuperate. As for Lu Fenger, she wished to practice as well. Her 2 storage rings contained numerous spirit stones, and she aimed to elevate her strength before proceeding, as the further they ventured into the black birch forest. The more perilous it became. Wang Shang needed time to refine and absorb energy as well. First, he focused on absorbing the spiritual energy derived from the golden armored earth dragon. Wang Shang guided the vast spiritual energy within him, allowing it to circulate throughout his body. The golden armored earth dragon possessed a golden body spiritual physique. After refinement, Wang Shang gained an immense influx of spiritual energy. He guided this energy to the Dantian. It swiftly entered the accompanying spiritual jade. With the continuous influx of energy, the jade trembled lightly, and Wang Shang's strength ascended to the 2nd stage of the Yuan spirit realm. The rapid advancement was attributed to the foundational energy refined from Qi Ku and the others. Having reached the 2nd stage of the Yuan spirit realm, Wang Shang still had a considerable amount of unabsorbed spiritual energy, prompting him to seize the moment and continue his absorption and conversion. Meanwhile, in a mentor's chamber at the Tianling Academy, Zhang Qingye paced anxiously within the room. It was already the 4th day of the internal selection competition, and he had yet to receive any news of Wang Shang's demise, which left him increasingly restless. Suddenly, several floating life tokens in his hand shattered simultaneously, causing Zhang Qingye's expression to drastically change. Why did the life tokens shatter at once? A sense of unease and despair gripped Zhang Qingye. Each life token held a fragment of life from his 8 disciples. Upon their death, the corresponding token would shatter. Now, with all 8 tokens breaking simultaneously, it signified the concurrent deaths of all his disciples. My disciples. Zhang Qingye's eyes turned bloodshot, and his hand trembled slightly as he grasped the shattered tokens. These were his most prized disciples, and their simultaneous demise inflicted profound pain upon him. Why did they all die at the same time? A deep sorrow clouded his eyes, yet reason dictated that their simultaneous deaths bore an underlying mystery. It was only the 4th day of the internal selection. It was improbable for them to encounter formidable demon beasts. Even if they were unfortunate enough to meet one, it was unlikely they would all perish at once. At least 1 or 2 could have escaped. The only remaining possibility was that they had been slain by that Wang Shang. I must admit, this fellow has made an astute guess. Wang Shang, you must die. Zhang Qingye tightened his grip, instantly reducing the shattered life tokens to powder. With a heart full of vengeance, Zhang Qingye exited the room and made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion of the Tianling Academy. This was the designated place for storing treasures. Disciples could borrow items as needed, but for high-level artifacts, the headmaster's approval was required. Thus, it served as a sort of treasury. As a mentor, Zhang Qingye naturally had free access to the Wanbao Pavilion. He intended to borrow the beast-taming pearl, yet he lacked the headmaster's authorization. In truth, he had come to steal the beast-taming pearl. Due to the internal selection competition, there were very few people in the Wanbao Pavilion. One might even say there was no one present, save for an old man who oversaw the premises. Mentor Zhang, what brings you here? The old man greeted as he rose. I'm here to see if there are any treasures I require. Zhang Qingye replied as he strode inside. The old man trusted Zhang Qingye and did not follow him. Seeing that the old man did not pursue him, Zhang Qingye ascended the staircase and stopped only on the 6th floor. The Wanbao Pavilion had 7 floors, with each ascent presenting increasingly advanced treasures. The 7th floor housed items of celestial grade and above, accessible solely to the headmaster. As a mentor, Zhang Qingye could only reach the 6th floor, where the beast-taming pearl, a superior grade Earth-level item, should be located. Suppressing his nervousness, Zhang Qingye began his search on the 6th floor. His mind was consumed by hatred, leaving no room for caution. His singular thought was to see Wang Shang dead, for the sake of his nephew and his 8 disciples. He had forsaken all else, including any collaboration with the sinister organization, the Black Hill Hall, founded Zhang Qingye spotted the beast-taming pearl within the Jiazi pavilion. Trembling, he reached out to grasp the pearl, but hesitated just before contact. He finally remembered what he was doing. Yet, blinded by rage, Zhang Qingye ultimately seized the beast-taming pearl and produced a similarly shaped and colored orb from his storage ring to swap places with it. Hoping to deceive anyone who might inquire, after placing the fake orb, he retrieved a chilling wooden box from his storage ring, a Chiyu box, capable of completely isolating the aura of the treasure, preventing the security array of the Wanbao Pavilion from detecting it upon his exit. Indeed, the Wanbao Pavilion was protected by a security array. Anyone attempting to stealthily remove treasures would be detected, even if the items were stored within a spatial ring. However, with the Chiyu box, that was no longer an issue, as it could evade the security measures. After placing the Chiyu box into his storage ring, Zhang Qingye feigned calmness as he descended the stairs and soon arrived on the first floor. "Mentor Zhang, is there anything you wish to borrow this time?" the old man inquired. "All the treasures I wanted have been borrowed by others. I shall have to wait until next time." Zhang Qingye feigned disappointment as he walked toward the exit. As he was about to step out of the Wanbao Pavilion, Zhang Qingye's heart raced. He feared that the theft of the beast-taming pearl would trigger the security array. Fortunately, he successfully exited the Wanbao Pavilion without triggering any alarms. Evidently, the Chiyu box had proven to be quite effective. Once outside, Zhang Qingye breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly made his way back to his room. After locking the door, he retrieved a signaling talisman from his storage ring. This was a talisman given to him by Zhuosu, the Lord of the Black Kill Hall. By crushing it, he could summon Zhuosu to his side. At this point, Zhang Qingye could no longer afford to hesitate. He crushed the signaling talisman. Instantly, it transformed into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the air. After a brief moment, a wisp of black mist floated in through the window. Upon entering the room, the mist swiftly coalesced into a humanoid figure, Zhuosu, the Lord of the Black Kill Hall. "Mentor Zhang, you summoned me. I presume you have good news to share?" Zhuosu greeted with a smile directed at Zhang Qingye. Zhang Qingye retrieved a wooden box from his storage ring and presented it to Zhuosu. "I have stolen the beast-taming pearl for you. Do not forget the promise you made to me." Zhang Qingye reminded him earnestly. He was left with no other recourse. Given his capabilities, it was nearly impossible to venture beyond the Demon Suppression Pass to assassinate Wang Shang. Thus, he could only seek the assistance of the Black Kill Hall to eliminate Wang Shang. Upon hearing that Zhang Qingye had stolen the beast-taming pearl, Zhuosu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he seized the wooden box and quickly opened it, revealing the coveted treasure he had long yearned for. The beast-taming pearl. Splendid, splendid indeed. After exerting so much effort, he had finally acquired the beast-taming pearl. Holding the pearl in his hand, Zhuosu could hardly contain his exhilaration. The Black Shaman Hall had waged war and annihilated the beast-taming sect for this very pearl, and just when it seemed all was lost, they had triumphed in the end. Noticing that Zhuosu was fixated on the pearl and ignoring his demands, Zhang Qingye grew anxious. "Zhuosu, you promised me you would kill Wang Shang if you go back on your word. I will report that you stole the beast-taming pearl," Zhang Qingye threatened urgently. However, Zhuosu remained unperturbed. "Rest assured, Wang Shang killed our hall's 10th elder. I will not let him escape. This time, I shall personally venture to the demon-suppressing pass and eliminate him." Along with that girl by his side, as he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhuosu's eyes. "With this beast-taming pearl in hand, let us see who dares to underestimate us at the Black Shaman Hall. Demon-suppressing pass, here I come. Ha ha." After stowing the pearl in his storage ring, Zhuosu laughed heartily and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, drifting out the window. Watching Zhuosu vanish into thin air, Zhang Qingye suddenly recalled something. The area outside the demon-suppressing pass was teeming with beasts. Would Zhuosu, armed with the beast-taming pearl, incite a beast tide? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, and a twinge of regret surged within him. Yet, it was too late for remorse. The die had been cast. In the black birch forest, Wang Shang, having absorbed the essence of the golden-armored earth dragon, experienced another surge in power, advancing to the third stage of the Yuan spirit realm. This development thrilled him. He had not anticipated such a rich essence from the golden-armored earth dragon. Most satisfactory indeed. Wang Shang was eager to continue refining the corpses of the beasts stored in his ring. However, at that moment, a piercing phoenix cry erupted from deep within the black birch forest. followed by a blue spiritual phoenix soaring skyward. Hearing the commotion, Lu Feng'er and her chubby senior brother, who were meditating, opened their eyes simultaneously. Why is there an ice phoenix in the depths of the black birch forest? Wang Shang inquired, puzzled. This must be Xiao Jingyi's ice phoenix talent. What is she doing here in the black birch forest, and ahead of us at that? Lu Feng'er furrowed her brows. They debated. A tremendous explosion erupted from the location where the ice phoenix had ascended, shaking the very ground and affecting even Wang Shang and his companions from afar. Despite the distance, this explosion is remarkably intense. It seems Xiao Jingyi has encountered a beast of the spirit manifestation realm. The chubby senior brother analyzed, frowning. Should we go take a look? Wang Shang instinctively suggested, like a mantis stalking a cicada, with a yellow bird lurking behind. This is my favorite scenario. Let us go, Lu Feng'er declared without hesitation. Then let us hurry. If we delay, we might miss the excitement. The chubby senior brother was also eager to witness Xiao Jingyi's true prowess. After making their decision, the four of them hurriedly advanced, feeling the escalating energy fluctuations as they drew closer. After a fragrant stick of incense, they finally approached the epicenter of the explosion, only to be left dumbfounded by the scene before them. Chapter 54. The aloof goddess gets a kick. In the near distance, numerous black birch trees lay toppled, and several bodies were scattered haphazardly on the ground, identifiable by their attire as disciples of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. The ground bore several craters, the deepest of which reached 5 or 6 meters, seemingly carved out by immense energy. Most astonishingly, at that moment, Xiao Jingyi was soaring through the air, single-handedly battling a massive purple-golden flying mantis. Among the disciples of the Heavenly Spirit Academy, Xiao Jingyi was one of the strongest, having reached the first stage of the golden body spiritual realm. Yet, even with such prowess, she was merely on the defensive against the flying mantis. The mantis, resplendent in purple gold and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, wielded razor-sharp sides and could unleash purple golden energy waves from its mouth. The craters scattered across the ground were the result of the mantis's assaults. Wang Shang, Shu Tong, Lu Feng'er, and the chubby senior brother hid in the nearby bushes, observing the unfolding events. Upon spotting the purple-golden mantis, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Heavens, that's a purple dawn mantis. At the 9th stage of the golden body spiritual realm, just a step away from the spirit manifestation realm, Lu Feng'er recognized the creature immediately. Oh wonder, the ruckus is so great. The energy cannon of the purple dawn mantis belongs to the dawn flame category. Significantly more potent than ordinary fire, the chubby senior brother remarked gravely. Xiao Jingyi stands little chance against this purple dawn mantis. Her ice phoenix energy can barely withstand the dawn flame, making a counterattack nearly impossible. Indeed, as the chubby senior brother had surmised, the battle was heavily tilted against Xiao Jingyi. Despite her relentless efforts to unleash her ice phoenix energy, she could only manage to hold her ground. The mantis relentlessly swung its enormous sides at her with incredible speed, forcing Xiao Jingyi to evade repeatedly, narrowly escaping several deadly strikes. Frustrated by its inability to land a blow, the flying mantis suddenly began to flap its wings violently, emitting a piercing sound that quickly spread outward. This is bad. It's the sound wave attack of the purple dawn mantis. Cover your ears, the chubby senior brother promptly warned. Wang Shang, Shu Tong, and Lu Feng'er instinctively covered their ears. But they were still affected by the sound wave, leaving Wang Shang dizzy and his vision blurred. In the next instant, a graceful figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down precisely in Wang Shang's direction. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated behind them, and the sound wave dissipated. Wang Shang and the others turned to see Xiao Jingyi sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, her energy in disarray. Nevertheless, her eyes remained defiant as she attempted to rise, but her injuries were too severe to allow her to stand at that moment. She noticed 4 disciples of the Heavenly Spirit Academy peering at her from a nearby thicket. They exchanged glances, and Wang Shang awkwardly spoke up. I assure you, we were merely passing by. Do you believe me? Regardless of whether you were merely passing by, the purple dawn mantis has already detected your presence. There's no point in hiding now, Xiao Jingyi said, using her sword for support as she bravely stood up, her gaze locked on the diving mantis. Wang Shang and the others turned to see the massive purple dawn mantis charging towards them with astonishing speed. Escape was no longer an option. Let us fight it, Lu Feng'er declared, her courage unwavering despite being a woman. Without hesitation, she drew her sword to retaliate, and the chubby senior brother did the same. However, their sword techniques were merely at the mid-grade mystic level, insufficient to inflict real damage. Just then, a colossal fire dragon surged towards the purple dawn mantis. Fire manipulation technique. Wang Shang's low-grade earth-level fire manipulation technique finally provoked the mantis, which retaliated with a blast of purple golden dawn flame. The two flames collided in midair, unleashing a staggering explosion of energy. Shu Tong and Xiao Jingyi were simultaneously thrown back a dozen meters by the shockwave. As Xiao Jingyi struggled to rise, the purple dawn mantis swung its scythe down towards her, clearly harboring a deep-seated grudge. Dazed and severely injured, Xiao Jingyi found herself with no strength to fend off the mantis's strike. In her moment of despair, a gust of wind suddenly swept past her, and she was propelled 10 meters away. The mantis's scythe missed its target, and as Xiao Jingyi regained her senses, she realized it was Wang Shang who had saved her. The wind was a result of his incredible speed. "Are you all right?" Wang Shang asked instinctively. After extricating herself from Wang Shang's embrace, Xiao Jingyi expressed her gratitude with a cool demeanor. "I'm fine. Thank you." Her words encapsulated her aloof and proud nature perfectly. Yet, before she could finish, the purple dawn mantis charged at Wang Shang and Xiao Jingyi once more. "You two go first. I will draw its attention," Wang Shang said, kicking Xiao Jingyi away and launching his Qinglong sword at the mantis. Struck head-on, the mantis was enraged and immediately redirected its fury towards Wang Shang. "Come on. Come and kill me," Wang Shang taunted, sprinting deeper into the black birch forest. The mantis, unable to tolerate such humiliation, unfurled its wings and gave chase. "Young master," Shu Tong called out in alarm, wanting to pursue, but the chubby senior brother held her back. "Junior sister, we must find a safe place first. Junior brother is fast. The purple dawn mantis will not be able to catch him. He will return to us shortly. No, I must go," Shu Tong asserted. Pushing past the chubby senior brother and hastening forward, Xiao Jingyi, having risen from the ground, felt a surge of indignation. How dare he kick her? What a humiliating experience. Yet, she hurried after him. Lu Fenger and the chubby senior brother, witnessing this, could only follow suit. As Wang Shang led the purple dawn mantis on a wild chase, he was confident in his speed, even if he believed he could not match the mantis in strength. And indeed, the mantis relentlessly pursued him but could not close the distance. Frustrated, it unleashed bursts of dawn flame in an attempt to strike Wang Shang down, but to no avail, having assimilated the agility of 200 to 300 foxwolf beasts. Wang Shang's speed was now astonishingly swift. However, incessantly running is hardly a solution. After all, Wang Shang's strength pales in comparison to that of the Ziyao mantis. If he continues to flee, he will inevitably exhaust his energy. It is imperative to lure another formidable beast to instigate a fight among them. This is precisely why Wang Shang persistently ventured deeper into the Heihua forest. The further he goes, the stronger the beasts become. And there must be a chance for him to encounter one that, while the notion is alluring, reality is often starkly different. Many beasts, upon seeing the Ziyao mantis charging towards them, scurried away at the first sight. "Damn it! How cowardly! Why is everyone running?" After cursing under his breath, Wang Shang continued his dash deeper into the forest, eyeing their frantic escape and pursuit. Shu Tong and the plump senior brother had been left far behind. Just as Wang Shang felt his strength waning, he finally spotted a massive huashi that was soundly asleep not far ahead, its power also reaching the 9th level of the golden body spirit realm. The enormous creature nearly blocked Wang Shang's path entirely, yet he felt a surge of joy instead of despair. "This is it, the huashi." Wang Shang dashed towards the huashi while deliberately enticing the Ziyao mantis to follow. The mantis unleashed its blazing flame in his direction, yet none of its strikes found their mark. However, one of its flames struck the massive huashi. Upon being hit, the huashi opened its large, bell-like eyes. "Big brother huashi, it was that one who did it, not me," Wang Shang exclaimed before accelerating and disappearing from sight. The Ziyao mantis, eager to chase after him, found its path obstructed by the enormous huashi, which menacingly flicked its red tongue. Seeing the huashi daring to block its way, the Ziyao mantis aimed its scythe like appendage at the beast. Meanwhile, having successfully instigated the confrontation, Wang Shang concealed himself in the nearby bushes, quietly cheering for the two beasts. "Whoever shows fear is a coward. Damn it," Wang Shang mused as he pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from his storage ring and began to munch on them. In the depths of the Heihua forest, two ninth-level beasts of the Golden Body Spirit realm were engaged in a fierce battle, tearing and clawing at one another, their energies clashing with explosive force. Trees fell in droves, and the ground was littered with uprooted soil and scattered leaves. From a distance, Wang Shang perched atop a tree, savoring his sunflower seeds while observing the spectacle of combat between the two beasts. The Ziyao mantis executed a fine mantis strike, landing a blow on the Huashi's vital point. Another point for it. The Huashi retaliated with a beautifully executed tail whip, delivering a powerful strike that left the mantis dazed. Wang Shang continued to enjoy his seeds while admiring the fierce battle. Halfway through, Shu Tong and the plump senior brother finally caught up, stunned to see Wang Shang leisurely perched on a tree. Enjoying his snack. Junior brother, where's the Ziyao mantis? Why are you sitting here eating seeds? The plump senior brother gasped. The Ziyao mantis is locked in a fierce fight with the Huashi. Neither willing to yield, Wang Shang pointed ahead. What? The Ziyao mantis is fighting the Huashi. The plump senior brother, Lu Feng'er, and others gasped in astonishment. They quickly leapt up to the tree, looking down from their vantage point to indeed see the 200 meters away. The Ziyao mantis and Huashi fiercely engaged in combat. Wang Shang pulled Shu Tong up to join him in watching the thrilling spectacle. Young master, wasn't the Ziyao mantis chasing you? How did it end up fighting the Huashi? Shu Tong instinctively asked. This question was also on the minds of the plump senior brother, Lu Feng'er, and Xiao Jingyi. How could the Ziyao mantis, seemingly unprovoked, end up battling the Huashi? I let it here, Wang Shang replied simply, instantly earning the admiration of the plump senior brother and Lu Feng. Brilliant, you clever little brother, since we cannot defeat it. We can certainly lead other beasts to fight the Ziyao mantis. How did you come up with such a strategy? Lu Feng'er praised openly that it was a spur-of-the-moment idea. Fortunately, my speed is impressive and luck was on my side. Or I would have been in serious trouble, Wang Shang chuckled. Indeed, it was his speed that allowed him to accomplish all of this. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. By the way, would you like some sunflower seeds? Come sit and enjoy the show together, Wang Shang offered, pulling out a large bag of seeds from his storage ring. Absolutely. We cannot miss this thrilling spectacle. Should we place bets? Lu Feng'er suggested, sitting down and grabbing a handful of seeds. Perfect timing. I bet on the Ziyao mantis winning. 5 demon crystals, the plump senior brother chimed in. Then I wager on the Huashi winning. Also 5. Lu Feng'er smiled. I bet on both being severely injured. Shu Tong added at the opportune moment. The group sat atop the tree, exuding a sense of ease and relaxation, a stark contrast to the tension and fear they had felt earlier. Xiao Jingyi stood at a distance, watching the two beasts fight, her fists clenched tightly, before shifting her gaze back to Wang Shang. This young man, whose strength was several realms beneath hers, not only saved her, but effortlessly dealt with the Ziyao mantis, leaving her with newfound respect for him. Xiao Jingyi, known for her pride and cold demeanor, had never regarded even the top-ranked Song Luo with such esteem, yet she distinctly remembered Wang Shang. The battle between the Huashi and the Ziyao mantis raged on for an entire day and night, ultimately ending in mutual destruction. The Ziyao mantis managed to pierce the Huashi's heart, while the Huashi bit into the mantis's abdomen, causing it to succumb to poison. Even in death, the two beasts remained entwined. Young master, I won. They both fell. I was right. Plump senior brother, sister Feng'er, quickly give me the demon crystals, Shu Tong exclaimed joyfully, bouncing atop the tree. The plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er, unable to do anything but comply, retrieved 5 demon crystals each from their storage rings and handed them to Shu Tong, who gleefully accepted the 10 crystals. Wang Shang couldn't help but smile as he embraced Shu Tong and leapt down from the tree. This strategy of letting one party fight while the other benefits truly worked wonders. He felt that this method was quite effective. Although somewhat perilous, as long as his speed remained sufficient, it was indeed a viable approach. The plump senior brother, Lu Feng'er, and Xiao Jingyi all jumped down from the tree. Junior brother, you've struck it rich this time. 2 demon crystals from beasts at the Golden Body Spirit realm are worth at least 200 demon crystals. You guaranteed a spot in the inner selection competition, the plump senior brother remarked enviously. You clever little brother, you two make quite the team. One earns crystals from us while the other just casually snatches 2 high-grade demon crystals. I envy you both, Lu Feng'er exclaimed, her jealousy evident. Next time you have demon crystals, be sure to share some with me. Upon hearing Lu Feng'er refer to them as a couple, Shu Tong's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart brimming with delight as she glanced discreetly at Wang Shang. Seeing him remain silent, her joy only intensified. No problem. I promise, as long as you stick with me, you'll definitely secure a spot in the top 30 of the inner selection. Wang Shang assured her with a smile that he then retrieved the Qinglong sword from his storage ring and approached the carcasses of the two beasts to collect their demon crystals. The plump senior brother and Lu Fenger did not contest him, recognizing that this reward was rightfully his. Had it not been for his daring maneuver to divert the Ziyao mantis, they likely would have perished. Xiao Jingyi considered approaching, but hesitated and refrained. Although she had discovered the Ziyao mantis first, Wang Shang had saved her life and had risked everything to secure the two beasts, so she chose not to fight for the spoils. After casting a distant glance at Wang Shang's back, she called out, "Hey, thank you for saving my life that I dislike being indebted to others, so consider this a token of my gratitude." As she spoke, Xiao Jingyi tossed a spirit crystal to Wang Shang. She was naturally aloof and proud, disliking any form of indebtedness, hence her choice of this method to settle the debt. Wang Shang caught the spirit crystal with joy. With this crystal, he could unleash another earth-level spell. "Thank you. If such opportunities arise again, feel free to call on me." Wang Shang waved to her. This not only netted him 2 demon crystals from Golden Body Spirit Realm beasts, but also a spirit crystal. A truly lucrative outcome. "There won't be a next time," Xiao Jingyi replied coldly, suddenly reminded of Wang Shang kicking her earlier, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. She then soared into the air, quickly disappearing from their sight. Having grown accustomed to her prideful nature, she preferred solitude and thus left alone. Wang Shang cast one last glance at her distant figure before turning back, only to find Shu Tong right behind him. "Young master, are you reluctant to see Sister Xiao go? If you feel that way, you could always chase after her now," Shu Tong teased, a hint of jealousy in her voice. "How could that be? I'm merely regretting the loss of such a fortunate encounter," Wang Shang chuckled. "With my dear girl by my side, I have no need for any other women in this world." As soon as those words left his lips, Shu Tong's face flushed a deep red, though her heart soared with joy. Chapter 56. Do not fall in love with demon race women. As the night grew quiet, Wang Shang, having extracted the demon crystals from the Ziyao mantis and Huashi, sat cross-legged to prepare for the refining of their corpses. The deeper he ventured into the Heihua forest, the stronger the beasts became, necessitating his continuous enhancement of strength, with 2 streams of white flames descending. The corpses of the Ziyao mantis and Huashi ignited simultaneously. To refine these 2 bodies, Wang Shang would require a considerable amount of time, but fortunately, the earlier battle had scared off other beasts, granting him enough safe time to conduct the refining. After an entire night, Wang Shang successfully refined the corpses of the Ziyao mantis and Huashi, causing 2 solid orbs of light to emerge from the chaotic flames, which he swiftly absorbed. As the luminous orb entered his body, 2 powerful streams of spiritual energy erupted within Wang Shang, threatening to tear his form asunder. Such immense spiritual essence, Wang Shang was taken aback. And with no time to examine the innate abilities of the 2 demonic beasts, he hastened to absorb and transform this energy, with such a torrent of spiritual power rampaging inside him. If he did not quickly assimilate it, he risked a catastrophic explosion of energy within his body. The vast influx of spiritual energy coursed throughout his being before converging into the accompanying spirit jade nestled in his dantian. As the refined energy continued to surge in, the spirit jade trembled lightly, and Wang Shang successfully ascended to the 4th stage of the Yuan spirit realm. Splendid. Another level gained, and there remains a plethora of spiritual energy, enough to propel me to yet another tier. Suppressing his impatience, Wang Shang resumed his meditative practice. After refining the spiritual energy, it all flowed into the spirit jade in his dantian. A day and a night passed, and the spirit jade quivered once more, heralding Wang Shang's ascension to the 5th stage of the Yuan spirit realm. 2 levels in 2 days and nights. This pace is truly unprecedented at the Tian Ling Academy. Excellent. I have reached the 5th stage of the Yuan spirit realm. Now I shall examine the innate skills bestowed upon me by those 2 demonic beasts. Wang Shang proceeded to inspect the 2 skills acquired through refinement. The first was Yao Yin, a high-grade black flame skill of the fire attribute. The second was Hua Shi Du, a high-grade poison skill. Yao Yin is of the fire attribute. I wonder if it can merge with the fire manipulation technique. With that thought, Wang Shang began his experimentation. With a mere thought, the 2 skills seamlessly fused, evolving into the mid-grade Earth-level Yao Yang Jinhua, amplifying its power by a tier. This brought great joy to Wang Shang. Indeed, the strength of Yao Yang Jinhua surpasses that of fire manipulation, making it far easier to incinerate demonic beasts in the future. After calming his excitement, Wang Shang turned his attention to the second skill acquired through refinement. Huashidu the snake's poison ranks among the top 30 of toxic demonic beasts. Its venom is not to be underestimated. However, Wang Shang recalled the spiritual toxin mist, which he had long deemed ineffective. Even average experts could easily expel that toxin, if only the toxin were more potent. It could eliminate opponents stealthily, requiring no effort on his part. The toxin of the spiritual mist is akin to spider venom. It should be compatible with the snake's poison. With this in mind, Wang Shang promptly attempted to merge the two toxic skills as he anticipated. The fusion was successful. The resulting toxin remained as spiritual mist, but evolved into the lower-grade Earth-level Yudu remarkably. This transformation created a toxin that, when encountered, would render cultivators below the golden body spirit realm incapable of expelling it, leaving them at his mercy. Wang Shang felt the enhancement of the spiritual toxin mist was exceptional. Now, he possessed 6 Earth-level skills. With these 6 skills in hand, he was confident enough to venture forth beyond this realm that a surge of confidence washed over Wang Shang. Although he had come to participate in the inner selection competition, this presented an excellent opportunity for him to undergo a trial of ascension. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was the 3rd day. Lu Fenger and the plump senior brother gazed at him in astonishment upon his awakening. "Junior brother, how have you trained? In just 3 days, you've ascended 2 levels. Surely you must have encountered some bottleneck," the plump senior brother inquired, filled with both envy and disbelief. Lu Fenger mirrored his expression, unable to fathom such exaggeration. "Perhaps there is. Ever since I wore this Yin Yang Qing Huan headband with Xiao Shu, my training has accelerated significantly," Wang Shang casually offered as an explanation. "Yin Yang Qing Huan headband. What is that?" Lu Fenger asked, perplexed that it's a couple's artifact crafted by a celestial artisan. When worn, the closer 2 individuals are, the faster their cultivation progresses. Since Xiao Shu has been by your side, it indeed enhances your training speed. The plump senior brother speculated, furrowing his brow. That seems to be the only plausible explanation. Cultivation speeds up the closer one is. Does such a treasure truly exist? Lu Fenger exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. At this moment, Wang Shang recalled something and inquired of the plump senior brother, "By the way, do we have any Saint Masters at Tianling Academy?" On the identity token he had obtained from that skeletal remains, the words Saint Master were inscribed. Saint Master? That is the highest title for instructors at Tianling Academy. The plump senior brother mused before continuing, "In the past 1,000 years, our academy has produced only 3 Saint Masters, each a brilliant prodigy whose disciples have gained renown across the Lingwu continent." "Who was the most recent Saint Master?" Wang Shang asked thoughtfully, inferring from the skeletal remains in the cave. That individual had likely passed away no more than 30 years ago. Thus, directly asking about the most recent Saint Master seemed appropriate. The nearest one is named Xian. Had he not left Tianling Academy, he would likely have become the current head. The plump senior brother replied that, "Oh, he is that remarkable. Why did he leave Tianling Academy?" Wang Shang inquired with growing interest, and both Xu Tong and Lu Fenger listened intently. Xian is a once-in-a-millennium talent, personally mentored by the former head. He even secured 3rd place in the 10 Academy's martial arts competition. To achieve such a rank among elite talents is a testament to his extraordinary abilities. The plump senior brother elaborated. What a pity he fell in love with someone from the demon race. When the former head discovered this, he mobilized the entire academy to eliminate that demonic woman within Tianling Academy. It was thought that by killing her, Xian would return to the academy. Little did they know, upon witnessing his beloved's demise, Xian went on a rampage, slaughtering his fellow disciples, ultimately being gravely injured by his own teacher and forced to flee. The plump senior brother sighed. Alas, a once great prodigy has now fallen. Even if he still lives, he is but a shell of his former self. Wang Shang, Lu Fenger, and the others could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. The plump senior brother remained unaware that Xian had long since perished. What a pity, Wang Shang murmured, unable to contain his sentiment. Such a talent, if alive, would undoubtedly be renowned across the Lingwu continent. Xu Tong echoed his sentiments. Just as they were caught up in their reflections, a plume of black smoke slowly descended from the sky. coalescing into a humanoid figure before them. Wang Shang, Shu Tong. I finally found you. Chapter 57. Wife. No more pretense. I am actually a hidden master. The black smoke gradually took shape, ultimately forming a figure, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, with a shadowy gaze that exuded murderous intent. Wang Shang, Shu Tong. You two have been quite elusive, Zhusu declared, his hands clasped behind his back, a frigid aura emanating from him as he fixed his gaze on Wang Shang. Who are you? We don't seem to know each other, Wang Shang replied, furrowing his brow in suspicion. I am Zhusu, the master of the Black Sha Hall. You killed our 10th elder and seized his beast-taming pearl. Do you remember? Zhusu spoke coldly. So you are the leader of the black-clad men. Wang Shang realized, understanding that an enemy had come to confront him from afar. And indeed, do you have any final words? Zhusu questioned as his spiritual energy surged violently, causing a doppelganger that mirrored his form to materialize behind him. Wang Shang, the plump senior brother, and the others were taken aback. Spirit manifestation realm. They gasped in unison. Only those who reached the spirit manifestation realm could conjure a doppelganger behind them. Even Wang Shang felt a twinge of unease. If the opponent were at the golden body spirit realm, he could manage, but facing someone in the spirit manifestation realm was another matter entirely. Once at that level, one could wield spirit manifestation divine powers, something Wang Shang could not withstand. Just then, Shu Tong stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Wang Shang. If you wish to kill my young master, you must go through me first, she declared resolutely, her voice resolute despite her youthful appearance. You must be Shu Tong, Zhusu remarked, his gaze towards her laced with cold intent. This girl was also among his targets, as the death of the 10th elder was linked to her. Indeed, I am Shu Tong. You can seek revenge for your 10th elder against me. It has nothing to do with my young master, she proclaimed boldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Shang vehemently disagreed. How could he hide behind a woman? Zhusu, it was I who killed your 10th elder. If you seek vengeance, let it be upon me. Wang Shang readied himself for a desperate fight. Your young master is no match for my 10th elder. I was the one who killed him. If you have the ability, take my life first, Shu Tong insisted, stepping forward once more. The exchange between the two infuriated Zhusu. Enough of this quarrel. Today, both of you shall perish, Zhusu growled, exasperated. To hell with you both. With that, Zhusu unleashed his spiritual energy, striking forth with a palm. As he did so, the doppelganger behind him mirrored the motion, sending forth a simultaneous palm strike. The overwhelming force left Wang Shang and Shu Tong gasping for breath under the immense pressure. Is this the power of the spirit manifestation realm? Such an overwhelming sense of oppression. It rendered him nearly immobile. For the first time, Wang Shang felt helpless. The intensity of the pressure almost suffocated him. Young master, Shu Tong cried, extending her arms to shield him. The immense palm struck her without hindrance, and just as Zhusu believed that the little girl was undoubtedly doomed, a tremendous surge of energy rebounded from her body. Not only did it shatter the force of his blow, but it also sent him hurtling several hundred meters away. After tracing a parabolic arc through the air, he landed heavily on the ground, leaving him disoriented and spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. Zhusu's eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. How could this be? This little girl clearly exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy. How could she possess such formidable power that not only thwarted my attack from the spiritual manifestation realm, but also left me gravely injured? As he fixated on Shu Tong, a deep-seated wariness crept into his gaze. This little girl seemed far from the docile and adorable facade she presented. Wang Shang, Lu Feng'er, and the plump senior brother were equally astounded upon witnessing Shu Tong repel the attack from the spiritual manifestation expert once more. If her previous deflection of the golden armored earth dragon had been mere coincidence, then this latest rebuttal of a master-esque strike was no accident, but rather an indication of Shu Tong's exceptional nature. Xiao Shu, are you all right? Wang Shang inquired anxiously. That I'm fine. He wasn't that formidable. He didn't even harm a single strand of hair on my head, Shu Tong replied, twirling in front of him, her demeanor exuding perfect well-being. Upon seeing this, Wang Shang finally relaxed, though curiosity about the energy within Shu Tong lingered. What kind of force could possibly shield her from harm, even from a master of the spiritual manifestation realm? The plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er were left speechless, overwhelmed by Shu Tong's prowess. Sister Shu Tong, how can you be so powerful? You even managed to send a blow from a master of the spiritual manifestation realm back. Lu Feng'er exclaimed, utterly astonished. She found herself unable to see through Shu Tong any longer. This girl was simply too formidable. Junior sister, you haven't been hiding your power all along, have you? Are you the fabled wolf in sheep's clothing? The plump senior brother mused, his imagination running wild. Unable to conjure any alternative explanation for this phenomenon, Shu Tong glanced at the gravely injured Zhusu, her eyes glinting mischievously. Since you've seen through my guise, I shall no longer pretend I will lay my cards on the table. My strength has already reached the celestial spirit manifestation realm, and I am but a step away from ascending to immortality. Don't even mention a mere spiritual manifestation expert. Even the entire Black Shaman Hall combined would fall to a mere flick of my finger. Shu Tong's declaration was loud and deliberate, intended for Zhusu's ears. Upon hearing this, Zhusu was struck with a chill. Could it be that this girl truly possessed strength at the celestial spirit manifestation level? Yet, she exhibited not the slightest trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. And still, his attack had undeniably been deflected, leaving him wounded. This girl was indeed enigmatic. Could her prowess genuinely be at the celestial spirit manifestation realm? Struggling to rise, Zhusu's eyes filled with palpable wariness as a thought crossed his mind. It was said that there existed a divine ability capable of concealing one's spiritual energy fluctuations. Could this girl be employing such a technique? After concocting this theory in his mind and recalling the moment of his injury, he increasingly believed this girl to be extraordinary. Damn, I underestimated her. It would be unwise to act recklessly today. It is best to withdraw for now and unleash the beasts to initiate a beast tide. As that is my true objective, I cannot afford to falter here. With this resolution, Zhusu harnessed his spiritual energy and took flight, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. Wang Shang, Shu Tong, I shall return for you. Witnessing Zhusu's retreat, Shu Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. I managed to scare him off. What a close call. Young master, how was my performance just now? Chapter 58. My wife is the best gift heaven has given me. It must be said that Shu Tong had successfully utilized her wits to drive Zhusu away. Young master, how did I do this time? Shu Tong asked, a sense of pride evident in her voice. Our little Shu is the best, Wang Shang said, unable to resist pinching her adorable cheeks before pulling her tightly into his embrace. Fearing that he might lose her in the next moment, do not act so impulsively next time. What if you had failed to block that attack? Shu Tong felt deeply touched by the concern Wang Shang exhibited, and a wave of happiness washed over her. It signified just how much he cared for her. Even if it means death, I will not allow anyone to harm you, young master. Shu Tong wrapped her arms around Wang Shang, burying her head against his chest, savoring the warmth radiating from him, which caused her cheeks to flush. Fool, am I truly that remarkable? Do I deserve such devotion from you? Wang Shang was somewhat moved. This girl, who had come into his life as a substitute, treated him with unparalleled kindness, even more so than his own father. You are deserving. Aside from my mother, you are the one who treats me the best. I cannot allow anything to happen to you, Shu Tong confided, revealing her heartfelt sentiments. Wang Shang remained silent, merely holding her tightly, suddenly realizing that this girl was the finest gift heaven had bestowed upon him. Moreover, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the Su family. Without them, he would never have encountered such an extraordinary girl. The two remained in each other's embrace for a long while. Relishing this tender moment, must you two lovebirds flaunt your affection so openly? You've been embracing since noon, Lu Feng'er interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. Zhusu had departed nearly half a day ago. Yet this couple still clung to one another, which was simply intolerable. Their moment was interrupted, and they reluctantly parted, though the blush on Shu Tong's cheeks lingered. All right, let us continue onward. We are halfway through the inner selection. We must seize the remaining time, Wang Shang suddenly exclaimed with renewed vigor. The sun has already set. Let us rest for the night and continue tomorrow, the plump senior brother suggested. Wang Shang glanced up at the sky. Realizing that night had nearly fallen, he had indeed lost track of time while holding Shu Tong. Nonetheless, the sensation of embracing her was undeniably pleasant. That evening, after settling down in a meditative posture, Wang Shang began refining the beast corpses he had collected within his spatial ring, as he needed to make the most of every moment to cultivate. Meanwhile, Zhusu, after suffering injuries at the hands of Shu Tong, had made his way to the heart of the beast forest. This place was the gathering ground for the most formidable beasts beyond the barrier, beloved little treasures. After residing beyond the barrier for so many years, it is time for you to stretch your limbs, Zhusu declared as he produced a crimson beast-taming pearl from his spatial ring. This pearl was a superior-grade artifact capable of commanding any beast below the rank of a holy beast. The Black Shaman Hall had resorted to all manner of schemes to harness the beasts to augment their own power. In this realm, the beast-taming pearl could exert its maximum potential, allowing for the control of countless powerful beasts. However, to unleash these beasts against other sects, one must first breach the demon suppression barrier. Thus, Zhusu's purpose for coming here was to utilize the beast-taming pearl to initiate a beast tide, thereby capturing the demon suppression barrier in one fell swoop, securing the southeastern region of the Great Zhou dynasty for the Black Shaman Hall, awaken the bloodline of the ancient beast emperor. Zhusu fervently infused his spiritual energy into the beast-taming pearl. As his energy surged within, the pearl emitted a vibrant crimson glow that intensified, illuminating the dark night like a beacon. The surrounding beasts, upon sensing this crimson light, became entranced, uncontrollably rushing towards Zhusu. The red light continued to expand, drawing in an ever-increasing number of beasts: two-headed lion-tiger beasts, golden dragon dark-furred weasels, dragon sparrow serpents, formless black, ethereal birds, blazing storm lightning steeds, and kingly golden scorpions. Countless high-level beasts surged forth, even including the Titan giant ape, which was nearly at the holy beast level. Upon witnessing the enormous Titan giant ape, Zhusu's heart soared with joy. The Titan giant ape was a beast of the spiritual martial manifestation realm. This was splendid news. Yet, before he could revel in his elation for too long, a resounding dragon roar sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Watching the massive black dragon approach him, Zhusu could hardly contain his exhilaration. The celestial dragon, yet another beast of the spiritual martial manifestation level, with these two quasi-holy beasts and innumerable others. Breaching the demon suppression barrier would be a formidable task indeed. Zhusu's confidence surged. These two quasi-holy beasts surpassed even his own strength. Wang Shang, Shu Tong, under this terrifying beast tide, let us see how you shall resist. Flames of vengeance ignited in Zhusu's eyes. After being frightened away by Shu Tong, he was still filled with resentment. Now that he commanded such a vast horde of beasts, he naturally sought to pursue Wang Shang and the others relentlessly. After a night of refining and training, Wang Shang's strength had risen to the 6th stage of the elemental spirit realm, and he had acquired several powerful skills. Upon opening his eyes, he found that daylight had already broken. Lu Fenger and the plump senior brother were prepared to set off. Junior brother, junior sister, let us depart, the plump senior brother urged, placing great importance on this inner selection. All right, let us continue our hunt. Wang Shang replied, leading Shu Tong deeper into the black birch forest. He had nearly refined all the beast corpses in his spatial ring, and it was time to replenish his supplies. After gathering their thoughts, the plump senior brother and Lu Fenger followed suit, but halfway through their journey, they suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, something feels off around us, the plump senior brother said, his expression turning grave. What feels off? Shu Tong instinctively inquired, and no sooner had she spoken than the ground began to quake violently. Accompanied by the roars of countless beasts echoing around them, a massive horde of beasts was surging toward them. The plump senior brother's face gradually turned pale with fear at a massive horde of beasts. As Shu Tong struggled to comprehend, a throng of beasts came rushing toward them, flying above, running on the ground, and burrowing beneath. Thousands of them swarmed toward them, each possessing considerable strength. Even the heavens above were not spared, as a colossal Tianmong Jiaolong surged towards them. My goodness, have we inadvertently disturbed a den of monstrous beasts? For the first time, Wang Shang felt a pang of fear. Confronted by the throngs of ferocious creatures, anyone would tremble. How could so many beasts suddenly emerge? Surely, there must be thousands of them. Hu Fenger's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. With such a multitude of beasts approaching, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught? This was dire. An outbreak of beast tide had occurred. The plump senior brother quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet his words left everyone in stunned silence. Chapter 59. Xiaohe saves the master. A beast tide. The uprising of monstrous creatures. It had been over 100 years since the last occurrence. They had thought that the Jinyao Pass would be spared from such calamities, yet here they were, confronted by this terrifying resurgence. Each outbreak of beast tide heralded brutal warfare, and this instance would undoubtedly be no exception. Faced with the overwhelming horde of beasts, Wang Shang and his companions were utterly incapable of resistance. That it was over. They were truly doomed, encircled by thousands of beasts, with more continuously pouring in from behind. The plump senior brother felt despair for the first time, having never witnessed such a multitude of monsters. Lu Feng'er trembled slightly, also witnessing this vast assembly of beasts for the first time. Shu Tong, frightened to the point of paleness, and Wang Shang, sensing the urgency of their predicament, realized that even with his speed, escape was impossible under such dire circumstances. Were they truly to perish here? In the sky, Zhusu stood in his black robes, observing Wang Shang and the others ensnared by the monstrous horde, a smirk creeping across his lips. Wang Shang, Shu Tong, this time I shall see where you can flee. Just then, a piercing cry of a phoenix echoed through the air, followed by the descent of a gigantic black phoenix. Zhusu's expression changed drastically upon seeing the creature. This was the Mou phoenix. How could a magical beast appear here? As Zhusu stood in shock, the Mou phoenix had already flown to the forefront of Wang Shang and his companions. Quickly, get on. If we delay, we shall perish here. Wang Shang swiftly took Shu Tong into his arms and jumped aboard. The plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er, realizing the urgency, followed closely, leaping onto the back of the Mou phoenix. If they did not board now, they would surely be overwhelmed by the horde of beasts. With a resounding cry, the Mou phoenix soared into the sky, whisking Wang Shang, Shu Tong, the plump senior brother, and Lu Feng'er away, escaping the encirclement of beasts below. Watching the creatures shrink into insignificance beneath them, the group breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had finally escaped. Lu Feng'er gazed at the throngs of beasts below, feeling a lingering fear. She had truly been terrified moments ago. Had it not been for the Mou phoenix, they would likely have perished there. Junior brother, where did this Mou phoenix come from? It is a high-level magical beast. How can it heed your command? The plump senior brother inquired, curiosity overcoming his earlier fright. The Mou phoenix was once injured, and we rescued it. Thus it obeys us. Wang Shang had already formulated his explanation that he could not reveal that the Mou phoenix had voluntarily recognized Shu Tong as its master, for that would surely arouse suspicion. So that is how it is. Thank goodness for the Mou phoenix. Otherwise, we would be dead today. The plump senior brother secretly sighed in relief, still shaken by the earlier events. Meanwhile, suspended in the air, Zhusu watched as Wang Shang and his companions rode the Mou phoenix away. His temper flaring. There was still the Mou phoenix, but they would not escape so easily. As he spoke, he produced the beast-taming pearl, channeling its power, directing the Tianmong Jiaolong and a dozen aerial beasts towards Wang Shang and his group. Before they could fully exhale in relief, the Tianmong Jiaolong and the flock of aerial beasts charged at them. This is bad. Aerial beasts are attacking us, Lu Feng'er exclaimed in alarm. Xiaohe, it's your turn. Wang Shang urged, patting Xiaohe's back. Immediately understanding, Xiaohe opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of black phoenix flames. The aerial beast struck by the flames plummeted to the ground. However, after dispatching a few, more and more aerial beasts surged toward them, and to make matters worse, the Tianmong Jiaolong also initiated its assault, causing the expressions of Wang Shang and his companions to shift once more. Why are there so many? Wang Shang furrowed his brow. Quickly fly to the Jinyao Pass. There are mentors and guards there, the plump senior brother urgently suggested. Indeed, we cannot contend with them now. We must rely on the guards and mentors at the Jinyao Pass. Wang Shang solemnly affirmed that moment. The bells of the Jinyao Pass rang out, and countless figures soared from the gates, including the chief guard Lin Guang, who personally led a contingent of soldiers to confront the beasts assaulting the pass. First, save the disciples of the academy, Mentor Yan Hao exclaimed, his heart aching at the sight of the distress signals flaring in the beast forest. These were the elite disciples of Tianling Academy. Should they perish here, the academy would suffer a tremendous loss. As his words fell, dozens of accompanying mentors sprang into action to rescue the academy disciples. Enormous flying vessels appeared in the skies above the Jinyao Pass, and all able-bodied disciples ascended aboard to evade danger. The remaining disciples, unable to fly, could only await rescue. Chief Guard Lin Guang dispatched numerous troops to assist the academy disciples, but faced with the relentless tide of beasts, he found himself overwhelmed. The beasts outside had lain dormant for over a century. Logically, a beast tide should not have erupted. Why had it suddenly manifested? Lin Guang felt a surge of anxiety. He could handle a typical beast tide. But this one harbored two quasi-saint-level beasts. The Titan giant ape and the Tianmong Jiaolong possessed combat capabilities rivaling those of advanced martial experts, perhaps even surpassing them. Quickly send an urgent report to His Majesty. Requesting reinforcements, Lin Guang commanded, donning his battle gear and setting his sights on the quasi-saint-level Titan giant ape. All spiritual realm experts, follow me to confront the Titan giant ape with a single command. Lin Guang led the charge toward the Titan giant ape. Meanwhile, Wang Shang and his companions, riding the Mou Phoenix, sped towards the Jinyao Pass. They encountered numerous aerial beasts along the way, all dispatched by the Mou Phoenix's fiery breath. However, the Tianmong Jiaolong proved more formidable. Its dragon breath nearly claimed their lives, but fortunately, the Mou Phoenix managed to evade the attack. This Tianmong Jiaolong is relentless. It continues to pursue us. The plump senior brother's mood was exceedingly grave. Where are the mentors? The guards? Why aren't they stopping this Tianmong Jiaolong? Lu Fenger voiced her concern. The mentors are occupied rescuing the academy disciples trapped in the beast forest, and the experts at the Jinyao Pass are engaged with the Titan giant ape. They likely lack the resources to assist us, Wang Shang replied, his expression solemn. This situation is rather precarious. In the distance, Zhusu observed Wang Shang and his companions fleeing, a cold smile playing on his lips. This time, I shall see where you can escape. The Jinyao Pass was equipped with a beast-locking array, which should be able to restrain the Tianmong Jiaolong. The plump senior brother seemed to recall something. Wang Shang and his group had no other options. They rode the Mou Phoenix straight into the Jinyao Pass, with the Tianmong Jiaolong hot on their heels as it entered the pass. A towering column of light erupted, trapping it in the air, followed by a barrage of attacks directed at the Tianmong Jiaolong. This was the energy assault of the beast-locking array. Wonderful! The beast-locking array is indeed effective. Wang Shang rejoiced atop the Mou Phoenix. However, before he could bask in his triumph, the Tianmong Jiaolong went berserk, its massive body thrashing about, causing cracks to appear in the beast-locking array. Witnessing this, everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 60. The strongest sword. This is bad. The beast-locking array is about to break. Everyone, quick, attack! A guard responsible for the formation shouted urgently. Instantly, countless individuals surged forward, channeling their spiritual energy into the beast-locking array. With the influx of energy, the array stabilized once more, unleashing a torrent of energy against the Tianmong Jiaolong. The creature writhed in agony within the confines of the array. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar reverberated through the skies, followed by a dark glow emanating from the Tianmong Jiaolong, its black dragon breath relentlessly assaulting the array. Cracks began to form again, this time at an accelerated pace. This Tianmong Jiaolong is too formidable. Summon the experts for reinforcement, or we shall not be able to contain it. Formation Master Ma Yuanzheng bellowed. General Ma, the experts at the Jinyao Pass have all been dispatched by General Lin to rescue the academy disciples. One of his aides responded loudly. Then gather anyone else available. Any cultivator should be summoned to channel their energy into the beast-locking array. If the Tianmong Jiaolong escapes, the Jinyao Pass shall be destroyed. Ma Yuanzheng shouted anxiously that he was right. Failing to contain the Tianmong Jiaolong would result in the destruction of the Jinyao Pass. Following Ma Yuanzheng's command, thousands of cultivation soldiers rushed over to provide assistance. Though their individual strengths were modest, their sheer numbers proved advantageous. Once they infused their spiritual energy into the array, it once again radiated with brilliance. Even the mightiest Tianmong Jiaolong found it challenging to breach the fortified beast-locking array. From 1,000 meters up, Zhusu watched with displeasure. Relying on numbers to suppress the Tianmong Jiaolong was futile. That a glint of coldness flickered in Zhusu's eyes as he produced a black longsword from his spatial ring. With his spiritual energy infused, the sword elongated in the wind, transforming into a massive blade over 10 meters long. Black Sha sword, swift. Zhusu launched the colossal sword in his grasp directly towards the thousands gathered at the Demon Suppression Pass. Ma Yuanzheng and his companions were fully engaged in battling the Tianmong Jiaolong. They were utterly unprepared for an aerial ambush by a massive sword. With a thunderous crash, the black sword struck at the heart of the throng, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that dispersed in all directions. The weaker soldiers were almost annihilated in an instant, resulting in the deaths of hundreds. Those who survived were left with varying degrees of injury. A spurt of blood erupted from Ma Yuanjing's lips. Who dares to ambush us? His gaze turned towards the origin of the sword's descent, where he beheld a middle-aged man clad in black robes. Hovering in midair, Wang Shang and Xu Tong followed his gaze, and upon recognizing the figure, their faces contorted with fury. It was Zhuosu. Wang Shang clenched his fists, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Fat brother, sister Fenger, descend and assist in guarding the demon locking formation. I shall pursue Zhuosu. Very well. Without hesitation, Fat brother leaped from the back of the demon feather phoenix, followed swiftly by Lu Feng. Xiaohe, pursue him, Wang Shang shouted, pointing at Zhuosu in the sky. A piercing cry of the phoenix rang out as the demon feather phoenix surged forward like a swift arrow towards Zhuosu. Upon seeing the majestic beast charge at him, Zhuosu immediately retreated, vividly recalling Xu Tong's previous counterattack. However, his speed was no match for the demon feather phoenix, which soon closed the gap. Countless flames erupted from Xiaohe's beak. Do you think you can kill me? Today, I am not the same as I was yesterday. Zhuosu snorted coldly, producing the beast control pearl and infusing it with spiritual energy, summoning a myriad of avian beasts to charge towards Wang Shang and his allies. Wang Shang, witnessing the familiar pearl from a distance, felt a sudden shift in expression. Oh, it was you behind this. How did the beast control pearl end up in your possession? He could hardly believe that the pearl he had earlier seized had returned to the hands of the Black Shahal. Naturally, I possess my own abilities. Prepare to die. Under Zhuosu's command, countless avian beasts lunged toward Xiaohe. Xiaohe, it's your turn, Xu Tong called out, patting the feathers of her companion, responding to her command. Xiaohe was suddenly engulfed in an inferno of flames, its wings beating furiously as the scorching flames erupted forth uncontrollably. The avian beasts that were struck by the fiery onslaught were instantly turned to charred remains. Plummeting from the sky, Zhuosu's brows furrowed at the sight, realizing the demon feather phoenix's prowess exceeded his expectations. Then let me show you the might of my black Sha sword. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhuosu's eyes as he pointed his hand, sending the massive black Sha sword hurtling towards Wang Shang and his companions. This black Sha sword was a mid-grade earth artifact, and combined with Zhuosu's strength at the spiritual resonance realm, his swordsmanship was formidable. Seeing this, Xiaohe emitted a sharp cry, unwilling to be outdone, and unleashed an unprecedented torrent of flames that resembled a miniature sun. The colossal black flames collided with the immense black Sha sword, erupting in a cataclysm of energy. In the next instant, the black Sha sword was repelled by Xiaohe's flames, yet the torrent of flames continued its advance towards Zhuosu. How is this possible? How can this demon feather phoenix be so powerful? Zhuosu's complexion paled as he hastily maneuvered to evade the oncoming black flames, barely escaping their grasp. Xiaohe, splendid, pursue him, Wang Shang exclaimed with exhilaration. To halt this onslaught of beasts, they needed to reclaim the beast control pearl. Otherwise, countless lives would be at stake. As Zhuosu sensed the demon feather phoenix closing in again, he fled in terror. But his speed was far inferior to Xiaohe's, and he was soon overtaken. Waves of flames erupted from Xiaohe's beak, yet Zhuosu's agility allowed him to evade each fiery onslaught. Observing this, Wang Shang also unleashed the mid-grade earth-level Yao Yang golden fire to supplement Xiaohe's assault. The combined assault of man and phoenix placed immense pressure on Zhuosu, and after a prolonged exchange, one of the flames finally struck him. Zhuosu cried out in pain, plummeting from the sky. A golden opportunity. Wang Shang seized the moment, retrieving the spirit crystal given to him by Xiao Jingyi from his spatial ring. Absorbing its spiritual energy into his own, he then unleashed his most powerful strike at the descending Zhuosu. 10,000 swords slaying immortals. This was Wang Shang's strongest technique, and in a bid for a decisive blow, he had no choice but to take the risk. As spiritual energy surged forth, he hurled the Qinglong sword, which transformed into a multitude of sword shadows, obscuring the entire sky. 10,000 swords slaying immortals. As Wang Shang uttered these words, thousands of sword shadows cascaded towards the plummeting Zhuosu. Chapter 61. Refining the beast control pearl. Once the 10,000 swords slaying immortals was unleashed, Wang Shang's spiritual energy was entirely depleted. Yet, the power was profoundly formidable. The deluge of sword rain surged directly towards Zhuosu. His expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the impending storm of blades. Just as he attempted to cast a defensive spell, it was too late. Countless sword shadows pierced through his body, a full 10,000 of them, leaving his chest riddled with wounds. Crimson blood sprayed into the air, transforming into a rain of red droplets cascading to the ground. With a resounding thud, Zhuosu's body crashed heavily to the earth, the Qinglong's sword impaling him, stirring up a cloud of dust. What is happening? Zhuosu struggled in vain, but the vitality within him waned rapidly, blood gushing forth as his vision began to blur. Soon, he was devoid of life, completely lifeless, upon witnessing Zhuosu pinned to the ground. Wang Shang felt a surge of exhilaration. Finally dead, I never expected the 10,000 sword-slaying immortals to possess such immense power. The might of the 10,000 sword-slaying immortals far exceeded Wang Shang's expectations. Yet the energy consumption was equally staggering. This single strike, how Wang Shang spoke as he placed the demon control pearl into his storage ring. The young master is indeed correct. Shu Tong felt that the young master's words held great wisdom. They had painstakingly safeguarded the demon control pearl, yet it had been stolen by the Tianling Academy. How could they possibly return it now? After completing these actions, Wang Shang's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Zhuosu on the ground. This was a formidable expert at the golden body spirit realm. After refining it, he would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Xiao Shu, I need to practice for a while. Please do not wander too far. Wang Shang instructed, then began to cast the chaos refinement technique on Zhuosu's corpse that a white chaotic flame precisely enveloped Zhuosu's body, igniting into a fierce blaze. The refining process lasted an entire day. And by evening, Wang Shang had finally completed the refinement that a solid orb of light flew forth from the chaotic fire, which Wang Shang absorbed into his body. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power filled him. And he also learned the giant sword technique. Truly, the spirit manifestation realm yields abundant spiritual energy upon refinement. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Shang began to circulate the immense spiritual energy throughout his body, subsequently directing the refined energy into the accompanying spirit jade located in his dantian. As the energy continuously flowed in, the spirit jade began to tremble lightly, and Wang Shang's strength successfully ascended to the 7th stage of the Yuan spirit realm. Wang Shang had not anticipated such a swift upgrade, yet there remained a great deal of spiritual energy unabsorbed. He then continued to circulate and absorb the energy after another day of practice. Once all the spiritual energy had been funneled into the accompanying spirit jade in his dantian, Wang Shang's strength rose once more, reaching the 8th stage of the Yuan spirit realm. Thus, Zhuosu's corpse had enabled him to break through 2 levels in succession, which brought Wang Shang great joy. Upon opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. After a day and night of effort, he had ascended 2 levels. The energy from refining a spirit manifestation realm expert was indeed astonishing. Wang Shang felt quite satisfied, and then retrieved the high-grade demon control pearl from his storage ring. To prevent it from falling into the hands of nefarious individuals, I shall take it upon myself to refine you. Wang Shang mused. With that thought, a ball of white chaotic fire erupted from his palm, instantly enveloping the demon control pearl. Chapter 62. The powerful demon control technique. This demon control pearl was a high-grade treasure, and it was Wang Shang's first time refining such a high-level artifact. Nevertheless, no matter how advanced the treasure, it could not withstand the refinement of Wang Shang's chaotic fire. Yet this time, the process took considerably longer. It took a full day and night to completely refine the demon control pearl. That a solid white orb of light emerged from the chaotic fire and was swiftly absorbed by Wang Shang. An immense amount of spiritual energy surged through his entire being, and before he could fully revel in his triumph, he discovered that he had acquired the high-grade demon control technique from the pearl. Another high-grade spell. Wang Shang was elated. With this high-grade demon control technique, all demonic beasts below the level of sacred beasts would have no choice but to submit to him. Wang Shang was filled with exhilaration. Just as he had surmised, refining the demon control pearl would grant him the demon control technique. From this moment forth, he would no longer fear encounters with demonic beasts. Excellent. Now that I have absorbed the spiritual energy, I can level up again. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Shang once more began to absorb the vast spiritual energy within him. After a night of circulation and absorption, his strength rose another level, breaking through to the ninth stage of the Yuan spirit realm. Wonderful! Now at the ninth stage of the Yuan spirit realm, one more level, and I shall ascend to the spirit body realm. Wang Shang's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he rose from the ground. Feeling a surge of power coursing through him, "Young master, have you finished your training?" Shu Tong inquired upon seeing Wang Shang awaken, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes. "Indeed, I have finally completed my cultivation," Wang Shang replied, turning to find Shu Tong roasting a wild rabbit, surrounded by an impressive pile of high-quality demon crystals, each worthy of at least a spirit body realm beast's essence. Seeing the abundant high-quality demon crystals, Wang Shang was momentarily stunned. "Xiao Shu, where did you acquire these demon crystals?" he asked, a look of confusion on his face. "They were gathered by Xiao He. I mentioned my need for demon crystals for the competition, and it went to procure them for me." Shu Tong replied innocently, "Is that truly possible?" Wang Shang responded, speechless. Just then, a massive shadow descended from the sky, revealing Xiao He, who landed and opened its beak to release dozens of high-quality demon crystals. After spitting out the crystals, Xiao He hurried off to hunt more demonic beasts. Witnessing this scene, Wang Shang's mouth hung agape, his emotions a whirlwind. "Young master, I've finished roasting the rabbit. Would you like some?" Shu Tong offered, holding the roasted rabbit meat toward Wang Shang's mouth. Wang Shang, however, was lost in thought about another matter. With so many demon crystals, there must be at least 1,000 here. If I were to control a few demonic beasts to help me gather demon crystals, it would surely be effortless. Wang Shang gazed at the pile of demon crystals on the ground, suddenly struck by inspiration. Now that he possessed the demon control technique, why not command a few demonic beasts to gather more demon crystals for him? With this in mind, Wang Shang immediately sensed his surroundings with spiritual energy. Nearby, he detected a formidable golden body spirit realm two-headed lion tiger beast that it would do nicely. Upon opening his eyes, Wang Shang hurried towards the direction of the two-headed lion-tiger beast. "Young master, where are you going?" Shu Tong asked, trying to follow, but Wang Shang called out to her, "Stay here and wait for me. I will return shortly." Wang Shang swiftly reached the location of the two-headed lion-tiger beast, which was currently feasting on a wind spirit horned deer. Upon noticing Wang Shang's presence, it bared its terrifying fangs at him. "Goodness, quite intimidating. But I appreciate that." A slight smile curved Wang Shang's lips as he boldly unleashed the demon control technique against the two-headed lion-tiger beast. A beam of green light shot from Wang Shang's hand, and before the beast could react, it was struck. Instantly, the two-headed lion-tiger beast writhed in agony on the ground, even lunging fiercely at Wang Shang. Fortunately, Wang Shang was swift enough to evade the beast's attack, while continuously applying the demon control technique. As time passed, the two-headed lion-tiger beast gradually calmed down, ultimately submitting entirely to Wang Shang. Success! Wang Shang gazed at the two-headed lion-tiger beast, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Without pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow, he attempted to command the beast, "Show me a dance." No sooner had he spoken than the fierce two-headed lion-tiger beast began to shake its rear and perform a clumsy dance on the spot. The demonic beast dancing was indeed a rare sight, and Wang Shang was thrilled by the spectacle. "Excellent. I now have my own demonic pet." Suppressing his excitement, Wang Shang continued to direct the two-headed lion-tiger beast, "Bring me some demon crystals, as many as you can find." With a command, the two-headed lion-tiger beast dashed off eagerly. Wang Shang was very pleased with its diligence. After accomplishing this, Wang Shang returned to the spot where Shu Tong was roasting meat. In the meantime, Xiao He had brought Shu Tong a considerable amount of demon crystals. "Young master, you're back. I've roasted all the rabbit meat for you." Shu Tong presented a string of roasted meat once more to Wang Shang. Indeed, after such an extended period of cultivation, he was quite hungry, and he seized the roasted rabbit meat to devour it. As he bit into his second piece, the two-headed lion-tiger beast returned, carrying a dozen demon crystals in its mouth. Upon seeing the massive beast approaching, Shu Tong was frightened and dove into Wang Shang's embrace. "Do not be afraid. This is my demonic pet, and it has come to deliver demon crystals to me." Wang Shang gently patted Shu Tong's back and instinctively pulled her closer. "Your demonic pet?" Shu Tong's face was filled with confusion. "Yes, just as Xiao He recognizes you as its master, this two-headed lion-tiger beast now recognizes me as its master." Wang Shang explained succinctly. "I see. I never imagined the young master was so formidable that he could subdue demonic beasts. Admiration flickered in Shu Tong's eyes. Wang Shang felt quite pleased to have someone by his side who admired him. In the ensuing days, Wang Shang and Shu Tong remained in place, feasting on roasted meat, while delegating the task of collecting demon crystals to Xiao He and the two-headed lion-tiger beast. To expedite the process, Wang Shang also subdued a golden body spirit realm golden-winged roc. With these two high-level demonic beasts assisting in gathering demon crystals, their progress accelerated significantly. Wang Shang also took the opportunity to refine some demonic beast corpses, successfully breaking through to the spirit body realm. Before long, the 30-day internal selection period came to a close, and Wang Shang and Shu Tong had diligently collected nearly 10,000 demon crystals. The internal selection period is over, Xiao Shu. We must return, Wang Shang remarked after glancing at the sky. Young master, we have gathered nearly 10,000 demon crystals. Surely, we will qualify for the internal selection now. Shu Tong instinctively replied. Not just qualify, they will likely be astounded. The corners of Wang Shang's mouth curled slightly as he embraced Shu Tong and leaped onto Xiao He's back, soaring towards the demon suppression gate. Chapter 63. A promise to keep Yin Hao. The Mentor stood at the forefront, loudly announcing to the gathered disciples of the academy below, the statistics for the demon crystals commence now. Please present the demon crystals acquired from outside the barrier to the mentors for tallying. The top 30 disciples will be displayed in real time on the Tianling ranking board. His voice faded. The participating disciples lined up in succession to hand over their collected demon crystals for counting, engaging in lively discussions amongst themselves as they did. I wonder who will secure the first place this time. It must be Song Luo. He is the foremost expert in our Tianling Academy. And I saw him gather a substantial amount of demon crystals. Not necessarily. This year, Xiao Jingyi is also quite formidable, being one of the only 2 disciples to reach the golden body spirit realm. Regardless of who comes first, I certainly have no hope of making it into the top 30 this year. Surviving is a victory in itself. The previous beast tide nearly terrified me to death. As the disciples fervently debated, the plump senior brother and Lu Fenger were also in line, though their thoughts were consumed with concern for Wang Shang and Shu Tong, that I wonder if my troublesome brother and sister Shu are all right. We haven't seen them since that beast tide, Lu Fenger said anxiously. With the demon feather phoenix accompanying them, they should be safe. However, we are likely to be eliminated from this internal selection once again, the plump senior brother remarked, glancing at the Tianling ranking board, noting that the last place already required 100 demon crystals. Lu Fenger also cast her eyes over the Tianling board, her expression mirroring his worry. It has barely begun, and the 31st rank already boasts 100 crystals. Is it truly this competitive? Though both of them possessed over 200 demon crystals each, it still felt precarious, as thousands of others had yet to be counted, suggesting that the 31st rank would likely exceed 200 or 300 crystals. Not only were they fixated on the changes in the Tianling ranking, but others were equally engrossed. Wow, the first place already has over 500 demon crystals. Only 500? That won't last long. He will soon be overtaken. Look, the 31st rank's demon crystals have surged to 150. The rise is astonishing. If one does not have at least 300 demon crystals, they may not even make it onto the board. As the statistics progressed, the anticipation mounted, and soon it was Song Luo and Xiao Jingyi's turn, the 2 most powerful disciples in the Tianling Academy. Look, it's time for Song Luo and Xiao Jingyi's statistics. Almost all disciples shifted their gaze toward them. One was tall and muscular, exuding strength, while the other was an elegant beauty, radiating a cold pride. Together, they represented the pinnacle of strength among their peers. How many demon crystals do you think they have? I wager at least 1,000. If all goes as expected, the top 2 in this internal selection will undoubtedly be them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the imposing Song Luo first emptied his storage ring, a cascade of demon crystals spilling forth that a large pile materialized before everyone, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Wow, that is quite a lot. It must be at least 1,000, so many. If only I could have a fraction. It seems Song Luo will claim first place this time. Song Luo reveled in the admiration directed towards him. Mentor, here are my demon crystals. Please tally them swiftly, he urged eagerly, anxious to secure the top spot on the Tianling board. Very well, just a moment. The mentor, without further ado, began the counting process. Simultaneously, Xiao Jingyi also emptied her storage ring before another minter, revealing a stunning array of high-quality demon crystals. The sight dazzled the surrounding disciples once more. Many high-quality demon crystals. These must be from spirit beasts of the spirit body realm and above. Indeed, while her quantity may be less than Song Luo's, the quality far surpasses his. 1 high-grade crystal can equate to 10 or even more low-grade ones. It's truly uncertain who will take first place. The disciples speculated eagerly on who would claim the top position on the Tianling board. If all went according to plan, it would certainly be these two. Soon, the mentor concluded the tallying. Song Luo, you have collected 1,258 demon crystals. Xiao Jingyi, you have a total of 1,208. The two were separated by a mere 50 crystals. The mentor announced the results. The Tianling board updated instantly, with Song Luo in first place with 1,258 crystals, and Xiao Jingyi in second with 1,208. They were the only two individuals on the board with over 1,000 crystals. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Good heavens, these two have over 1,000 demon crystals. How impressive! Song Luo, glancing at Xiao Jingyi, smugly proclaimed, apologies, but it appears I am once again the victor. Xiao Jingyi, however, did not respond. Instead, she scanned the crowd as if searching for someone. Yet, that person was nowhere to be found, and she seemed to be awaiting his demon crystal statistics. The plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er noticed that the 31st rank's crystal count had already exceeded 200. Plunging them into despair, it seems we have no chance. Where is that rascal? He promised to ensure my advancement. Lu Feng'er thought nostalgically of Wang Shang. Hey, were you thinking of me? Wang Shang's voice suddenly emerged from behind her. The plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er instinctively turned, and upon realizing it was indeed Wang Shang, an inexplicable joy surged within them. Junior brother, junior sister, why have you only just arrived? The demon crystal tally is already well underway. The plump senior brother inquired with concern. Oh, we were delayed by some matters. By the way, we have something special for you, Wang Shang said mysteriously. What is it? Lu Feng'er asked, her curiosity piqued. Wang Shang glanced around, noting the crowd, and discreetly led them to a secluded corner, where he produced several hundred demon crystals from his storage ring and handed them over. Take these, 500 demon crystals each. It should be more than sufficient for you both to pass the internal selection, he said generously. The plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er were left speechless at the sight of Wang Shang producing 1,000 demon crystals. How do you possess so many? Lu Feng'er inquired, her disbelief evident. That I promised to help you through the internal selection. How could I go back on my word? Wang Shang smiled slightly as he pressed the crystals into their hands. Thank you, brother. Lu Feng'er, without hesitation, accepted the offering, eager to succeed in the internal selection. The plump senior brother followed suit, saying, Junior brother, should you ever need assistance in the future, just give a cough. I will brave any danger for you. With 500 demon crystals secured, their chances of advancing were now assured. All right, we should head to the tallying area, Wang Shang suggested as he walked toward the counting station, with Shu Tong, Lu Feng'er, and the plump senior brother quickly following behind. Chapter 64. The astonishing quantity of demon crystals. When Wang Shang and the others arrived at the tallying area, most of the academy's disciples had completed their counts. Yet many still gazed up at the Tianling board, eager to see the final rankings. Among them was Xiao Jingyi, standing atop the city wall, awaiting Wang Shang's appearance. The day he had saved her with his intelligence and bravery remained etched in her memory. Xiao Jingyi believed that with Wang Shang's prowess, he would undoubtedly acquire a significant number of demon crystals, and she was eager to see just how formidable he truly was. The plump senior brother was the first to approach the mentor. Please place all your demon crystals on the table, the mentor instructed. Of course, the plump senior brother confidently complied, pouring out over 700 demon crystals, occupying a considerable portion of the table. The mentor, taken aback by the quantity, regarded him with newfound respect. I did not expect such a substantial amount at this late stage. Let me tally them for you, the mentor remarked as he began the meticulous counting process. Demon crystals from the spirit refinement realm counted as 1. Those from the spirit establishment realm counted as 3. Crystals from the origin spirit realm counted as 5. Those from the spirit body realm counted as 10. True spirit body realm crystals counted as 20. And golden body spirit realm crystals counted as 50. The higher the quality, the greater the number reflected. Before long, The mentor completed the tally at a total of 728 crystals. Quite impressive. This score is commendable. The mentor encouraged as his words concluded. The Tianling board was immediately updated. The plump senior brother's score of 728 placed him in 8th position on the Tianling board. Overcome with excitement, the plump senior brother could hardly contain himself. Fantastic! I have finally passed the internal selection and can participate in the 10 Academy Martial Conference in the capital, he shouted with glee. His gratitude toward Wang Shang deepening. Without him, he would never have made it into the top 30 if the surrounding spectators expressed envy at the scene. Next was Lu Feng'er. Without hesitation, she poured out all her demon crystals as well. Another impressive pile emerged. Mentor, these are my demon crystals. Please tally them for me, Lu Feng'er said, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Given the substantial number of crystals, she felt confident that she would secure a spot in the top 30. The mentor, upon witnessing the multitude of demon crystals, did not dare to be negligent and began to meticulously tally them. In no time, the results were revealed. A total of 763 demon crystals. Congratulations, my dear student. The mentor proclaimed as the words left his lips. The heavenly spirit rankings displayed that Lu Feng'er, with her score of 763 demon crystals, ranked 7th, surpassing her chubby senior by 1 position. Thank you, Lu Feng'er felt a surge of excitement, her gaze briefly meeting Wang Shang's, brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for Wang Shang's timely gift of 500 demon crystals at the last moment, she would have never made it into the top 30 of the internal selection competition. Xiao Shu, it is your turn now. Wang Shang directed his attention towards Xu Tong after she approached the table. She glanced at it and timidly addressed the mentor. Sir, this table seems a bit small. Could we perhaps switch to a larger one? Otherwise, my demon crystals won't fit. Her words instantly captured the attention of the surrounding academy disciples, eliciting a chuckle from the mentored, my dear student. This table can accommodate 5,000 demon crystals. Feel free to pour them all out. The mentor could hardly believe that this seemingly unremarkable girl, devoid of any spiritual aura, could possess more than 5,000 demon crystals. Onlookers believed Xu Tong was merely boasting. Indeed, with such beauty, her words are surprisingly ungrounded. Even Song Luo, who ranks first on the strength leaderboard, would not dare to speak so boldly. This girl truly has the audacity to boast. Mentor, may I proceed to pour them out? Xu Tong, undeterred by the remarks of her peers, sought confirmation from the mentor once more. Go ahead, pour them out quickly, the mentor replied, somewhat impatiently. After receiving repeated assurances from the mentor, Xu Tong promptly emptied her spatial ring, quickly filling the entire table, and then some, as numerous demon crystals spilled onto the floor due to their sheer volume. The sight of so many demon crystals left the mentor utterly astonished. The surrounding disciples, witnessing the abundance of crystals, were rendered speechless. Even the chubby senior and Lu Feng'er gaped in disbelief. They had anticipated Xu Tong would have a considerable amount of demon crystals thanks to Wang Shang's assistance. But they never expected it to be this much. Heavens, how many demon crystals could this possibly be? Lu Feng'er exclaimed in astonishment. From her vantage point on the city wall, Xiao Jingyi, observing Xu Tong produce such a bounty of demon crystals, was equally shocked. This little girl seemed to be Wang Shang's follower, and if she possessed such a wealth of crystals, one could only imagine the amount Wang Shang had. Instinctively, Xiao Jingyi glanced at Wang Shang. Her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Mentor, see, I told you this table wouldn't suffice. Xu Tong hesitated to reveal all her demon crystals from her spatial ring, fearing the table wouldn't be large enough. If she did, it would surely astonish them all. Mentor, you ought to start counting. Xu Tong waved her hand in front of the still dumbfounded mentor, bringing him back to reality. My heavens, I must fetch a larger table. The mentor finally remembered to retrieve a bigger table. Before long, he returned with a larger table and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, began his tally. After the incense stick had burned down, the results emerged: 7,842 demon crystals. The mentor announced this figure with a tremor in his voice, for it was truly staggering that in all the years of the internal selection competition, no disciple had ever amassed such a quantity of demon crystals. The onlooking disciples were once again left in shock upon hearing this number. Goodness, this is simply terrifying. 7,800 plus demon crystals. Together, Song Luo and Xiao Jingyi have only a third of that. How on earth did Shu Tong manage this? The disciples exchanged incredulous glances. Even the chubby senior, Lu Feng'er, and Xiao Jingyi on the city wall were left dumbfounded by the revelation. Soon, the heavenly spirit rankings updated, with Shu Tong claiming the top position with 7,842 demon crystals. Shu Tong, please collect your demon crystals. It is now my turn, Wang Shang said with a smile. After the tallying of the demon crystals, they would be returned to the academy disciples. Young master, should we not ask the mentor to fetch an even larger table? Shu Tong instinctively suggested. Her words sent a shiver down the mentor's spine. How many more demon crystals could there possibly be? No need. This table is sufficient, Wang Shang replied, unwilling to reveal all his demon crystals, lest he truly frighten the academy disciples. However, when he began to pour out the crystals from his spatial ring, it still left everyone astounded. Even with the larger table, Wang Shang's demon crystals filled it completely. The sheer volume rendered all present speechless. How many demon crystals could this possibly be? The observing disciples gasped. Having never encountered such a bounty before on the city wall, Xiao Jingyi, witnessing Wang Shang's display, was equally shocked. How could he possess so many demon crystals? Did he raid a demon beast lair? Her lovely face reflected disbelief. She had held Wang Shang in high regard, but never anticipated his capabilities exceeded her expectations by such a margin. Even the aloof goddess, Xiao Jingyi, could not help but develop a keen interest in Wang Shang. Mentor, you may begin your tally, Wang Shang reminded the now-dazed mentor. Yes, just a moment. The mentor, recovering from his astonishment, began to count the impressive pile of demon crystals before him. The onlooking disciples eagerly awaited the final tally. As the sun began to set, the count was finally completed. The mentor wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a quivering voice, announced, in total, there are 12,368 demon crystals. The moment these words were uttered, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. My heavens, over 10,000 demon crystals. This is simply outrageous. Incredible. How did he manage to acquire such a vast amount? He doesn't seem particularly strong. They murmured in disbelief. Surely, this must break the Academy's historical record. The internal selection competition had never seen anyone gather so many demon crystals. In a moment of fervent discussion among the Academy disciples, Wang Shang ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit rankings, leaving his peers envious. Following the tally, the final leaderboard was confirmed. Wang Shang in first place, Shu Tong in second, Song Luo in third, Xiao Jingyi in fourth. The chubby senior and Lu Feng'er also achieved their goal of entering the top 30 of the internal selection competition, allowing them to participate in the 10 Academy Martial Arts Conference. Wang Shang and Shu Tong's meteoric rise took all the Academy's faculty and students by surprise, yet filled them with delight. Such an accumulation of demon crystals shattered previous records for the internal selection competition, further solidifying Wang Shang and Shu Tong's status as prominent figures within the Academy. Not long after arriving at Tianling Academy, a magnificent flying vessel descended gracefully from the sky. The Academy head, Chu Hongya, personally came to welcome their return. Following a brief welcoming ceremony, the 30 selected Academy disciples, including Wang Shang, Shu Tong, Song Luo, Xiao Jingyi, the chubby senior, and Lu Feng'er, stood in neat rows within the grand hall. At the forefront stood the Academy head, his expression solemn. Firstly, congratulations on securing a spot in the top 30 of the internal selection competition. You have all performed admirably, particularly Wang Shang and Shu Tong. Your performances have truly impressed me, Chu Hongya praised without reservation. Song Luo, upon hearing the head's compliments directed at Wang Shang and Shu Tong, felt a twinge of jealousy. Originally, he had been in first place, but now he found himself in third, a result he struggled to accept. Wang Shang, however, remained composed, contemplating whether he should inform the head about the theft of the demon-taming pearl. In 3 days, you will represent Tianling Academy in the capital for the 10 Academy Martial Arts Conference. During these final 3 days, focus on resting and recuperating your spirits, with the aim of securing a spot in the top 3 of the conference. The Academy head encouraged everyone for their goal. Chu Hongya said it quite modestly, as Tianling Academy had only ever achieved third place in the 10 Academy Martial Arts Conference. Thus he did not wish to place undue pressure on the disciples. Ed, what will the rewards be for this 10 Academy Martial Arts Conference? Song Luo eagerly interjected. Confident in his abilities, he was naturally curious about the rewards. The other disciples shared this curiosity, as the rewards varied with each conference and were typically more generous than the last. This time, the rewards for the 10 Academy Martial Arts Conference will be exceedingly generous. The top 10 will receive heavenly-grade cultivation techniques and heavenly-grade artifacts, along with an audience with the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Chu Hongye announced that as soon as the words left his lips, the disciples erupted in exclamations of astonishment. My goodness, is it really that lavish this time? Heavenly-grade cultivation techniques and artifacts for the top 10. Plus an audience with His Majesty. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Shang, however, felt indifferent. He could easily upgrade to heavenly-grade techniques on his own and had no particular interest in heavenly-grade artifacts. The prospect of meeting the Emperor held little allure for him. What a lackluster reward, was the only thought that crossed Wang Shang's mind. Yet, Chu Hongye was not finished. After a brief pause, he continued. This is not all. In addition to the celestial-level techniques and artifacts, the top 3 will also receive top-tier rewards such as sacred beast eggs, sage relics, and exceptional spirit crystals, while the first place will be awarded the sacred domain token. This announcement prompted an involuntary gasp from the assembled disciples. The sacred domain token? Is that for real? Exclaimed Song Luo, unable to contain his excitement. The sacred domain token is the key to entering the sacred domain. Whoever obtains it will be fervently sought after by all factions on the spirit martial continent, including the royal family. Indeed, it is true, Chu Hongye reminded earnestly. Thus, this year's 10 Academy Martial Meet will be more brutal than any previous edition. Observing the excitement among the crowd, Wang Shang also felt a surge of curiosity regarding the sacred domain token. Dean, what is the significance of this sacred domain token that has you all so exhilarated? Wang Shang inquired with intrigue. You don't know about the sacred domain token, Song Luo interjected, his eyes reflecting a hint of defiance. The sacred domain opens once every 50 years, and possessing the sacred domain token grants priority access. Those who hold it essentially possess a map of the sacred domain, making navigation within it significantly easier. Chu Hongye elaborated. But what exactly is the sacred domain? Wang Shang could not help but ask further, genuinely unaware of its nature. Legend has it that the sacred domain is a fragment of the immortal realm, appearing once every 50 years on the spirit martial continent. Within the sacred domain, one can find various immortal legacies, celestial artifacts, and remnants of immortals that a single treasure within the sacred domain surpasses all the treasures of the spirit martial continent. Chu Hongye explained patiently. After hearing this, Wang Shang's eyes brightened with realization that I never imagined the sacred domain was so formidable. If one could refine all the treasures inside, could that not lead to immediate ascension to immortality? He mused, his resolve to claim first place in the upcoming 10 Academy Martial Meet solidified. Chapter 66. Will you renew the marriage pact? Chu Hongye's uplifting words filled the 30 disciples of the Academy with anticipation for the 10 Academy Martial Meet. Once all the disciples had dispersed, Wang Shang remained behind. Wang Shang, why do you linger? Is there something you wish to inquire about? Dean Chu Hongye asked, noticing his presence. Dean, I have something important to discuss. Wang Shang replied after a moment's thought that he deemed it necessary to inform the Dean about the theft of the beast control pearl. What is it? The Dean inquired instinctively. Have you heard about the beast tide that occurred at the demon suppression pass? Wang Shang probed cautiously. Yes, I have. But it was rather peculiar. It came quickly and left just as fast, the Dean remarked, furrowing his brows. Dean, I know the cause of this beast tide, Wang Shang asserted. Do you know the reason behind the beast tide? Please, enlighten me. The Dean's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The beast tide was incited by Zhuosu, the master of the Black Fiend Hall, using the beast control pearl to manipulate the beasts outside the pass. Wang Shang explained. The beast control pearl? Isn't that artifact housed in the 10 Spirit Academy's treasure pavilion? How could it end up in Zhuosu's possession? The Dean's expression changed dramatically, sensing the gravity of the situation. Are you certain Zhuosu used the beast control pearl to manipulate the beasts? The Dean still found it hard to believe. There is no mistake. I have seen the beast control pearl. And it is indeed the same one Zhuosu possesses. Wang Shang confirmed earnestly. That's impossible. The beast control pearl was securely kept in our Academy's treasure pavilion. The Dean protested, still in disbelief. Just then, an elderly man named Zhang Hu, who oversaw the treasure pavilion, rushed in, panic-stricken. Dean, it's bad. The beast control pearl has been stolen, Zhang Hu reported, visibly distraught. The timing could not have been more fortuitous. Dean Chu Hongye, who had previously doubted Wang Shang, now found his claims thoroughly validated. How could the beast control pearl be stolen? With you guarding it and the security formations in place, how could this happen? Chu Hongye demanded loudly. The beast control pearl is a precious artifact fiercely protected by the beast control sect that we entrusted it to your academy, and now it has been stolen. If this news gets out, what will happen to our academy's reputation? Reporting to the dean, I too find it perplexing. The security formations did not even trigger an alarm when the beast control pearl was taken from the treasure pavilion. Zhang Hu stammered that Chu Hongye's face turned ashen, yet he momentarily suppressed his rage. Has anyone accessed the 6th floor of the treasure pavilion recently? Tell me everything in detail, he ordered coldly. Let me think. Zhang Hu knelt and pondered, suddenly recalling something. Dean, I remember that Zhang Qingye, one of the instructors, visited the treasure pavilion and went up to the 6th floor. Summon Zhang Qingye for me, Chu Hongye commanded icily. Soon, a subordinate went to fetch Zhang Qingye, but after searching the entire 10 Spirit Academy, they could not find him. Ultimately, they learned from his disciples that he had left the academy an hour later. That subordinate returned hastily, reporting to the dean, Zhang Qingye has vanished. According to his disciples, he left the academy half a month ago and has not returned since. Half a month ago, Wang Shang murmured. Suddenly struck by a thought, that was precisely when the beast tide occurred. Could it be that Zhang Qingye fled to evade responsibility? Chu Hongye was not foolish. He shared Wang Shang's suspicions and immediately issued a cold order. Send word to pursue Zhang Qingye. Whoever kills him will be generously rewarded by our academy. Yes, Dean, the subordinate acknowledged and departed. Chu Hongye remained furious, never expecting that an insider from his own academy had stolen the beast control pearl and colluded with the Black Fiend Hall. Wang Shang, on the other hand, was astonished to learn that Zhang Qingye was the one who had stolen the beast control pearl. He had initially suspected Zhuxu.it, now seemed clear that this was an internal theft. But why would Zhang Qingye steal the beast control pearl for Zhuxu? This was a puzzle Wang Shang could not fathom. As night fell, Wang Shang returned to his chamber. After closing the door, he poured out a multitude of beast crystals from his storage ring onto the bed, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of over 10,000 beast crystals. With so many beast crystals, my strength will surely soar after refining them. Wang Shang suppressed his excitement and began to select the crystals. That I'll start with the fire attribute ones. After choosing the fire attribute beast crystals, he commenced the refining process. There were over 600 fire attribute crystals of varying quality, and finding it cumbersome, he decided to refine them all at once using chaotic fire. Instantly, the 600 fire attribute crystals ignited in a blazing inferno. Enveloped by the white chaotic flames, the fire attribute crystals were continuously refined. Wang Shang absorbed one white light orb after another into his body. The spiritual energy within him was steadily increasing. And crucially, he was acquiring a plethora of fire attribute skills. That I wonder if all these fire attribute skills can be fused together. With this thought, Wang Shang attempted to merge the fire attribute skills. Remarkably, the fusion proceeded smoothly. Every fire attribute skill successfully merged, and with each successive fusion, the level of the new skill Wang Shang obtained increased. When the last fire attribute skill was finally fused, it culminated in a low-grade celestial skill called Sacred Lotus True Fire. This left Wang Shang elated. Think I could fuse into a celestial level skill. How incredible! At last, I possess a celestial skill. Wang Shang was beside himself with joy. But soon he realized that the spiritual energy within him was approaching a critical point of overflow. He quickly focused on absorbing and transforming the energy. As the influx of spiritual energy continued, the red companion spirit Jade in his dantian emitted a slight tremor, signifying Wang Shang's successful advancement to the second stage of the spirit body realm. After the promotion, Wang Shang still had a significant amount of spiritual energy left. Without hesitation, he continued to sit cross-legged, absorbing and transforming the energy until the last drop was drawn into his dantian, causing the companion spirit Jade to tremble once more. This indicated that Wang Shang had leveled up again, advancing to the third stage of the spirit body realm. Fantastic! I've ascended 2 stages in one go. If I refine all the beast crystals in my storage ring, my strength could increase even further. Wang Shang felt quite pleased. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Young master, are you asleep?" came Shooting's voice from outside. Upon realizing it was Shooting, Wang Shang immediately leapt from his bed and opened the door. Little Shu, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Wang Shang glanced at the sky, noting the late hour, especially since they would be heading to the capital the next day. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I would come find you, Shooting replied, looking somewhat haggard. Do you have something on your mind? Wang Shang ushered her into the room. Young master, I heard that Miss is also in the capital. Is that true? Shooting hesitated for a long moment before speaking. Miss? Su Wanner? No, she is now called Su Luoli. Wang Shang frowned without reason. Yes, Shooting nodded instinctively. She is at the Divine Spirit Academy, and with her talent, she might even make it into the top 30. Wang Shang sighed a bit. So, do you miss her? Shooting suddenly looked at Wang Shang anxiously. Why would I miss her? I'd rather think of you. Wang Shang replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Shooting's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nervously asked, Young master, if Miss Su has a change of heart, would you renew the marriage pact with her? Chapter 67. How dare you call me an ordinary maid? Wang Shang had long since abandoned any lingering thoughts of Su Lilit. I am not a sycophant. If she regrets it later, must I then humbly fulfill our engagement? Wang Shang replied with a smile. Is that truly the case? Shu Tong's delicate face still bore a hint of anxiety. Of course it's true. Besides, I have already wed you. How could I possibly fulfill our engagement otherwise? Does she intend to become my concubine? Wang Shang said, half seriously, half jokingly. Upon hearing the young master declare that he had already married her, Shu Tong's cheeks flushed, and a flicker of joy ignited within her heart. Well, in that case, I shall retire to bed, she said. With the young master's definitive answer, the tension in Shu Tong's heart dissipated. Meanwhile, in Master Deng's chamber, the lights were also bright that a shadow appeared outside his door and knocked gently. Master Deng seemed to have anticipated this visitor's arrival, and without hesitation, he said, Come in. The door swung open, and Wang Yong, draped in a gray cloak, stepped in leisurely. Master Deng, I trust you are well, Wang Yong greeted. His face adorned with a smile. Wang Yong, what brings you here? Master Deng set down the book he held and welcomed him with a grin. Master Deng, I have brought you your favorite Qianshan Muxue. Do give it a taste, Wang Yong said, producing a box resembling tea leaves. After all these years, you still remember my fondness for Qianshan Muxue. How thoughtful of you, Master Deng exclaimed, his face lighting up. Qianshan Muxue is a rare tea that can only be found on the snow-capped mountains, making it a cherished delicacy. Master Deng, I have actually come here to request a favor, Wang Yong said after a moment of contemplation. I knew you wouldn't come without a purpose. Master Deng chuckled lightly before continuing. Is it about your son and daughter-in-law? As expected of a master, you have me figured out entirely, Wang Yong praised. Stop flattering me. Your praise makes me shiver that I nearly lost my life last time, Master Deng replied with a wry smile. Now, what is it you need? I won't beat around the bush. I wish to ask Master Deng to escort my son to the capital, Wang Yong said after a brief pause. Master Deng did not immediately agree. Instead, he prepared himself a cup of Qianshan Muxue. You intend to trouble this old body of mine again, don't you? Master Deng said, casting a sideways glance at Wang Yong. After savoring a sip of tea, he continued, a trip to the capital is no issue, but you must inform me about your daughter-in-law's circumstances. Why daughter-in-law? She is merely an ordinary maid. Devoid of any spiritual energy, Wang Yong chuckled awkwardly. The MOU Phoenix has willingly recognized her as its master, and it possesses a mysterious energy to protect its owner. It can even severely injure experts in the spiritual manifestation realm. Are you truly comfortable labeling her as an ordinary maid? Master Deng retorted, unimpressed. Concerning the events beyond the Demon Suppression Pass, my senior brother briefed me on everything upon his return, particularly regarding the performances of your junior brother and sister. In great detail. So, Master Deng is already aware. Wang Yong chuckled nervously. Do not hide it. Shu Tong belongs to the demon clan, does she not? Master Deng's expression grew serious. Since you already know, I shall not conceal it any longer. Little Shu is indeed of the demon clan, and not just any ordinary bloodline, Wang Yong stated, pausing briefly before elaborating that I worry that when those two little ones journey to the capital, little Shu might be recognized by righteous individuals. Which is why I seek your protection. Since I have taken them as my disciples, I shall naturally ensure their safety. This old body of mine could use some activity outside, Master Deng replied after savoring another sip of tea. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong felt a surge of joy. Thank you immensely, Master Deng. I entrust my son and little Shu to your care. As Wang Yong turned to leave, Master Deng called out to him. Wang Yong, I have heard that the first prize for this year's 10 Academy Martial Arts competition is the Sacred Domain Token. Is that so? Wang Yong feigned surprise. The Emperor of the Great Zhou has offered the Sacred Domain Token as a reward, intending to lure out those who oppose him and seek to turn the tide. You would do well to avoid falling into his trap, Master Deng cautioned earnestly. Thank you for the warning. Master Deng. Wang Yong was well aware of the implications, yet he had no choice. This was his final opportunity. Watching Wang Yong's figure vanish into the night, Master Deng couldn't help but sighed. I hope your son does not tread the same path as you. At dawn, a flying vessel landed in the square of Tianling Academy, albeit significantly smaller than the previous one. Wang Shang, Shu Tong, Senior Brother Pang, Lu Feng'er, Song Luo, Xiao Jingyi, and approximately 30 disciples stood neatly in front. The academy head, Chu Hongya, personally led the delegation, placing great importance on this 10 Academy Martial Arts competition. Everyone, it is time for us to set off for the capital. Are you all prepared? Chu Hongya called out loudly. We are ready, Wang Shang and the others responded in unison. Excellent. Let us board the vessel. Chu Hongya waved his hand, but just as he spoke, an elderly figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing before them. It has been a long time since I visited the capital. I shall join in the excitement this time, Master Deng remarked, stroking his white beard. Master Deng, you are also going to the capital? Chu Hongya was somewhat taken aback. Master Deng had kept a low profile for decades, rarely leaving Tianling Academy. It was quite unexpected for him to take the initiative to go to the capital. What? Do you find my old body a burden? Master Deng retorted, slightly displeased. Not at all. I would not dare. Then let us have Master Deng accompany us. With your presence, our academy's disciples will surely be more courageous. Chu Hongya quickly flattered. Very well, let us board, Master Deng declared. Stepping onto the vessel first, Chu Hongya wiped the sweat from his brow and waved to Wang Shang and the other disciples of the academy. Soon, Wang Shang, Shu Tong, and the 30 disciples boarded the flying vessel in succession. Finally, amidst the envious gazes of disciples from other academies, the vessel slowly took off towards the capital. Chapter 68. Reunion with Su Wanner. The journey from Tianling Academy to the capital is neither particularly far nor particularly close. With the speed of the flying vessel, it reached its destination in just half a day. However, the vessel could not enter the city, so they had to land outside the capital. Upon landing, individuals from Tianling Academy were already present to greet them. After a smooth landing, Wang Shang, Shu Tong, and the others emerged from the vessel, immediately gazing upon the majestic capital. What a magnificent city! The city walls are at least 100 meters tall, Wang Shang exclaimed in awe. The walls seemingly stretching endlessly to the horizon. Is this truly the capital? It is so vast and towering, Shu Tong marveled, unable to contain her astonishment. The other disciples from various academies shared similar sentiments of wonder at the grandeur of the capital. The largest and most prosperous city of the Great Zhou dynasty, boasting a population of over 20 million. Alright, let us first head to our accommodations. The 10 Academy Martial Arts competition officially begins in 3 days. You all have some time to explore the city and relax, Chu Hongya announced. Although the 10 Academy Martial Arts competition was a serious affair, Chu Hongya did not wish to place undue pressure on the Academy's disciples. Headmaster, what is the format of this 10 Academy Martial Arts competition? Wang Shang could not contain his curiosity and inquired. The others turned their attention to him, equally unaware of the specific schedule of the competition. The 10 Academy Martial Arts competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is to climb the Tongtian Peak, the second round is to traverse the Abyssal Plain, and the third round is the arena battles. Chu Hongya explained while leading the way. Headmaster, could you elaborate further? Senior Brother Pang asked eagerly. In the first round, 300 participants will climb the mountain simultaneously. Within 3 days, the 100 who reach the highest will advance to the second round. The bottom 200 will be eliminated, Chu Hongya explained earnestly. His words caused the Academy's disciples to collectively gasp in shock. Eliminating 200 in the first round. That seems excessively brutal, Lu Feng'er exclaimed. Indeed, the 10 Academy Martial Arts competition is inherently ruthless, and the Tongtian Peak is no easy climb. Chu Hongya continued after a brief pause. Though the peak is not particularly steep, a pressure emanates from above, increasing with height. Additionally, the spiritual energy thins out as one ascends. Without a strong will and sufficient strength, one cannot reach the top. Therefore, the first round tests one's ability to withstand pressure and mental fortitude. After hearing Chu Hongye's explanation, the disciples felt a weight of pressure settle upon them. What about the second round, traversing the abyssal plain? Song Luo inquired next. He felt confident about the first round and wanted to clarify the subsequent challenges. The second round involves crossing the hellish plain. One of the 10 most perilous places in the Great Zhou.it is characterized by severe weather conditions such as storms and lightning, as well as various formidable beasts. A moment's carelessness could lead to death, Chu Hongye cautioned after a moment's pause. Moreover, one must remain vigilant against ambushes from opponents. How many will be eliminated in the second round? Song Luo pressed. Concerned. Within 5 days, anyone who successfully crosses the hellish plain will advance to the final round of arena battles. Chu Hongye clarified. So, the second round's advancement is uncertain. Wang Shang furrowed his brow. Correct, while there is no limit on the number of participants advancing in the second round. Successfully traversing the hellish plain in 5 days is exceedingly challenging. Historically, fewer than 10 individuals have managed to pass through the second round, so do not underestimate the hellish plain, Chu Hongye warned gravely. Upon learning that the success rate for crossing the hellish plain was so low, the pressure on the disciples intensified once more. What are the rules for the final round of the arena competition? Wang Shang inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Luo couldn't help but tease. With your meager cultivation level, it would be wise not to inquire about the rules for the third round. His implication was unmistakable, suggesting that Wang Shang was unlikely to reach the third round, rendering any inquiries futile. Before Wang Shang could respond, Shu Tong retorted angrily, "If our young master lacks qualification, then you are even less qualified. Our young master secured first place in the preliminary selection, while you only managed third." This retort left Song Luo momentarily speechless, as he had not anticipated that this seemingly demure girl could deliver such a sharp and precise comeback. Some individuals are simply too full of themselves, failing to acknowledge others. Wang Shang affectionately ruffled Shu Tong's hair. "Very well. I shall remember you both. During the competition, do not expect me to intervene on your behalf." Song Luo's face turned a shade of deep anger. "Who would desire your assistance? Just ensure you don't come begging us for help later," Shu Tong scoffed. "Enough of this bickering," interjected the academy head. Chu Hongye, attempting to mediate. "The rules for the third round of the arena competition will be decided by drawing lots. The victor shall be declared the champion." After hearing this, Wang Shang began to grasp the general flow of the competition among the 10 academies. As Head Chu explained the details of the contest, their group entered the city gates. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the vibrant scene before them. The streets were lined with a plethora of shops, and the throngs of people were astonishingly dense, including many from foreign lands. "How splendid this capital city is! There are even foreign individuals here," Lu Fenger exclaimed in admiration. The upcoming competition among the 10 academies is attracting many from other nations, along with numerous renowned factions from the spirit martial continent. If you perform admirably in this competition, you may catch the eye of these powerful forces, Head Chu elaborated. The academy disciples, upon hearing this, collectively held their breath in anticipation. This event could very well serve as their graduation ceremony, and excelling here might secure them a place among the illustrious factions of the spirit martial continent post-graduation. Before long, they arrived at the Tianling Academy's residence in the capital, an opulent structure known as the Tianling Manor, capable of accommodating 300 to 400 individuals. This is our Tianling Academy's base in the capital. You may select your rooms, and once you are settled, feel free to explore the surroundings, Head Chu instructed. Understood, Head. The disciples responded in unison before dispersing to choose their quarters. Wang Shang and Shu Tong opted for adjacent rooms. "Wang Shidi, Shu Tong, shall we venture out for a stroll?" Lu Fenger proposed, approaching them. "Yes, it would be a splendid opportunity to experience this bustling metropolis," Wang Shang agreed. Suddenly, the plump senior brother emerged from behind Wang Shang. "Why are you always around?" Lu Fenger remarked, slightly exasperated. "What can I say? We are all comrades sharing the same roof," the senior brother replied with a grin. "Young master, let us also explore outside." Shu Tong's eyes sparkled with interest. "Then let us be off." Wang Shang nodded. His curiosity about the capital piqued. The four of them exited Tianling Manor and meandered through the bustling streets of the capital. Their exploration stretched from midday until sunset. And just as they were about to return, they encountered a familiar figure in front of a restaurant, accompanied by several disciples from the Divine Spirit Academy. The moment Wang Shang noticed her, the woman appeared to recognize him as well, initially taken aback before exclaiming, "Wang Shang, what brings you, the useless one, to the capital?" Chapter 69. Su Wan'er. We shall see. Su Lili could hardly believe that Wang Shang, the so-called waste, had arrived in the capital. "What business do you have here?" Her tone dripped with disdain and condescension, completely dismissing Wang Shang. Her words caught the attention of her companions. "If you can come to the capital, why can't I? Is it your family's territory?" Wang Shang raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, "How can you compare yourself to me? I am a key disciple of the Divine Spirit Academy, while you are merely a—" Before Su Lili could finish her insult, she noticed Wang Shang was clad in the attire of Tianling Academy, with the words Tianling embroidered in red on his chest, signifying his status as a senior disciple. "Impossible! You are actually a senior disciple of Tianling Academy," Su Lili exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, it's surprising that I became a senior disciple." Wang Shang's lips curled into a slight smirk, though his time at Tianling Academy was brief. He had already reached the spirit body realm and secured first place in the preliminary selection, earning him the title of senior disciple before arriving in the capital. "You were supposed to be a waste with a shattered Dantian, incapable of becoming a disciple of Tianling Academy, let alone a senior disciple," Su Lili retorted, disbelief etched on her face. Her, Wang Shang, with his broken Dantian, should not even be allowed within the academy's gates. "I'm afraid you're mistaken. Su Lili and my Dantian has fully recovered," Wang Shang replied nonchalantly. "What? Dantian has recovered." Su Lili instinctively sized Wang Shang up, only to realize he now emanated a surge of spiritual energy, even stronger than her own, indicating that his cultivation surpassed hers. "This is impossible. No one has ever recovered from a shattered Dantian." Su Lili was unable to accept this outcome. The man she had jilted was now a genius once more. How could she come to terms with that? "There are many things you remain unaware of." Wang Shang paused before continuing. "By the way, I should inform you of my presence in the capital. I am here to participate in the 10 Academy competition, along with Shu Tong." Upon hearing this, Su Lili recognized that the stunning beauty beside Wang Shang was her former maid, Xiao Hong. Clad in Tianling Academy's attire, Shu Tong radiated an ethereal beauty that even eclipsed Su Lili herself. To make matters worse, several male disciples from the Divine Spirit Academy were staring at Shu Tong, which ignited a flicker of jealousy in Su Lili toward her former maid. Even a maid with no cultivation can enter Tianling Academy. "It seems the academy isn't as impressive as one might think," Su Lili derided at Tianling Academy. "We do not concern ourselves with one's background. However, your constant disparagement and foul language imply that the Divine Spirit Academy lacks decorum." Lu Feng'er stepped forward to retort. Having forged a bond with Shu Tong through the preliminary selection, she would not stand idly by as someone insulted her friend. "How dare you?" Su Lili's face flushed with ire. "Boasting is futile. The 10 Academy competition is determined by true skill." A tall, muscular young man emerged from beside Su Lili, clad in the attire of a senior disciple from the Divine Spirit Academy. Clearly a formidable opponent. "Indeed, boasting is of no use. Our comprehensive strength at the Divine Spirit Academy far surpasses that of your Tianling Academy. Even with your presence in the capital, you will be eliminated in the first round," Su Lili declared proudly. "Then let us wait and see," Wang Shang asserted, taking Shu Tong's hand as they turned to leave. Halfway through, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Su Lili. "By the way, Su Lili, I owe you my gratitude." "Gratitude for what?" Su Lili frowned coldly. "Thank you for bringing Shu Tong into my life. Without you, I would have never encountered someone as wonderful as Xiao Shu," Wang Shang said, still holding Shu Tong's hand as they continued on their way. Upon hearing this, Su Lili's anger flared even more. "A waste and a maid. Let's see how far you two can go," she shouted defiantly. She never imagined that one day, a mere maid would stand alongside her as a rival. Meanwhile, Shu Tong felt a surge of emotion at Wang Shang's words. "Young master, were your words sincere?" she asked, her eyes brimming with hope. "Absolutely sincere. Meeting you in this lifetime is a blessing," Wang Shang replied earnestly. Shu Tong's cheeks flushed with joy at his words. "It is also a blessing for me to meet you in this lifetime." Her happiness was so immense that it seemed to overflow from her eyes. "I say, could you two refrain from flaunting your affection? Please be considerate of us single folks," Lu Feng'er complained. Wang Shang and Shu Tong exchanged a knowing smile, their hands still intertwined, drawing their hearts ever closer. After returning to Tianling Manor, Wang Shang closed the door to his room and resumed his alchemical practices. Next, I shall refine the wind attribute demon crystals. Wang Shang settled into a meditative position on his bed, pouring out the wind attribute demon crystals from his spatial ring. There were over 600 wind attribute demon crystals of various qualities. Wang Shang wondered if he could once again merge them into a celestial-grade wind attribute skill. He was filled with anticipation as he unleashed the chaotic refinement technique that a white flame flickered, igniting the pile of wind attribute demon crystals before him. Due to the substantial number of crystals, the refining process took quite some time. As the process continued, white orbs of light emerged one after another from the chaotic flame, which Wang Shang absorbed into his body. Gaining spiritual energy, he also acquired various wind attribute skills. The skills of the same attribute began to automatically merge and upgrade, much to Wang Shang's delight. After a day and a night, the 600 wind attribute demon crystals were entirely refined. Wang Shang amassed a significant amount of spiritual energy, and all of his wind attribute skills fused into a single celestial-grade lower-tier skill, the Tornado Gale. Splendid! Once again, a celestial skill has manifested. Tornado Gale. I wonder how formidable it truly is. After suppressing his excitement, Wang Shang began to absorb and transform the immense spiritual energy within him. This energy was acquired after refining over 600 demon crystals, making it extraordinarily abundant. Once he circulated this energy throughout his body, he gradually funneled it into the red companion spirit jade in his dantian. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed in, the companion spirit jade emitted a gentle tremor, and Wang Shang's strength successfully ascended to the 4th stage of the spiritual body realm. Upon opening his eyes, he exhaled a plume of white turbid air. Excellent. Indeed, I have leveled up once more. Wang Shang stretched lazily, and a series of cracking sounds emanated from his body. Upon reaching the spiritual body realm, each advancement not only increased spiritual energy, but also significantly enhanced physical capabilities. As he opened the door, his chubby senior brother arrived just in time to summon him for the first round of the competition. Junior brother, you've emerged at just the right moment. The first round is about to commence. Let us hurry, urged the chubby senior brother. All right. Wang Shang hadn't anticipated that while he was merely cultivating, so many days had elapsed. However, this was fortuitous, for the long-awaited 10 Academy martial arts competition was finally about to begin. Chapter 70. A disguised tiger among sheep. The Tongtian Peak lies in the eastern outskirts of the capital. Typically, this peak serves as a trial ground for cultivators, greatly aiding in the enhancement of their will and endurance. Particularly for the disciples of the Divine Spirit Academy, who reside in close proximity, it is a common practice for them to train at Tongtian Peak. Thus, in this initial round of assessments, they possess a natural advantage. Today marks the day of the 10 Academy martial arts competition, and Tongtian Peak has been secured, with numerous forces and spectators gathering to witness the event. When Wang Shang and his companions arrived, the disciples from other academies had nearly all assembled. Gazing up at the towering Tongtian Peak, many sighed inwardly. This peak truly touches the skies, exclaimed the chubby senior brother, unable to see the summit at a glance. The peak reaches over 100,000 meters in height. Historically, only 10 individuals have ever reached the summit, explained Dean Shuhongya at an opportune moment. To think that 10 individuals have scaled the summit. What level of power must they possess? Lu Fenger couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Those who ascend to the top of Tongtian Peak are all elite powerhouses of the Lingwu continent, Dean Shuhongya explained with evident admiration. All right, let us proceed to register. Dean Shuhongya personally led the way, and the crowd parted to create a pathway for the Divine Spirit Academy's arrival, murmuring in excitement. The participants from this year's Divine Spirit Academy are remarkably attractive, especially those few young ladies who resemble celestial maidens descended to earth. What good is good looks? I heard that the internal selection for the Divine Spirit Academy has been quite shocking. What do you mean by shocking? The top-ranked Song Luo and the second-ranked Xiao Jingyi failed to secure the first position in the internal selection. Surely that can't be considered shocking. Is that true? Then who secured the first place? It seems that two newcomers claimed the first and second spots, but I haven't gathered all the details yet. Listening to the murmurs of the onlookers, Song Luo clenched his fists in silence. Being overshadowed in the internal selection was intolerable for him, and he resolved to regain his honor in the 10 Academy martial arts competition. Wang Shang also surveyed the crowd and noticed many formidable individuals, including some masters of spiritual martial manifestations. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed past his line of sight, and by the time he sought to pursue it, the figure had vanished. "Young master, what are you looking for?" Shu Tong could not contain her curiosity. "That I believe I glimpsed Uncle Fu among the crowd," Wang Shang replied, frowning. "No way. Isn't Uncle Fu at home guarding the door? How could he possibly be here?" Shu Tong exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, Uncle Fu is merely a gatekeeper. How could he come to the capital? I must have been mistaken." Wang Shang shook his head, redirecting his gaze. Soon, the 10 Academy teams arrived at the foot of Tongtian Peak. A total of 300 individuals, all elites among elites, with the stronger ones already at the golden body spiritual realm, and the weaker ones at least at the spiritual body realm, except for Shu Tong. The Divine Spirit Academy is situated right next to the Celestial Spirit Academy, and Su Wan'er cast a cold glance at Wang Shang and Shu Tong, curling her lip disdainfully. "Even if you have come to the capital, you will only be eliminated in the first round." Su Wan'er was exceedingly confident about the first round, for prior to this, the Dean of the Divine Spirit Academy had conducted special training for them at Tongtian Peak. Thus, they had gained experience in climbing the mountain, which constituted their advantage. Once everyone had gathered, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage descended gracefully before them. "Congratulations, all you prodigies, on reaching this point." The white-haired elder proclaimed loudly, "I shall now explain the rules for the first round at Tongtian Peak. You will have a total of 3 days to climb the peak. The top 100 participants will advance to the next round, while the remaining 200 will be directly eliminated. During this round, participants are prohibited from interfering with or assisting one another. Any violations will incur severe penalties. Does everyone understand?" "We understand," the disciples replied in unison. "Very well. I hereby declare the first round of the 10 Academy martial arts competition at Tongtian Peak officially commenced." With a single command from the white-haired elder, the disciples surged forward towards the peak. Wang Shang remained unhurried, as there were indeed 3 days to scale Tongtian Peak. "Young master, let us hurry," Shu Tong urged eagerly. "All right." Wang Shang then proceeded at a leisurely pace. The chubby senior brother and Lu Feng'er also made their way towards the peak together. Although Tongtian Peak soared into the clouds, it was not exceedingly steep. At least the first 5,000 meters presented no significant incline. Originally, there were no established paths up the mountain, but as more climbers traversed it, numerous trails had been forged. For Wang Shang and his companions, these paths posed no challenge, but for the inexperienced Shu Tong, they made the ascent considerably easier. "Little Shu, can you manage? If it becomes too difficult, just temporarily withdraw." Wang Shang expressed his concern. "No. This time, I cannot be looked down upon by Miss Su." Shu Tong replied with a hint of determination in her eyes. "Very well. If you struggle to proceed, then remain where you are," Wang Shang said, leaping effortlessly to a height of 10 meters. Meanwhile, Lu Feng'er and the chubby senior brother had already scaled 100 meters. They had prepared extensively for the 10 Academy martial arts competition and were determined to make a good impression, especially with numerous powerful factions observing their performance at Tongtian Peak. Shu Tong noticed the rapid ascent of those around her and began her arduous climb. While others leaped upwards, she advanced step by step. This unusual approach quickly caught the attention of the spectators, who began to shake their heads in disapproval. How can the Divine Spirit Academy have such a weak disciple this year? Has no one else come to compete? Leaving her to fill the numbers? The crowd murmured, clearly lacking faith in Shu Tong. Even Dean Chu Hongye found it difficult to watch Shu Tong's efforts. He could hardly comprehend how she had amassed so many demon crystals. Dean Chu felt a sense of embarrassment. "Dean Chu, do not underestimate Shu Tong. Her slow pace now does not imply she will not climb high in the end," Master Deng remarked, observing Shu Tong's determined ascent with satisfaction. "Do you truly hold such high hopes for her?" Dean Chu inquired, puzzled. "Shall we make a wager? If she passes the first round, you owe me 10 spirit crystals. If she fails, I shall owe you 10 spirit crystals. What do you say?" Master Deng proposed with a smile. "Agreed. Who would refuse free spirit crystals?" Dean Chu readily accepted, believing that Shu Tong's current struggle would only intensify as the climb continued, making it nearly impossible for her to place in the top 100. Master Deng smiled quietly at his agreement. Wang Shang's climbing pace was neither fast nor slow. He aimed to conserve his strength for a sustained ascent. However, upon reaching around 1,000 meters, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon him, causing his steps to feel 10 times heavier. The chubby senior brother and Lu Feng'er also sensed this oppressive force. The pressure of Tongtian Peak. At just 1,000 meters, the pressure is already so intense. What must it be like at the summit? Wang Shang mused inwardly, acknowledging the exceptional caliber of those who had reached the top. From this point onward, the climbing speed of the participants began to slow. And the higher they ascended, the more arduous the climb became. Su Wanner, having previously trained on the mountain, adapted to the pressure better than the others. She glanced back at the distant Shu Tong, her lips curling in disdain. As expected, merely a maid. The Divine Spirit Academy dares to send a maid to fill their ranks. What a farce. Su Wanner mocked Shu Tong. Her gaze swept around the mountain, only to discover that Wang Shang had climbed higher than her, which left her feeling resentful. I shall not be outdone by you. Clenching her teeth, Su Wanner quickened her pace. They climbed higher. The pressure intensified. By the time they reached 2,000 meters, the chubby senior brother and Lu Feng'er began to struggle, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Even Wang Shang felt a hint of difficulty. But having conserved his strength, he managed to maintain a steady pace. Other disciples from various academies also began to find the climb increasingly challenging. However, a few prodigious individuals continued to ascend at remarkable speeds. While others slowed down, Shu Tong began to gain experience, accelerating her ascent. Remarkably, the pressure of Tongtian Peak had no effect on her as she continued to ascend step by step. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, Shu Tong surprisingly caught up with the others. Young master, I have climbed up. Shu Tong wiped the sweat from her forehead, her eyes brimming with joy. The plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er gazed at Shu Tong in astonishment as she ascended with increasing speed. Junior sister, do you not feel any pressure? The plump senior brother couldn't help but inquire. What pressure? Shu Tong blinked her large eyes, asking curiously, doesn't your body feel heavier? Lu Feng'er also pressed on. Not at all. I feel lighter the higher I climb. Shu Tong replied with a smile. By the way, are you waiting for me? Observing Shu Tong's relaxed demeanor, the plump senior brother and Lu Feng'er were left speechless, feeling as though this girl had been pretending to be weak all along. Su Wanner, witnessing Shu Tong's rapid ascent, was equally astonished. How is this possible? This maid has no cultivation. Why is she climbing faster and faster? Doesn't she feel any pressure? Su Wanner expressed disbelief. Regardless of her skepticism, Shu Tong continued to ascend effortlessly, even subtly threatening to surpass her. The head of the courtyard, Chu Hongya, was equally shocked to see Shu Tong catching up. Shu Tong is truly perplexing. While others slow down, she climbs faster and faster. I told you. This girl is extraordinary. Perhaps she might even be the champion of this year's 10 Courtyards martial meet. Master Deng's eyes sparkled with admiration for Shu Tong, though a hint of concern lingered. Chapter 71. Under the moonlight, my beloved reclaims her spiritual energy. The competition to ascend the heavenly peak continued. As everyone felt the oppressive aura of the peak, their climbing speeds gradually slowed. The higher they went, the greater the pressure they encountered. Yet, Shu Tong seemed impervious to this pressure, progressing more smoothly, leaving the spectators in awe. Look at that girl. She started off the slowest, yet now she's climbing faster and has surpassed many. Indeed, this girl is truly a marvel. While others slowed down, she started slow and is now speeding up. It seems I was mistaken. I thought she was merely a filler from the Tianling Academy, but it appears she is a hidden master. The Tianling Academy is indeed brimming with talent. The crowd buzzed with discussions. But the most astonished of all was Su Luoli. How is this possible? How can this girl climb faster? Does she not feel the pressure from the heavenly peak? A flicker of defiance crossed Su Luoli's eyes as she clenched her fists and quickened her pace. No matter what, she could not allow herself to be outdone by a mere maid. Wang Shang noticed Shu Tong was nearly upon him and opened his mouth in surprise. Xiao Shu, slow down. You'll attract too much attention, he cautioned. Shu Tong instinctively glanced around, realizing that many were indeed looking her way, and even those at the foot of the mountain had begun to take notice. Young master, I didn't mean to, she replied, slowing her pace, merely wishing to keep up with him. Yes, that's better. Just appear a bit more challenged, Wang Shang continued to advise. Shu Tong nodded, then shifted into performance mode. Feigning difficulty as she climbed, matching her speed with Wang Shang's in a distant pavilion on the heavenly peak. Wang Yong, clad in black robes, observed Shu Tong's performance from the window and couldn't help but chuckle. "Master, why has the young mistress slowed down?" asked Fu Bo, perplexed. It must be that Shang'er advised her it's for the best. Given her special status, if she performs too excellently, she may attract the attention of powerful figures too soon. Wang Yong replied, frowning. "I see," Fu Bo said, realizing something, and then reported, "By the way, Master, I've discovered traces of the demon clan in the capital. Should we contact them?" "Not for now. The demon clan likely seeks to seize the sacred domain talisman as well. Aside from celestial artifacts, there are demonic creatures within the sacred domain, and they will not let this opportunity pass," Wang Yong stated. "Master, with so many factions vying for the sacred domain talisman, it seems a bit unusual." Fu Bo said pensively. "Of course, it's unusual. This is the brilliance of the Emperor of the Great Zhou. He has deliberately leaked this information during the 10 Courtyards martial meet to ensnare those of us who oppose him." Wang Yong clenched his fists, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Are you implying that this 10 Courtyards martial meet is actually a trap set by the Emperor of Great Zhou?" Fu Bo's expression shifted. "Exactly. But to break the trap, it will depend on who claims the first position." Wang Yong's gaze fell upon Wang Shang, who was climbing in the distance. As night fell, the climbing speed of everyone began to dwindle. Wang Shang, having conserved his energy, maintained a steady pace, enduring the increasing pressure. In contrast, Lu Fenger and the plump senior brother struggled more and more, their faces paling. Only Shu Tong appeared the most relaxed. "Young master, it's getting dark. Should we take a break?" Shu Tong observed that many had already sat down to rest and couldn't help but speak up. "That sounds good." Wang Shang nodded. The first round lasted 3 days, so ensuring ample rest was crucial for climbing longer in the following days. Additionally, he needed time to restore his spiritual energy. Having spent a day climbing, he had exhausted much of his energy and indeed required replenishment. However, relying solely on himself to recover was too slow, and soon Wang Shang turned his attention to Shu Tong. "Xiao Shu, come closer," he beckoned. "Young master, what is it?" Shu Tong asked, puzzled, yet she moved closer to him. Once within reach, Wang Shang grasped her hand, and his internal spiritual energy began to surge, drawing the surrounding energy toward him rapidly. "Wonderful," he thought, exhilaration flooding him as he felt the energy coalesce around him. Meanwhile, Shu Tong's face flushed crimson. Her heart raced as her hand was held by the young master. Atop the heavenly peak, the spiritual energy thinned the higher one ascended, making it rare for someone like Wang Shang to absorb energy so voraciously. "Young master, the moon tonight is so round and beautiful," Shu Tong murmured, leaning against Wang Shang's shoulder, blissfully gazing at the full moon. "Indeed, the moon is beautiful, but it pales in comparison to your beauty," Wang Shang replied, stealing a glance at Shu Tong, who, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared as ethereal as a celestial maiden, making it difficult for him to look away as Shu Tong instinctively turned her head. Their eyes met, and in that moment, it felt as if a spark flashed between their gazes, causing Wang Shang's heart to race uncontrollably. Looking at the enchanting young woman before him, Wang Shang felt himself succumbing to her allure for the first time. Shu Tong was even more entranced, a rosy hue spreading rapidly across her cheeks, her heart pounding like a frightened deer. Wang Shang felt himself becoming lost in the moment, his head inclining instinctively. As he leaned closer, Shu Tong did not shy away. In fact, she felt a hint of anticipation, biting her lip instinctively. With each passing moment, they drew nearer, their breaths intertwining, and the atmosphere around them transformed into something romantically intoxicating under the moonlight. This time, Wang Shang was driven by an impulse. As he gazed at Shu Tong's lips, he could not help but lean in to kiss her to owe his delight. Shu Tong did not resist. In fact, she seemed to welcome the kiss. The instant their lips met, Shu Tong's body trembled slightly, and she instinctively closed her eyes, surrendering completely to the exquisite sensation at that moment. The spiritual energy within Wang Shang surged even more wildly, replenishing the energy he had depleted during the day, while the rare energy surrounding them was swiftly absorbed. However, under the dual influence of the full moon and their intimate connection, a faint dark aura began to emanate from Shu Tong. Chapter 72. My beloved, I can make you even happier beneath the full moon. A black mist radiated from Shu Tong. Fortunately, it was nighttime, Otherwise, the aura would surely have attracted unwanted attention. Yet, even so, some had noticed. On the rooftop of a secluded building, a bald man observed the couple kissing on the mountain, his eyes widening in surprise, soon followed by a wave of elation. This is the aura of the heavenly demon. A scent that only the royal bloodline of our demon clan possesses. Our clan's revival is within reach. The bald man laughed hysterically atop the roof, suddenly realizing that the hope he spoke of was indeed the girl passionately kissing a human boy. Moreover, this human boy seemed to be voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. This boy possesses remarkable talent. He can absorb spiritual energy so greedily even on the heavenly peak. The bald man was first taken aback. But a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. How dare a human tarnish the royal bloodline of our demon clan? After a considerable time, the two finally separated. Wang Shang felt reluctant to part. But he was horrified to discover that more black mist was emanating from Shu Tong. "Xiao Shu, you're emitting black mist again. Is your illness flaring up?" Wang Shang asked anxiously, retrieving a 9 nether grass from his storage ring. "I think I feel a bit cold," Shu Tong replied, realizing that her illness seemed to have resurfaced. She had been so lost in the bliss of love that she hadn't noticed until they parted. "Quick, eat this 9 nether grass," Wang Shang urged, presenting the herb to her. Without hesitation, Shu Tong took the 9 nether grass and began to chew it. Despite its unpleasant taste, she crushed it and swallowed it whole. After consuming the 9 nether grass, Shu Tong's condition improved significantly, and her limbs regained warmth. "That I feel much better now. Please do not worry, young master." Shu Tong, touched by the anxious look in her young master's eyes, felt a surge of emotion. "It's a relief that you are well." Wang Shang once again held Shu Tong's hand tightly, and only when he confirmed that her hand had warmed did he feel at ease. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Shang had begun to care deeply for this girl. As dawn broke, Wang Shang resumed his ascent. After a night of recovering spiritual energy, he climbed at a swifter pace than before. And with no pressure weighing on her, Shu Tong kept up admirably. Before long, they surpassed the vast majority of participating disciples. From a distance, in a pavilion, Uncle Fu observed this scene with a look of excitement on his face. Master, and young mistress have already surpassed most of the competitors, ranking within the top 100. Having not seen him for just over a month, Wang Yong silently marveled at how much stronger his son had become. His rate of advancement was astonishing. However, he felt a swell of pride for his son. On the mountain, Su Luo Li felt increasingly frustrated as she recognized the widening gap between herself and Wang Shang and Shu Tong. "Damn it, even a maid has surpassed me." Su Luo Li felt humiliated and hastily retrieved a pill from her storage ring, swallowing it in haste, causing her spiritual energy to recover rapidly, originally intended for the second round. She resorted to using it early to avoid being outdone by Wang Shang and Shu Tong. With her energy restored, Su Luo Li regained her confidence. "Just watch as I overtake you." She quickened her pace. Climbing higher as they ascended, the number of competitors dwindled, yet a few disciples maintained impressive speed, among them Song Luo and Xiao Jing-yi, who continued their relentless ascent. Both had reached the golden body spirit realm, making them formidable even among the 300 participants. However, the top 5 were occupied by other academies, including one from the Divine Spirit Academy, one from the Haoyan Academy, one from the Lingwu Academy, and 2 from other institutions. Wang Shang did not vie for the first position, as qualifying within the top 100 was sufficient, rendering the exertion for first place unnecessary. After another night, Wang Shang comfortably pulled Shu Tong into his embrace, cherishing the starlit sky while replenishing the spiritual energy he had expended during the day, relishing their tender moments together. While others were exhausted from climbing, the two were enjoying a romantic interlude. And notably, they had both reached the top 30. Young master, I wish this moment could last forever. Shu Tong nestled against Wang Shang's shoulder, feeling utterly content, believing this to be her happiest moment. "Why is that?" Wang Shang instinctively inquired. "Because watching the stars with you brings me immense joy. I want to etch this moment in my heart eternally." Shu Tong affectionately entwined her arm with Wang Shang's, her face radiating happiness. That all it takes to make you happy. I can certainly bring you even greater joy," Wang Shang replied with a slight smirk. Greater joy? Before Shu Tong could fully comprehend, Wang Shang leaned in and kissed her, leaving her breathless. Realizing what had happened, Shu Tong wrapped her arms around Wang Shang's neck, shy yet fervently reciprocating the kiss they embraced. Wang Shang's internal energy surged, and the surrounding spiritual energy flocked to him once more. Chasing them up the mountain, Su Luoli happened upon this scene. Witnessing Wang Shang and Shu Tong locked in a kiss, a complex swirl of emotions flooding her heart. Humph, you treat a mere maid as if she were precious. She scoffed disdainfully before hastily continuing her climb. Soon, daylight broke again. After adjusting their attire, Wang Shang and Shu Tong set off together towards the mountain. With his energy restored, Wang Shang climbed even faster. And after an entire night of kissing Shu Tong, his strength had risen to the 5th tier of the spirit body realm. This marked the final day of the first round. The top 10 were the center of attention for the onlookers. While Wang Shang and Shu Tong maintained positions around 30. Wang Shang deliberately slowed his pace to avoid drawing attention, and Shu Tong followed suit. By the last day, the outcome was largely predictable. Those who could ascend had done so, while those who could not were unlikely to make it. With the ringing of a bronze bell, the first round of climbing the celestial peak officially concluded. The 10 Academy Martial Arts competition's first round had ended, with the top 100 officially qualifying, while the bottom 200 were eliminated. As the host's voice faded, a massive leaderboard materialized in the air, displaying the names of the top 100 contestants, arranged by their climbing heights. Wang Shang ranked 30th, Shu Tong 31st, and coincidentally, Su Luoli followed closely behind at 32nd. Upon seeing the rankings, Su Luoli felt as though she had been dealt a crushing blow. Su Luoli, didn't you claim we would be eliminated in the first round? How is it that you are behind us? Wang Shang approached with a smile. This is just the first round. I did not exert my full strength in the second round. We shall see how you qualify, Su Luoli retorted indignantly before descending the mountain. Feeling insulted by a maid placing above her, Su Luoli's pride was deeply wounded. In the first round of the 10 Academy Martial Arts competition, the Celestial Spirit Academy managed to advance 10 disciples, marking a mediocre performance. The chubby senior brother and Lu Feng just barely made it into the top 100. Meanwhile, Wang Shang and Shu Tong ranked 30 and 31, while Song Luo secured the 11th position and Xiao Jing the 13th. The two were undoubtedly the seed candidates of the Celestial Spirit Academy. 5 days later, the second round of the 10 Academy Martial Arts competition would commence, traversing the perilous terrain. Upon returning to the Celestial Spirit Manor, the silver-haired Master Deng awaited them outside their room. Teacher, have you been waiting for us? Wang Shang promptly approached Master Deng upon seeing him. Congratulations on advancing to the second round, Master Deng said, retrieving 10 spiritual crystals from his storage ring and presenting them to Wang Shang and Shu Tong. Offering words of encouragement, this is a reward for you both. Keep up the good work in the second round. These 10 spiritual crystals had been won by Master Deng from the Academy head, Chu Hongyi, and were now passed on as rewards to Wang Shang and Shu Tong. Thank you, teacher. Wang Shang's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of the crystals. With these, he could unleash his heavenly grade skills multiple times. Thank you, teacher. Although the crystals held little value for her, Shu Tong accepted them happily, knowing she could gift them to her young master. After offering the crystals, Master Deng encouraged them a few more times before taking his leave. Immediately, Shu Tong presented the 5 crystals in her hand to Wang Shang. Young master, take these 5 spiritual crystals. They are of no use to me, Shu Tong said, her eyes sparkling. Then I shall accept them gratefully. Wang Shang wasted no time in collecting Shu Tong's 5 crystals, considering them valuable treasures. By the way, Xiao Shu, do you still have use for those demon crystals in your storage ring? Why not give them to me? Wang Shang suddenly recalled that Shu Tong possessed nearly 10,000 demon crystals in her ring, which seemed wasteful to leave unused, so he suggested she hand them over for him to refine, which would significantly boost his strength. Of course, what is mine is yours, young master. Without hesitation, Shu Tong surrendered nearly 10,000 demon crystals from her storage ring to Wang Shang. Wang Shang accepted the demon crystals, feeling immensely satisfied. Xiao Shu, you are so good to me. Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Wang Shang inquired playfully. I not upon hearing this, Shu Tong's delicate face flushed crimson, and she instinctively averted her gaze from her young master's ardent eyes. In the past, she would have protested, but this time, she remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. Seeing Shu Tong's bashful demeanor, Wang Shang couldn't help but smile knowingly. Thank you then. As he spoke, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Shu Tong's soft lips before swiftly retreating to his own room. The warmth of the stolen kiss lingered on Shu Tong's cheeks, her heart brimming with joy. Once back in his room, Wang Shang immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, pouring out all the lightning-type demon crystals from his storage ring. Lightning-type demon crystals were quite rare, yet with their combined total nearing 20,000, he had around 500 of the coveted lightning-type crystals. Tonight, I shall refine these lightning demon crystals. With this thought, Wang Shang activated the chaotic refinement technique on the pile of lightning demon crystals. A white flame descended. The crystals ignited in a brilliant blaze. One by one, luminous white orbs floated from the chaotic flames, which Wang Shang absorbed into his body. As his spiritual energy surged, he also acquired numerous lightning-type skills, which seamlessly merged together. Originally possessing a low-grade Earth-level thunder technique, the amalgamation of these lightning skills prompted its continuous evolution. After a night of fusion, it ultimately transformed into a low-grade heavenly-level golden thunder technique. A surge of excitement coursed through Wang Shang. This marked his third heavenly-level skill. Excellent, excellent. Now that I have 3 heavenly-level skills, I can absorb the refined spiritual energy and level up. With this thought, Wang Shang subdued his exhilaration and began to absorb the tumultuous spiritual energy within him. The ethereal energy continuously flowed into his dantian. The accompanying spirit jade emitted a gentle tremor. Wang Shang's strength smoothly ascended to the 6th tier of the spirit body realm. Splendid. Another level up? Let's continue refining the demon crystals. Wang Shang sat cross-legged on his bed, pouring out the earth-type demon crystals from his storage ring. He then commenced the refinement of over 800 earth-type demon crystals. Meanwhile, as Wang Shang diligently focused on his refining, Shu Tong found herself rather bored. The young master was engrossed in his training, and she dared not disturb him. Her plump senior brother and Lu Fenger were also diligently honing their skills, leaving her to wander alone within the Tianling Manor. It seems I am left with nothing to do. After meandering through Tianling Manor for a while, Shu Tong was suddenly startled as a stone fell from the sky, landing right before her. Who lacks manners enough to throw stones? Shu Tong scanned her surroundings, but found no one. Lowering her gaze, she noticed that the stone was wrapped in a piece of paper. How peculiar! Curious, Shu Tong bent down to pick up the stone and unwrapped the paper. The note read, Number 18, Flower Street. Tianzi Restaurant invites Miss Shu Tong for a meeting. An invitation to dine at a restaurant. Shu Tong blinked in surprise, then crumpled the note and tossed it into the trash. The young master has said not to casually go out with strangers. Uncertain of who had invited her, especially in such a clandestine manner, there was no way she would agree. Upon returning to her room, Shu Tong intended to read a book to pass the time, but unexpectedly, a wave of dark energy drifted in through the window, gradually coalescing within the room. While reading, Shu Tong quickly noticed this strange phenomenon. What is happening? Why has a cloud of black mist suddenly appeared in my room? She stared at the dark mist for a moment, her heart fluttering with anxiety. This was the first time she had witnessed such an odd occurrence. Yet deep within, she felt a strange familiarity with this dark aura, which kept her from fleeing. Soon, the black mist took the form of a bald man, clad in a black cloak, tall and imposing. You? Who are you? How did you come into my room? Shu Tong exclaimed nervously as the bald man revealed his true form. He swiftly waved his hand to erect a barrier within the room, then scrutinized Shu Tong with unwavering intensity. You resemble her so much, too much like the queen. After assessing Shu Tong for a moment, his gaze finally fell upon the jade bracelet on her wrist, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Then, under Shu Tong's anxious gaze, he knelt on one knee. Demon Lord Xinchang pays homage to Princess. Chapter 74. Young Master, I like you. Faced with the bald man's reverence, Shu Tong felt a wave of panic. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am not a princess of the demon clan. In her distress, she attempted to leave the room, but soon realized that the door appeared to be sealed by a powerful force. No matter how hard she pushed, it would not budge. It cannot be mistaken. The princess bears the aura of our demon clan, a scent exclusive to the royal lineage, and that jade bracelet on your wrist belongs to our demon queen. Xinchang explained while still kneeling. This bracelet is from your demon queen? Impossible. It was given to me by my mother, Shu Tong retorted. Then it is even more certain. Your mother is indeed our demon queen. Your father is our demon king. And you are our princess, Xinchang reiterated earnestly. Shu Tong could not accept this revelation. Impossible. You must be mistaken. I cannot be of the demon clan, let alone a princess. Suddenly, her head throbbed painfully. Her memories from before the age of 6 were a blur, and now, triggered by the presence of this man, the fog of her recollection seemed to lift, though the pain in her head intensified. Ah, my head hurts. Shu Tong cradled her head, feeling as though she might perish from the agony, her delicate face turning pale. Princess, seeing her distress, Xinchang attempted to rise to support her, but a loud shout suddenly echoed from outside the door. Bold demon clan, daring to invade the territory of our Tianling Academy. With that shout, the barrier Xinchang had established was instantly shattered. Such immense power, Xinchang's expression changed, and he turned to Shu Tong. Princess, I will come to find you again. With those parting words, he transformed into a wisp of black mist and fled through the window. Just as he vanished, an elderly man with white hair burst into the room. Master Deng. Little Shu, are you all right? Master Deng approached with a look of concern. I'm fine. Just a sudden headache. I'm much better now. Shu Tong replied wearily. As long as you're all right, if anything happens, do not hesitate to seek me out. Master Deng said with genuine care. Thank you. Teacher, Shu Tong nodded. Master Deng had intended to inquire about the dark energy that had appeared in the room, but after a moment's contemplation, he refrained. After Master Deng left, Shu Tong sat alone in her room, her mind replaying the bald man's words that I cannot be of the demon clan, let alone a princess. This is all a delusion. A good sleep will resolve it. Filled with dread, Shu Tong climbed into bed and covered herself with the blanket. She feared becoming a member of the demon clan, worried that the young master would disdain her heritage and even resort to violence against her. After all, Tianling Academy had a strict motto, to eradicate demons and uphold justice. As night fell, Wang Shang continued refining the earth-type demon crystals in his room, with the incessant release of the chaotic refinement art. The earth-type demon crystals transformed into luminous orbs, which he absorbed into his being. The ethereal energy within him increased, endowing him with various earth-type skills. The skills of the same attribute naturally fused and evolved without any need for Wang Shang's deliberate guidance. After a full day's effort, he successfully refined all 800 Earth-type demon crystals. In doing so, he acquired a heavenly tier Earth-type skill, Earthfall, a skill of vast reach and immense power. Another heavenly tier skill, Excellent. Now I possess 4 heavenly tier skills. Wang Shang was quite pleased with this acquisition. After merging the skills, he began to absorb the chaotic ethereal energy swirling within him. He circulated this energy throughout his body. It gradually flowed into the accompanying spirit jade in his dantian. With the continued influx of ethereal energy, the spirit jade trembled lightly once more, and Wang Shang's strength successfully broke through to the 7th tier of the spirit body realm. Upon opening his eyes, a glint of brilliance sparkled in Wang Shang's gaze. Another level up, splendid. There's still some time. Let us continue refining. Wang Shang intended to seize the moment and refine more demon crystals. But just then, he heard Shu Tong's cries from the next room. It's little Shu. Wang Shang snapped to attention and hastily leaped from his bed, rushing towards Shu Tong's room. That moment, Shu Tong lay in bed. Beset by nightmares in her dream, she envisioned herself joyfully with her parents in a grand black palace. Little Shu Tong played happily outside the main hall with her mother, while her father looked on with a smile. Everything felt so serene and peaceful. Suddenly, a tremendous thunderclap echoed through the sky, followed by a horde of human experts surging towards them, launching various attacks on their home, igniting flames everywhere. Shu Tong's father fought valiantly against 6 supreme experts, while little Shu Tong was carried away by her mother. Escaping from the grand hall. As they fled, the human experts relentlessly pursued the mother and daughter. Shu Tong watched helplessly as her mother was injured and bled, finally escaping using a secret technique. Ultimately, her mother brought her to a remote city, where, weakened, she collapsed to the ground. Before her last breath, her mother placed a jade bracelet on her wrist, and then she closed her eyes forever. The memory of her mother's death jolted Shu Tong awake from her nightmare, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Little Shu, are you all right? Did you have a nightmare? Wang Shang asked, his face etched with concern. Earlier, while Shu Tong was trapped in her nightmare, she had been calling out, which drew Wang Shang's attention. Young master, I dreamed of my mother. She was killed by someone. My father died too, and my home is gone. Tears streamed down Shu Tong's cheeks as she spoke. The memories from before she turned 6 seemed to have resurfaced all at once due to the dream. It's all right, with the young master here. No one will bully you anymore, Wang Shang said tenderly, embracing Shu Tong. Woo. Shu Tong sobbed openly in Wang Shang's arms, releasing the heart-wrenching memories of the past. Young master, will you abandon me? Shu Tong cried softly. Never. The young master will always stand by your side, Wang Shang vowed, holding her tightly. But what if I am of the demon clan? Would you still want to keep me by your side? Shu Tong asked suddenly, her eyes wide with concern, filled with tears and eager anticipation. How could you possibly be of the demon clan? You are so sweet and lovely. You bear no resemblance to them at all. Wang Shang chuckled, wiping the tears from her face. I'm just saying, hypothetically, if I were of the demon clan, would you still wish to keep me by your side? Shu Tong sniffled. Regardless of whether you are of the demon clan or not. You are still my maid, and no one can drive you away from me, Wang Shang stated firmly. Yes, Shu Tong gazed into the young master's resolute eyes. Tears welled up once more. Fate had been kind to her, allowing her to meet him. Young master, I like you, she declared, throwing herself into Wang Shang's embrace, finally voicing the feelings she had long held in her heart. Chapter 75. The young master likes you too. In that moment, Wang Shang completely entered her heart. Shu Tong could no longer suppress her emotions and, mustering her courage, confessed those 3 words to the young master. Wang Shang was taken aback by Shu Tong's declaration at such an unexpected time. Momentarily at a loss for words. You just said you like me? Yes, I like you. Young master, I'm serious, Shu Tong replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she nodded emphatically, for reasons unknown, upon hearing that Shu Tong harbored feelings for him. Wang Shang felt an inexplicable joy swell within him, yet he teased her. But we had an agreement. You promised not to like me. I know, but I just can't help myself. Shu Tong, unable to contain her tears, began to cry again, which tugged at Wang Shang's heartstrings. All right, stop crying. The young master permits you to like me, he said tenderly, wiping away her tears. Really? Shu Tong exclaimed joyfully. She did not dare to expect the young master to reciprocate her feelings. She only wished for his permission to love him. However, Wang Shang's next words nearly made her faint with happiness. Yes, because the young master likes you too, he said with a smile. That why young master likes me? Shu Tong stared in disbelief, feeling as if she might swoon from happiness at that moment. Yes, the young master likes you, Wang Shang replied, looking at her with a rare tenderness. But the young master once swore he would never like me in this lifetime. Shu Tong said weakly. Did I ever say such a thing? It couldn't have been me. No one can attest to that, Wang Shang replied, somewhat helplessly. Perhaps I misremembered. The young master never said that, Shu Tong declared happily as she threw herself into Wang Shang's embrace. Holding him tightly. In that moment, Shu Tong felt it was the happiest she had ever been in her life. Wang Shang held her, feeling the spiritual energy within him surge wildly, but it was not enough. Thus, he instinctively lowered his head, and Shu Tong seemed to sense something, slightly raising her face to meet his, her large eyes instinctively closing. As their lips met, the spiritual energy within Wang Shang erupted, swirling chaotically inside him, while the surrounding energy rushed toward him. In that moment, he was completely lost in Shu Tong's tenderness. The girl was delicate and soft, cradled in his arms. Kissing her was utterly intoxicating. Shu Tong, too, appeared ensnared in Wang Shang's embrace, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, fully absorbed in the moment. As their passion deepened, Wang Shang's hands began to wander over Shu Tong's form without his conscious intent. To his surprise, she showed no resistance, allowing him to explore freely. Just as they were caught in their fervor, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Junior sister, the second round of the competition is about to begin. We must depart, came the voice of the plump senior brother from outside. The interruption caused Wang Shang and Shu Tong to reluctantly part ways. Shu Tong's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, while Wang Shang felt a lingering desire. Xiao Shu, let us proceed to the competition, Wang Shang suggested. Shu Tong nodded, her face still red. The memory of their earlier moment made her heart race. As they stepped out of the room together, they surprised the plump senior brother waiting outside. Did you two sleep together last night? He exclaimed in astonishment. No, Xiao Shu had a nightmare last night, so I came to. Wang Shang began to explain, but was interrupted. No need to explain, I understand. Just remember to exercise restraint. The competition is our priority, The plump senior brother chuckled before hastily leaving. After regaining their composure, Wang Shang and Shu Tong quickly followed him. The second round of the competition took place outside the capital, in the Purgatory Plains, one of the 10 most treacherous locations in the Great Zhou. It was not only filled with rampant energy, but also teeming with formidable beasts, making it impossible to traverse without considerable strength. Upon their arrival, a massive crowd had already gathered outside the Purgatory Plains, eager to witness the competition, including representatives from various powerful factions. The Tianling Academy has arrived. The onlookers parted to make way for Wang Shang and his companions as the 100 contestants from the first round assembled. Suddenly, a striking woman with fiery red hair descended from the sky and addressed the crowd. First, congratulations to all who have advanced to the second round, and I will now announce the rules for this round. The audience leaned in attentively, eager to listen. The second round involves passing through the Purgatory Plains, and the duration is 5 days. Anyone who can traverse the plains in this time will be deemed successful. Therefore, there is no limit to the number of contestants who can advance, if you all possess the capability. You may all succeed. After stating this, the red-haired woman shifted her tone. However, this time, competition among participants is permitted, meaning that during your passage through the Purgatory Plains, you must contend not only with the beasts and hostile energies but also with each other. This new rule significantly raised the stakes of the second round, especially for academies with rivalries, who would likely resort to underhanded tactics. Su Loli glanced at Wang Shang and Shu Tong, who were holding hands nearby, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Junior sister Su, should I intervene and teach them a lesson? A tall, imposing figure appeared beside her. Sang Tu, one of her admirers, a senior disciple from the Divine Academy, ranked among the top 5 in the previous round. If you can eliminate them, perhaps I might consider dining with you, Su Loli replied, a slight smirk gracing her lips. She would not allow Wang Shang and a mere maid to outshine her. Agreed. It's a deal, Sang Tu replied eagerly. On the high platform, the red-haired woman paused for a moment before continuing. To ensure safety, each participant will receive a teleportation talisman before entering. Should you find yourself in life-threatening danger, you may shatter this talisman to be teleported out of the Purgatory Plains. However, breaking the talisman means you will fail to advance, so please use it wisely. Is that clear? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Excellent. Come forward to receive your talismans. After collecting your talismans, you may enter the Purgatory Plains behind me, the red-haired woman instructed. As she finished speaking, the contestants stepped forward one by one to collect their talismans. Wang Shang and Shu Tong did the same, then joined the plump senior brother and ventured into the Purgatory Plains. Chapter 76. The innate invincible energy of a wife. As soon as they stepped into the Purgatory Plains, a wave of heat enveloped them. It's so hot, Shu Tong exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow. Of course, this is the Purgatory Plains, Song Luo replied, activating his spiritual energy and darting ahead, confident in his strength and not wanting to be burdened by his fellow disciples. He proceeded alone. This time, Xiao Jingyi chose not to advance alone. Instead, she unleashed her Ice Phoenix talent, instantly cooling the scorching atmosphere. This Ice Phoenix energy is delightful, the plump senior brother remarked. Indeed, we're fortunate to have senior sister Xiao with us. Otherwise, we might all perish from the heat. Other disciples chimed in. Let's stick together. We must be cautious of ambushes from other academies, Xiao Jingyi cautioned, given that the rules allowed for competition among participants. Teamwork was the best strategy. Going solo made one an easy target for coordinated attacks. That we need to pick up the pace. Otherwise, we won't have enough time to traverse the Purgatory Plains, Xiao Jingyi urged once more. In this small team, she had clearly assumed the role of leader. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of blue lightning struck down from the heavens, targeting their group. That a disciple was caught off guard and was instantly struck dead, unable to even shatter his teleportation talisman in time. The sudden turn of events left them all in shock. Such terrifying lightning. We didn't even have time to react. The other disciples' faces turned pale. The speed of that lightning was beyond the reaction time of many present. The energy within the Purgatory Plains is extremely volatile, much stronger than in other areas, so everyone, be vigilant. If you sense any danger to your life, do not hesitate, shatter your talisman immediately, Xiao Jingyi reminded them solemnly. The group nodded in agreement. After hastily burying their fallen companion, they quickened their pace. Shu Tong struggled to keep up, so Wang Shang effortlessly lifted her onto his back. With his current strength and agility, he could maintain a faster pace even while carrying her. Xiao Jingyi was slightly surprised by Wang Shang's speed. They had barely taken a few steps when a barrage of massive hailstones began to fall from the sky. Being struck by them could result in serious injury or death. Everyone, be careful, Xiao Jingyi warned. Activating her Ice Phoenix defense, a gigantic Ice Phoenix appeared above them, shielding them from the hail, just as they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief. The ground beneath them suddenly shook violently, and cracks began to form rapidly, accompanied by the ominous roars of beasts rising from below. It is a subterranean behemoth. Everyone, disperse quickly. After Xiao Jingyi offered this warning, she swiftly retreated. Following her admonition, the crowd scattered in haste. In that fleeting moment of their dispersal, a colossal bull demon erupted from the ground. It is the Earth Savage Bull. Everyone, flee. Upon witnessing this formidable creature, Xiao Jingyi felt no inclination to resist and immediately dashed forward. 1. Must understand that this Earth Savage Bull had reached the late stage of the Golden Body Spirit realm, and here, the beasts were notoriously ferocious, posing a far greater threat than those found elsewhere. At this juncture, Xiao Jingyi could think of nothing but her own survival. Only by preserving herself could she hope to ascend. The other disciples similarly fled in all directions, while Wang Shang, carrying Shu Tong, sprinted with remarkable speed. The Earth Savage Bull pursued them relentlessly, compelling several disciples to shatter their teleportation talismans, desperate to escape the clutches of the Earth Savage Bull. They had no choice but to forfeit the competition to preserve their lives. Young master, the Earth Savage Bull is chasing us, Shu Tong exclaimed, peering back from Wang Shang's back, her fair face paling significantly. Does it have a grudge against me? Why won't it relent? Wang Shang summoned his spiritual energy to accelerate their escape. Fortunately, his swiftness allowed them to evade the bull, after pursuing for a while. The Earth Savage Bull, realizing it could not catch up to Wang Shang and Shu Tong, redirected its attention to hunt others. Young master, the Earth Savage Bull has ceased its pursuit, Shu Tong promptly alerted. Finally shaken off, Wang Shang exhaled a sigh of relief and stood still, gasping for breath. He had exerted himself to the utmost in his flight, depleting both his stamina and spiritual energy. Thankfully, as he remained closely aligned with Shu Tong, his spiritual energy began to recover rapidly, preventing him from exhausting his reserves entirely. Younger master, we have become separated from the others, Shu Tong noted, surveying their surroundings, but finding no trace of the Tianling Academy disciples. Henceforth, they would have to rely solely on themselves. Wang Shang glanced at the position of the sun and opted to head northward, for the terminus of the infernal plains lay in that direction. After running for a spell, a bolt of lightning, swifter than the previous ones, suddenly descended from the heavens. With a thunderous roar, a massive bolt struck at Wang Shang, but as Shu Tong was on his back, the lightning directly impacted her instead. In the next instant, an immense surge of energy erupted from Shu Tong, shattering the colossal lightning strike into fragments. Wang Shang felt as though a tremendous explosion had occurred near his ear, nearly shattering his eardrum. But soon, tranquility returned. Xiao Shu, are you all right? Wang Shang quickly inquired, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, young master. It seems the lightning has no effect on me, Shu Tong reassured him from her position on his back. Relieved to see her unharmed, Wang Shang sighed with relief. Xiao Shu, when did this energy of yours manifest? It's astonishing. No harm seems able to befall you. As he hastened forward with Shu Tong, he couldn't help but marvel at her remarkable energy. It has been with me since I can remember. It appears no one has truly been able to harm me, Shu Tong reflected. So, you possess this energy innately? Wang Shang instinctively probed. I suppose so. She nodded affirmatively. To be born with such energy suggests your past life was extraordinary. Otherwise, one would not naturally bear such formidable protection. Wang Shang pondered. Perhaps, Shu Tong mused after a moment's thought. As they walked and conversed, darkness soon enveloped the sky. The infernal plains offered no caves or grand trees for rest, leaving Wang Shang to gather several large stones to form a crude circle, atop which he placed a massive boulder, thus creating a rudimentary stone shelter. Tonight, we shall rest within this stone abode. Traveling at night is perilous, Wang Shang declared. As long as I am with you, I could rest anywhere, Shu Tong replied sweetly, leaning against him with a blissful expression. Wang Shang, feeling increasingly fond of her, affectionately ruffled her hair. However, at that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. You two seem quite cozy. But alas, you are about to be eliminated. With that proclamation, Su Luoli materialized before them, flanked by 5 or 6 senior disciples from the Divine Spirit Academy, all of whom appeared formidable. Wang Shang was taken aback to encounter Su Loli at such a moment, especially with her entourage of senior disciples to Su Loli. "What do you intend?" he asked coldly, discreetly unleashing spiritual toxic mist from his palm. Despite the presence of 5 or 6 senior disciples, Wang Shang felt unperturbed. He possessed the means to outsmart them, alongside for celestial skills and various earthly techniques, more than sufficient to contend with them. "Wang Shang, I truly did not expect a person with a shattered dantian to reach this point. It is quite astonishing, but that is where it ends," Su Luoli responded icily, waving her hand. The 5 senior disciples of the Divine Spirit Academy stepped forward. These individuals were primarily Su Luoli's sycophants, eager to follow her commands. "Kid, you have offended junior sister Su, and thus, you must apologize," Sang Tu declared, drawing a gleaming long knife from his spatial ring, its blade radiating a chilling light. The others hastily brandished their weapons in kind. "Brother, I advise you, Su Luoli is not someone you can handle. Do not sacrifice your future for this woman." Wang Shang cautioned that he had seen through Su Luoli's true nature. "Unprincipled, untrustworthy, and excessively pragmatic, I will do as I please." "It is none of your concern," Sang Tu retorted angrily. "Foolish giant, to be a pawn and still grovel. You truly have no hope," Wang Shang scoffed, intensifying the release of his spiritual toxic mist, fearing Sang Tu might waver under Wang Shang's words. Su Luoli hastily urged, "Sang Tu, strike quickly, do not dally with him." "Very well. A mere spirit realm opponent is no match for me," Sang Tu asserted confidently, having reached the 8th stage of the true spirit realm, a full level above Wang Shang. The other disciples of the Divine Spirit Academy attempted to intervene, but Sang Tu obstructed them, eager to impress Su Luoli. "A true sycophant, if you desire death so ardently." "I shall oblige," Wang Shang smirked slightly. "Then let us see what you can do," Sang Tu bellowed, his body enveloped in earthy-hued spiritual energy. With a powerful push against the ground, he launched himself at Wang Shang like a cannonball. The speed and force were formidable, and as he reached Wang Shang, he swung his knife with tremendous might. This strike was overwhelming, a force that few could withstand. Su Lili harbored faith in Sang Tu's abilities. Eliminating Wang Shang would alleviate her concerns, assuaging her doubts about her earlier choices. Yet, as Sang Tu's confident attack approached, Wang Shang effortlessly sidestepped, choosing not to retaliate but instead to continue releasing his spiritual toxic mist. Dealing with a mere Sang Tu was not his objective. His true aim was to confront the entire group. "Come on, foolish giant. Your speed is abysmal," Wang Shang taunted, persistently releasing the toxic mist. Indeed, his provocations incited Sang Tu's ire. "You insolent brat, you dare to provoke me. You seek death," Sang Tu roared, tightening his grip on the long knife as he charged at Wang Shang once more. However, Wang Shang's agility far surpassed that of the lumbering Sang Tu. No matter how fiercely he slashed, he could not land a blow. Wang Shang toyed with him, leading Sang Tu in circles. "Come on, foolish giant. Your running speed is simply pathetic," Wang Shang continued to taunt, all the while discreetly releasing his spiritual toxic mist. Seeing this scene, Su Luoli's expression soured. "Sang Tu, are you even capable? You cannot even handle a spirit realm opponent," she said, her patience wearing thin. Sang Tu, provoked by her words, became genuinely enraged. "You will witness my renowned technique," he bellowed suddenly, gripping his large knife tightly and cleaving it into the ground. Instantaneously, a tremendous force rippled through the earth, causing the ground beneath Wang Shang to tremble violently, rendering him unsteady and dizzy. This was Sang Tu's signature skill, Earthquake, a low-grade earth technique. One could not deny that mastering such a skill at Sang Tu's age was impressive. "Have you seen my might? Behold my blade slash," Sang Tu shouted, preparing to deliver a decisive blow while Wang Shang was momentarily disoriented. Yet, as he raised his knife, an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him feeling weak and disoriented. "What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel so faint?" Sang Tu wondered, propping himself up with his long knife, desperately trying to regain his balance. However, the dizziness intensified, and his spiritual energy felt as though it had been frozen, refusing to circulate. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Su Luoli and her companions, he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. This spectacle astonished Su Luoli and the others. "Sang Tu, what is wrong? Get up," Su Luoli exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend how this seemingly advantageous giant had suddenly fallen. "Junior sister Su, I do not know what happened. I just lost all my strength, and my head feels Before saying two could finish, he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Since the spiritual toxin mist has been upgraded, its potency has significantly increased. It is no longer merely capable of causing dizziness but can now prove fatal. Senior brother saying. The other 4 disciples from the Divine Spirit Academy, upon witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment and hurried towards him. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps before their heads began to spin. And one by one, they collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. What is happening to you? Stand up. After Su Luoli uttered this reprimand, she herself felt a wave of dizziness wash over her and soon fell to the ground as well. As they succumbed, Wang Shang regained his clarity and slowly approached Su Luoli and the others to Su Luoli. Allow me to explain the situation, Wang Shang said as he reached her. Wang Shang, what trickery are you playing? Su Luoli retorted, unwilling to concede. You are poisoned, and it is a high-level spiritual toxin mist. If you wish to survive, crush your teleportation talisman and seek help from your instructor, Wang Shang replied calmly. Upon hearing that they were afflicted by a high-level spiritual toxin mist, despair filled Su Luoli and the others. Such poison was beyond their current means to resolve. Wang Shang, quickly give me the antidote. I refuse to be eliminated like this, Su Luoli implored from the ground, her spirit unyielding. Why should I provide you with an antidote? You are not of any significance to me. Wang Shang smirked slightly. Indeed, she had no connection to Wang Shang at present, yet Su Luoli was unwilling to accept her impending elimination. Wang Shang, I am still your fiancé. You wouldn't be so heartless as to abandon me here. Would you? Su Luoli declared shamelessly that my fiancé. Wang Shang was taken aback by Su Luoli's audacity, as she boldly claimed to be his fiancé to evade elimination. Yes, Wang Shang, we have a betrothal. You cannot treat me this way. Su Luoli, though reluctant to acknowledge it, felt compelled to resort to such measures to avoid being cast aside. A betrothal. Ha! You dare claim to be my fiancé? Wang Shang replied coldly, utterly surprised by Su Luoli's shamelessness, which far exceeded his expectations. To avoid elimination, she utilized their betrothal as leverage. You once said your name was Su Luoli and that it had nothing to do with our engagement. How can you suddenly recognize it now? Wang Shang gazed down at her, devoid of any emotion. He had long since lost all feelings for Su Luoli, and even if she regretted her past actions, Wang Shang would not acknowledge it. Wang Shang, my parents forced me into this. Deep down, I still desire to be with you, but I cannot defy my parents' wishes. Su Luoli feigned a pitiful demeanor, even allowing a few tears to escape her eyes, hoping to elicit Wang Shang's sympathy. However, Wang Shang had seen through her facade and was not swayed by her appearance. Is that so? Do you regret your choice back then? Wang Shang asked coldly, recalling her words that if she regretted, she would twist her head off and kick it like a ball. Yes, I regret it. I have hurt your feelings. Wang Shang, please forgive me. I will do anything you ask if you will just forgive me. Su Luoli pleaded desperately from the ground. For the sake of passing this round, she was willing to sacrifice everything. Yet deep inside, upon witnessing Wang Shang's growing prowess, she felt a twinge of regret. It's too late. It's useless to say anything now, Wang Shang coldly stated before turning without hesitation towards Shudong. Halfway through, he suddenly turned back to Su Luoli and added, but I must thank you for bringing such a wonderful girl like Shutong into my life. After this parting remark, Wang Shang took Shutong's hand and strode deeper into the Inferno Plains. Moving faster with each step. Su Luoli watched Wang Shang and Shutong recede into the distance. A complex array of emotions surged within her: regret, resentment, and jealousy. Had she not broken the engagement, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Wang Shang, is this your revenge on me? How cruel of you to leave me here. I hate you. Su Luoli clenched her fists in frustration, then spat out a mouthful of blood. The sky gradually brightened. Wang Shang hurriedly carried Shudong across the Inferno Plains. He had not rested all night, continuing to run as if venting his past grievances and injustices. Young master, is it right to leave Miss Su behind? Will she not die there? Shudong expressed her concern. No, she fears death too much. She can easily escape by crushing the teleportation talisman. With the instructors from the Divine Spirit Academy present, she will not perish. She might just be eliminated after being teleported away, Wang Shang replied calmly. Young master, will Miss Su be angry with me for taking her place? Shudong suddenly queried. What reason does she have to be angry? She herself pushed you into my arms. I ought to thank the Su family. Otherwise, how would I have met someone as wonderful as you? Wang Shang responded. Indeed, Wang Shang felt gratitude toward the Su family. Had they not annulled the engagement and replaced her with a maid, He would never have encountered Shutong in his lifetime. Am I truly that special? Shutong felt a surge of happiness at Wang Shang's compliment. Of course, once this 10 Academy martial arts gathering concludes and we return home, I shall arrange a grand wedding for you. Wang Shang proclaimed earnestly. A grand wedding? But haven't we already been married? Shutong asked, puzzled. That was different. In that previous wedding, I married Su Waner, but this time, I will marry you. Shutong, that I want to give you a complete wedding, not one for someone else's substitute, Wang Shang asserted solemnly. He vowed to give his wife the very best. Upon hearing this, Shutong felt an inexplicable joy. Being acknowledged by Wang Shang made her feel that her life was worth living. Young master, you are so good to me, Shutong replied, tightening her embrace around Wang Shang's neck. Wang Shang, feeling the warmth of her form against his back, experienced a sudden stirring within. If only he had brought along the secrets of the chamber. Gifted by his father, they could have studied it together to enhance their abilities. Wang Shang lamented his oversight. Hearing this, Shutong blushed deeply. You naughty young master, who would want to study that book with you? Shutong retorted playfully, recalling the indecent illustrations contained within. If you do not wish to study with me, then I shall seek out other women to learn with, Wang Shang replied mischievously. You dare? Shutong exclaimed. Suddenly anxious, seeing her flustered, Wang Shang couldn't help but smirk. You were the one who said you didn't want to study with me. Thus, I must find others, Wang Shang continued to tease. Naughty young master, you're always bullying me, Shutong huffed before shyly murmuring. Is it not good if I agree to study with you? What? I didn't catch that, Wang Shang feigned ignorance. Naughty young master, I said I agree to study with you. Shutong replied, her cheeks flushed. That was your own declaration. Wang Shang smiled slightly, then suddenly called out loudly, hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Shutong instinctively tightened her grip around Wang Shang's neck, her legs clamping around his waist. Wang Shang grasped her legs and abruptly increased his pace. As they raced forward, the energy within Wang Shang surged, invigorated by the yin-yang bond, allowing him to remain tireless and even accumulate more energy. By the last day, his strength had risen to the 8th stage of the spirit body realm. Young master, we are nearing the end of the Inferno Plains, Shutong exclaimed joyfully, spotting the distant edge of the plain. Yes, we are finally emerging. I wonder how many have made it through, Wang Shang remarked as he quickened his speed. Just then, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky, and a massive red dragon descended rapidly, completely blocking their path. Both Wang Shang and Shutong were taken aback by the sight of the enormous creature. This is bad. It's a fire dragon. Wang Shang's expression shifted slightly as a Qinglong sword appeared in his hand. The second round of the competition had been relatively smooth until this final day, which presented an unexpected challenge, causing Wang Shang to frown. Young master, we should run, Shutong urged nervously. That would be futile. The Inferno Plains is the fire dragon's territory. We cannot outrun it. Our only option is to confront it head-on, Wang Shang said, his gaze intense as he focused on the fire dragon above. The only skills he could rely on now were 4 high-level techniques. Young master, shall we summon Xiaohe? Shutong suggested. No, there are too many experts in the capital. If Xiaohe appears, those skilled individuals will notice, and it could lead to its peril. Wang Shang firmly rejected the idea. No sooner had he spoken than the fire dragon unleashed a massive fireball towards them. The fireball resembled a miniature sun, radiating intense heat as it hurtled toward Wang Shang and Shutong. Wang Shang reacted swiftly, evading the fiery projectile while carrying Shutong. The fireball struck the ground, creating a significant crater. The surrounding soil charred, demonstrating the immense power of the dragon's fire. After narrowly escaping the dragon's flames, Wang Shang retaliated with a high-level technique. The tornado gale. The tornado's fierce winds were unleashed. A tempest erupted around, lifting the sand, stones, and vegetation from the ground, swiftly forming a colossal whirlwind. From a distance, it resembled a dragon of wind soaring into the sky. Under Wang Shang's deliberate guidance, this tornado charged towards the fire dragon above with a speed that was almost blinding. Given the fire dragon's massive size, evading the tornado entirely was virtually impossible. In fact, the fire dragon showed no intention of dodging the oncoming winds. After inhaling deeply, it unleashed a fireball even larger than before towards the tornado. The clash between the dragonfire and the whirlwind created a momentary stalemate, but soon the dragonfire was engulfed by the tornado, which continued its relentless assault on the fire dragon. This indicated that the tornado's power surpassed that of the dragonfire. Indeed, the prowess of the heavenly level skill was formidable. Witnessing this, Wang Shang was elated. the tornado swiftly collided with the fire dragon, causing its enormous form to be tossed mercilessly by the raging winds. The fire dragon thrashed violently in response, emitting fierce roars. Wang Shang could have seized this opportunity to dash towards the edge of the inferno plane. Yet he refrained, for he aimed to subdue this fiery beast. Capturing such a massive fire dragon would significantly enhance his combat prowess. With this thought, Wang Shang retrieved a spirit crystal from his spatial ring and began to absorb its energy fervently. After expending all his spiritual energy on the previous heavenly level skill, the tornado, he now relied solely on the spirit crystal for replenishment. Meanwhile, in the skies, the fire dragon had managed to extinguish the heavenly level tornado. Although the tornado had not harmed it, it still left the creature somewhat disheveled. Enraged, the fire dragon roared downwards at Wang Shang, then unleashed a torrent of dragon fire from its maw, raining down like a storm of fireballs upon him. Heavens, it's a rain of fireballs, Wang Shang exclaimed as he evaded with incredible speed, carrying Shatong on his back. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to dodge, for who could possibly evade such a barrage? Yet even so, Wang Shang found it increasingly strenuous to avoid the onslaught, as the fire dragon's fireball attacks accelerated, culminating in it spewing forth 4 or 5 fireballs simultaneously. How could he possibly evade that? Young master, Shatong cried out as she saw a massive fireball hurtling toward them. Instead of dodging, she spread her arms wide, a reckless act that bordered on folly. This was dragon fire, with temperatures so high that a direct hit could reduce a person to ashes. However, upon contact with Shatong, the dragon fire triggered a mysterious energy within her, and an immense force rebounded instantaneously. Not only did it extinguish the fireball, but it also affected the fire dragon hovering above. Caught off guard, the fire dragon was blasted back thousands of meters, shrinking into a mere speck in the sky. Wang Shang looked up, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Xiao Shu, this isn't right. If you keep this up, I won't get any training. Wang Shang remarked, somewhat exasperated. It shot at us. I didn't ask for this, Shatong replied innocently. Sigh. If we were in the arena, I wouldn't dare face you. Wang Shang sighed, feeling that Shutong's shield of invincibility rendered him utterly helpless. While they conversed, the unfortunate fire dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and sending dust flying. What an opportunity. Wang Shang thought as he swiftly cast a ground-level summoning skill upon the wounded fire dragon. A green beam of light shot from his hand, striking the dragon with precision. Having already suffered significant injury from Shutong's mysterious energy rebound and the force of its fall, the fire dragon was disoriented and struggling to rise. Just then, the green light hit its body, eliciting a painful thrash from the creature. Wang Shang noticed that he was using his summoning skill on it, and retaliated with a sweep of his tail. The massive dragon tail swept across the ground, sending everything in its path flying. Fortunately, Wang Shang had anticipated this, pushing off the ground forcefully and leaping high to evade the blow. However, his summoning skill remained unbroken. The fire dragon writhed in agony on the ground, its tail continuously thrashing at Wang Shang, yet he managed to predict its movements and evade with perfect timing, seeing the fire dragon's fierce resistance. Wang Shang retrieved another spirit crystal from his spatial ring and unleashed the heavenly level skill, Earthfall, upon the fallen creature. His fist struck the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to radiate outward from his position. Swiftly reaching the fire dragon, the weight of the earth bore down upon the dragon, intensifying several-fold, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. Following this attack, the fire dragon's resistance weakened considerably. After absorbing the spirit crystal, Wang Shang continued to employ the summoning skill. This time, the process was much smoother as the summoning continued. The fire dragon's struggles grew ever fainter until it finally submitted to Wang Shang's will. Observing this, Wang Shang's heart soared with joy. It worked. I have subdued the fire dragon. What a tremendous gain, he exclaimed, gazing at the massive crimson creature with exhilaration. Shatong, too, felt elated for her young master, with this fire dragon at his side. Victory in the upcoming arena battles seemed all but assured. Chapter 80. Su Wanner's jealousy outside the Inferno plane. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation. It was the final day of the second round of competition, and anyone who had yet to appear at the edge of the Inferno plane before sunset would face elimination. The mentors from the top 10 academies were eagerly awaiting developments. The head of the academy, Chu Hongye, was particularly anxious, for thus far, none from their Tianling Academy had progressed successfully. Even his favorites, Song Luo and Xiao Jingyi, had failed to advance. leaving him somewhat disheartened. Is there anyone left from our academy? Chu Hongye couldn't help but inquire. Reporting to the head, only Wang Shang and Shudong have yet to emerge, replied a minute after glancing around. Those two, I wonder if they can succeed. Chu Hongye looked at the fading light, having already lost hope for them. Head, since we couldn't even get past the fire dragon, it's unlikely Wang Shang and his companion will fare any better, Song Luo remarked. The fire dragon had caught all the academies off guard, leading many promising disciples to fall to its might. To save their lives, they had no choice but to shatter their teleportation talismans. Though they were close to the final checkpoint, the fire dragon's presence made passage nearly impossible. Indeed, that fire dragon is far too formidable. One breath of fire can scorch the ground into a deep pit, and a single sweep of its tail can unleash a whirlwind. It is beyond the capacity of those of our realm to withstand. Another disciple from Tianling Academy added. This sentiment was echoed throughout the other academies, with many voices murmuring in agreement. This year's Inferno Plane is exceptionally challenging. Thus far, only 6 individuals have succeeded. Far fewer than in previous years. Indeed, especially at the final trial with the fire dragon, how many were eliminated there? I too was defeated at that point. I had hoped to progress in the second round. Yet I was eliminated again. Sigh, the fire dragon typically resides in the center of the Inferno Plane. I can hardly fathom why it appeared at the end this time. The crowd of disciples lamented their misfortunes. Su Luoli stood among them, having also failed to advance in the second round. Yet, she remained, keen to see whether Wang Shang and Shudong had succeeded. So many geniuses have faltered in the second round. There is no way Wang Shang could have passed, she thought, consumed by envy. If I can't have it, I'd rather others not have it either. Not far away, in a hidden pavilion, Wang Shang's father, Wang Yong, and Uncle Fu were closely observing the events. Master, do you think young master and young madam can advance past the second round? Uncle Fu asked, concern etched on his face. Given my understanding of this boy, a mere fire dragon poses no challenge for him, especially with Shudong by his side. She possesses mysterious energies for protection, Wang Yong replied, confidence radiating from him. Indeed, young madam does have that mysterious energy, Uncle Fu remarked, his hope rekindled. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, no one had yet emerged from the Inferno Plane. Just as the red-haired woman overseeing the second round was about to declare it concluded, a tremendous roar echoed from the depths of the Inferno Plane, followed by the emergence of a gigantic fire dragon soaring into the sky. This spectacle quickly captured everyone's attention. Look, the fire dragon is flying out. Isn't the fire dragon always within the Inferno Plane? How could it possibly come out? I have no idea. It's truly remarkable to see the fire dragon leaving its territory. So this is the fire dragon that eliminated so many talented individuals. All eyes were drawn to the imposing fire dragon, while the mentors braced themselves for any potential danger, knowing that the dragon rarely ventured outside the Inferno Plane. As the fire dragon drew closer, someone finally noticed 2 figures standing atop its head, prompting gasps of astonishment. Look, there are 2 people standing on the fire dragon's head. With his exclamation, the crowd's gaze shifted towards the head of the fire dragon, and indeed, they spotted 2 figures standing atop it. Astonishingly, there were indeed 2 individuals perched upon the dragon's head, seemingly disciples of the Tianling Academy, a male and a female, both strikingly attractive. How remarkable these 2 must be to dare to stand on the head of a fire dragon. As the onlookers beheld this scene, shock rippled through the crowd. It is well known that the fire dragon possesses a notoriously irritable temperament. To even touch it could result in a fiery demise. Yet here were these 2, unharmed, standing confidently atop the dragon's head. Upon recognizing the duo on the dragon, the plump senior brother felt a rush of excitement. It is the academy heads, Wang Shang and Shu Tong. They have emerged riding the fire dragon. In truth, there was no need for his revelation, as Chu Hongye, Master Deng, and Xiao Jingyi had all observed the spectacle. These 2 continually astonished me, arriving on the fire dragon. A historic moment indeed. Chu Hongye exclaimed with fervor. I suspect even greater surprises await us shortly. Master Deng noted the fire dragon's docility, as though it could see through the essence of the situation. Meanwhile, Song Luo, witnessing Wang Shang riding the fire dragon, wore an expression of disbelief. How could this be? Even I could not pass the fire dragon's test, so how could he ride it? Not only he, but the other disciples from different academies also shared his incredulity, especially those who had previously encountered the fire dragon's terrifying nature, who were further astounded by this unfolding scene. Nearby, Wang Yang observed his son and daughter-in-law emerging from the hellish plane atop the fire dragon. Equally astonished, this lad appears even more formidable than I had anticipated. Given some time, he might reach an extraordinary level. Wang Yong gazed proudly at his son standing atop the dragon's head. Soon, the fire dragon descended gracefully from the sky, its searing aura prompting the crowd to part hastily. Wang Shang and Shu Tong leaped from the dragon's head, hand in hand, at a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Together they were indeed a match made in heaven, prompting the onlookers to shower them with compliments. What a perfectly matched pair! As Su Luoli listened to the discussions around her, a wave of jealousy unexpectedly surged within her, in addition to her shock. How could this be? He had actually passed the second round of the competition, and even the maid had succeeded. In that moment, Su Luoli felt a twinge of envy towards Shu Tong, for she believed she should have been the one standing beside Wang Shang. Yet now, as they soared higher, the gap between them would only widen. Chapter 81. The final competition approaches. With the conclusion of the second round, both Wang Shang and Shu Tong advanced, but to everyone's astonishment, Wang Shang had even tamed the fire dragon of the hellish plain, the highlight of this round. In no time, numerous factions turned their attention to Wang Shang and Shu Tong, even extending olive branches, all of which were declined by Wang Shang, who showed no interest in joining other forces. Upon returning to the Tianling Manor, the academy head Chu Hongya personally commended them. Wang Shang, Shu Tong, you have both given me a tremendous surprise. Advancing to the arena competition, effectively securing your place among the top 8. Chu Hongya expressed joyfully. He had initially believed that this year, the Tianling Academy would struggle to even pass the second round. Yet here they were with 2 advancements, breaking historical records, filling Chu Hongya with exhilaration. Academy head, since we have reached the top 8, should we not receive some form of reward? Otherwise, we may struggle to prevail in the arena competition. Wang Shang feigned a pitiful expression, not seizing the opportunity for a reward would feel in just after such an advancement. Chu Hongya paused, then awkwardly smiled. Of course, I have here 2 superior-grade earthly treasures. Take them and make use of them. As soon as he spoke, 2 superior-grade earthly treasures appeared in Chu Hongya's hands. One was a summoning token, and the other was the Thunder Goddess golden armor. This summoning token requires no spiritual energy to use. Reciting the correct incantation can summon a true spirit-level flower demon, perfectly suited for Shu Tong. The Thunder Goddess golden armor boasts exceptional defense and is imbued with lightning energy, making close-range attacks hazardous due to the potential backlash from the lightning. Chu Hongya presented the 2 treasures to Wang Shang and Shu Tong. This time, Chu Hongya was indeed generous, offering 2 superior-grade earthly treasures at once. Thank you, Academy head. Wang Shang accepted the Thunder Goddess golden armor without hesitation, while Shu Tong received the summoning token. Due to the lack of spiritual energy, Shu Tong had been unable to utilize various treasures. This summoning token was particularly appealing to her. She even began reciting the summoning incantation on the spot. A flash of pink light appeared, and a beautiful, enchanting flower demon manifested before everyone. The flower demon was petite, standing only about 50 centimeters tall. A pink peach blossom adorned its head, while its face resembled that of a human, exquisitely delicate. Its figure mirrored that of a human, with graceful curves. Key areas of its body were covered by green leaves. Yet its smooth, fair skin and slender legs were exposed to the air, giving the flower demon the appearance of a charming sprite. Master, the flower demon floated in the air, bowing slightly to Shu Tong. What a beautiful flower demon! Shu Tong expressed her delight in the creature. Although the magic feather phoenix possessed immense power, it could not be taken out, as those of the righteous path constantly sought to eliminate it. Now, however, this flower demon, while weaker than Xiao He, could be brought forth openly. Wang Shang observed the flower demon and felt it was an excellent fit for Shu Tong. Academy head, when does the arena competition commence? Wang Shang inquired. The arena competition will take place in 2 days. The Emperor of the Great Zhou will also be present to personally preside over the event, Chu Hongya explained. The Emperor will personally oversee the arena competition? Wang Shang expressed surprise. Yes, and he will also meet with you personally, which is a tremendous honor, Chu Hongya added. Additionally, the Emperor may personally invite you to join the Imperial Alliance, an opportunity coveted by many. It is known that many Academy disciples aspire to join the Imperial Alliance upon graduation. The Imperial Alliance is a force directly controlled by the royal family, with the current emperor serving as its leader, housing countless talented experts, and is the most formidable power in the Great Zhou. Without the Imperial Alliance, the throne of the Great Zhou Emperor would be precarious. If we decline, will the emperor be angered? Wang Shang probed cautiously. He held no favorable impression of the emperor, as his father often described him as a despicable man during his teachings. If the emperor personally sought him out, it was highly likely he would refuse. Given the emperor's temperament, he should not take offense. Chu Hongye mused. That's reassuring. Wang Shang felt more prepared. Later that evening, back in his room, Wang Shang retrieved the Thunder God's golden armor bestowed upon him by Chu Hongye. A superior-grade earthly defense armor. What wonders might it yield upon refinement? Wang Shang, filled with anticipation, began to perform the chaos refinement technique. A white flame descended, engulfing the Thunder God's golden armor in flames. After an entire night's effort, Wang Shang fully refined the armor, absorbing a solid white orb of light into his being. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy flooded through him, and he acquired a defensive skill associated with the Thunder God. However, this skill soon fused with the basic hardening defensive skill of the inferior grade armor, evolving into a heavenly grade inferior golden body thunder armor defense. Another heavenly grade skill, albeit a defensive one, was now in his possession. Wang Shang was quite pleased with this golden body thunder armor defense. After containing his excitement, he began to absorb the overwhelming spiritual energy coursing through him, circulating it throughout his body before gradually channeling it into the innate spiritual jade residing in his dantian. As the spiritual energy continued to pour in, the innate spiritual jade quivered lightly, and his strength smoothly ascended to the 9th stage of the spiritual body realm. The 9th stage of the spiritual body realm. Now to refine another spiritual crystal and make a final push. Without hesitation, Wang Shang retrieved a spiritual crystal from his spatial ring. Holding it in his hand, he began the refinement process. Although the spiritual crystal did not yield skills upon refinement, it provided the most abundant spiritual energy. Over the course of an entire day, Wang Shang completely refined the spiritual crystal, obtaining pure spiritual energy. He did not even need to circulate it through his body to refine it. He directly funneled the energy into the innate spiritual jade within his dantian. As a vast amount of spiritual energy continuously flowed in, the innate spiritual jade underwent another transformation, gradually shifting from red to purple. After enduring for another half day, the innate spiritual jade finally turned entirely purple, and Wang Shang's strength successfully broke through to the true spiritual body realm. Upon opening his eyes, a brilliant light shone forth. Wonderful, I have finally succeeded in advancing to the true spiritual body realm. I will have greater confidence in the arena competition now, Wang Shang declared, stretching his limbs, which produced a series of crackling sounds, greatly enhancing his senses. He was thoroughly satisfied with the transformation following his breakthrough. Upon opening the door, Chu Hongye awaited him outside. Wang Shang, we are ready to depart. All right, let us go. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Wang Shang's eyes. The final round of competition was finally about to commence. Chapter 82. The Anger of the Lady. The third round of the arena competition was set to take place in the largest martial arts arena in the capital, capable of accommodating up to 100,000 spectators simultaneously. For enormous projection screens hovered in the air, allowing the audience to view the battles unfolding below. At the very center, four massive arenas were prominently set up before Wang Shang and the others entered. The martial arts arena was already filled to capacity with a throng of spectators, a sea of heads surging with anticipation. Eye in the air, various aerial experts soared, some even riding flying vessels and other enchanted artifacts to witness this grand tournament. It was evident how highly anticipated this final round of competition was. Wang Yong and Uncle Fu were seated in a small flying boat, observing the martial arts arena from a lofty vantage point. Master, the final round of the competition is about to commence, Uncle Fu remarked with a hint of excitement. Indeed, that individual should be making an appearance soon, Wang Yong replied, his gaze fixed intently on the arena below, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a specific person. Master, if either the young master or the young mistress secures first place, will we not need to seize the sacred domain token? Uncle Fu pondered aloud. Do you believe His Majesty, the Emperor of Dezhou, would allow the sacred domain token to fall into the hands of someone disloyal to the royal family? Wang Yong stated solemnly. Are you suggesting that even if they claim first place, without loyalty to the royal family, they cannot obtain the sacred domain token? Uncle Fu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, His Majesty will not entrust such a vital artifact to one unfaithful to him, Wang Yong continued, his eyes glinting with a cold light. This is, in essence, a trap. It remains to be seen whether we dare to act. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu clenched his fists in determination. Not only were they plotting for the sacred domain token, but the demon sovereign Xinchang and his subordinates were also concealed in a hidden corner of the arena. From that vantage point, they could fully observe the martial arts stage below. Suddenly, a swirl of black mist materialized behind demon sovereign Xinchang, from which emerged an elderly man clad in a black robe, leaning on a cane. Xinchang, are you certain that the girl is the princess of our demon clan? The Great Moon Kingdom, The high priest inquired. Having arrived, I naturally rushed here upon hearing the news of our princess. Shinchong replied respectfully, bowing to the elderly figure. Once I confirmed the princess's survival, I immediately relayed the information to you, he added. The high priest, Tang Xiu, with a penetrating gaze, questioned, what is the current situation? The princess has advanced to the top 8 of the 10 courtyards martial arts competition, and the match is about to begin. Shinchong responded earnestly. Oh, our princess possesses a heavenly demon physique. Her demonic energy will undoubtedly attract the attention of righteous practitioners. How did she manage to reach the top 8? Tang Xiu queried, perplexed. That I am not entirely sure, but it appears that she was aided by a youth named Wang Shang. Shinchong replied, Wang Shang. Have you investigated this individual? The high priest frowned. Yes, it seems he is Wang Yong's son. Shinchong continued. Wang Yong, the master of the sacred hall? Tang Xiu expressed surprise. Indeed, he appears to be the young master of the hall. Shinchong confirmed, if it is the sacred hall, it poses no threat to the princess. The sacred hall has deep-seated grudges against the emperor of Dezhou and the righteous sects of the spirit martial continent. We may find an opportunity to collaborate with them. Tang Xiu mused. His brow furrowed. High priest, should we bring the princess back? Shinchong inquired respectfully. Certainly, we must retrieve the princess. The hope of our great moon kingdom's restoration rests solely upon her. It is too perilous for her to remain here. We must take her away, Tang Xiu stated with a grave expression. But what of the sacred domain token? With our current strength, attempting to seize both the token and the princess seems nearly impossible. Shinchong acknowledged their limitations. The high priest had a plan in mind. You find an opportunity to take the princess, while I will seek to snatch the sacred domain token. However, there is an elderly man from the Heavenly Spirit Academy present. I am no match for him, Shinchong lamented. Take this. Use it to seize the opportunity to bring the princess away amidst the chaos, Tang Xiu instructed, handing Shinchong a mysterious, dark object exuding a potent demonic energy. Upon receiving it, Shinchong felt a surge of confidence regarding their endeavor to rescue the princess. They were not the only ones eyeing the sacred domain token. Many other factions harbored similar intentions. Aboard the flying vessels, amidst the crowd at the martial arts platform, and even in concealed corners, formidable experts lay in wait, all drawn by the allure of the sacred domain token. Soon, the 8 talented competitors, guided by their appointed escort, arrived at the center of the competition arena. This marked Wang Shang's first experience witnessing such a grand assembly of spectators. Shu Tong, feeling nervous and somewhat overwhelmed, was comforted as Wang Shang grasped her hand, providing her with a sense of calm. Do not be anxious. I am here, Wang Shang reassured her. Shu Tong nodded appreciatively. The appearance of the 8 prodigious contestants sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. All eyes were now riveted upon them, eager to discover who among them would claim the title of champion in this edition of the 10 Courtyards Martial Arts Competition. Is there any doubt? It will undoubtedly be Gao Tianxi from the Divine Spirit Academy. He is of royal blood and possesses the heavenly spirit body. Who could possibly rival him? Not necessarily. Bai Feichen from the Spirit Martial Academy is also formidable. A once-in-a-millennium genius with the rare 5-element spirit body. If you ask me, Lin Qingxue from Haoyan Academy has the highest chance of winning. Her extreme cold divine body is exceptionally rare. Anyone who encounters her will surely be frozen. The crowd engaged in fervent discussions, with the majority favoring the 3 previously mentioned individuals, while Wang Shang and Shu Tong garnered little support, primarily due to their relatively lower cultivation levels. The weakest among the 8 contestants. Although Wang Shang had attained the true spirit body realm, he would find it challenging to contend against opponents at the golden body spirit realm. As for Shu Tong, she exhibited no discernible aura, prompting others to dismiss her entirely. Amidst their heated discourse, a sudden flash of golden light streaked across the sky, followed by the descent of an imposing middle-aged man seated upon a golden throne. Drawn by a golden qilin, flanked by a dozen elite guards, the spectacle commanded attention, eliciting gasps from the crowd. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Wang Shang and Shu Tong caught sight of the golden throne, and upon recognizing the face of the seated figure, an expression of anger washed over Shu Tong's delicate features. Her hands clenched tightly into fists. Wang Shang immediately sensed the shift in her emotions. Little Shu, what is the matter? He inquired with concern. Young master, it was he and the other 5 who killed my father and mother. Shu Tong's eyes burned with intense hatred. Chapter 83. Who disturbs my lady shall face my wrath. Observing the descending emperor of Dezhou, Shu Tong's fury and resentment surfaced for the first time. Her soft hands balled into tight fists, her nails nearly piercing her skin. Wang Shang had never seen Shu Tong harbor such animosity towards anyone, yet he quickly understood the depth of her feelings. Indeed, the vengeance for her parents was not something to be easily forgotten. Little Shu, this is not the time. Once we have sufficient strength, I will help you avenge your family, Wang Shang vowed, his grip firm on her hand, his gaze resolute. With his current rate of progress, it would not be long before he became invincible. At that point, not even the Emperor of Dezhou, nor all of its formidable experts combined, would deter him from his objective. Shu Tong was both shocked and touched by his words. Young master, he is the Emperor of Dezhou. Are you not afraid of him? Who cares? It is he who has upset you, Wang Shang replied affectionately. Shu Tong's eyes glistened with emotion, realizing that the young master was the kindest person in the world to her. Meanwhile, Emperor Qin A of Dezhou, surrounded by 100,000 gazes, descended slowly to the center of the arena. Landing before the 8 competitors, he stepped down from the golden throne. He exuded an air of confidence and grace. Clad in golden armor, his square face adorned with a hint of pride and a smile, radiating the oppressive aura of one who had long occupied a position of power, he stood before them. Wang Shang and the others immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. Long live our emperor! The other 6 contestants bowed in reverence to Qin A, their expressions filled with admiration. How could they not revere the Emperor of Dezhou, the most powerful figure in the realm? Observing their homage, Wang Shang feigned a slight bow and gently tugged at Shu Tong, understanding that now was not the moment to confront the emperor. They would only be able to stand against him once their strength had increased. Though Shu Tong was reluctant, she recognized the necessity of submission in her current circumstances. Please, you may rise, Qin A commanded, his piercing gaze sweeping over the 8 contestants, lingering momentarily on Shu Tong. Wang Shang's heart raced, fearing that the emperor might recognize Shu Tong's true identity. At that moment, not only was Wang Shang tense, but also Shen Chong, the demon sovereign, and high priest Tang Xiao, hidden in the shadows, were on high alert. If the emperor were to uncover Shu Tong's identity as a member of the demon clan, they would have to act swiftly. Upon a small aerial vessel, Wang Yong and Fu Bo remained vigilant, prepared to take action should anyone dare to threaten the daughter-in-law of the Wang family. Fortunately, the emperor of the Great Zhou, Qin A, merely cast a fleeting glance at Shu Tong before diverting his attention elsewhere. He then addressed the 8 competitors with a smile, saying, "Congratulations on advancing to the final round of the 10 Courtyards martial arts competition. You are all the pillars of our Great Zhou. I shall personally oversee this final round of the arena battles, and I hope each of you achieves commendable results. Let us commence the drawing of lots." Without further ado, Qin A announced the beginning of the drawing. Soon, a wooden box appeared before him, containing the draw cards for the competition. Inside the box lay 8 battle cards, divided into 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. A1 would face A2, B1 would battle B2, and so forth. The victors of each group, A and B, C and D, would then face off in the ultimate showdown. Do you all understand the rules? Qin A proclaimed loudly. Understood. The 8 replied in unison, their eyes brimming with excitement. In quick succession, they approached the wooden box to draw their battle cards, with Wang Shang and Shu Tong being the last 2. When it was his turn, Wang Shang reached into the box and drew a card, while Shu Tong timidly stepped forward to select her own, silently praying not to face the young master. "I have drawn A2. What about you, Xiao Shu?" Wang Shang inquired. Turning to Shu Tong, "I have drawn C1, she replied, revealing her card to him. "This is for the best. Unless we meet in the final showdown, we shall not encounter each other in the interim." Wang Shang mused with relief, while Shu Tong discreetly exhaled in relief as well. "Now, everyone, having completed the drawing, proceed to your respective arenas. When the drums sound, the competition will officially commence," the Emperor of the Great Show announced, casting a sweeping gaze over the gathered competitors. "Yes, Your Majesty," the 8 contestants echoed in unison. There were 4 arenas labeled A, B, C, and D, and each participant would head to the arena corresponding to their draw. Wang Shang, having drawn A2, made his way to Arena A, while Shu Tong, with C1, proceeded to Arena C. All 4 arenas would host simultaneous battles. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Shang approached Arena A, where he faced Gao Tianxi, the foremost talent of the Divine Spirit Academy. In Arena C, Shu Tong's opponent was Lin Qingshui of Haotian Academy. Both Gao Tianxi and Lin Qingshui were formidable masters at the 9th level of the true spirit body realm, possessing not only powerful realms but also exceedingly rare physical talents. It could be asserted that both were prodigious geniuses, standing here not by mere fortune, but by sheer strength. You are the one who single-handedly eliminated 6 disciples of our Divine Spirit Academy, Wang Shang. Gao Tianxi regarded Wang Shang with a frosty gaze. The news of Wang Shang employing toxic mist to eliminate 6 disciples in the Purgatory Plains had already spread throughout the Divine Spirit Academy, marking him as their foremost adversary. Indeed. Care to test my poison? Wang Shang replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Though Gao Tianxi's prowess surpassed his by an entire realm, Wang Shang felt no trepidation. Forgive me, but your poison is ineffective against me. As Gao Tianxi spoke. He retrieved an antidote pill from his spatial ring and consumed it, preemptively fortifying himself. Wang Shang was taken aback that Gao Tianxi had brought an antidote, indicating the Divine Spirit Academy's serious consideration for this final round of competition. In the audience, Su Luoli observed Wang Shang on Arena A from afar, a glint of cold light flickering in her eyes. Wang Shang, devoid of your toxic means, let us see what other tricks you possess. Senior brother Gao will avenge me, she thought, unwilling to witness Wang Shang steal the spotlight in the 10 Courtyards martial arts competition. Each time he shone, it felt like a slap to her face. Serving as a reminder of how foolish and erroneous her earlier choices had been, as the battle drums resounded throughout the arena, the matches commenced in earnest. Prepare to witness the might of our Divine Spirit Academy, Gao Tianxi declared, brandishing his azure sword and lunging at Wang Shang. Unflinching, Wang Shang did not evade the oncoming assault. Did you think I solely relied on poison? My capabilities extend far beyond that, he retorted, a flash of cold light igniting in his eyes as he unleashed a celestial skill, Tornado Gale. Behold my true power, Wang Shang bellowed, thrusting his hands forward toward Gao Tianxi. His spiritual energy surging forth to manifest a colossal tornado that engulfed the entire arena, leaving Gao Tianxi with no avenue of escape. Impossible. How can he, a mere true spirit body practitioner, wield a celestial skill? Gao Tianxi's expression turned to one of shock as he hurriedly summoned all his spiritual energy for defense, deploying various defensive artifacts from his spatial ring. Should he fail to withstand this assault, elimination would be inevitable. In the audience, spectators gasped at Wang Shang's immediate display of a celestial skill. It was well known that such abilities were rarely mastered, even by those at the spirit martial realm, and yet here was Wang Shang, a true spirit body practitioner, executing it with apparent ease. Good heavens, Wang Shang can wield celestial skills. This is beyond terrifying. The murmurs spread throughout the crowd, and even Wang Yong, witnessing his son's prowess from the flying vessel, was taken aback. When did he learn celestial skills? He thought, astonished. The young master is truly remarkable, surpassing even the prowess of the palace master in his youth, Fu Bo remarked, equally astonished yet proud of Wang Shang's accomplishments. Among them, none were more incredulous than Su Luoli, who stared in disbelief at the spiraling tornado. How can this be? He cannot possibly master celestial skills. It must be a fabrication. Yet reality stood firm as Wang Shang truly unleashed a celestial skill, the massive tornado lifting Gao Tianxi into the air. No matter how he fortified his defenses, he could not withstand the onslaught of this celestial technique. Within moments, Gao Tianxi was hurled off the stage, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Had Wang Shang not tempered his strength, Gao Tianxi might have perished under the sheer force of the tornado. How can this be? Defeated by a true spirit body practitioner. Gao Tianxi's face contorted with disbelief. The truth remained. He had lost. Unable to endure even a single incense stick's worth of time against Wang Shang. In Arena A, Wang Shang emerged victorious without need for announcement. The crowd recognized the outcome of the match. This was the swiftest battle in the history of the arena, lasting merely a quarter of an hour. Before the astonished crowd could fully process the event, in Arena C, Lin Qingxue was suddenly propelled backward by an immense force. Landing outside the arena, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could she be so strong? I didn't even get to make a move before being defeated. Am I truly this weak? Lin Qingxue was engulfed in self-doubt. Despite her fierce nature, she had always found ways to overcome even the strongest adversaries. Yet against Xu Tong, she felt engulfed by despair, having exhausted all her skills without inflicting harm upon her opponent. She found herself easily bested. In the span of mere moments, 2 arena battles concluded. The audience, witnessing such extraordinary displays, were left speechless. My heavens. This year's 10 Courtyards martial arts competition has birthed 2 prodigies. One unleashes celestial skills with a single move, while the other defeats opponents without even striking. Each is more formidable than the last. Excitement surged through the crowd as they speculated on the potential showdown between the two. Meanwhile, Su Luoli, observing Xu Tong's unexpected victory, was once again astonished. Why is this maid so formidable? What has transpired in this world? She could not fathom how a mere maid could attain such strength. Feeling overshadowed in comparison, on the throne overlooking the arena, Emperor Qin surveyed the performances of Wang Shang and Xu Tong, his brow slightly furrowed. He then turned to a lean, refined man beside him and commanded, "Fetch me the profiles of these two at once, Your Majesty." The slender man responded before departing to gather the requested information. Soon, he returned with 2 documents, presenting them to Emperor Qin. The emperor perused the profiles. He discovered that Wang Shang was indeed the son of Wang Yong. He attempting to leverage his son to obtain the sacred domain token, a clever scheme, but I shall not allow it. After placing Wang Shang's profile aside, he began to examine Xu Tong's information, which left him perplexed. Xu Tong, surprisingly, is merely a substitute bride-maid servant. How could she possibly possess such formidable energy within her? Qin furrowed his brow. He had indeed noticed Xu Tong moments ago. She had not even struck a blow, relying solely on the powerful energy within her to rebound and thus secure victory in the match. This girl is not to be underestimated. Instruct me to conduct a thorough investigation, particularly querying the Su family about her whereabouts prior to becoming a maidservant, and whether she has any relatives nearby. Qin commanded in a low voice. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied the subordinate, who then set off to carry out the orders. After defeating Gao Tianxi, Wang Shang took a spirit crystal from his storage ring and quickly absorbed its energy. Although the celestial level skills are impressive, they consume an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy. With his current strength, he could only unleash them once. To unleash a second time, he requires spirit crystals for replenishment. Fortunately, he still possessed 7 spirit crystals within his storage ring, sufficient for several uses. Wang Shang and Xu Tong's match was swift and decisive, while the battles on the Yi and Ding platforms were somewhat tedious. The competitors exchanged blows in an intense manner, continuing until the sun began to set. Ultimately, a young genius named Lu Tianyi emerged victorious on the Yi platform, while on the Ding platform, a prodigious girl named Yu Dongxin claimed victory. Both had to exert considerable effort to win, yet against Wang Shang and Xu Tong, they stood no chance. Faced with Wang Shang, Lu Tianyi immediately conceded, for his abilities could not withstand that celestial level skill. Yu Dongxin wished to give it a try, but the immense energy exuding from Xu Tong repelled her technique, sending her tumbling out of the ring. In less than 15 minutes, Xu Tong had won. At the end of the day, the final match astonishingly featured Wang Shang and Xu Tong as the contenders. Wang Shang found himself at a loss for words, however, observing the multitude of spectators. A bold idea suddenly blossomed in his mind. He intended to propose to Xu Tong on this very stage, with over 100,000 witnesses to their momentous occasion. Chapter 85, The Proposal on the Arena, Part 2, After a Day of Competition. The ultimate outcome was that Wang Shang and Xu Tong, the 2 least favored competitors, faced each other in the finals. In the audience, astonishment swept through the crowd upon witnessing this unexpected result. Who could have anticipated that these 2 would advance to the final round? It seemed both were disciples of the Tianling Academy, which had struck an incredible stroke of luck, securing both the first and second places. Indeed, the highest achievement of Tianling Academy in the past had merely been 3rd place, but this year they had not only surpassed that but had also turned the tables. It appeared that these 2 had advanced together in the second round and seemed to share a close bond. Could they be in a romantic relationship? The handsome young man and the beautiful young woman indeed made for a match made in heaven. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, gossip inevitably ensued. For how could they resist commenting on such a fitting couple? Sitting in the audience, Su Luoli's expression darkened as she overheard the conversations, feeling thoroughly humiliated. This was yet another blow to her pride. Meanwhile, Chu Hongye, the head of Tianling Academy, was overjoyed. He had never expected Wang Shang and Xu Tong to meet in the finals. It was truly a delightful surprise. A broad smile graced his face. For no one from Tianling Academy had ever placed in the top 2, and now they were making history. Heads of other academies approached him to extend their congratulations, to which Chu Hongye responded with cheerful acknowledgement. Regardless of who claimed first place today, the championship would belong to Tianling Academy, and how could he not be ecstatic? In a small flying vessel above, Wang Yang beamed with delight upon realizing that the final match featured his son and daughter-in-law. Who would have thought that the championship of the 10 Academies martial arts competition would come down to a duel between the couple? Master, ISNT this even better, regardless of who wins first place. The sacred domain token will be ours, said Fu Bo with excitement. You are too naive. The emperor of the great Zhou will not bestow the sacred domain token upon them, Wang Yong replied. Frowning, but they are the champions. Isn't it customary to award the sacred domain token to the first place? Fu Bo queried in confusion. The emperor of the Great Zhou must already be aware that Wang Shang and Shu Tong are my son and daughter-in-law. He will undoubtedly take action, that I just wonder if he will uncover Shu Tong's true identity. A flicker of worry crossed Wang Yang's face. Fu Bo appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. On the arena, Wang Shang and Shu Tong stood facing each other. The war drums began to sound, signaling the imminent start of their battle, as over 100,000 spectators eagerly awaited the thrilling confrontation. Yet, neither Wang Shang nor Shu Tong made a move. Slowly, Wang Shang approached Shu Tong. "Young master, I concede," Shu Tong declared as she turned to leave, not wishing to fight him. However, as she turned, Wang Shang grasped her hand. "Shu, I have a surprise for you. May I borrow your summoning token?" Uncertain of the young master's intentions, Shu Tong complied and retrieved the summoning token from her storage ring, presenting it to him. "Young master, here is the summoning token." After taking the token, Wang Shang recited an incantation, and instantly, a charming flower spirit materialized on the arena. While Shu Tong was perplexed by the young master's intentions, Wang Shang turned to the audience of over 100,000 and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to ask for your witness here today." This sudden turn of events caught the audience off guard. They were bewildered as to what Wang Shang was up to. They aren't fighting. What could this be about? I wonder, could it be a romantic proposal? Is this a joke? The finals of the 10 Academy's martial arts competition. And he is proposing instead of battling? As the crowd speculated on Wang Shang's intentions, even his father, Wang Yong, remained uncertain about his son's plans. Today, on this stage, I wish to declare to the world that I intend to marry this young lady before me. Please bear witness to this moment, Wang Shang proclaimed, utilizing every ounce of his spiritual energy and voice to solemnly announce his intentions. His words detonated like an atomic bomb, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the arena. Wow, this kid is incredible. He is actually proposing on the arena of the 10 Academy's martial arts competition. Impressive. My brother, this is unprecedented. No one has ever dared to do such a thing here. It seems this lad truly intends to profess his love on the arena. I underestimated him. What a bold young man. The audience erupted into fervent discussions, the majority offering their blessings and expressing joy for the couple, while only Su Luoli felt a surge of bitterness and resentment. "Why, I am supposed to be your fiancé, proposing to another woman in front of so many people. Are you seeking to humiliate me?" Su Luoli clenched her fists, jealousy and regret flooding her heart. Yet, what was lost. She would never have that opportunity again. Eye in the sky. Wang Yong and Fu Bo were equally astonished by Wang Shang's proposal to Shu Tong. This lad truly does not play by the rules. He is certainly quite the character, Wang Yong chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. However, the one most astonished was Shu Tong on the arena, upon hearing the young master's words. She trembled slightly. As a mere maidservant, what merit did she possess that warranted such an honor? Just as she began to doubt herself, a magnificent bouquet of flowers appeared in Wang Shang's hands. Conjured by the flower spirit's magical abilities, Wang Shang gazed at Shu Tong and slowly approached her. As he drew nearer, her heart began to race. Once he stood before her, he knelt on one knee and presented the grand bouquet. "Xiao Shu, marry me. I will cherish you for all eternity," Wang Shang stated earnestly. Once upon a time, he had harbored disdain for this substitute bride maidservant. Yet through their journey together, facing life and death side by side, they had become inseparable. Tears of emotion welled in Shu Tong's eyes as she beheld the young master proposing to her. The audience, witnessing this touching scene, instinctively began to chant in unison, "Say yes. Say yes. Say yes." The atmosphere grew increasingly romantic, propelling the moment to new heights. No longer able to maintain her composure, Shu Tong nodded emphatically. "I do," she exclaimed, accepting the bouquet as tears of joy streamed down her face. Wang Shang rose, embracing Shu Tong tightly before leaning down to kiss her. As their lips met, petals began to rain down from the sky, transforming the arena into a romantic spectacle. Stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 86. The maidservant is actually a princess of the Great Moon Kingdom. The romantic shower of petals filled the arena, a masterpiece crafted by the flower spirit, orchestrated by Wang Shang's request for the summoning token. This enchanting display elevated the atmosphere to its peak, as all present instinctively offered their blessings to Wang Shang and Shu Tong. Many young women envied Shu Tong for having such a devoted and talented man by her side. Only Su Luoli, consumed by anger, clenched her fists. This romantic scene was supposed to belong to her, yet it had now been claimed by a mere maidservant. She felt regret and discontent, but there was nothing she could do. This was the consequence of her own actions. Amidst this romantic tableau, Emperor Qin of the Great Zhou found himself somewhat displeased, his brow furrowed as he perused a document in his hand. Your Majesty, this is the information transmitted back from the Su family regarding Shu Tong. A subordinate whispered quietly behind Qin. You may leave now. Upon receiving the document, Qin began to peruse it meticulously, and his expression immediately turned grave. Sold into the Su household at the tender age of 6 to bury her mother, she still suffers from ailments on the night of her full moon, manifesting a dark aura. The mention of the full moon and the dark aura sparked a realization in Qin. No wonder she lacks spiritual energy. So that is the reason that 86, a decade has passed. And that elusive fish should now be 16. I wonder if it is indeed her. Qin's gaze fell upon Shu Tong's age, where it was clearly stated that she was 16. The war drums ceased, and the rain of petals fell, marking the end of the marriage proposal. Young master, should we not attend to the matter at hand? Shu Tong glanced at the audience of over 100,000. Her fair cheeks flushing deeply with embarrassment that it was her first experience kissing in front of so many people, and as a girl, she naturally felt very shy. Wang Shang nodded, then without hesitation leaped off the stage. Intending to concede the title of champion of this 10 courtyards martial arts competition to Shu Tong, Wang Shang's unexpected act stunned everyone present, who took a moment to process the situation. Heavens, Wang Shang has voluntarily stepped down from the stage. Is he truly handing the championship over to his wife? Now that is a good man, relinquishing the title of champion at the 10 courtyards martial arts competition. How I wish to marry such a man. Not only is he handsome and talented, but he also dotes on his wife. I truly envy Shu Tong for having such a loving man. In an instant, the crowd began to murmur, and some girls even displayed envious glances. Shu Tong herself was taken aback, not anticipating that the young master would concede the championship to her, leaving her momentarily at a loss. The ones most pleased by this scene were none other than the demon lord Xinchang and the high priest Tang Xiu. High priest, our princess has secured the championship of the 10 courtyards martial arts competition. Does this mean she will receive the sacred domain token? The demon lord Xinchang remarked, assuming. You rejoice too soon. It is already commendable that the princess's identity remains concealed. The Emperor of Dezhou will never hand over the sacred domain token to her. The high priest Tang Xiu replied with a profound gaze. Indeed, the Emperor Qin is adept at schemes. He is likely already investigating the princess's identity. A sudden worry crept into the demon lord Xinchang's heart. Fearing that the emperor might uncover the princess's true identity, not only were they concerned about the princess's identity being exposed, but Wang Yong and Fu Bo were equally apprehensive about Shu Tong's identity being revealed. After all, the Emperor of Dezhou was not an easy man to deceive. Instruct our people to prepare as planned, Wang Yong commanded, casting his eyes upon the arena below, sensing that a significant event was imminent. Yes, master, Fu Bo replied, before heading off to carry out his orders. After Wang Shang exited the stage, a lean man suddenly appeared and announced loudly, Wang Shang has voluntarily admitted defeat. I declare that the ultimate champion of this 10 courtyards martial arts competition is Shu Tong from Tianling Academy. Now, His Majesty the Emperor of Dezhou will personally present the award. As this announcement resonated, Emperor Qin slowly rose from his golden throne and began to approach the stage step by step. Seeing her nemesis approach, Shu Tong instinctively clenched her fists, the flames of hatred igniting within her, yet the young master's words echoed in her ears, reminding her to control her anger. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she managed to suppress her inner fury somewhat. Soon, Qin stood before Shu Tong, scrutinizing her closely, and felt increasingly convinced that this girl resembled a certain queen of a nation, his suspicion solidifying. Though he realized he needed to take one final step to confirm it. Congratulations, Shu Tong, on winning the championship of this 10 courtyards martial arts competition, and I also extend my congratulations on your union with Wang Shang. Qin said with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, Shu Tong replied, struggling to suppress her anger. No need for formalities. As you two are wed, I, as the Emperor of Dezhou, should express my regards. Qin gestured for Wang Shang to come up from the audience. Wang Shang, seeing this, leaped onto the stage. Your Majesty, what is your command? Wang Shang bowed slightly. As you two are wed, I bestow upon you a cup of wedding wine, Qin said, producing 2 cups of spiritual liquid from his storage ring and offering them to Wang Shang and Shu Tong. This is the celestial brew sourced from the peaks of Tianshan. Drinking a cup will enhance your strength by a realm, making it the perfect wedding wine. This celestial brew was a rare spiritual liquid capable of cleansing one's marrow and rapidly enhancing a person's strength. especially for those of lower realms. A single cup could elevate them by an entire realm. However, this celestial brew had another effect. It could awaken demonic energy. Qin was willing to sacrifice a treasured brew he had preserved for decades to test Shu Tong's identity. Wang Shang was momentarily taken aback by the emperor's generous gift of the celestial brew. He was aware of its properties and realized that drinking it could elevate his strength by a significant degree, making it an extraordinary elixir. Catch it. This celestial brew is a fine treasure, Qin urged with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Shang received the cup first, and seeing the young master take it, Shu Tong followed suit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Drink up. Once you finish this wedding wine, I shall present you with the rewards from the competition, Qin stated, waving his hand as over 10 treasures appeared before him, among which was the sacred domain token. The moment this sacred domain token appeared, the hidden powerful figures in the shadows brightened with excitement. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Shang and Shu Tong raised the cups together and drank the celestial brew simultaneously. As the brew flowed down, Wang Shang felt an immense surge of spiritual power erupt within him, leaving him astounded. Meanwhile, upon consuming the celestial brew, the energy within Shu Tong that had long been suppressed was suddenly unleashed, causing a torrent of dark demonic energy to pour forth from her body. Qin, witnessing the pure demonic energy, finally confirmed his suspicions. Demonic aura. So you are indeed that elusive fish from 10 years ago. Today, I have caught the big fish I sought so desperately. Truly, it is said that fortune favors the bold. Princess of Diyu, you are not hard to find. Qin suddenly burst into boisterous laughter, an overwhelming killing intent surging within him. Chapter 87. The Emperor of Dezhou unleashes his cards. The Emperor of Dezhou gazed at Shu Tong, laughing maniacally. Over a decade ago, Dezhou, in alliance with the nations of Shang, Sheng, Li, Huang, and Qian, collectively launched an expedition against the Demon Clan, establishing the great nation of Dyue. At the time, Diyu stood as the mightiest nation on the spirit martial continent. However, it could not withstand the united assault of the 6 nations and ultimately fell, leading to the destruction of its lineage. The Demon Clan was nearly wiped out by the masters of these 6 nations, including the royal bloodline of Diyu. Yet, during their post-war investigations, they discovered the absence of the Princess of Diyu. Consequently, the 6 nations issued a joint warrant for the capture of the Diyu princess. However, 10 years passed without any trace of her until today, when the Princess of Diyu stood before them on the stage of the 10 Courtyards martial arts competition, astonishingly becoming its champion. Truly, it is said that fortune favors the bold. Princess, you were not hard to find. The Emperor of Dezhou, Qin, proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Today marked the happiest day for him in the past decade. As long as he eliminated the Princess of Diyu, the Demon Clan would never rise again. Wang Shang was taken aback upon hearing Qin label Shu Tong as the Princess of Diyu, and he soon noticed the resurgence of the dense dark aura surrounding her, identical to what she had manifested during the full moon. Hidden in the shadows, the Demon Lord Shen Chong and High Priest Tang Xiu recognized that the princess's identity had been exposed. This is bad. The Emperor of Dezhou intends to kill the princess. We must rescue her, Tang Xiu shouted, transforming into a shooting arrow as he soared towards Emperor Qin. Concurrently, Wang Yong, aboard a flying vessel above. Since that it was time to act. I will distract the Emperor of Dezhou. Fu Bo, you take people to seize that sacred domain token, Wang Yong shouted, also launching himself like an arrow towards Emperor Qin. 2 figures hurtled towards Qin with astonishing speed. The Emperor of Dezhou immediately sensed the formidable oars approaching. Another 2 fish have come. Splendid. I have been waiting for you. Qin smirked coldly, confidence gleaming in his eyes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than over a dozen figures surged forth from the competition area, intercepting Wang Yong and Tang Xiu, since he was using the sacred domain token as bait. Qin had naturally made thorough preparations. Do you think you can stop me? Wang Yong bellowed, summoning a colossal celestial spirit avatar behind him. This avatar could only be manifested by those who had attained the celestial spirit realm. As the celestial spirit avatar materialized, Wang Yong's strength surged dramatically, and even as over a dozen Imperial guards assailed him, he began to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the Demon Clan's High Priest Tang Xiu also faced a similar onslaught from a dozen Imperial guards. However, once his celestial spirit demon avatar emerged, his power surged as well, fending off the guards with ease. The most astonished were the spectators in the arena, who struggled to comprehend the sudden upheaval in the situation. What is happening? Are there assassins? The audience erupted into a flurry of speculation. Qin, employing his personal guards to restrain Wang Yong and Tang Xiu, prepared to eliminate the formidable Shu Tong before him. Originally, his strategy was to draw out the various factions and dismantle them one by one. However, having ensnared such a significant target as Shu Tong, he was now eager to dispose of her. Princess of the Deyue Kingdom, my apologies, but it is time for you to perish. Without hesitation, Qin unleashed a powerful strike towards Shu Tong, summoning a colossal celestial avatar behind him. The realm of this avatar instantaneously activated, rendering all nearby unable to move, including Wang Shang. Despite possessing a heavenly skill, he felt a sense of despair when confronted with the might of the celestial spirit realm's great Zhou Emperor. Xiao Shu, Wang Shang shouted urgently, intent on confronting Qin, only to find himself immobilized, unable to even channel his spiritual energy. This exemplified the terror of the celestial spirit realm in the face of overwhelming power. Wang Shang felt utterly powerless. This strike was Qin's all-consuming effort, aimed at achieving a decisive kill. Yet, as the immense energy surged towards her, Shu Tong felt no fear. Instead, a fervent resolve to resist welled within her. Adachi roared, her eyes ablaze with crimson fury, her demonic energy surging exponentially. In that fleeting moment, as Qin's strike, imbued with unparalleled force, collided with Shu Tong. An unprecedented wave of energy erupted from her. Obliterating Qin's offensive and sending him hurtling backwards, he plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the audience, the tremendous force collapsing half of the seating area and sending countless spectators tumbling into the abyss below. Boom, with half of the audience's seats collapsed, chaos ensued as people fled for their lives. In stark contrast, Shu Tong remained unscathed, her anger still simmering on her delicate features. Wang Yong and Tang Xiu, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly astonished. How could this be possible? A full-force strike from a fifth-tier celestial spirit realm practitioner failed to vanquish Xiao Shu and instead rebounded against him. In that moment, Shu Tong appeared invincible. No matter how formidable her opponent, none could withstand her retaliatory strike. The High Priest Tang Xiu and the Demon Lord Shen Chang were filled with exhilaration at this sight. Wonderful! Heaven bless our Deyue Kingdom. Our princess is protected by the celestial demon, invincible under heaven. Tang Xiu felt invigorated, his combat prowess soaring to new heights. The Demon Lord Shen Chang, accompanied by hundreds of demonkin, rushed towards the arena. Kneeling before Shu Tong in unison, we beseech the princess for forgiveness. Shen Chang has arrived late, he proclaimed respectfully. Bring me the head of the great Zhou Emperor. Shu Tong's eyes glinted with vengeance, her heart set on avenging her parents. Yes, princess, Shen Chang responded, rallying his kin towards Qin's fallen location. However, midway through their charge, Qin suddenly emerged from the pit, disheveled, blood trickling from his lips. His golden armor in tatters, a clear sign of the severe injuries he sustained from the earlier backlash. Imperial Alliance, heed my command. Eliminate the rebels on the spot and capture the Deyue princess alive. Qin bellowed from the air. He had never anticipated such a potent force residing within the Deyue princess. If he could not kill her, he would settle for capturing her. With a single command, countless Imperial Alliance experts surged forth from the shadows, forces that Qin had strategically deployed to eliminate figures like Wang Yong and Tang Xiu. In an instant, Wang Shang and his companions found themselves encircled. The situation worsened for Wang Yong and Tang Xiu. Facing a dozen personal guards was manageable, but the sudden influx of Imperial Alliance elites left them struggling. The arena was besieged by thousands of Imperial Alliance experts, intent on capturing Shu Tong alive. Wang Shang gritted his teeth and stepped forward, determined not to let them take Shu Tong. Whoever dares approach will meet their end. Free from Qin's oppressive realm, Wang Shang's spiritual energy surged fiercely within him. The celestial brew he had consumed filled him with an abundance of spiritual energy, perfectly timed for unleashing a heavenly skill. Chapter 88. Chaos. The situation was dire for Wang Shang and his allies. The sheer number of opponents, all formidable, posed an overwhelming challenge. Yet, Wang Shang remained undaunted. Whoever dares approach, I shall send them to their demise, he roared. However, the encircling experts showed no fear. A mere true spirit realm practitioner dares to boast here. Everyone, charge, kill Wang Shang and capture Shu Tong alive, commanded one of the leading experts. With that, thousands of Imperial Alliance elites surged towards Wang Shang and his companions once more. Observing the impending onslaught, Wang Shang wasted no time. Channeling the immense spiritual energy within him, he struck the ground with a fist, generating a massive force that created a crater fracturing the earth like spider silk in all directions, enveloping the thousands of charging experts at a visible speed. This was Wang Shang's heavenly skill. Earthfall Point, one powerful technique, stunned the thousands of experts, leaving them reeling and disoriented. This boy is proficient in earth-based heavenly techniques. The Imperial Alliance experts gasped in shock. Yet this was merely the beginning. Ever since consuming the celestial brew, an inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy surged within Wang Shang. If he could absorb and convert it all, he would leap to a new realm of power, but the current circumstances compelled him to unleash heavenly skills instead. Seeing his foes immobilized, he unleashed another heavenly skill, Sacred Lotus True Flame. Countless crimson flames rained down, crashing into the dazed Imperial Alliance experts. Another heavenly skill. They were filled with dread. The next moment, they watched in horror as fireballs descended upon them. The Sacred Lotus True Flame, with temperatures soaring above 1,000 degrees, was nearly insurmountable for those below the spirit realm. Those struck by the flames could only await their demise. Even those above the spirit realm would find themselves grievously injured before the Sacred Lotus True Flame could conclude. Wang Shang invoked another heavenly skill, Whirlwind Gale. The surviving Imperial Alliance experts, still reeling from the flames, were met with the terrifying gale. 3 consecutive heavenly skills left the audience in shock. Those spectators who had not yet fled were deeply impressed by Wang Shang's display. It turned out that he had been holding back in previous matches. Incredible! A mere true spirit realm practitioner unleashing 3 heavenly skills in succession. If given time, this youth will undoubtedly rise to become one of the strongest in the Lingwu continent. Many thought simultaneously. The disciples and mentors of the Tianling Academy were equally astounded by Wang Shang's prowess. These two are truly anomalies, each stronger than the last, remarked the academy head, Chu Hongye, before realizing that they were both students of Tianling Academy. Now that they were opposing the Imperial Alliance, it meant the academy was also at odds with them. A cold sweat broke on Chu Hongye's brow. Master Deng, what should we do now? The great Zhou Emperor and the Imperial Alliance seem intent on killing Wang Shang and Shu Tong, he inquired, wiping his brow. He could only rely on Master Deng at this point. What else can we do? People are trying to kill the disciples of our Tianling Academy, and you, as the head, are merely watching. Master Deng shot him a disapproving glance. That may be true, but the opposing forces are the great Zhou Emperor and the Imperial Alliance. Our Tianling Academy cannot contend with them. Chu Hongye replied anxiously. He wished to save Shu Tong and Wang Shang, but as the academy head, he was laden with concerns, fearing it might provoke the Emperor's ire. You think that by not intervening, the great Zhou Emperor will spare our Tianling Academy, sheltering the demon princess and allowing our disciples to oppose the Imperial Alliance? Do you think our days will be easy after this? Master Deng retorted. His words sparked a realization in Chu Hongye. Indeed, regardless of his awareness, the Tianling Academy would face consequences after this incident and might even lose all its cultivation resources. Yet, deciding to confront the great Zhou Emperor was a monumental challenge he could not bring himself to undertake. If you won't go, then I will, Master Deng declared, sweeping his sleeves aside as he soared to Wang Yang's side, immediately engaging the Imperial Alliance experts. Master Deng's power had reached the celestial spirit realm. With his assistance, the pressure on Wang Shang's side diminished significantly. Seeing Master Deng take action, Chu Hongye felt a chill. We're doomed. Master Deng is the living emblem of our Tianling Academy, and now he stands against the Imperial Alliance. How can we justify this? Head, let us aid Wang Shang and Shu Tong, urged the stout senior disciple, unwilling to lag behind after Master Deng's choice. Indeed, Head, now that Master Deng has intervened, we have no choice left, added Lu Feng'er, stepping forward. Though Lu Feng'er was naturally flamboyant, she remained loyal to her friends, particularly to Wang Shang and Shu Tong, who had once saved her life. As the two pressed for an answer, Chu Hongye called out to stop them. Stop. You two are merely at the spirit-body realm, without the kind of celestial skills possessed by Wang Shang. Confronting the adept members of the Emperor Alliance will only lead to your demise. Return to the Heavenly Spirit Academy immediately and prepare for a level 1 defense. Chu Hongye seemed to have made a decision. Song Luo, sensing the headmaster's resolution, realized that further opposition was futile at this juncture. I shall abide by the headmaster's orders. Though Song Luo harbored a deep disdain for Wang Shang, he could not deny that the young man's talent surpassed his own. After receiving the headmaster's command, the disciples departed with heavy hearts, foreseeing the imminent upheaval awaiting the Heavenly Spirit Academy. Left behind, Headmaster Chu Hongye struggled momentarily before soaring into the sky to engage in battle alongside Master Deng. Seeing Chu Hongye join the fray brought a sense of relief to Master Deng. Chu Hongye, I did not misjudge you. An era of transformation is upon us, and our Heavenly Spirit Academy shall ascend to new heights. Master Deng encouraged. Let us focus on surviving first, Chu Hongye bellowed, joining the fight with fervor. With the addition of Master Deng and Chu Hongye, Wang Yong's side began to gain the upper hand against the Emperor Alliance. However, the situation for the Demon Clan was less than optimistic. Although the Emperor of the Great Zhou, Qin was gravely injured, his power remained formidable. Tang Xiu and Xin Chong found themselves outmatched as they besieged Qin. Besides Wang Yong and the Demon Clan, several hidden factions seized the chaos to launch their attacks, their sights set on the Holy Domain token on the arena. Earlier, Qin had been overly confident, failing to retrieve the token promptly, thus granting a golden opportunity to others. Prestigious organizations such as the White Martial Alliance, the Qintian Gang, and the Dragon Hall all rushed to seize it. Yet, the presence of the Emperor Alliance obstructed their efforts, leading to a chaotic melee within the arena, which inadvertently alleviated the pressure on Wang Shang and his allies on the arena. Wang Shang had eliminated nearly 1,000 adept members of the Emperor Alliance using 3 celestial skills. Xiao Shu, I shall take you away. Observing the rampant chaos, Wang Shang realized that remaining there was too perilous. He grasped Shu Tong's hand and shouted skyward. Xiao He, Fire Dragon, manifest. With his thunderous call, the piercing cry of a phoenix and the deep roar of a dragon resonated through the air. Now, amidst the turmoil, a voice echoed, You think you can kill my son? The grand arena of the capital was in utter disarray, stained with blood and filled with bodies. Countless spectators fled in terror. While those unable to escape met a grim fate within. The center of the arena, Wang Shang had decimated nearly 1,000 experts from the Emperor Alliance, instilling fear in those who had previously underestimated this young man of the spirit body realm. As the battle intensified, the sharp cry of the phoenix and the low growl of the dragon filled the heavens, followed by the arrival of a dragon and a phoenix, stirring a tremendous gale. Realizing the fire dragon and the demon-winged phoenix had appeared, Wang Shang rushed to gather the numerous treasures from the arena into his spatial ring. Qin, in his overconfidence, had neglected to reclaim these treasures, which now fell into Wang Shang's possession, including the coveted Holy Domain token. Xiao Shu, we must depart. After collecting the items, Wang Shang seized Shu Tong's hand and leapt onto the back of the demon-winged phoenix. Xiao He, Fire Dragon, let us go. The piercing cry of the phoenix sounded once more as the demon-winged phoenix ascended swiftly into the sky. However, some were determined to prevent their escape. Members of the Emperor Alliance and other factions surged forward to intercept them. Hand over the Holy Domain token, or you shall not leave. A bald man wielding dual battle blades confronted them mid-flight. Others also obstructed Wang Shang's path, intent on seizing the token. This Holy Domain token is a reward for my wife's south first place. Why should it belong to you? Begone. Wang Shang, driven by fury and empowered by the surge of spiritual energy within him, commanded, Fire Dragon, block them. At his order, the fire dragon charged forward with a low roar, unleashing searing dragon flames upon their adversaries. The experts attempting to hinder Wang Shang were scattered by the fire dragon's onslaught. The demon-winged phoenix also released dark phoenix flames, combining their assault to great effect. Yet, some adept members of the immortal spirit realm soared past the fire dragon and the demon-winged phoenix, launching an attack on Wang Shang. Surrender the Holy Domain token. A red-haired expert struck at Wang Shang with a palm infused with immense force, akin to a mountain's weight, nearly overwhelming him. I will not yield. Wang Shang unleashed a formidable tornado gale, the clash of energies creating a cataclysm that scattered the winds, blinding those nearby. Seizing the moment, Wang Shang tapped the demon-winged phoenix, which immediately understood the cue and veered away toward another direction. It was not the time to engage. Their primary objective was to escape, by the time the red-haired expert assessed the situation. Wang Shang had already taken flight with the demon-winged phoenix. Trying to flee, not a chance. The red-haired expert attempted to pursue, but an aged figure appeared before him. Your opponent is me, Uncle Fu. Hands clasped behind his back, regarded the red-haired expert with a piercing gaze. St. Hall's Fu Long, the red-haired expert's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing Fu. Indeed, old Go, long time no see. As Fu spoke, a crimson glow radiated from him. I did not expect the St. Hall to re-emerge. It seems today I, old Go, shall have the pleasure of a friendly duel. As Go Sun proclaimed this, he unleashed a palm strike toward Fu. Fu was not to be outdone and engaged in a fierce battle with him. Wang Shang turned to witness the intense confrontation between Fu and the red-haired expert, left utterly astonished. Wow, so Uncle Fu is truly a master, he exclaimed, contemplating the truth behind Fu's claim of having slain dragons. Shu Tong shared his astonishment, realizing the authenticity of his words to eye in the midst of this chaos. Experts from the Emperor Alliance closed in to corner them. You shall not escape the capital today. Behold my blade. A golden-armored general brandished a dragon slayer blade, charging at Wang Shang without hesitation. The blade's power morphed into a colossal golden dragon that barreled toward Wang Shang. The demon-winged phoenix immediately retaliated with multiple bursts of phoenix flames, attempting to block the attack, but the general's strength proved overwhelming. The blade's energy shattered the phoenix flames, continuing its relentless pursuit of Wang Shang. Drawing upon his remaining spiritual energy, Wang Shang countered with a tornado gale, which enveloped the golden dragon's energy in an explosive confrontation. The two forces clashed in the air, neither yielding to the other. The golden-armored general's expression shifted slightly. This boy is merely at the spirit body realm, yet he can continuously unleash celestial skills. How is this possible? Doubtful of Wang Shang's endurance, the general redirected his energy around the tornado gale for another assault. However, Wang Shang seized the initiative, casting a celestial skill. The Golden Thunder technique. A massive bolt of golden lightning transformed into a lightning dragon, striking the general squarely. Taken by surprise, the general found himself compelled to defend with all his might against the overwhelming energy. Wang Shang had no time to strike again, as his priority was to flee. His spiritual energy had dwindled significantly. Xiaohei, fly us out of here, Wang Shang urged the demon-winged phoenix as they sped beyond the capital. As they neared the city's edge, the Emperor Alliance and other factions experts rushed to intercept them once more. Young master, they are closing in, Shu Tong exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. This is quite bothersome. Wang Shang assessed his remaining spiritual energy. After unleashing several celestial skills, the essence provided by the Heavenly Mountain Elixir was nearly depleted, leaving him with just enough for a final celestial skill. I can only unleash the Holy Lotus True Fire one last time. I hope it will suffice to impede them. With this thought, Wang Shang channeled all his remaining energy and released the Holy Lotus True Fire toward the pursuing enemies. Countless fireballs erupted like shooting stars, targeting the oncoming adversaries. Most of the pursuers were deterred by the Holy Lotus True Fire, yet a few remained relentless in their chase. Just as they were about to catch up, a familiar figure descended before Wang Shang, dismissing the pursuing experts with disdain. Oh, you truly believe you can harm my son? As his words echoed, the night sky brightened abruptly, revealing a colossal golden figure before all present. The golden avatar unleashed a single palm strike, causing the heavens to shatter, sending the pursuing experts plummeting from the sky. With that one strike, countless foes were repelled, showcasing an awe-inspiring display of power. The Demon Clan princess, to stay or to leave? The newcomer was none other than Wang Yong, whose full-force strike had pushed back the multitude of pursuers. Wang Shang, witnessing his father's astonishing display of strength, was left speechless, never imagining that his typically low-profile father possessed such formidable prowess. Father, Wang Shang exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. This is not a place for conversation. Let us proceed to Shirley's Slope outside the capital. With these words, Wang Yong took the lead, soaring towards the outskirts of the capital, while Wang Shang commanded Xiaohei to follow swiftly. In addition to them, Master Deng and Chu Hongye soon joined. Under Wang Yong's escort, Wang Shang and the others quickly arrived at Shirley Slope, where a grand private estate stood, one of the assets of the sanctuary. Wang Shang and Shu Tong descended into the estate with Wang Yong, and Xiaohei transformed into a small black sparrow at once. Father, what brings you to the capital? Wang Shang immediately inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding why his father and Uncle Fu had come to the capital and engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Empire League and the Emperor of the Great Zhou. It is for the sacred domain token, Wang Yong replied candidly. For the sacred domain token? Wang Shang exclaimed, producing the token he had just seized. Upon seeing his son holding the sacred domain token, Wang Yong was both astonished and elated. Shang, you acquired the sacred domain token. Wang Yong had initially believed that, given the multitude of powerful figures vying for it, there was little hope of obtaining it. Yet here was his son with the prize. Yes, the Emperor of the Great Zhou displayed the sacred domain token before us, then forgot to reclaim it, so I took advantage of the chaos to bring it away. Wang Shang explained, examining the token closely and noting its similarity to a slab he had found in Fengqi Mountain, both inscribed with various markings representing regions, mountains, rivers, and other landmarks. Excellent. With this sacred domain token, we can enter the sacred domain. Once we have sufficiently enhanced our strength there, we will be able to rescue your mother, Wang Yang stated earnestly. Rescue my mother? Can this token truly save her? Wang Shang asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Indeed, there are matters I must disclose to you, Wang Yang said after a moment of contemplation to Shang'er. Your mother is also of the demon clan. She was captured by prestigious sects such as Kunlun, Thunder Sound Temple, and Jin Tianmen. What? My mother is of the demon clan and has been imprisoned. Wang Shang was taken aback, never having imagined that the mother he had never met belonged to the demon clan. Even Shu Tong was astonished. Yes, your mother is the holy maiden of the demon clan. After giving birth to you, she was besieged by the aforementioned sects, and despite our utmost efforts, we could not fend them off. To protect us during our retreat, she allowed herself to be captured by those sects, Wang Yang said, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Such prestigious sects, when I reach the pinnacle of my power, it shall be their demise. Wang Shang's eyes glinted with a trace of killing intent. His first genuine anger, Tio, rescue your mother. We must strengthen ourselves, and the opening of the sacred domain provides us with a swift opportunity to enhance our abilities. Wang Yang stated with a serious expression. Father, when will the sacred domain open? Wang Shang was eager to enter the sacred domain. He had previously learned from Chu Hongya about the treasures and legacies left by immortals within, and he believed that refining those treasures would allow his strength to grow rapidly. At that point, he would be able to vanquish not just the Emperor of the Great Zhou, but all the powerful figures of the spiritual martial continent. In 10 days, the sacred domain will open, and with the sacred domain token, we will have priority access. Wang Yang continued after a pause. Moreover, the sacred domain token serves as a map. With it, we can avoid many perilous areas. I see, no wonder those factions are vying to seize the sacred domain token, Wang Shang realized. Indeed, there are 4 sacred domain tokens in total, and we possess 2, granting us a significant advantage within the sacred domain. Wang Yang felt a surge of confidence regarding their expedition. Father, how long will the sacred domain remain open? Wang Shang continued to inquire. For 100 days, the sacred domain appears once every 50 years. And each opening lasts for 100 days. We must calculate our time well. Otherwise, if we fail to exit, we shall become the corpses of the sacred domain. Wang Yang warned solemnly. 100 days is sufficient. Wang Shang mused, believing that it would be ample time to refine the treasures within. While they conversed, Chu Hongya and Master Deng arrived at the estate. Teacher, Dean, Wang Shang greeted them warmly. Wang Shang, Xiao Shu. Are you both unharmed? Master Deng asked with genuine concern. Thank you for your concern, teacher. We are well, Wang Shang and Shu Tong replied in unison. That is good to hear. You two have turned this year's 10 Academy Martial Arts Conference into a showcase for yourselves. Master Deng chuckled. Wang Shang and Shu Tong exchanged awkward glances, while Dean Chu Hongya appeared troubled. Master Deng, what should we do next? Dean Chu Hongya asked anxiously. He was not merely inquiring about their personal futures, but the future of Tianling Academy. Especially since he had killed many members of the Empire League today, thus incurring enmity with the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Do not worry too much, Dean Chu. The Empire League and the Emperor have sustained considerable losses this time, and currently lack the resources to retaliate against us at Tianling Academy. Master Deng assessed carefully. After all, Tianling Academy is protected by an immortal formation, and with disciples from various sects of the spiritual martial continent present, they would need to weigh their options before attempting to harm us. Master Deng's words rang true. Although Tianling Academy was merely an institution for training, it had produced many disciples, some of whom had become top-tier experts on the continent. Should their alma mater face adversity, they would undoubtedly lend their support. Let us hope so. Dean Chu Hongya remained apprehensive. Dean Chu, Master Deng, I apologize for involving you in this mess. Wang Yang expressed his regret. When you sent these 2 youngsters to me, I anticipated such a day would come. Master Deng replied with a hint of annoyance. Wang Yang offered an awkward smile, acknowledging the truth in Master Deng's words. His intention was to involve Master Deng and Tianling Academy, as relying solely on the sanctuary would prove challenging against the Emperor of the Great Zhou and the Empire League. Wang Shang and Shu Tong were shocked to learn that Master Deng had taken them as disciples at their father's arrangement. As they conversed, 2 shadows descended from the sky. Demon Lord Shen Chong and High Priest Tang Xiu, having tracked them by the aura of the demon clan. Upon landing, they knelt before Shu Tong. Princess, May you have peace. Rise, Shu Tong commanded, now embracing her identity as a princess of the demon clan and accepting the two subordinates. Princess, now that your demon physique has awakened, you must return with us. The remnants of the Dayue kingdom await your restoration, High Priest Tang Xiu said eagerly. If they wished to restore their kingdom, they needed to bring Shu Tong back. Yet, upon hearing this, Shu Tong found herself in a dilemma. Should she go or remain? Chapter 91. It is you who urged me to stay. Shu Tong, as the princess of the Dayue kingdom and the only bloodline of the demon clan's royal family, felt the weight of the responsibility to revive her kingdom. Additionally, she yearned for vengeance against those who wronged her parents. However, she could not bear to part with Wang Shang. Though they had spent less than 3 months together, the trials they faced had led her to fall deeply in love with him. Now, asking her to leave him felt utterly impossible. Wang Shang too was reluctant to let Shu Tong leave, yet he could not be selfish and bind her to his side. The present Shu Tong was no longer just a maid. She was a princess of the demon clan, the future of the Dayue kingdom. Wang Yong seemed to perceive the inner turmoil of the two, and with a smile, he stepped forward. High Priest, Demon Lord. Do you truly believe that taking Xiaoshu back to the demon clan will lead to the restoration of your kingdom? What do you mean? High Priest Tang Xiu frowned. Lord Wang, you do not intend to prevent our princess from leaving. Do you? Demon Lord Xinchang also cast a wary glance, for they had finally encountered the princess of the demon clan and would not let her slip away. She represented their hope. No, you misunderstand me. I merely wish to convey that taking Xiaoshu back now, aside from the nominal restoration of your kingdom, what practical significance does it hold? Wang Yong paused before continuing. You must understand that the restoration of the demon clan for the other 6 nations on the spiritual martial continent would undoubtedly spell disaster. The moment you announce your restoration, the 6 nations will unite once more to launch an assault against you. Pray tell, with the current strength of the demon clan, can you withstand the combined might of 6 nations? This statement rendered High Priest Tang Xiu and Demon Lord Xinchang silent. Indeed, if the demon clan were to restore their kingdom, the 6 nations would undoubtedly join forces to strike them down. Given their current capabilities, they would struggle to fend off even one nation, let alone all 6. However, High Priest Tang Xiu was unwilling to relinquish their claim so easily. Lord Wang, I must concede that your words hold merit, but that does not provide a justification for forcibly detaining our princess. Who said I wish to forcibly detain your princess? Wang Yong replied with a smile before continuing. In 10 days, the sacred domain will open. Within, not only are there treasures and legacies left by immortals, but also those belonging to the demon clan. If you wish to develop and grow in a short time, venturing into the sacred domain is your best choice. Upon hearing about the sacred domain, both High Priest Tang Xiu and Demon Lord Xinchang's eyes lit up. Their purpose for coming to the capital was also to seize the sacred domain token amidst the chaos. But they had failed. Lord Wang is indeed correct. Yet we lack a sacred domain token. Entering the sacred domain without one would be perilous, High Priest Tang Xiu lamented. You do not have one. But we do, too. In fact, therefore, if you accompany us, you will gain easy access to the sacred domain, Wang Yong coaxed. You possess 2 sacred domain tokens? The High Priest Tang Xiu and the Demon Lord Xinchang were both taken aback. Securing a single sacred realm token was already an impressive feat, and now they possess 2. This granted them a near invincibility in the sacred realm. No more dilly-dallying, Shanger, show them, Wang Yong instructed his son Wang Shang. Although Wang Shang was uncertain about his father's intentions, he complied and retrieved the 2 sacred realm tokens. Upon seeing the tokens, the High Priest Tang Xiu and the Demon Lord Xinchang no longer harbored any doubts. What do you think? Would you be willing to collaborate with us to enter the sacred realm? Wang Yong, eager for his son and daughter-in-law to be together, was quite determined. The High Priest Tang Xiu and the Demon Lord Xinchang felt their interest piqued at the prospect of Wang Yong leading them into the sacred realm. We must consult with the princess first. Tang Xiu instinctively replied. In the past, such decisions were entirely within their purview. But now, with the princess involved, it was only prudent to seek her approval. No problem. Wang Yong nodded. After calling Shu Tong aside, Tang Xiu whispered, Princess, this sanctuary has 2 sacred realm tokens. We can certainly collaborate with them to enter the sacred realm. Going to the sacred realm with them? Does that mean we won't be returning to the demon clan? Shu Tong looked at the eager expressions of the High Priest Tang Xiu and the Demon Lord Xinchang and began to grasp Wang Yong's reasoning. Returning to the demon clan can wait. Our immediate priority is to venture into the sacred realm. We must strengthen ourselves to stand against the revenge of the 6 nations, Tang Xiu explained. Moreover, The sacred realm opens once every 50 years and lasts only 100 days. Such opportunities are rare and fleeting, Xinchang added. You were just saying you wanted me to return with you. And now you want me to follow a young master into the sacred realm? Are you playing with me? No, I must return to the demon clan, Shutong declared playfully. This startled the high priest Tangxiu and the demon lord Xinchang. Your Highness, returning now will not bolster the power of the demon clan. However, if we venture into the sacred realm for training, we will undoubtedly emerge stronger, ready to confront the Six Nations, Tangxiu earnestly advised. Indeed, Your Highness, it is wise to bide our time and develop ourselves, Xinchang also urged. Seeing their earnest persuasion, Shutong secretly chuckled but replied, Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly stay. The high priest Tangxiu and the demon lord Xinchang were overjoyed to hear the princess's agreement. Your Highness is astute, they both replied in unison. A subtle smile graced Shutong's lips as she dashed over to Wang Shang, playfully winking at him. Young master, they've asked me to stay. You wouldn't send me away. Would you? I could never bear to part with you, Wang Shang chuckled, grasping Shutong's hand, silently thanking his father. It was indeed clever of his father to secure Shutong's presence with just a few words. Once Wang Yong saw his plan materializing, he cleared his throat and announced, All right, since we've decided to venture into the sacred realm, let us set off post-haste. The members of the Imperial Alliance will inevitably find us here. We should not linger. Yes, we are merely 50 kilometers from the capital. We must leave swiftly, Master Deng chimed in. The high priest Tangxiu and the demon lord Xinchang had no objections. They too wished to hasten their journey to the sacred realm. At that moment, however, Wang Yong called his son Wang Shang aside and quietly remarked, Shanger, your father has managed to keep little Shu here. The rest is up to you. Up to me, Wang Shang queried, somewhat perplexed. How can you be so naive? The sacred realm will be open for 100 days, giving you and little Shu ample time together. Once we exit the sacred realm, we will have no excuse to keep her here, Wang Yong continued. Thus, during this time, you should strive to ensure little Shu's future is secured, for then you shall be inseparable. Chapter 92. Father urges for grandchildren. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Shang gasped in disbelief. Father, this seems inappropriate. We are going to the sacred realm to train and enhance our strength, not to conceive children. Wang Shang responded, somewhat exasperated. Training is indeed vital, and strengthening oneself is important, but procreation is equally significant. Little Shu is the princess of the demon clan. Upon her return, she will become the empress of Dayue, commanding the entire demon clan. Your statuses will diverge immensely, Wang Yong advised, pausing before continuing. If you do not seize this opportunity, you may find it difficult to be together in the future. Father, little Shu would not distance herself from me due to our differing statuses, Wang Shang asserted, his gaze earnest, for he understood Shutong's character. What do you know? Often, those in high positions find themselves constrained. As a father who has experienced this, I assure you that having a child will bind you together. There is only benefit to this course of action. Trust your father. I will not lead you astray, Wang Yong urged once more. It must be said that Wang Yong was genuinely concerned for his son's future. While speaking, he discreetly retrieved a book titled Secrets of the Bedroom from his spatial ring and handed it to Wang Shang. Take this. Do not waste it, Wang Yong whispered in his son's ear. Father, I feel this is inappropriate. Bringing a child into the world should be an act of mutual affection, not a means to compel little Shu to stay, Wang Shang replied seriously. Yet he unhesitatingly accepted the secrets of the bedroom into his spatial ring. Of course, he merely intended to safeguard it for his father, with no ulterior motives. My son speaks wisely. Procreation should indeed be an act of mutual affection. Let us proceed as you suggest, Wang Yong concluded. Having understood his son's intentions upon seeing him accept the book, after their discussion, the father and son returned to the group. Time is of the essence. We must depart, Wang Yong declared. The sacred realm will manifest at the juncture of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Qin dynasty, and the Great Shang dynasty. We must hurry to avoid being outpaced by others. Then let us set off. The high priest Tangxiu was filled with anticipation for the sacred realm. Knowing they held 2 sacred realm tokens, which would provide them with a significant advantage once inside, the others, including Wang Shang and Xu Tong, were equally eager for the forthcoming journey. Soon, under the cloak of darkness, the group swiftly made their way toward the Tri-Nation border. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the royal palace in the capital, Emperor Qin A of the Great Zhou sat in disarray upon his golden dragon throne. His countenance grim and stained with blood. Below him stood numerous members of the Imperial Alliance, all bearing injuries and displaying equally grim expressions. Have you apprehended Wang Shang and Shu Tong? Emperor Qin A inquired. His voice ominously low. No one dared to respond. No one wished to approach him at such a moment. I am speaking to you. Have you captured the two of them, or not? Are you all deaf? Qin A bellowed. The crowd quaked in fear, and after a lengthy pause, a man clad in black armor hesitantly stepped forward. Reporting to your majesty, Wang Shang and Shu Tong escaped on a demon feather phoenix. And the black-armored man, trembling with anxiety, could not continue. And what? Finish your sentence, Qin A shouted, his gaze ablaze with rage. They took the sacred realm tokens with them as they departed, the black-armored man stammered, his face a mask of terror. What? They took my sacred realm tokens as well. You worthless fools, with so many of you attacking a mere individual at the true spirit body stage, and yet you allowed them to counterattack and inflict such losses. What use are you to me? Qin A roared, slamming his palm down and instantly killing the black-armored man, blood splattering across the chamber. The others watched in trepidation, fully aware that serving this emperor was akin to courting death. This time, Emperor Qin A had not only suffered a defeat, but had also lost his bait, the sacred realm tokens. What enraged him further was the heavy toll on the Imperial Alliance. With even he himself sustaining severe injuries, what was once a perfectly orchestrated plan had devolved into utter chaos, driving him to the brink of madness, just as Qin A seethed with fury. An elder cloaked in black robes emerged from behind him, leaning on a black dragon staff, his figure enveloped in an enigmatic dark aura. Your Majesty, expressing impotent rage serves no purpose. It would be wiser to contemplate how to remedy this situation. The National Master Qiu Shao spoke in a low voice. Though his words were harsh, they rang true, gradually calming. Qin A recognized that venting his anger was futile. What sage advice do you have? National Master? Qin A inquired, turning to face the elder. The National Master, shrouded in mystery and possessing strength surpassing even that of Qin A, commanded his respect. Now that the enemy possesses the Sacred Realm tokens, they will undoubtedly head to the Sacred Realm. Pursuing them indiscriminately will yield no results. Our immediate priority should be to inform the other 6 nations that the Demon Clan princess still lives. Qiu Shao suggested, a cunning glint in his eyes. Indeed, National Master, you are thorough in your considerations. When we eradicated the Dayuan nation, it was a combined effort of all 6 nations. The news of the Demon Clan princess's survival will certainly not bode well for them. Qin A acknowledged, seemingly grasping the implications of the National Master's words. Only by uniting the strength of the other 6 nations could they hope to eradicate the sanctuary and eliminate the Demon Clan princess. Your Majesty is correct. Thus, we should promptly dispatch an elite team to join forces with the experts from the 6 nations and intercept them in the Sacred Realm, the National Master proposed, his tone chilling. Yes, your counsel is most astute. Let us proceed as you recommend. Qin A nodded in agreement, clearly in favor of the National Master Qiu Zhao's suggestions. The sacred domain opens once every 50 years. A rare opportunity indeed. It is time to venture forth. Should I attain the Immortal's legacy, I would have the chance to ascend to the Celestial Realm. The thought of the Celestial Realm crossed his mind. A glimmer of yearning sparkled in Qin A's eyes, for it is the ultimate pursuit of those who cultivate. This time, I shall accompany your Majesty to the sacred domain, spoke the National Master. Qiu Shao. Qin A was slightly taken aback. The National Master had resided within the palace for decades, never once stepping beyond its confines. Yet he now voluntarily sought to journey to the sacred domain. However, this fleeting doubt was quickly dispelled. Very well, with the National Master accompanying me, the Holy Temple shall be effortlessly vanquished by our hands, Qin A exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement at the National Master's proactive offer. It must be noted that the National Master possessed terrifying strength. He had once single-handedly slaughtered a dragon clan, absorbing their dragon souls, making him undoubtedly one of the paramount powerhouses of the spirit martial continent. The news of the impending opening of the sacred domain swiftly spread across the spirit martial continent, prompting countless powerful factions to hasten towards the vicinity of the sacred domain. Chapter 93. The fusion and upgrade of secret techniques in the chamber. The great wilderness lies at the intersection of the 3 kingdoms, Dezhou, Deqian, and Deshang. This desolate expanse is devoid of human presence, with nothing but endless flying sand as far as the eye can see. The environment here is far too harsh for humans to survive. However, for demon beasts, particularly those of the desert variety, this great wilderness is a rare treasure. After flying discreetly for 2 days and nights, Wang Shang and his companions finally arrived at the great wilderness. "Father, are you certain the entrance to the sacred domain is here? It is so desolate." Wang Shang surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing but barren desert stretching endlessly before him. The desolation was overwhelming. That I have thoroughly researched information regarding the sacred domain and discovered that prior to each opening, the spiritual energy in the vicinity of the entrance fluctuates violently, Wang Yong remarked, gazing into the depths of the great wilderness as he continued to explain. While the spiritual energy is sparse in the great wilderness, it generates intense fluctuations deep within, matching precisely with what I have learned. Thus, I can confirm that the entrance to the sacred domain lies deep within the great wilderness. Indeed, I also sense it. The fluctuations are identical to those preceding the last opening of the sacred domain, Master Deng stated, his keen eyes glimmering with insight. Having lived for over 300 years, he was well acquainted with the sacred domain and its opening. "Master, have you been to the sacred domain?" Wang Shang instinctively inquired. The others turned their gazes towards him, knowing that among their group, only Master Deng had truly ventured into the sacred domain. The others had merely heard of it, but had not experienced it firsthand. "Once, and I nearly lost my life returning," Master Deng recalled, a hint of trepidation shadowing his expression. Is it truly that perilous inside? Are there treasures and legacies from our demon race? Demon Sovereign Shinchong could not help but ask. A question also shared by High Priest Tang Xiao. Indeed, within the sacred domain, there are treasures and legacies from both the immortals and demons. However, the dangers are real. In the past, Ardezhou's 10 great academies formed a 100-man exploration team, all of whom were above the spirit resonance realm, but only 3 managed to escape. I was among them, severely injured. Master Deng spoke with a hint of apprehension. Only 3 escaped from 100? The casualties are staggering. The academy head, Chu Hongya, expressed his astonishment. Others were equally shocked, realizing that the sacred domain was far more terrifying than they had envisioned. Indeed, not only does the sacred domain harbor treasures and legacies from the immortals and demons, but it is also filled with various indigenous demon beasts. These beasts possess not only formidable strength, but also intelligence, making them exceedingly difficult to deal with. Master Deng paused before continuing. In addition to the demon beasts, there are myriad arrays, mechanisms, and traps left behind by the immortals and demons. One misstep could lead to death. It appears the sacred domain is even more dangerous than anticipated, Academy head Chu Hongya remarked gravely. Master Deng, during your venture into the sacred domain, did you acquire anything of value? Demon Sovereign Shinchong pressed further. Yes, I obtained a fragment of an immortal's bone, although it was of the lowest quality. It significantly enhanced my strength and extended my lifespan. Master Deng's murky eyes revealed a rare pride as he spoke of the immortal bone. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but display a hint of envy. Though it was merely the most inferior immortal bone, it inspired immense admiration among these mortals. Wang Shang also felt a surge of emotion. If a mere fragment of the lowest quality could yield such benefits for Master Deng, what would happen if he were to refine all the treasures within the sacred domain? Father, let us hasten to the sacred domain, Wang Shang exclaimed, a sense of urgency enveloping him. He vividly recalled the feeling of helplessness when facing Emperor Qin A of Dezhou on the arena. He did not wish to endure such despair again, and thus must grow stronger. Yes, we possess 2 sacred domain tokens, which will allow us to pinpoint the entrance with greater accuracy. Once inside, we will be better equipped to navigate the challenges ahead. Wang Yong nodded, leading the way deeper into the great wilderness. The others quickly followed suit, while Wang Shang and Shu Tong rode upon the demon feather phoenix, keeping pace at AS for the fire dragon. It had been slain by powerful foes during the battle in the capital. Leaving Wang Shang without a demon PET they drew nearer to the depths of the great wilderness. The fluctuations of spiritual energy intensified. Though at times they became unstable, even vanishing entirely, the fluctuations of spiritual energy have suddenly ceased. Let us halt for a moment, Wang Yong cautioned. Upon his words, the group came to a stop, carefully attuning their senses. And indeed, they could no longer detect the fluctuations. Prior to the opening of the sacred domain, these fluctuations are inherently unstable, and the entrance may shift at any moment. There is no need for alarm. Master Deng reassured them promptly. Do not panic. We have the sacred domain tokens. Even if the entrance shifts, we will detect it immediately. Thus, it is of utmost importance that we conserve our energy, Wang Yong stated, his voice firm. The others nodded, their hearts settling as they acknowledged the presence of the sacred domain tokens. They sought out places to recuperate, and Wang Shang, along with Xu Tong, found a secluded area, encircled by large stones, creating a rudimentary resting spot. Upon landing, Wang Shang seized the opportunity to examine the treasures he had acquired from Emperor Qin: beast eggs, premium spirit crystals, heavenly-level techniques, and heavenly-level artifacts. After surveying these treasures, excitement surged within him. The potential to refine these items would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. With this thought in mind, Wang Shang took out a heavenly-level technique of the lightning attribute and began to refine it using chaos fire. The white flames swiftly consumed the technique, and a luminous orb of white light was absorbed into his body. Refining techniques does not yield spiritual energy, yet it allowed for a complete understanding of the heavenly-level technique. Explosive thunder flashed. As soon as the lightning technique entered his body, it fused seamlessly with the heavenly-level inferior golden thunder technique, evolving into the superior heavenly-level technique, myriad thunder movements, a powerful area of effect lightning spell with formidable might. Excellent, excellent. While refining technique manuals does not grant spiritual energy, it enables rapid comprehension of the mysteries within the techniques. Wang Shang expressed his satisfaction with the outcome. He then recalled the secret techniques of the chamber bestowed upon him by his father and the dual cultivation method given by Master Deng. He wondered what kind of cultivation technique would emerge from the fusion of these two methods. Suddenly, he felt a surge of anticipation. Both techniques pertained to dual cultivation between genders. Refining these two methods would undoubtedly lead to a fusion and upgrade. With this in mind, Wang Shang discreetly retrieved the two books, holding one in each hand, and began the refining process. Both techniques were refined simultaneously. The white chaos fire rapidly enveloped them, within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Wang Shang had successfully refined both dual cultivation techniques, and two luminous orbs simultaneously entered his body, allowing him to master both methods in an instant. In the next moment, the two dual cultivation techniques indeed fused and upgraded, transforming into a more potent dual cultivation technique. Chapter 94. Entering the sacred domain ahead of schedule. After merging, the two dual cultivation techniques ascended to the inferior heavenly level technique, entering the mortal realm as an immortal. This new dual cultivation method far surpassed the secret techniques of the chamber and the dual cultivation method, not only enabling a tenfold increase in cultivation speed, but also extending lifespan and purifying the body. Essentially, each dual cultivation session would equate to a rebirth, and with each repetition, the possibility of achieving immortality increased. Truly a premier path of dual cultivation. Wang Shang was pleasantly surprised to find that the technique had been elevated to the inferior heavenly level. He felt satisfaction with the entering the mortal realm as an immortal method. Once the opportunity arose, he was eager to test it with Xu Tong. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Shang retrieved a beast egg from his storage ring. The egg shimmered in blue, exuding a lustrous sheen, indicating it belonged to a water attribute demon beast, though its grade remained uncertain. Should I refine this as well? I do not yet possess a water attribute technique. Wang Shang pondered, when suddenly a white flame appeared in his hand. Just as he prepared to refine the beast egg, Xu Tong's voice reached him. Young master, the beast egg is so adorable. Please do not burn it. Give it to me. Seeing the flame in Wang Shang's hand, Xu Tong instinctively assumed he intended to incinerate the precious egg. Though Wang Shang had no intention of destroying the egg, her interpretation was not far off. If you desire it, then let it be yours to nurture, he replied, handing the egg to her with a tender gaze. Delighted, Xu Tong received the egg and shyly pressed a kiss on Wang Shang's cheek. Thank you, young master. Wang Shang never anticipated that this girl would grow increasingly audacious. However, he found himself relishing this sensation, suddenly contemplating the prospect of having a child with Xu Tong, which seemed rather appealing. Subsequently, Wang Shang continued to extract several magical treasures from his spatial ring, namely the Fire Cloud Fan of the lower tier of Heavenly Grade, the Heavenly Thunder Pearl of the lower tier of Heavenly Grade, and the Hurricane Bell of the lower tier of Heavenly Grade. All three of these treasures belonged to Emperor Qin A of the Great Zhou and had now become Wang Shang's possessions. It was his first time refining Heavenly Grade artifacts, and he was uncertain of the amount of spiritual energy he would acquire. Filled with excitement, Wang Shang summoned a sphere of white flame from both hands. In the next moment, the three Heavenly Grade artifacts ignited in a fierce blaze. This time, the refining process was not swift. It persisted for a full day and night, as the higher the grade of the item, the longer the refining took. Once the three solidified luminescent spheres were absorbed into his body, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, rivaling that of the previous cup of Tianshan Immortal Brew. Such abundant spiritual energy was nearly on par with that solitary cup. With no time to examine the skills acquired from the refinement, Wangshang swiftly began to absorb the vast spiritual energy. If he did not act quickly, it would likely overwhelm his body. Countless streams of spiritual energy coursed through him before gradually merging into the half-living jade within his dantian. As the energy continued to flow in, Wangshang's strength began to ascend rapidly. He progressed from the first to the second stage of the true spirit body, then to the third and fourth stages. For Wangshang, it seemed as though the cultivation bottlenecks did not exist. Under the impact of the abundant spiritual energy, his strength soared as if propelled by a rocket. It was not until 2 days later that he broke through to the golden body spirit realm. Upon opening his eyes, a mouthful of golden turbid energy escaped from his lips. He had never felt such exhilaration before. How refreshing! It felt as though he had been reborn. Stretching his limbs, his body emitted a series of crackling sounds. Truly, the heavenly grade artifacts yielded an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, allowing him to elevate an entire realm. If he were to enter the sacred domain and refine sacred or immortal grade artifacts, would he not gain even more spiritual energy? Wangshang suddenly found himself increasingly eager for the sacred domain, only to recall another important matter. Right, having refined 3 heavenly grade artifacts, what skills had he acquired? Suppressing his excitement, Wangshang began to examine his cultivation skills. To his astonishment, the fire cloud fan had granted him a skill called Celestial Fire Meteor, which, when fused with his previous Sacred Lotus True Fire, evolved into the high-tier heavenly grade Sacred Lotus Celestial Fire. Significantly enhancing its power, the Heavenly Thunder Pearl, when refined, bestowed upon him the skill called Thunderclap from above, which, after fusing with his prior skill, Myriad Thunder Movements, upgraded into the low-tier Sacred Grade Myriad Thunder Calamity, greatly amplifying its lethality. This marked Wangshang's first Sacred Grade skill. As for the Hurricane Bell, it yielded the skill Eye of the Storm, which, after merging with the original Tornado Wind, evolved into the high-tier Heavenly Grade Tornado Hurricane, also increasing its destructive power manifold. Overjoyed at the upgrade of his skills, particularly the addition of the low-tier Sacred Grade Myriad Thunder Calamity, an ability capable of vanquishing experts of the spirit manifestation realm, Wangshang felt a surge of confidence. Surely, if his father were to witness this, he would be astounded. With this Sacred Grade Myriad Thunder Calamity, he need not fear the experts of the spirit manifestation realm upon entering the sacred domain. Wangshang collected himself and soon noticed the presence of numerous powerful beings around the great wasteland. Xiao Shu, what has transpired during my cultivation? Why have so many strong individuals suddenly arrived in the great wasteland? Wangshang turned to inquire. The sudden influx of powerful beings was not a favorable development for them. The sacred domain is about to open, and many experts have come to the great wasteland. Shutong replied, clutching the beast. It seems the allure of the sacred domain is indeed potent, drawing even experts from other nations. Wangshang scanned his surroundings and observed countless demonic beasts, flying vessels, and other airborne artifacts, all carrying formidable experts, most of whom hailed from the 6 other nations. Indeed, we must prepare ourselves, Wang Yong remarked as he approached, upon noticing his son's rapid advancement in strength over the past few days. He was inwardly astonished. Father, is the entrance to the sacred domain about to open? Wangshang instinctively asked. Yes, the time is drawing near, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy are intensifying, Wang Yong replied, his expression growing increasingly grave after sensing the energy fluctuations. At that moment, Master Deng also arrived, his demeanor equally somber. Wang Yong, the time is nearly upon us. Use the sacred domain token to sense the entrance, and we shall enter the sacred domain ahead of time, Master Deng advised. Wang Yong nodded and then turned to Wangshang. Shang, hand me a sacred domain token. Without hesitation, Wangshang retrieved a token from his spatial ring and tossed it to his father. As soon as Wang Yong grasped the sacred domain token, he felt a mysterious energy drawing him in a specific direction. I've got it. Everyone, follow closely, Wang Yong exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight lighting up his face. The others, witnessing this, were equally thrilled. They could now enter the sacred domain ahead of time. Soon, guided by the sacred domain token, Wangshang and his companions swiftly flew toward a direction within the great wasteland. Before long, they vanished into the vastness, as if they had simply ceased to exist. After the reading, please express your encouragement for more updates. Thank you all. Chapter 95. Hell Mode of the Sacred Domain. When Wang Shang opened his eyes again, he found himself within the sacred domain. Before him lay a breathtaking expanse of towering mountains, stretching endlessly. The celestial river cascaded from the heavens, and unknown ancient demonic beasts soared above. Countless floating islands hovered in the sky. Some were desolate and dilapidated, while others thrived with life. Not far away stood a magnificent, albeit ruined, treasure tower, emanating a sacred and pristine radiance. Is this the sacred domain? Wang Shang gazed at this extraordinary and vast world, feeling a wave of emotion. Everything before him exceeded his expectations. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he was suddenly struck with alarm, realizing he was utterly alone. Xiao Shu, Father, Fu Bo, Master Ding. Wang Shang called out, but received no response. His heart sinking to the depths of despair. This is bad. I have lost contact with Xiao Shu and the others. Could it be that entering the sacred domain results in being randomly teleported to different locations? Wang Shang speculated silently, but could not draw any conclusions. His gaze then fell upon the yin-yang love band on his wrist, and his eyes lit up. Of course, this yin-yang love band can sense each other's locations. I can use it to locate Xiao Shu. With this thought, Wang Shang quickly infused spiritual energy into the band and concentrated on sensing. After roughly half a stick of incense, he finally pinpointed Xiao Shu's location. A smile breaking across his face. Great. I can sense Xiao Shu's position. She is to the east. Wang Shang immediately took to the skies, soaring in that direction. His strength had now reached the golden body spirit realm, enabling him to fly, albeit cautiously, as the area was rife with demonic beasts. After flying at low altitude for a while, he drew closer to Shu Tong. Suddenly, he caught the sound of a beast roar ahead, causing his heart to tighten. It's the roar of a demonic beast. Xiao Shu, please be safe. Wang Shang hastened his pace toward the source of the sound. As he approached, a tremendous explosion of energy erupted ahead, followed by a three-headed tiger demon being launched into the air before crashing back down heavily. This scene was all too familiar to Wang Shang. Could it be that it's truly Xiao Shu? Wang Shang felt a surge of joy and accelerated his flight. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, he spotted an exquisitely beautiful woman ahead. Xiao Shu, Wang Shang shouted. Upon hearing his voice, the woman turned and, upon recognizing him, displayed a hint of excitement on her delicate face. Young master, Shu Tong exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards him. As Wang Shang descended to the ground, he enveloped Shu Tong in his arms, holding her tightly. Though they had only been apart for half a day, Wang Shang felt an urgency in his heart. He realized he could not bear to lose Xiao Shu and resolved to keep her by his side. Xiao Shu, how did you end up here? Where are my father and the others? Wang Shang asked, reluctant to release her. I don't know. I opened my eyes and found myself here, completely alone, Shu Tong replied. Shaking her head, her previously anxious heart calmed significantly upon encountering the young master. It seems entering the sacred domain leads to random assignments to different locations. Wang Shang furrowed his brow. This would significantly heighten the difficulty of navigating the sacred domain. Fortunately, he and Shu Tong were not far apart, and with the yin-yang love band to sense each other's positions, he was able to find her quickly. Young master, what should we do now? Shu Tong asked, leaning against Wang Shang. Worry etched on her face. First, we need to fill our stomachs, Wang Shang replied, his gaze shifting to the three-headed tiger demon that had fallen not far away. Moments ago, this tiger demon had attacked Shu Tong but was repelled by the mysterious energy within her, leaving it grievously injured and bleeding profusely. As Wang Shang and Shu Tong approached, the wounded tiger demon suddenly grew fearful and knelt before them. Speaking in human tongue, esteemed immortals, I, the proud tiger, surrender. Wang Shang and Shu Tong were utterly taken aback by this scene. The tiger could actually speak, and not only that, it knew to kneel in submission. I apologize, but we are rather famished and require sustenance from you. I advise you to take matters into your own hands and not to be ungrateful, Wang Shang said with a somewhat pretentious air. Upon hearing this, the three-headed tiger trembled slightly, and then responded, Great sage, my tiger flesh is rather tough and unpalatable. How about I procure a few tender sheep demons for you instead? Very well. But you must submit to me and become my demon pet, Wang Shang replied. He possessed the ability to control demons, and capturing this native three-headed tiger would indeed be of considerable assistance. The three-headed tiger, however, was reluctant to accept the notion of becoming Wang Shang's demon pet. How could a proud tiger such as I possibly? The three-headed tiger's words were cut short as it noticed Shu Tong retrieving a pot from her storage ring. causing it to change its tone in a panic. It would indeed be an honor for a dignified tiger such as myself to serve as a demon pet for the two esteemed ones. The three-headed tiger spoke in a haughty manner while uttering the most cowardly of sentiments. Just moments ago, it had clearly witnessed this seemingly harmless young girl effortlessly send it soaring into the sky without even employing any visible technique. Should it dare to resist further, it would surely find itself as meat in the pot. Wang Shang couldn't help but chuckle at the comical sight of this tiger demon. Very well, in that case. You may lie down and remain still, simply enjoy your rest, he instructed. Understood, great sage. Please be gentle. It is my first time, and I fear pain, the three-headed tiger replied, obediently lying down. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. Wang Shang said, suddenly developing a fondness for this three-headed tiger demon. He then employed a technique to control demons that a green light enveloped the tiger, inflicting a profound pain that resonated from its very soul. Nevertheless, the three-headed tiger endured valiantly. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, Wang Shang successfully subdued the three-headed tiger. This marked the first demon beast he had tamed since entering the sacred realm. Of course, to some extent, he owed this success to Shu Tong. Had it not been for her frightening the tiger prior, it would not have been so compliant. All right, you may rise now, Wang Shang commanded. Great sage, did you finish so quickly? The three-headed tiger inquired as it rose and shook its head. What? Do you wish for another round? Wang Shang casually retorted, No, I was merely speaking out of turn. You are truly remarkable, great sage. The three-headed tiger immediately cowered, not wishing to experience that soul-wrenching pain again. After successfully taming the three-headed tiger, night descended. The night sky of the sacred realm was devoid of stars, but boasted a large red moon. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot up into the heavens, illuminating the entire sacred realm. Proud tiger, what is the meaning of this? Wang Shang inquired, gazing at the ascending white light. This signifies the official opening of the sacred realm entrance. Occurring once every 50 years, I have lost count of how many times I've experienced it. The proud tiger replied nonchalantly. The entrance to the sacred realm has only just opened, indicating that the sacred realm token indeed allowed us to enter prematurely. However, with the arrival of those formidable experts from the Linwu continent, the sacred realm has become even more perilous. Wang Shang furrowed his brow, his thoughts immediately gravitating towards the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Having suffered a setback in the arena, he would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to pursue him. Moreover, other experts from the Five Nations, upon learning that Shu Tong, the demon princess, was still alive, would surely stop at nothing to track her down within the sacred realm.